To our top headline now, new details have been released regarding exactly what led up to the death of an inmate at the El Paso County Jail Annex on Monday.
According to the affidavit, video footage, which hasn't been made available to KTSM, reportedly shows that Torres walked into his cell shortly after 7 Sunday night. We are told that Torres was seen sitting on his bunk bed and says Juan Alberto Ortiz, Manuel Alejandro Vargas, Giovanni Dionisio Ramos, and George Lopez standing over him talking to him.
Choco Tango gang, and it was the target of this raid as part of a large-scale drug trafficking
El Paso, Texas, a historic city on the U.S.-Mexico border, has long been a crossroads of culture, commerce, and conflict. Founded in the 17th century as a Spanish colonial outpost, El Paso later became a hub for trade, military operations, and cross-border collaboration. Its rich cultural tapestry has produced famous figures in music and entertainment, including rapper King Lil G, who often draws on life in El Paso in his lyrics. Despite its vibrant culture and resilient community, the city has also struggled with gang activity, fueled by poverty, drug trafficking, and cross-border criminal networks. Over the past several years, law enforcement has launched a series of major operations targeting gangs that threaten public safety, including prison-born gangs like Choco Tango, street gangs such as Sereno's and Crucis Boys, and transnational organizations with ties to Mexico's La Empresa cartel. The following cases spanning raids, federal indictments, and multi-agency operations highlight the ongoing fight to reclaim El Paso neighborhoods from violent gang influence.
Preventing violence, that's the mission of the Texas Anti-Gang Center.
We reach out to schools, local churches, and civic groups, try to educate them on the gang issues that we're seeing here in Lubbock.
Jared Oliver with TAG says a big reason people join gangs is to sell drugs. There are currently 73 different gangs in Lubbock, with 13 new gangs since 2017, and a total of 1,400 members.
DPS counts at least 13 gangs are here in Lubbock, with some of the highest percentages in the state for some of the most dangerous gangs in the country.
You have the Aryan Brotherhood, the Aryan Circle, West Texas Tangos, and the Crips. Those are the most popular gangs in the Lubbock area, the Northwest Texas region.
DPS says these gangs account for the majority of all crimes, including robbery, assault, and homicide.
You see in movies where you think gangs just roaming the streets at night and big gangs beating up other gangs.
Today, between several East Side shootings, it happened earlier at a detention hearing in federal court for several men accused of dealing as part of an East Side gang. As prosecutors tried to keep the men behind bars, Garrett Berger tells us they laid out part of the violent feud the group supposedly had with another gang.
Well, Myra, federal authorities said this was mostly a battle over turf between two factions of the so-called East Terrace gangsters. It's a rivalry that involved several shootings, including one that killed the son of one of the accused men, 4-year-old Dervion Whitley.
Two of the highest-ranking Bandidos leaders nabbed here in San Antonio. The U.S. Attorney's Office says 56-year-old John Portillo is the gang's national vice president and 31-year-old Justin Forster, the national sergeant-at-arms. The national president, Jeffrey Pike from Conroe, is now also in federal prison. A 23-page indictment details their alleged involvement in the gang and documents many claims against them, starting around 2013, when it shows Portillo launched a, quote, war with the Cossacks motorcycle gang.
It was on Monday, the 15th of April, police arresting these two, Gerald Jenkins and Ruben Mendez. The report says they were at the school to retaliate on an individual involved in a confrontation at the school.
A pre-dawn wave of marked and unmarked law enforcement vehicles descended on the Palacio apartment complex just a few miles away from the San Antonio airport. And with that, Operation Aurora was underway. The operation marks a significant development in an ongoing crackdown on the Venezuelan transnational organization Tren de Aragua.
Injured in a shootout at a convenience store Sunday are now in custody tonight. The Bexar County Sheriff's Office reports the incident appears to be gang-related.
Ryan McGowan, Jonathan Jimenez, Gonzalo Gonzalez, Ramiro and Rosalva Reyes, 5 people, 4 families destroyed by one man.
MS-13 gang member accused of 2 in the Houston area is now back in custody here. Today, Houston police and other agencies spoke about the events leading up to his arrest. Channel 2's Anusha Rasta is live in Southwest Houston with what police said today. Anusha.
Houston police will have a news conference here tomorrow announcing a number of arrests of MS-13 gang members. Some of these guys' names linked to 7 investigations. These cases so sensitive, those who have been arrested are being separated while in jail.
Police say her documented gang banger boyfriend here shot her after getting out of jail on bond.
Shaquille Richard has quite a collection of mugshots. He was released from prison in April, then arrested again, accused of organizing a while behind bars. Well, a judge granted him bond for that crime, and not long after, police say he violently attacked 2 women.
Tonight, 11 men arrested in connection with 41 armed robberies across the Houston area, most of them at meat markets catering to Latinos. Burglary bust. 5 men who are facing charges in connection with pharmacy burglaries in Texas have now been arrested after reportedly burglarizing pharmacies in West Virginia.
Made infamous after this deadly shooting in Waco 10 years ago, the Bandidos are now the target of federal authorities in the Southern District of Texas. Today, U.S. Attorney Nicholas Ganji unsealing this 22-count indictment against 14 members of the gang and their associates.
The majority of those defendants are members of the Welcome to Hell chapter located here in Katy, Texas.
He's only 23, and Gabriel Menifree has already posed for 8 mugshots.
Every single offense that Gabriel Menifree was involved with had one common denominator: gun.
In the wee hours of the morning, 8 armed men forced their way into a Vietnamese family's West Harris County home, investigators say. These are 5 of those men.
Burglaries in Texas have now been arrested after reportedly burglarizing pharmacies in West Virginia.
It's a look inside a world you're rarely allowed to see. This is the Bandidos Motorcycle Club at a gathering of its members in San Antonio, Texas in the summer of 2008. The bikers have a notorious reputation as a band of criminals on wheels. Their wives and girlfriends consider themselves property and call themselves proud Bandito old ladies. The Bandidos talk a lot about their love for Harley-Davidson motorcycles and for each other. The Bandidos claim they're just misunderstood.
Used to riding a motorcycle, these men getting into a transport van at the federal courthouse Thursday afternoon. 47-year-old downtown Johnny Romo, 45-year-old Robert Romo, 40-year-old Jesse James Chronic Benavidez, and 35-year-old Norberto Hammer Serna Jr., all facing a 12-count indictment. Also included in the indictment, 2 of the highest-ranking members of the Bandidos, National President Jeffrey Fay Pike and Vice President John Xavier Portillo. Pike and Portillo are being accused of directing, sanctioning, approving, and permitting members of the Bandidos to carry out acts like attempted murder.
Proper is their Atlan, this is the home base for them.
Herb Huerta, the president, came to San Antonio and started Mexicana
Says a Mexican mafia of today controls the city's street gangs. Those young gangsters do the dirty work of the mafia, and Morel says they'll do anything.
Jerry Adrogo is accused of setting up a meeting with Julian Pacina on May 4th outside of the tattoo shop Pacina co-owned. They talked until 2 gunmen opened fire on Pacina. The Balcones Heights police officer was reportedly on a roster of Mexican MA associates.
It is a blood-in, blood-out organization.
Seguin police say this is the result of a 1.5-year investigation. Officials described the gang members they arrested as treacherous and violent.
Today, local law enforcement announced a major blow to the gang's Central Texas leadership, including a connection to a 2010 in Hays County.
Texas is home to some of America's fastest-growing cities, booming economies, and rich cultural history. But across the Lone Star State, law enforcement agencies are fighting another battle, one against street gangs, prison gangs, outlaw motorcycle clubs, cartel-connected organizations, and criminal networks that stretch from local neighborhoods to international borders. From the streets of Houston and San Antonio to the border communities of El Paso and the plains of West Texas, major investigations have uncovered drug trafficking operations, racketeering conspiracies, violent gang rivalries, prison gang influence, and organized crime networks worth millions of dollars. In this documentary, We are breaking down some of the biggest gang arrests, indictments, federal raids, and criminal investigations from cities across Texas. These are the cases that expose the hidden underworld operating behind the headlines and revealed the ongoing war between organized crime and law enforcement throughout the Lone Star State.
Targeting members of and affiliates of the two.
Since 2021, officers have been following a gang known as BL 800, and they've been instigating crime on the west side of the city, specifically in Wedgwood and South Park apartments.
18 members of the fully blooded felons gang indicted.
Active in Northeast Ohio for over a decade and had a significant presence in Cleveland, particularly in the Cedar Central neighborhood.
The gang started as a branch of another gang known as the Heartless Felons.
After a year-long investigation, 7 members of the LaFlexico gang, a grand jury indicted the teens and 20-somethings on more than 50 counts, including criminal gang charges. Court records say the men are implicated in 2 shootouts last year.
Police announced indictments against 9 people. Officers say they're linked to the Lakeview to Lot gang and possibly 14 shootings, including this one back in June.
The feds say one or more of these 17 faces robbed, stole, and up to 13 people.
Even if this is drug dealer to drug dealer, they all matter to us.
The men are accused of 5 and at least 26 attempted, among other very disturbing crimes.
They say it's the gang members that control the streets of the King Lincoln District.
U.S. Attorney Ben Glassman says in total, 13 alleged MS-13 gang members and associates were arrested today. A federal grand jury charged 10 of them with conspiracy to commit extortion, money laundering, and use of a firearm during a crime of violence.
Unit, the ATF and others have worked for 2 years identifying gang members and connecting them to crimes, especially violent crimes, throughout the city.
These crimes have not only endangered the lives, but have contributed to the climate of fear that too many of our neighborhoods have had to endure.
WLWT has reported on at least 2 of these men in the past. Last year, police said Toriano Ross was being shot at when bullets tore through the windows of the Boys and Girls Club. 30 children were inside at the time.
According to police, the Cholo gang members have been indicted in the scheme. Among those who is charged is Don Eames. That is a familiar name.
Ohio, a state known for its industrial roots and cultural diversity, has long faced the complex challenge of gang activity, especially in urban centers like Cleveland, Columbus, Toledo, and Youngstown. Since the 1980s, as economic shifts and community disinvestment took hold, various street gangs emerged, evolving from loosely affiliated neighborhood groups into highly organized, violent enterprises. These gangs have left a lasting mark on communities with a legacy of shootings, drug trafficking, extortion, and territorial warfare. In recent years, Ohio's law enforcement agencies, working in tandem with federal partners, have launched some of the largest and most strategic operations in the state's history to dismantle these criminal networks. From the infamous Short North Posse in Columbus to the multi-county operations of the Cholo Gang in Toledo and the transnational threats posed by MS-13, these efforts represent a turning point in Ohio's decades-long war against organized street violence.
Long Island have announced an indictment against 31 accused gang members who they say are responsible for 18 different shootings.
We have this leader in California working through proxies to tell young men in Nassau and Suffolk County to commit shootings and other acts of violence on behalf of the gang.
The leader, Latique Johnson, who went by the Pilot, was allegedly calling shots from his jail cell in California. Omar Barry and Josiah Herbert were at the top of the gang's hierarchy on Long Island.
Prosecutors say over a dozen gang members are off the streets this afternoon after a long investigation into a high-tech vehicle theft and credit card fraud operation.
Part of the CC Boys, which is a branch of the Bloods gang. Areas like Northport, Lindenhurst, and Oakdale. Investigators say 8 people alone were arrested yesterday, but a total of 13 alleged gang members were indicted.
Well, a group of gang members who authorities say terrorized Nassau County on Long Island for several years is now in police custody. The group is linked to more than a dozen shootings and 3
between 2016 and 2021. They're also linked to several robberies and kidnappings over that span.
18 alleged gang members are behind bars.
One of their crimes made headlines in October, the shooting outside Congressman Lee Zeldin's house in Shirley.
In addition to the murder and the 6 shootings, we have 5 carjackings, 1 armed robbery, 15 separate stolen vehicles. We also have a home burglary where 6 French bulldog puppies and their mothers were stolen.
Gang members now under arrest. Detectives charged the trio fired the weapon near a 19-year-old man standing in front of his home after first slashing him in the stomach with a machete. Police say the attack began after one gang member asked, "Why are you laughing?" And the victim responded, "I can laugh at anything I want."
Police announcing the arrest of 14 people, including 3 kids under 18, all said to be gang members police say have terrorized Yonkers for years.
These 14 people are responsible for 17 assaults, 30 robberies, and 10 firearm arrests.
Arrests are made after a gang sweep in Yonkers. Months-long investigation targeted 8 suspected members of this gang. It's accused in several shootings and assaults, including a shooting on June 9th where a man was wounded in the leg.
We are announcing a series of arrests targeting known members of the Bloodstone Gang. These arrests are the result of an intensive joint investigation dubbed Operation Bloodstone.
The defendants allegedly operated in and around the Nodine Hill area, specifically the Elm Street corridor, and were engaged in illegal narcotics sales.
Gang members who they say pulled the triggers, ruthless.
These defendants allegedly engaged in gun violence, committing 6 shootings, one of which injured a rival gang member.
Abdullah, how will you plead to the charges?
Alleged Fivesley gang leader Abdullah Zika and other alleged accomplices were taken out of the 50th precinct in the Bronx.
Police say you're a trigger puller. Is that true? What? Police say you're a trigger puller. Is that
an arrest warrant and a mother unleashing her fury, barring police from entering her Bronx apartment to arrest her son.
Released tonight, more than a dozen suspected gang members accused of terrorizing a neighborhood now off the streets, all thanks to what they posted on Facebook. They allegedly used the streets of the South Bronx to do their dirty work and did their business online.
One of the city's most violent gangs are behind bars this afternoon. They're part of the Trinitarios gang that calls itself OED, which stands for Own Every Dollar. They operate
their gang. They did so violently, investigators say. Over the course of 3.5 years, they carried out at least 32 violent.
The suspect's name is Richard Ramirez, and he is said to be the alleged leader of the Los Sures division of the Trinitarios gang. Now, you know from all our reporting over the last year that the Los Sures were attached to the Junior murder outside that bodega in the Belmont section of the Bronx.
Nearly 24 alleged gang members in the Bronx are indicted on attempted and several other charges. Prosecutors say the defendants operated out of the Castle Hill and Co-op City sections of the borough.
The NYPD calls them one of the most dangerous gangs in the country, and they were operating right here in the Bronx.
18 members of the Hooli gang, ranging in age from 19 to 33, are named in the 63-count indictment that includes 4 homicides and 8 non-fatal shootings. The NYPD says there are under 100 members in this Bed-Stuy-based gang.
Prosecutors say they were part of a street gang called the Brick Squad, a subset of a bigger violent criminal network.
10 men arrested, accused of funneling money back to members behind bars.
All 12 of these men face charges from murder to attempted murder in connection with 10 separate shootings since 2015.
These defendants show a complete and utter disregard for human life.
Dubbed Bama Life off the streets. Prosecutors say the crew terrorized a Brooklyn neighborhood for years. In one case, prosecutors say the gang shot 8 people at this party in Bed-Stuy last summer.
Boasting about committing crimes on the internet doesn't pay. 14 members of a Brooklyn gang were busted after idiots in their crew accepted Facebook friend requests from a cop who was tipped off to their year-long Crown Heights crime wave, authorities said.
Officials say they're all part of Shuli Boys, a violent gang that sold.
14 men are behind bars. The man in the upper right-hand corner, Marcel Worthy, is said to be the ringleader.
He's been a long-time narcotics trafficker.
The 8 suspects got a startling wake-up call. Around sunrise, 15 SWAT teams and hundreds of individual officers took part in raids across the east side.
Prosecutors say the gang formed in 2009 and operated out of the Town Gardens housing complex in Buffalo. They say the gang's activities stretched to the Walden Galleria and Chippewa. Many units at the housing complex were used to store firearms and drugs.
That this particular gang, known for trafficking drugs and violence, has been on the radar for years. Today's raid was a collaborative effort between
the 110 gang has been terrorizing the southwest side of Syracuse for what police believe has been more than 20 years.
Developing story tonight, a 6-year-old boy with critical injuries is under the close watch of doctors at Upstate University Hospital after being shot last night by his uncle.
Devastation, pain, and destruction that is almost incomprehensible. That two people could do so much damage to so many other people in so many ways.
New York is home to some of the most famous landmarks in the world. But behind the bright lights and busy streets lies a long history of violent street gangs, turf wars, and massive law enforcement investigations. Over the past 2 decades, federal agents, the NYPD, district attorneys, and multi-agency task forces have launched some of the largest gang crackdowns in state history, targeting organizations accused of shootings, drug trafficking, robberies, gun smuggling, fraud, and organized violence. From the Bronx and Brooklyn to Yonkers, Buffalo, Syracuse, and Long Island, investigators have used surveillance, wiretaps, social media, and RICO-style prosecutions to dismantle some of New York's most notorious gangs. In this video, we'll examine the major indictments, the investigations behind them, and how these operations have shaped the ongoing fight against organized street crime across New York.
Believes the flow of drugs will now be severely impacted by the convictions of 15 members of the 55 Boys, including local rapper Devontae "Jizzlebucks" Lindsay.
The leaders of this gang, Devontae Lindsay, was sentenced earlier this month to 12 years in the Bureau.
Facility inmates here had taken a 70-year-old male guard hostage, and has been going on for about 2 hours, started at 6 a.m. And at this hour, a source tells us it was the 4th floor again. The inmates have complained about not getting enough hot food at the facility. Apparently they were demanding pizza and chicken for the guards' release.
Rapper is headed to prison on gun charges. Arthur Presley, also known as 30 Deep Grimy, was already a convicted felon when he was caught with a gun hours after being arrested and charged for their role in a human trafficking operation in East St. Louis. All 7 are on your screen here, charged with indecent solicitation of a child, traveling to meet a child, grooming, and solicitation of a sexual act.
A verdict is expected tonight in the murder trial of a Kansas City woman who was once on the FBI's most wanted list. 26-year-old Shantae Henderson admits she shot Leandra Parker, but she says it was self-defense.
This video from Kansas City rapper Delio is evidence in a major drug conspiracy case. The rapper's real name is Liddell Smith. Prosecutors say his videos and Instagram posts helped tie together a gang called 246.
We have a developing story this midday. Police in Kansas City arrested 3 suspected gang members who may be responsible for 30 crimes.
Police saw a car drop Trevion Banks off at a home on the city's northeast side. They arrested him for robbery and then followed that car to a second location. It's there where they saw Trevante Stewart and Cedric Ford. Both of those men arrested and charged as felons in possession of firearms.
More than a month since multiple people were shot at Crown Center in Kansas City, Missouri. Today, 2 men were charged in connection to that shooting. Those men, Brian Favela and Jose Olivas.
City police arrested dozens for violent crime.
This video from Kansas City rapper Delio is evidence in a major drug conspiracy case. The rapper's real name is Liddell Smith. Prosecutors say his videos and Instagram posts helped tie together a gang called 246.
Rapper is headed to prison on gun charges. Arthur Presley, also known as 30 Deep Grimy, was already a convicted felon when he was caught with a gun.
Missouri, the show me state, jazz clubs and barbecue in Kansas City, the Gateway Arch rising over St. Louis, small towns and lake country stretching out in between. But underneath that Midwestern surface runs a different story. Investigators have been fighting from the streets of South St. Louis to the corners of Kansas City and out into places like Springfield and Sedalia that most people never associate with organized crime. This isn't the story of one gang or one city. It's a journey across the whole state, The FBI, the ATF, the local departments, and the multi-agency task forces stacking RICO charges, running raids, and clearing warrants by the hundreds. Operation Street Audit, Save KC, indictment after indictment, arrest after arrest, a relentless back and forth between the people building these empires and the people working to dismantle them. We're going to take you case by case, city by city, the rise, the money, the violence, and the sentences that followed. Some of these cases ended in decades behind bars. Some are still moving through federal court right now. As always, these are allegations unless a conviction is noted, and everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty. This is Missouri's gang crackdown exposed. Let's get into it.
The indictment alleges correctional officer Sergeant Antoine Fordham worked as a high-ranking member of the 8-Tray Crips gang, operating on the streets of Northeast Baltimore and inside several prisons. According to the indictment, Fordham authorized assaults on inmates, the shooting of a rival gang member, and the movement of drugs and contraband in and out of prison.
Baltimore police have arrested 9 men, part of what the commissioner called a major drug trafficking organization, the WIC Squad, that he says terrorized the 2500 block of Edmondson Avenue for months.
We believe this investigation helped.
The target was a gang. It was called the Murderland Mafia Piru, or MMP. Members operated in northwest Baltimore City and neighboring county neighborhoods. So Windsor Mill, Gwen Oak, Howard Park, and Woodlawn, and Liberty Heights, that entire area.
Obtained court documents revealed the criminal enterprise operating out of West Baltimore's Princess Plaza on Edmondson Avenue called themselves ABG, or Anybody Gets It, a group responsible for CDS sales and multiple acts of violence in the area.
Maryland has been the focus of numerous high-profile gang takedowns in recent years, as federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies intensify efforts to dismantle violent criminal organizations across the state. These indictments, spanning gangs like Murderland Mafia Piru, ABG, WIC Squad, and the 8-Tray Crips, as well as motorcycle organizations like the Wheels of Soul, highlight the scope and complexity of gang-related crime in Maryland. The charges range from racketeering to drug distribution and firearms offenses. Some defendants received decades-long prison sentences, while others are still awaiting trial. Each case sheds light on the deep-rooted challenges Maryland faces when combating organized crime, but also demonstrates the success that can come from multi-agency cooperation.
A man wanted for an April shooting is taken into custody in the state of Washington. Officers in Kent arrested Christian Turner using information provided by the Rockford Police Department.
34-year-old man will spend more than 6 years behind bars for buying and selling cocaine and having weapons in Rockford.
This man, Rogelio Ibarra, pleaded guilty earlier this year to several charges.
7 men are in custody after police bust a drug ring.
Police say the suspects were running a drug enterprise in Rockford. These arrests are the result of a months-long operation by city, state, and federal agencies.
Rockford police say a 20-year-old man was chased by a gunman and ended up dying just across the street. ShotSpotter and phone calls led them to this house on Adams Street near Swedish American.
Recovered 2 guns late Friday night. Scope officers arrested Edgar Rodriguez and Victor Gonzalez outside a home on Kent Street near West Street.
10-year-old Corian Hopkins, 20-year-olds Keon Patterson and Messiah Carpenter, and 22-year-old Quandarius Jones were indicted Tuesday by a Peoria County grand jury. 2 16-year-old boys and 4 17-year-old boys were also charged in June.
An after-prom party turned violent. Peoria County Sheriff Chris Watkins says 48 rounds of gunfire were fired at Valley Lake Center in rural Chillicothe around 1 a.m. Sunday morning.
We begin today with breaking news. 6 people are in the hospital after a mass shooting in Peoria.
That's right. Police say the victims include 4 juveniles and 2 adults. A man and juvenile boy have critical injuries.
Was convicted in December of racketeering conspiracy and 2 murders from 2013. As a result, he will serve life plus 10 years in federal prison for his role in the Peoria gang known as the Bomb Squad. Haywood is the first of 13 members of that gang to be sentenced, 12 of which are pictured here. The rest are set for sentencing over the next couple of years.
Peoria police have arrested a 16-year-old suspect in the
Of a Bradley College student from Chicago. Freshman Najee Murray was killed early Sunday morning at a house party in Peoria. That's near the campus of Bradley University. More than 100 people were at that party. Police also found a male victim in the home.
We suspect a 13-year-old boy shot and killed Aguilar. The 32-year-old was visiting family in Little Village when prosecutors say he became the innocent victim of a drive-by shooting. Now sources tell WGN that police think a 13-year-old boy fired that fatal shot. A police spokesman says detectives presented their case to prosecutors who have asked them to gather more evidence before charges are filed. Yesterday, 19-year-old Armando Lopez faced a judge. He's charged and accused of being the one behind the wheel during that.
Bullets in the Chatham neighborhood on the city's south side. This comes just 24 hours after another child, 6-year-old Aaliyah Shell, was shot while playing on the front porch of her Little Village home.
We cannot lose another child to gun violence. Unfortunate, if they stay silent, this is going to continue to happen.
Chicago's top cop says a simmering feud among rival gangs led to the mass shooting in the city's Back of the Yards neighborhood. One person was there and 4 people wounded when gunfire rang out at 48th and Ada yesterday afternoon. Today, Superintendent David Brown pointed the finger at suspected gang leader Sergio Barron for the increase in violence.
In April, Melina's daughter, 9-year-old Ariana, was killed in a mass shooting.
She was everything to me. She was my little princess. I just don't see how she's not here. Like, that's so hard for me.
Now, a Chicago man has been charged with 1 count of first-degree and 10 counts of attempted.
He was there like nothing, like he didn't care about what he did, like he was just there.
10-year-old Angel Gomez, a documented gang member who's charged with 2 counts of attempted and 2 counts of aggravated battery with a firearm. Investigators say Gomez drove the van carrying the person who opened fire on the plainclothes tactical officers. You see that vehicle right there, using a military-style semi-automatic rifle.
Just learned Chicago police have charged a 17-year-old suspect in the shooting death of a 14-year-old girl back on June 2nd.
Chicago is Fernando Della Torre, and he's a member of the Insane Deuce street gang in Aurora. If he looks a little nervous, it's because at this moment he's got 2 hot handguns in a plastic bag, including a 9mm gun used in a Della Torre's plan, as caught on this undercover videotape, is to throw them into the Fox River. Gang member Orlando Rivera can be heard explaining why.
There's no way once you throw it in the water, there's no way they can recover the fingerprints.
You don't see Rivera on camera because he's working with police, helping with the recording. Rivera takes both weapons from Della Torre, but instead of tossing them into the river, hides them on the bank, where police later recover them and trace them back to 2 unsolved shootings.
Just 40 miles west of Chicago, Aurora, Illinois is a small city with a vibrant economy. New housing developments and businesses, including a floating casino moored along the Riverwalk downtown, all seem to promise a bright future. Gangs have arrived here in the heartland, and a few hundred armed, drug-dealing youths are ripping apart this proud, frightened community. 8 major gangs are waging war in the streets of Aurora. Defending their hoods, gang signs, and honor.
When you say Joliet, it's Joliet. That's the man. This ain't shit jolly about it. This bitch Jolly Rack.
Welcome to Jolly Rack.
So real on birthday, we outside, man. We're live in the trenches, boy.
Birthday eat out.
God.
You out here doing 10-year crimes and you ain't no 10-year nigga. Folks, do some small shit. Do shit for the time that you know you can do. If you a 2-year nigga, do a 2-year crime.
If I knew what I knew now, I would have never been in the streets. You know what I mean? Dead brothers I got, boy, I'm from Motown. First shit I'm exposed to is street shit. So of course I want to be a street nigga growing up. We pushing positivity and love, brother, for sure.
Stop playing with us, that's how I get. This my shit, you come over here and we gonna f*** your bitch ass up. .P.A. M-Block be chasing that shit, folks. Daddy got my brother name and they mouth hot air. Do you? We can do it however you want to. 1, 2, 3, get to blitz. 5, 5, 6, overspending the coast nigga, some bitches and every nigga that's with him. That coast nigga, we know you told on your homie. We know you told on your homie, man. You know how the f you coming, man.
Lucky, hold my soul.
This mic. Wait, oh, fuck Mike. Right here, look. Well, outside right now, finna pull up on us.
Ain't no good.
Been through this thing for 10 minutes. Promotion. We Bless him, man. Break it down, Jolly rap for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? Free bass, free spank, free 30. Hold on. This the ugly corner. This where it get ugly. Low leg action, man. That's my big brother. Y'all know that.
Little big bro. You know what I'm saying? Y'all speak on him. Y'all see what happened last time.
Joliet announcing a major operation to get dangerous suspects off the streets.
It's called Operation Street Sweeper. Police arrested a total of 21 people in a single day.
At least 12 people shot, 2 of them now dead. The shooting occurred at a Halloween party in the backyard of a home along Jackson Street in Joliet Township around midnight.
I seen people in costumes and stuff like that, but that's what I seen. I'm like, what's going on out here? It's kind of unusual. So there was a party last night.
Police say a patrol sergeant heard a dozen gunshots, and once closer to the area, people were seen running for their life.
Brandon Pichardo, Damian Gonzalez, Arubel Martinez, and Efren Garcia all appeared in court today. Police say they approached 2 people who were parked in a driveway and they opened fire.
Death of a West Chicago man has now been ruled a homicide. Alexander Nicholas's body was found in the 600 block of East Forest Avenue.
Jason Brown is the leader of the AHK street gang. Prosecutors say this is him giving $500 to a man he thought would wire the money to an ISIS soldier. That man was really an informant for the feds.
Illinois has long been at the center of America's gang landscape, with Chicago serving as the birthplace or stronghold of some of the nation's most notorious street organizations. But gang violence isn't confined to Chicago alone. From Rockford and Aurora to Joliet, Peoria, DuPage County, and neighborhoods like Little Village and Back of the Yards, law enforcement agencies have spent decades investigating violent crews accused of shootings, drug trafficking, armed robberies, gun-running operations, and organized criminal enterprises. Through federal indictments, state prosecutions, RICO investigations, and coordinated task force operations, authorities have launched some of the largest gang crackdowns in Illinois history. In this video, we examine the major arrests, the investigations behind them, and the stories that reveal how organized street gangs have shaped communities across the Prairie State.
Public service announcement right here, straight to the point.
Only Channel 2 was there as the FBI raided a Marietta apartment complex as they picked up 30 of 32 alleged gang members. The U.S. Attorney's Office says the Gangster Disciples used charitable organizations as fronts for their illegal activity. And according to the indictment, Vancito Gums bragged that he was a hitman for the organization.
Former officer Vancito Gums, he worked as a self-professed hitman for the gang while serving on the DeKalb County Police Force. All 5 men were convicted on charges including racketeering. Deputies in Cherokee County say they've arrested a member of the Gangster Disciples street gang. The Cherokee County Sheriff's Office tells us Hayden Shaw is accused of firing a gun at a gas station in Akron.
District Attorney Fonnie Willis on a 94-page indictment spelling out 220 charges against 26 people alleged to be involved with the drug-rich gang.
They use things like prescription bottles and money symbols, and this is in their jewelry and their tattoos, and we see that present here.
Former Atlanta Falcon is charged in a major human trafficking bust in Gwinnett County. The operation is tied to some of the biggest gangs in the country. A grand jury has charged 8 people, including the ex-player Eric Johnson, with trafficking women for sexual servitude, terrorism, and kidnapping.
Police say they've dismantled a dangerous street gang in Gwinnett County.
That's right. 2 gang bosses, along with several other more gang members, are behind bars tonight.
Since January, Gwinnett County police have arrested more than a dozen members of the 59 Brims.
A gang shootout on neighborhood streets. Now police are cracking down. They've arrested 10 people on 70 felony charges.
Since January, Gwinnett County police have arrested more than a dozen members of the 59 Brims Blood Street Gang, including 29-year-old Wanawan Wanzon, the alleged leader of the Atlanta branch of the gang, and Marlon Smith, the so-called leader of the gang branch in Virginia, North Carolina.
The leader of a serial armed robbery crew has been sentenced to life in prison after violent restaurant robberies across Gwinnett County, all happening in 2017. Demetrius Sims was given 4 consecutive life sentences plus 90
Story tonight at 11. The founder of the Mafia criminal street gang in Middle Georgia was sentenced to the maximum prison term allowed by law for illegally possessing a firearm. 45-year-old Alfonso Clyde will spend the next 15 years behind bars, followed by 3 years of probation.
Officials say there are about 70,000 gang members in the state of Georgia, and they say most of the violent crimes and crimes that involve property are committed by suspects associated with some of these local gangs.
It happened around 2 a.m. at Wings Cafe on Bloomfield Drive. According to a news release, a fight broke out at a club, and then during the fight, 2 people were fatally shot.
The county sheriff's office is looking for 3 men wanted in an early morning armed robbery. Deputies say the men robbed the Waffle House on Chambers Road around 5 this morning.
Bibb County Sheriff David Davis held a news conference announcing the arrest of 33 people in Macon-Bibb.
They've had an operation going on through the month of October, all the way up through last week, called Operation Hidden Eye.
The attack was in retaliation for the rapper entering a rival gang's territory to film a music video.
In the subsequent days, we saw homicides and shootings, and ultimately the deaths of 2 children as a result of his cowardly actions, and you know who you are.
Authorities say a high-ranking member of the GoodFellas gang who was incarcerated orchestrated the attack using a smuggled cell phone.
Cobb and Clayton County investigators and the FBI say they got these 20 dangerous gang members off the streets. They're facing a laundry list of felony charges.
It may seem like I'm trying to help Doug out. I'm not trying to help him out. I don't care nothing about him, what he got going on, nothing. I care about the truth. The truth was, I was going through a phase in my life, and I have put all the blame on him. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he got going on. But y'all got me on the stand, and I'm telling the God honest truth. Leave me out of this.
Georgia, the Peach State, home to one of the busiest airports on earth, a booming film industry, and a capital city that became the beating heart of American hip-hop. But underneath that success story runs a different Georgia. One investigators have been fighting from the suburbs of Gwinnett County to the streets of Macon, from Atlanta's recording studios to the housing complexes where entire crews put down roots. This isn't the story of one gang or one city. It's a journey across the whole state, from the massive RICO case that put Young Thug and YSL at the center of a national debate, to the Piru Bloods who carried a Compton street name all the way into the Deep South, from the 56 gang and drug-rich empires hidden behind suburban shopping centers, to Gran Familia's military-style syndicate, to the Gangster Disciples who turned Chicago roots into a Georgia stronghold, from rolling 60s Crips to 5'9" Brims Bloods, from the LOTTO Gang to the leaders who ran it all until the indictments came down. And on the other side of every one of these stories, the FBI, the sheriff's offices, the district attorneys, and the task forces building cases through wiretaps, ballistics, and Georgia's powerful gang and RICO laws. Operation Tourniquet, Operation Hidden Eye, Operation Clean House, indictment after indictment, arrest after arrest, a relentless back and forth between the people running these networks and the people working to dismantle them. We're going to take you case by case, crew by crew, the rise, the crimes, the courtroom drama, and the sentences that followed. Some of these cases ended in life without parole. Some turned into the longest trials in Georgia history, and some are still unfolding right now. As always, everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. This is Georgia's gang landscape exposed. Let's get into it.
Right now at 6 o'clock, they were a dangerous criminal gang, Jacksonville police say, which investigators have now dismantled with what's called Operation Crown Down. Sheriff Waters and State Attorney Nelson announced the arrest of these 19 suspected gang members.
These 7 men were part of the drug and gang investigation involving JSO, the DEA, and the ATF. The Rolling 20s members and associates face charges ranging from murder to cocaine sale. Now, police made the arrest in 2 phases. The first, 22 members, and then the second phase.
The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has announced a series of successful operations that have led to the arrest and indictment of several gang members involved in criminal activities across the city. These operations, carried out in collaboration with the State Attorney's Office, the U.S. law enforcement agencies, targeted gangs such as the Insane Gangster Disciples, Rollin 20s K4T, Problem Child Entertainment, and the 45th Street Gang. Investigations, which span several months and even years in some cases, resulted in numerous arrests and the seizure of firearms, drugs, and other evidence linking these gangs to various violent and illegal activities. These efforts highlight the commitment of law enforcement to dismantling organized criminal networks and restoring safety to affected communities.
Right now at 6 o'clock, they were a dangerous criminal gang, Jacksonville police say, which investigators have now dismantled with what's called Operation Crown Down. Sheriff Waters and State Attorney Nelson announced the arrest of these 19 suspected gang members.
That the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office arrested 19 members of the insane Gangster Disciples, also known as IGD. Most seriously, the sheriff says one member, Chase Robeson, was responsible for the murder of Devontae Jackson last May. I asked the state attorney about prosecuting all these suspects and if they're convicted, whether they'll remain behind bars.
A 6-month.
It's a bust, and according to investigators, they got a twofer, taking down a violent Liberty City gang and a fraud operation. Among those charged, a rapper known as D30. A poster found in the home features his face and reads, "In 30 we trust."
What's up? It's your boy D30.
Some of his lyrics are about landing on 7 News.
Put him on TV. Yeah, Channel 7.
And that's exactly what's playing out.
Happened right around midnight Saturday outside of the El Moolah banquet hall, which apparently had been rented out for an album release party for rapper ABMG Spitta. Around midnight, when people started walking out of the venue, police say 3 men who had been waiting outside for about 40 minutes in a white Nissan Pathfinder got out and began shooting into the crowd.
And that's indicative of
Police raiding an apartment complex, taking down one of the most dangerous gangs in South Florida. Called
Yellow Tape Gang. That says it all. When do you see a yellow tape up? Aside from today, right? Typically in a crime scene, when somebody's been shot, somebody's been harmed, when there's been a robbery.
Crackdown happening in Miami Gardens, leading to the arrest of 17 suspected gang members, but authorities are still working to track down these 5 men and women.
And now at 5, at least 20 people are behind bars connected to a for-hire plot, trafficking cocaine, and possession of firearms. They were arrested in a sting called Operation Primo, as in Operation Cousin.
Everybody knows their position.
Meanwhile, all at the same time, other teams of marshals with the help of ATF and the state attorney's office were busting other known drug dealers and gang members on the north side of Miami-Dade County.
Gang violence.
Shooting on Wall Street. 2 people. Violent incident.
Sex, money, guns, drugs, and ruthless violence.
Detectives infiltrated 2 drug organizations.
Down on violent crime tonight, a second arrest in last week's shooting at the mall at Millennia. Orlando police say the gunfire is part of a gang feud.
Millions of dollars in stolen property, 25 law enforcement agencies, and a 2-year-long investigation. All of it leads back to Orlando.
Tonight, Orlando police say they have made arrests, but there are more to come.
Gang brawl right in the middle of an intersection. Shots were fired, and now 4 men are behind bars.
In recent years, Central Florida has seen
Shopping plaza in Port St. Lucie, mainly just mom and pop shops, a popular donut shop. But what I want to show you is among all of these legitimate businesses, right behind this fence here, police say that house was selling dangerous illicit drugs. It was raided last month, but it wasn't until last night that police say they found the person they believe to be responsible. Psilocybin mushrooms, bags stuffed full of marijuana, $12,000 cash, a loaded handgun, and a ski mask. All seen in this photo taken by a Port St. Lucie police detective following what started as a routine traffic
3
stop.
people are facing charges in Port St. Lucie, accused in a weekend shooting that police say involved rival biker clubs. The victim died early Sunday morning after he crashed his bike.
Port St. Lucie sits on Florida's Treasure Coast with a story that's bigger than any single headline. Built as a planned community during Florida's post-war boom, the city was incorporated in 1961 and expanded fast as new neighborhoods, highways, and migration reshaped what used to be Quiet River and Pine Land into one of the region's major population centers. It's also a place with bright, mainstream landmarks. Clover Park, the spring training home of the New York Mets, puts the city on the national sports map every year. Port St. Lucie has been tied to recognizable names across music and sports, proof that talent can come from anywhere, including a city most people only learn about when something goes wrong. A growing city balancing opportunity and pressure, where law enforcement says guns, drugs, And rivalries can turn ordinary nights, traffic stops, bar disputes, even a ride home into life-changing cases. The
Psilocybin mushrooms, bags stuffed full of marijuana, $12,000 cash, a loaded handgun, and a ski mask. All seen in this photo taken by a Port St. Lucie police detective following what started as a routine traffic stop.
Well, my reaction isn't really that strong because I'm used to seeing it, but obvious reasons why you would have those two items would be to conduct nefarious activities.
The stop led to the arrest of 3 suspects, including 20-year-old Samuel Content and 27-year-old Dante Anderson. According to police, both are documented members of the notorious LA street gang known as the Bloods. Content has been the target of a nearly month-long investigation after residents noticed an unusual amount of traffic going in and out of a house off Bayshore Boulevard. Gang-fueled crime may not be as commonly talked about in Port St. Lucie, but officers say that doesn't mean it's not happening.
Likely gang members are now facing federal indictments thanks to Operation Bluecast.
This morning's operation was swift and it was precise.
The Sheriff's Office will admit 7 may not seem like much, but this is big. These 7, they say, are some of the worst. Gang members that other gang members look up to. So they are sending the message to the others. No one is untouchable.
Deputies also just arrested 3 known gang members in Plant City. Investigators say they first found 18-year-old Jamil Callens, who's wanted for illegally having a gun.
Accused of being part of what prosecutors call a white supremacist gang. Investigators say the gang is responsible for violent crime.
New tonight, 9 suspected gang members are now behind bars. Tampa police detectives arresting these men early this morning after a 3-year-long investigation.
6 ruthless, violent, and widespread. That's how federal authorities are describing suspected gang members from Hillsborough County who are all now facing charges.
Hillsborough.
The 5 men St. Petersburg police say are involved in this shooting Sunday outside Sonic Sports Bar and Lounge have now all been charged. Investigators say the YGs live in homes and drive cars that are registered in rapper Rodarius Green, aka Rod Wave's name, including the car they fled in Sunday night.
Drugs, money, and guns. The lyrics of this rap video were more than just for show. They depicted a lifestyle. It's these music videos shared with us by the U.S. Attorney's Office that helped land these 4 men behind bars. Cortez Hogabook, Javante Harris, Christian Brown, and Tory McLaurin. The U.S. Attorney's Office, Middle District of Florida, says the 4 were all members of Bag Talk Entertainment, dubbed BTE. Investigators say the group peddled drugs out of homes around Pinellas County.
On 29th, St. Pete police say 15-year-old Zeke Curo Lofton was walking near the gas station on 9th and 16th Street around 9 p.m. According to a search warrant, 3 shooters began firing at Lofton. Detectives found 23 shell casings. Authorities arrested 2 teens, 18-year-old David Moore and 17-year-old Deontay Bishop.
Officers say 18-year-old Antoine Jones heard gunshots, so he walked out of his home and started shooting.
He heard gunshots, so he decided to come out and he just shot in that direction.
2 innocent victims were caught in the gunfire.
Tonight we know a fiery crash in St. Petersburg this weekend was actually a homicide. That's according to investigators. There is now a $5,000 reward available for details in the death of Demond Perry.
Right here. That's just a start. That's just a start. Because we know where they work, we know where they do their business, we know who they are, and we know where they live. And the message to them is, we are coming after you with every ounce of resource that we have. We're going to take you out of these neighborhoods, and we're going to put you in jail. We were able to take some very, very dangerous people off of the streets and out of the neighborhoods.
Sheriff Rick Bradshaw is talking about 8 men accused of being members of the ZMF and 042 gangs. Men who were in court this morning facing charges of attempted first-degree.
The people in the community is they can breathe a little bit easier and a sigh of relief that this cancer is not in their neighborhoods anymore.
The sheriff's office says the gang, which was previously named the Haitian Boys, has operated in Palm Beach County from Lake Park to West Palm Beach since 2011. and is made up of adults and juveniles. The sheriff's office claims the gang is involved in more than 50 shootings and numerous criminal and violent acts throughout the county.
Exactly. West Palm Beach police and prosecutors say they've just taken down a major violent organized drug gang that they say operated right there in the 4th Street and Tamarind Avenue area in plain sight of the courthouse windows.
Florida is known for its beaches, theme parks, nightlife, and year-round sunshine. But beyond the tourist attractions and palm trees, law enforcement agencies across the state are fighting a different battle. One against street gangs, prison gangs, outlaw motorcycle clubs, drug trafficking organizations, and violent criminal networks operating in cities large and small. From Miami and Jacksonville to Orlando, Tampa, St. Petersburg, and West Palm Beach, investigators have spent years targeting gangs accused of shootings, drug trafficking, robberies, racketeering, fraud schemes, and organized violence. In this video, we're breaking down some of the biggest gang arrests, indictments, federal raids, and criminal investigations from across the state of Florida. These are the stories behind the headlines and the operations that expose the hidden criminal networks operating throughout the Sunshine State.
Gang bust in South Miami.
10 states, coast to coast, and the same fight playing out in every one of them. From Atlanta to Compton, from West Baltimore to the Texas border, from Chicago's South Side to the streets of New Orleans, this is the story of how American law enforcement went after organized street gangs and what they found when they did. Tonight, we're covering all of it. Georgia, where a RICO case against one of rap's biggest labels turned into the longest trial in state history. Maryland, where a correctional officer ran a Crips set from inside the prison he was paid to guard. Missouri, where 2 rappers allegedly merged 5 separate crews into a single Fendi empire. Ohio, where a historic federal case tied one Columbus gang to 14 unsolved deletions and another to the death of a 7-year-old boy. New York, where Bloods, Crips, Trinitarios, MS-13, and Tren de Aragua all operate in the same city. Louisiana, Illinois, Florida, California, and Texas, where prison gangs, cartel connections, and outlaw motorcycle clubs turned entire regions into federal targets. What ties them together isn't geography, it's method. Wiretaps, surveillance, confidential informants, years of patient work compressed into a single morning of warrants. And over, the same twist. The social media posts and music videos built to project power became the evidence that put people away. Everything here is drawn from court records, federal indictments, and law enforcement statements. These are allegations unless a conviction is noted, and everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Let's get into it.
Richmond police say the young men pointing guns in this YouTube video are violent street gang members.
A lifestyle that these folks were actually living, toting guns and committing crimes.
They're accused of 3 Richmond, including that of 18-year-old Nico Martinez, who was walking home from work last September, as well as 14 attempted 2 carjackings, 1 home invasion robbery, 6 armed robberies, and 4 home burglaries. This surveillance video of a Fremont home invasion was one of the first pieces in the puzzle. Over 18 months, the Contra Costa FBI Violent Crimes Safe Streets Task Force linked 8 members of the Swerve team, several who were already in custody for a string of violent East Bay home invasions, to all of these additional crimes now charged. The Contra Costa County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab used a federal database that includes pictures of shell casings to connect the remaining puzzle pieces. One of the suspects, Mariko Williams, was a member of the Richmond Office of Neighborhood Safety, a program that pays members a stipend in part to turn their lives around.
2017, law enforcement announced the arrest of several members of the Swerve team, a North Richmond street gang tied to a violent 18-month crime spree that spread across multiple East Bay communities. The operation, involving Richmond police, the FBI, and other local agencies, uncovered a gang connected to 3 deletions, at least 14 attempted deletions, and a long list of armed robberies, carjackings, and home invasions. Investigators said the gang's violence reached far beyond Richmond's borders. One of the victims was 18-year-old Otilio Nico Martinez, who was gunned down in a barrage of 67 shots while walking home. An innocent bystander caught in a storm of gunfire. Another incident involved a 70-year-old school board member in Orinda, shot at in her driveway and pistol whipped during a robbery, while a separate shootout at the Willow Shopping Center in Concord sent bullets flying into nearby restaurants. Authorities called it one of the most dangerous crime waves to hit the Bay Area in recent memory. The investigation began when a Richmond detective recognized a known Swerve team member in surveillance footage from an armed home invasion in Fremont. That clue unraveled a much larger web of violence. Over the following months, police tied the gang to shootings in multiple cities, freeway gun battles, and robberies involving stolen vehicles. Members flaunted their crimes online through homemade rap videos showing themselves armed with pistols and assault rifles, footage that later became crucial evidence. By the summer of 2017, 7 members were in custody, with one more facing a $24 million arrest warrant. Among those charged were Marico Williams, Torian Young, and Cardell Waters, whose cases would become central to the prosecution. The Contra Costa District Attorney's Office accused them of participating in a conspiracy that left 3 men, Dedim Elvin James, Otilio Martinez, and Maxim Biswas, and several others wounded. After years of investigation and courtroom battles, 2 of the gang's most violent members were finally convicted. In 2022, Marico Williams was found guilty of conspiracy to commit deletion, 2 counts of deletion, multiple attempted deletions, assaults with a firearm, robberies, burglaries, and carjackings. He faces multiple sentences of 25 years to life. Torian Young was convicted of conspiracy to commit deletion, 2 deletions, 4 attempted deletions, and related firearm charges. Cardell Waters was found guilty of conspiracy to possess an illegal firearm, though the jury deadlocked on his remaining counts. The trial lasted nearly 8 months and involved hundreds of exhibits, ballistic reports, and digital evidence. Investigators testified that Swerve Team's ambition went beyond local turf. They wanted dominance, status, and fear across the East Bay. Their downfall came through wiretaps, cell site data, and their own videos flaunting weapons and cash.
Costa County law enforcement officials, along with the FBI, announced the arrests of 8 suspected violent gang members today. As ABC 7 News reporter Melanie Woodrow explains, this is just the latest success for this local task force.
Guns, drugs, and gang paraphernalia. This is what Contra Costa County law enforcement officials, along with the FBI, say they seized in late October after serving 11 search warrants. They arrested 8 suspected gang members. It was all part of Operation Clap It Out, named after the gang the operation targeted.
The takedown is exactly what the FBI Safe Streets program is all about.
This past August, the FBI Safe Streets Task Force also announced the arrest of a violent Richmond street gang called the Swerve Team. And in May, the same task force announced cameras on Bay Area freeways following multiple highway shootings.
Contra Costa County law enforcement, working alongside the FBI, announced a major sweep targeting members of a violent street gang in an operation code named Clap It Out. The coordinated takedown led to the arrest of 8 suspected gang members, marking what officials described as a major blow to a group accused of wreaking havoc across multiple Bay Area communities. These arrests mark a successful and significant disruption of a violent neighborhood gang whose associates have allegedly committed serious criminal acts including burglaries, public shootings, pimping across California, and even deletion, which includes the tragic death of an innocent bystander, said District Attorney Diana Beckton during a press briefing. The operation, carried out in late October, involved 11 search warrants executed across Contra Costa County. Law enforcement recovered a cache of guns, drugs, and gang paraphernalia.
This is a case that has impact. People in the city of Richmond and the Bay Area should not live in fear.
Today, the FBI and Richmond police announced the names of these suspects, 4 behind bars, 2 still at large, linked to a violent criminal network called the Manor Boys. These are photos of associates of the Manor Boys. The task force is investigating and say more arrests will be happening soon.
I give a warning to the other ones out there that you better start looking over your shoulder because they're coming.
The Manor Boys' crime spree spans throughout the Bay Area in Richmond, El Sobrante, Oakland, Antioch, and Sacramento. The Manor Boys' violent crime spree dating back to July of 2016 to the most recent, May of this year. Discovery Bay woman Alexandria Schweitzer in Richmond. A 15-year-old was arrested this week in connection with her, and 21-year-old Terry Watts is still at large.
Two ongoing investigations led by Richmond Police, the Contra Costa District Attorney's Office, and the FBI San Francisco office have resulted in the arrests of half a dozen individuals connected to a series of crimes, including authorities announced on Wednesday. During a press conference at Richmond Police Headquarters, officials provided limited details regarding Operation Crescent Moon and Operation Big Houses, both focused on the Manor Boys gang. These investigations were initiated by the FBI's Safe Streets Task Force and supported by the District Attorney's Office. The recent arrests follow months of legal challenges, including 2 failed prosecutions involving alleged Manor Boys members who were implicated in a Vallejo deletion and at least 2 conspiracies to commit. Law enforcement officials executed warrants at 7 locations in Richmond, El Sobrante, Antioch, Oakland, and Sacramento. Among those arrested were 18-year-old Daryl Vaughn Waters, suspected of illegal firearms possession, 18-year-old David Jones, arrested on charges of robbery and illegal firearms possession, and 23-year-old Deshaun Ford, taken into custody for a probation violation. Officers recovered 3 firearms, along with cash, narcotics, and evidence of credit card fraud, bringing the total number of seized guns to 11. In May, an alleged Manor Boys associate, DeJuan Rice, was indicted on 2 counts of deletion. Authorities say the Manor Boys gang has been active in West Contra Costa for several years and has ongoing rivalries with other Richmond area gangs such as Deep Sea, Easter Hill, and North Richmond gangs. The gang's name comes from an apartment complex in Richmond formerly called Kennedy Manor, now known as Monterey Pine. In 2016, 5 alleged members of the Manor Boys were indicted on charges of conspiracy, deletion, and weapons offenses following a wiretap investigation. However, the case faced setbacks, with 3 defendants being acquitted of conspiracy and deletion charges against 2 others being dismissed after it was revealed that a prosecutor had misled grand jurors with an inaccurate question.
Several members.
The Richmond Police Department, state parole officials, DEA, and FBI began investigating the Deep Sea Gang in October of last year because of an increase in shootings and street-level violence. Throughout the investigation, law enforcement officials conducted over 100 undercover purchases of from people arrested in connection with this operation. Now, many or all of the people arrested today are suspected to be members of the Deep Sea Gang, a gang known to law enforcement for drug trafficking and violence.
Many of the individuals that we're attempting to contact and apprehend right now are already indicted for crimes that have been witnessed and, in some cases, videotaped.
Police became aware of the Deep Sea Gang about 2 years ago. The C stands for Central, since they are primarily in central Richmond around the 4th Street Park. An investigation began following an increase in shootings and street-level violence between North and Central Richmond.
With gunplay heating up and Richmond rattled by a wave of daylight shootings, law enforcement launched a major wiretap operation that ultimately led to 23 arrests. The investigation, codenamed Operation Exodus, was the result of cooperation between the DEA, Richmond Police, and the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office. Authorized by a federal judge, investigators tapped multiple cellular and landline phones linked to members of Deep Sea, a long-standing Richmond street gang accused of fueling much of the city's violence. Over the course of 2 months, authorities say they prevented several planned shootings and seized 17 handguns along with $11,400 in cash. Prosecutors emphasized that the operation prevented people from being deleted or shot, intercepting conversations where gang leaders issued direct orders to commit deletions. The wiretaps revealed chilling details: plots of drive-by shootings, retaliatory ambushes, and discussions about arming up for conflicts sparked by social media insults. Police acted swiftly on the intelligence, staging raids, making car stops, and thwarting multiple assassination attempts. In one instance, officers pursued a car believed to be en route to a drive-by. Spike strips on Highway 37 ended the chase, and the suspects were arrested before shots could be fired. Among the 23 arrested, 12 defendants were charged with conspiracy to commit deletion, while others faced gun and narcotics charges. One of those defendants, Todd Gillard, allegedly directed attacks by phone from jail. Another, Ronell Robinson, had previously been tied to earlier deep-sea prosecutions for attempted deletion. The group's power base centered in Richmond's Pullman Point housing complex, and investigators say intra-neighborhood rivalries and personal beefs, not drugs, were driving the escalating violence. The arrest came after several high-profile incidents that shook Richmond in early 2016. The demise of Lincoln Player, a beloved 21-year-old community worker, a deadly shooting outside the Richmond BART station, a gun battle that struck a 1-year-old child, and the broad daylight demise of DeMaria Young at a city-funded job training program. Each event heightened urgency. In what authorities described as a takedown of a new generation of North Richmond gangsters, federal and state agents arrested 8 Bay Area residents on charges ranging from robbery and gun possession to conspiracy to commit deletions. The 25-count felony complaint outlined a trail of brazen violence, including an attempted deletion in which over 50 rounds were fired at a rival from central Richmond, and a home invasion robbery in Concord where tens of thousands of dollars in cash, jewelry, and luxury items were stolen. The gang, known as Jet Life, was described by investigators as the latest crew to emerge from North Richmond, a small, unincorporated community of about 5,000 residents. Over the decades, this area has seen various street cliques rise and fall, from the Project Trojans to the Swerve Team, each leaving behind a legacy of violence. Jet Life's formation marked a continuation of that pattern, fueled by long-standing rivalries with central Richmond groups like Deep Sea. On March 21st, police alleged that Jones, Hunt, Colbert Matty, and Maddox fired 4 different guns during a shootout with rivals from a Crescent Park gang, striking 1 target. Investigators linked one of the weapons to a previous shooting in November, when 3 guns were used to fire 50 rounds at a Deep Sea member. 2 weeks later, on April 4th, Colbert Matty, Jones, LaPierre, My Precious Matty, and other conspirators allegedly carried out a home invasion in Concord. Wearing ski masks and carrying firearms, they stormed a residence, making off with $20,000 in cash, a Rolex watch, a gun, a brand new Chevy Silverado, and several pieces of jewelry. Shortly after, David Godfrey reportedly displayed the stolen items on social media. During follow-up searches, police recovered an assault weapon used in the March 21st shooting from the home of Maddox's 15-year-old girlfriend. Authorities also seized other firearms, including handguns and extended magazines, during raids in Richmond, Concord, and Walnut Creek. Investigators said they were able to connect multiple crimes across these cities, building a case that tied the same group to several violent incidents. Officials described Jet Life as an ambitious and reckless crew, one that relied on social media clout as much as street reputation. Detectives said the gang's members often recorded themselves flashing stolen items online, unintentionally helping investigators piece together the timeline of their crimes. In a major multi-agency raid, about 200 federal and local law enforcement officers swept into North Richmond, California, targeting one of the region's most violent street gangs. Law officers executed a coordinated series of 12 federal arrest warrants and 14 search warrants across the community. A helicopter hovered overhead as FBI SWAT teams, sheriff's deputies, and Richmond police deployed flashbang grenades and made arrests in the 5th and Market Street area, known as a hub for drug sales, shootings, and gang violence. Authorities say the gang under investigation is the Project Trojans. According to investigators, the group maintains roughly 300 members and associates and has long controlled large portions of the drug trade in North Richmond. One official noted that nearly 90% of homicides and attempted deletions between 1991 and 2004 in the area were linked to the Project Trojans. The raid comes days after a separate March operation that indicted 15 alleged gang members on charges of trafficking, cocaine, and methamphetamine. During the sweep, police recovered drugs, numerous firearms, drugs, and gang paraphernalia. A sheriff's lieutenant said the operation was part of a larger effort. Our goal is to take the violence out of North Richmond. FBI officials described the action as part of their Safe Streets Task Force mission, disrupting entrenched violent groups whose crimes spill across jurisdictions. Although many suspects were arrested on state charges, at least 6 face federal drug and gang-related counts. Before dawn, the quiet streets of southeast Richmond were suddenly filled with flashing lights and armored vehicles. Federal agents, immigration officers, and local police moved in on a small single-family home on Monterey Street, ending a 6-month investigation that authorities say stopped one of the world's most violent street gangs from tightening its grip on the Bay Area. Inside, officers arrested a 33-year-old man identified as a high-ranking leader of MS-13, the Los Angeles-based organization known for its brutality and military-style discipline. The suspect, who had recently relocated from San Francisco to Richmond, was believed to be directing operations in the East Bay. Since his arrival, police say MS-13 members had been linked to 3 deletions and several shootings, as the gang attempted to carve out new territory and intimidate rival groups. During the raid, officers recovered a loaded shotgun and a handgun. At 2 additional locations, no other members were found, though investigators said the gang's network extended across the Bay Area. A police dog team was deployed after a pit bull charged officers at the door. No agents were seriously injured. Witnesses described a dramatic scene as roughly 30 heavily armed officers surrounded the quiet residential block. Neighbors, startled awake, watched from porches and windows as the raid unfolded. They kept to themselves, one resident said. They had dogs out front all the time, but they never talked to anyone. Police described the man as a shot caller, a senior figure in the MS-13 hierarchy, with a prior record for assault with a deadly weapon and firearms offenses. Authorities said he was arrested on federal immigration violations, but may face additional charges tied to gang-related murders and assaults. According to Richmond Police Lieutenant Mark Gagin, the operation was part of a broader effort to prevent MS-13 from taking root in Northern California. The MS-13 has established itself as a very violent gang, he said. They're starting to get a foothold in the Bay Area, and several of the people we targeted are implicated in murders and assaults with deadly weapons. Investigators believe the surge in violence stemmed from an ongoing feud between MS-13 and a rival Serrano-affiliated group known as RST, Richmond Serrano 13. The conflict marked the first time local law enforcement realized that MS-13 had begun expanding its presence into Richmond. We were surprised to learn we had multiple MS-13 members living here, Gagin admitted. This was a safe base for them while they committed crimes throughout the Bay Area. Authorities said the takedown targeted the upper levels of the gang's regional leadership. When you dismantle a gang, you have to start at the top, Gagin said. You go after the ones calling the shots. For Richmond, the raid was a wake-up call. It showed how easily global criminal networks can infiltrate local communities and how a quiet suburban block can suddenly become a front line in an international gang war. A violent chain of events that began on a busy stretch of Interstate 80 ended with a plea deal and a 36-year prison sentence for one Richmond area gang member and 2 deaths tied to the same circle of friends. Prosecutors say the case traces back to 2017, when a man named DeMarcus Doss was shot and met his demise while sitting in traffic with his girlfriend. Investigators allege that a car pulled alongside theirs and opened fire without warning. Doss shielded his girlfriend with his body, taking multiple bullets before dying at the scene. The shooters were identified as 3 young men from Richmond's Parchester Village neighborhood: Elliot John Henry Johnson, Brian Jamari Anderson, and Lonnie Hopkins Jr. Johnson was accused of driving the vehicle, while Anderson was alleged to be the gunman. Hopkins later accepted a plea deal in 2019, admitting to voluntary manslaughter in exchange for a 13-year sentence. But the violence didn't end with their arrests. In 2020, while housed together in the Martinez detention facility, Johnson and Anderson allegedly beat another inmate, Lovell Williams, during a brutal assault that left him with a broken jaw. Williams died a day later during surgery. Authorities said the 2 men had somehow bypassed their cell locks before launching the attack. A beating Anderson later appeared to admit was pre-planned during a recorded jail call. Johnson eventually accepted a plea agreement that closed both cases. He pleaded no contest to 2 counts of voluntary manslaughter, 1 count of conspiracy, and multiple enhancements, including the use of weapons and participation in gang activity. In exchange, prosecutors dropped the 2 open murder charges. The plea carries a 36-year prison term, though Johnson must still face formal sentencing. During court proceedings, prosecutors outlined other violent episodes inside the jail. In May 2019, Johnson and Anderson were caught with a homemade knife hidden in their cell. The following month, they attacked another inmate, breaking his nose and causing a concussion. Johnson admitted involvement in those incidents as part of his plea. Anderson, identified by police as the shooter in the Interstate 80 demise, continues to face 2 active deletion charges. Because he was 17 years old at the time of the freeway shooting, his case has been transferred back to juvenile court, with the possibility of being retried in adult court depending on the judge's decision. Authorities say all 3 men, Johnson, Anderson, and Hopkins, were connected to a small Richmond area gang operating out of Parchester Village, a tight-knit but often turbulent neighborhood, long marked by rivalries and cycles of retaliation. For the family of DeMarcus Doss, prosecutors said, the plea deal brought some measure of closure. Doss was remembered as a young man who died protecting someone he loved, a hero caught in the crossfire of a senseless feud that stretched from the streets to the jailhouse.
Serious criminal gang activity with a history of gun violence, impacting Stockton.
A major gang sweep in Stockton tonight, 2 years in the making, and also nearly 24 people are behind bars, including a correctional officer.
Investigators seized a number of weapons and drugs during a citywide raid yesterday.
23 people are behind bars tonight for possession of narcotics, conspiracy, theft, promoting gang activity. The list goes on, and the tally, more than 60 felony charges.
This was an outstanding operation to dismantle a very violent gang in Stockton.
For the last 2 years, Stockton Police Department has had its eye on the North Side Gangster Crips. Police Chief Eric Jones says he called on several agencies to join Operation Blue Storm, the effort to take down the gang.
That the North Side Gangster Crips were involved in at least 4 shooting incidents that would have otherwise have gone possibly unreported and unsolved.
The operation came to a head on Wednesday after a round of raids throughout the city.
And all I heard is boom. Police, police.
This man says officers rushed into his home early in the morning.
They said we're looking for guns and weapons.
Officers made 15 additional stops throughout the city. 12 people were arrested in Stockton, but the search didn't end there.
These subjects were then driving to Nevada and selling the narcotics at a much higher price than could be sold for in Stockton.
Nearly 200 miles away, investigators found more drugs and guns in Reno and arrested 11 more people. The investigation uncovered the alleged involvement of a San Joaquin County correctional officer, 31-year-old Ashley Johnson.
And because she was arrested for felony charges, her employment with the sheriff's office was terminated, and we were very disheartened at that activity.
Johnson faces various narcotics and conspiracy charges. Her connection to the gang is still under investigation.
The North Side Gangster Crips is a long-standing criminal street gang originating in Stockton, California. Affiliated with the Crips and known for wearing the color blue, the North Side Gangster Crips has maintained a significant presence in Stockton, with law enforcement documenting nearly 200 members over the years. The gang is widely recognized as one of the city's most violent groups, engaging in various criminal activities. The North Side Gangster Crips' violent history was well known to local authorities even before 2017. Stockton Police Chief Eric Jones highlighted the gang's involvement in numerous shootings. One notable incident occurred in 2007 when a shootout at a house party involving NSGC members resulted in 1 deletion and multiple injuries. Despite community programs aimed at reducing gang violence, the North Side Gangster Crips remained active, contributing significantly to Stockton's crime rates. In late 2015, law enforcement initiated Operation Blue Storm, a multi-agency investigation targeting the North Side Gangster Crips as part of Stockton's broader Operation Ceasefire strategy. This unified effort aimed to curb violence by focusing on the small group responsible for most of the city's gun crimes. When repeated warnings failed, authorities launched an 18-month investigation involving federal, state, and local agencies. The investigation revealed a drug and gun trafficking operation between Stockton and Reno, Nevada. Gang members transported drugs from Stockton to Reno for higher profits. They used the proceeds to purchase firearms in Nevada, where gun laws were less stringent. then smuggled the weapons back to Stockton. The operation combined surveillance, undercover buys, informants, and forensic analysis, connecting the North Side Gangster Crips to several previously unsolved shootings. On April 12, 2017, Operation Blue Storm culminated in coordinated raids in Stockton and Reno, leading to the indictment and arrest of 23 individuals, including the North Side Gangster Crips members and associates. The broad sweep dismantled the gang's network and leadership. The charges included conspiracy, drug trafficking, illegal weapons sales, participation in a criminal street gang, and various violent offenses. Among those arrested were high-ranking members like Rothel Satchel and Lamont Harper, who managed the gang's Reno operations. Authorities also apprehended a San Joaquin County correctional officer, Ashley Johnson, who allegedly collaborated with the gang, showcasing how the North Side Gangster Crips had infiltrated law enforcement. The wide-reaching indictments aimed to neutralize not only the shooters and gang leaders, but also their enablers. Collectively, the defendants faced over 60 felony counts, with some individuals tied to specific violent incidents. The legal strategy included leveraging evidence and potentially flipping lower-level suspects into cooperating witnesses to strengthen the cases against top leaders. The 2017 takedown significantly disrupted NSGC's operations, marking a critical step in Stockton's efforts to reduce gang violence and restore community safety. 13 members of the East Side Crips, a Stockton-based street gang, have been arrested following a months-long investigation led by the Stockton Police Department in collaboration with the California Department of Justice and the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office. The investigation, which began in January, uncovered the gang's involvement in a range of serious criminal activities in Stockton, including deletion, attempted deletion, assault with a deadly weapon, illegal weapon trafficking, and human trafficking. Law enforcement officers executed search warrants at 10 different locations across Stockton. The operation resulted in the seizure of 8 firearms and various drugs. We want to send a clear message to those who choose to engage in violence in our community, said Stockton Police Chief Eric Jones.
An innocent gathering of friends down this quiet street in East Stockton on Friday, September 29, 2017, turned into a murder scene. 18-year-old Brianna Ballesteros was in a car waiting for her boyfriend when she was shot.
Era muy buena niña, la verdad.
She said, "My daughter was a very nice young woman, smart and caring. She had her whole life ahead of her."
The police department there say that they've arrested 10 gang members connected to several in that area. Police say the 10 suspects are members of a gang that has been identified as the East Oak Street Norteños. The crimes in this investigation date back all the way to August of 2017.
A 9-month investigation into the East Oak Street Norteños, a new subset of the long-standing Norteño gang, resulted in the arrests of nearly a dozen individuals linked to multiple deletions, shootings, and other crimes in Stockton and San Joaquin County. During the course of the investigation, officers recovered weapons, narcotics, and evidence connecting the suspects to a series of violent incidents. The investigation, which began in August 2017, aimed to address rising violence in the region, including 3 unsolved deletions. The East Oak Street Norteños, an offshoot of a gang with roots in Stockton since the 1970s, had been on law enforcement's radar for the past year and a half, according to Officer Joseph Silva of the Stockton Police Department. New data-driven tactics were pivotal in identifying and apprehending the suspects, contributing to the arrests of 10 alleged gang members on charges ranging from deletion to possession of weapons, drugs, and stolen property. Among the most significant cases solved during the investigation were 60-year-old Neftali Gonzalez Castaneda, 18-year-old Brianna Ballesteros, and 19-year-old Daniel Ibarra. Ballesteros, an honors student who had recently graduated from Cesar Chavez High School, met her demise while waiting in her car to pick up her boyfriend. Ibarra was shot while in the back seat of a truck near Wilson Way and Anderson Street, with the driver and another passenger critically wounded but surviving. The Stockton Police Department emphasized that these arrests demonstrate the effectiveness of targeted investigations and advanced data analytics in curbing gang violence. Officer Silva stated, "These arrests are a direct result of our commitment to keeping Stockton safe.
More than 50 people were arrested in Stockton in an operation against the Norteño Street Gang. The California Department of Justice says the operation got underway in August. They were targeting the gang's suspected criminal activities, including attempted robbery, controlled substances, and firearms.
In 2019, Stockton, California, became the focus of a large-scale law enforcement initiative known as Operation Red Ruins, targeting violent subsets of the Norteño Street Gang. The operation was launched in response to a spike in gang-related violence in Stockton, with incidents ranging from shootings and attempted deletions to armed robberies. One particularly alarming case involved a 10-year-old girl who was injured by stray gunfire while playing in her backyard. The operation resulted in the arrest of 50 individuals connected to the Norteño Gang. Those apprehended faced an array of felony charges. During coordinated raids, law enforcement officers seized 42 firearms, including 8 assault weapons, and confiscated 25 pounds of illegal drugs. Chief Jones emphasized that the operation had disrupted the very foundations of the gang's criminal infrastructure, providing a sense of relief to a community long plagued by gang violence.
Based upon documented shootings and attempted which occurred in 2015. The agencies initiated a collaborative effort to A, identify those gang members and associates most likely to participate in or carry out the next violent crimes. B, dismantle and disrupt sources of income for the street gang, such as prostitution, human trafficking, credit card fraud, and drug trafficking. And C, dismantle and or disrupt the leadership and influential members belonging to the Westside Bloods and Taliban criminal street gangs.
Operation Bloodline was launched in response to a sharp rise in gang-related violence in Stockton, California. In 2015, the city witnessed a dramatic surge in violent crimes, including a troubling increase in deletions. The escalation of violence was primarily attributed to the activities of 2 notorious street gangs, the Westside Bloods and the Taliban Gang. These gangs were involved in a range of criminal activities, including illegal firearms trafficking, armed robberies, drug distribution, and violent assaults. A particularly shocking incident, a triple deletion, highlighted the urgent need for a robust law enforcement response. The violent rivalry between the Westside Bloods and the Taliban Gang had created an atmosphere of fear in Stockton's neighborhoods. These gangs were notorious for drive-by shootings, targeted assaults, and the illegal sale of firearms and narcotics. California Attorney General Kamala Harris emphasized the severity of the situation, stating that gang members had terrorized the Stockton community and escalated violence and the proliferation of illegal guns in the city.
A Stockton special education teacher and baseball coach was shot on Friday as he was waiting to have lunch with his fiancée. KCRA3's Kay Reseed spoke with Mark Scott's fiancée and shares his family's fight for justice.
Hey, what happened?
Mark Scott was the boy next door with a magnetic smile.
He has like this infectious smile, like who is he? And I remember we met one day and we just hit it off.
A man, father, fiance, and educator who Alyssa Henderson says was her soulmate.
Displayed on a table, assault weapons, handguns, and ghost guns. 58 firearms in all, representing deadly gun violence in what law enforcement dubbed Operation Hybrid Havoc Takedown.
While we cannot take away the grief and loss the Stockton community has felt as a result of these horrific crimes, we can bring to account the people who committed them.
90 arrests were made, 3 arrested for 2 separate as part of a multi-agency operation that began in January.
Yeah, well, out of this today, there were 2 arrests made and 2 homicides solved. One of those, Mark Scott, the Edison High School baseball coach who was in February. You might remember that story. This is something that the California Attorney General said doesn't erase the pain that the Stockton community has felt, not just from that loss, but from other violent crimes, but it does hold those responsible accountable.
Summer's here. Kids can play in the park. We're giving them back.
Stockton streets have fewer criminals on them today if you ask city, county, and state leaders.
California Department of Justice, Stockton Police Department, and San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office announced the results of Operation Hybrid Havoc Takedown, a months-long joint investigation aimed at dismantling criminal street gangs in Stockton, California. The operation began in January 2022, targeting gangs responsible for a series of violent crimes, including at least 2 deletions. The operation resulted in the arrest of 90 individuals and the seizure of a substantial amount of illegal items. Law enforcement confiscated 58 firearms, including 12 ghost guns and 10 assault weapons. Authorities also seized $23,000 in cash along with a variety of dues. Attorney General Rob Bonnet praised the collaborative efforts of the involved agencies, highlighting the significance of the operation in enhancing public safety. Among those arrested were Damian Cook, 18, and a 15-year-old boy for their roles in a gang-related shooting on January 23, 2022, in the 1800 block of Platte Road. Cook was also charged for involvement in another gang-related shooting on February 25, 2022, in the 400 block of East Flora Street. Additionally, 35-year-old Antonio Thomason was arrested for a deletion that occurred on February 11, 2022, in the 8000 block of North El Dorado Street. In another case, 30-year-old Antonio Hoskins and 38-year-old Roberta Howard were arrested for a deletion that took place on May 15, 2022, in the 8100 block of West Lane. The operation also led to the arrest of several individuals for conspiracy and firearms-related crimes. Butler was arrested for his role in a gang-related shooting on March 20, 2022, in the 100 block of Gateway Court, and for conspiracy to commit another gang-related shooting alongside Harris.
A months-long gang sweep in Stockton leads to more than 30 arrests. Police dubbed it Operation Kryptonite Takedown. After serving 55 search warrants, investigators arrested 34 suspected gang members. Charges range from assault to gun trafficking to EDD fraud.
On October 15, 2020, the Stockton Police Department announced the results of Operation Kryptonite, a collaborative effort to combat street gang activity in Stockton, California. The operation was launched in response to a significant increase in violent crime involving documented street gang members between 2018 and 2020. During the investigation, law enforcement officials executed 55 search warrants, resulting in 34 arrests for various criminal violations. Authorities recovered 38 firearms, seized approximately $40,000 in cash, and confiscated various drugs. Several significant arrests were made during Operation Kryptonite. Authorities found 21 firearms in their vehicle during the arrest. Months-long investigation into several feuding gangs in Stockton, California, led to the arrest of nearly a dozen individuals involved in violent crimes, including shootings, robberies, and gang-related activities. The Stockton Police Department, in collaboration with the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office, announced the arrests following an extensive probe into multiple shootings between 2014 and 2018, including deletions in Stockton and San Joaquin County. According to police officials, the shootings were linked to ongoing conflicts between several Norteno-affiliated gangs that have been feuding since 2012. The gangs identified in the investigation include the Barrio Conway Nortinos, the United Nortinos, the Southside Stockton Nortinos, and the Triple Six Gangsters. These groups have been responsible for numerous violent crimes, contributing to instability and fear within the community. Among those arrested were members of the United Nortinos, including Manuel Solis, 23, Jorge Herrera Cruz, 25, a member of the Southside Stockton Nortinos, and Carlos Valencia, 21, a General Norteno gang member. The trio was charged with multiple robberies at Stockton banks, where they assaulted bank patrons and stole cash. During the investigation, authorities also arrested Solis's mother, 44-year-old Mona Sandoval, for being a felon in possession of a firearm and child endangerment. 2 loaded firearms were recovered from her home during a search warrant execution. Barrio Conway Norteno members Angel Lopez, 24, and Adonis Bustamante, 18, were charged with kidnapping, attempted deletion robbery, and gang enhancements related to a violent incident on October 5, 2018, near La Cresta in Carabrook Ways. During the incident, Lopez and Bustamante forced a 16-year-old male out of his car, stealing his money and cell phone. They then forced the victim into another vehicle, threatening to delete him. The teenager managed to escape by jumping from the moving car, at which point the suspects fired shots at him. Fortunately, the victim was not struck by the gunfire. Additional arrests included Barrio Conway LOTTO Gang member Hector Perez, 31, who was charged with trafficking and sales of controlled substances, trafficking and possession of firearms, acting as an accessory after the fact, and gang enhancements. Another Barrio Conway LOTTO member, Daniel Farias, 22, faced charges for trafficking and sales of controlled substances, firearm violations, possession of a 50-round drum magazine, and gang enhancements. Felix Torres, 34, a member of the 666 Gangsters and a parolee, was arrested for being in possession of an assault rifle. Authorities also apprehended Freddy Rendon Arriaga, 19, a Flyboys associate and parolee, who was charged with being a felon in possession of a firearm and gang enhancements for his possession of 2 firearms and an illegal extended magazine. Law enforcement officials emphasized that the operation's success was due to coordinated efforts between local and county agencies and a commitment to holding violent offenders accountable.
Police here in Stockton are calling it Operation Mustang, and we went along for the ride during the takedown.
No, keep going, keep going.
It's a major gang crackdown, one arrest after another, mainly in the northeast Stockton area.
This is a very sophisticated as well as a very vicious gang.
The vicious street Stockton gang seen on this chart are the target of the state attorney general and California law enforcement.
We pretty much wiped out, as of today, the hierarchy of this gang.
More than 300 officers hit the streets today. 32 people were arrested.
The tentacles of this gang cancer certainly spreads throughout the city, the state, and as you can see, all the way across the nation.
Some of those states include North Carolina, Ohio, Philadelphia, and Rhode Island. Investigators say this gang was using FedEx, DHL, and UPS to transport the drugs. This week started at 7 o'clock this morning, and several houses that we pulled up to had bullet holes from previous drive-bys. Police hope this gang...
A criminal grand jury on Friday indicted 12 suspected members of the Loketown Crips, a Stockton-based gang, on charges related to a nationwide drug trafficking ring and a series of violent crimes that disrupted otherwise quiet neighborhoods. The indictments follow a major law enforcement sweep that took place, which more than 30 alleged gang members were arrested. The Loketown Crips, an ethnic Cambodian gang, are accused of shipping illegal drugs through commercial couriers to fellow gang members in states as far away as North Carolina. The San Joaquin County Supervising Deputy District Attorney, Ron Freitas, noted that this is the first time in recent memory that such a large group of suspected gang members has been indicted simultaneously by a San Joaquin County criminal grand jury. "I think these defendants now realize what they're facing," Freitas said. "I hope they do." The charges against them include participation in a criminal street gang, being felons in possession of firearms, drug sales, firing weapons, and transporting drugs. One significant outcome of the indictments is that the defendants will go directly to trial, bypassing the preliminary hearings where a judge would typically review evidence to decide if a trial is warranted. In total, the grand jury indicted 13 men.
3 people are dead and 2 others wounded, and police say it all started as a feud between rival gangs.
70 days after a string of gang-related shootings started, they arrested 8 known gang members and connected them to 2 attempted accessory after the fact, shooting into an inhabited dwelling, and confiscated 49 weapons, many of them assault weapons. Known gang members in gang territory, and people talked, some reluctantly, but they gave information. From last December until mid-February, week after week it seemed, there was some type of gang shooting in Pasadena. This is how out of hand things became. There was a vigil held for that December shooting. The date was January 6th. It was right here where I'm standing. At the vigil, there was a drive-by shooting. 3 more people were shot. 2 of them died. A woman at the vigil was struck, and she ran down the street, around the corner, to get help for herself, at the fire station.
Between December 2016 and January 2017, Pasadena was hit by a violent surge of gang-related attacks that detectives later confirmed were part of a brewing war between two rival sets, Pasadena-Denver Lane Bloods and Duarte's Doric Crips. Over several weeks, 3 people met their demise and 2 more seriously wounded in a string of coordinated shootings that struck neighborhoods already on edge. To residents, the violence felt sudden and senseless. But to seasoned investigators, the patterned late-night drive-ups, targeted ambushes, and quick escapes looked like the work of an out-of-town crew hunting Pasadena rivals. The first demise occurred on December 22, 2016, when 25-year-old Brandon Douglas, a man detectives said had ties to the Pasadena-Denver Lane Bloods, was shot multiple times on North Fair Oaks Avenue. The attack was carried out from a vehicle that had been spotted earlier cruising slowly through Pasadena. Behavior detectives later tied to Doric Crips members scouting for targets. 2 weeks later, on January 6, 2017, mourners gathered for Douglas's vigil on West Claremont Street. As dozens of people stood outside grieving, a car cut its headlights and rolled toward the group. Gunmen opened fire into the crowd. 24-year-old Antoine Sutphin Jr. and 24-year-old Ormoni Duncan, both known by law enforcement to be affiliated with Pasadena-Denver Lane Bloods, met their demise. A woman standing near them was also shot and survived. Minutes later, another burst of gunfire struck an occupied home nearby, which prosecutors later used as the basis for the shooting into an inhabited dwelling charges. As Pasadena detectives began comparing shell casings, tracking vehicles, pulling security footage, and interviewing wary witnesses, the truth became clear. The shooters were part of a squad of Doric Crips members who had been driving into Pasadena specifically to hit their rivals from PDL Bloods. The feud between the two sets had been simmering for years, rooted in territory, past shootings, and the long-standing Blood versus Crip rivalry that stretches across Los Angeles County. Evidence showed planning rather than spontaneous violence. Coordinated car swaps, phones turned off before attacks, and consistent ballistic matches. 8 suspected members of the Doric Crips were identified. 4 of them were arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree deletion, 2 counts of attempted deletion, conspiracy to commit deletion, shooting from a vehicle, shooting into an inhabited dwelling, and multiple gang enhancements. Detectives described Lee as a key instigator and organizer within the Doric Crips subset responsible for orchestrating the Pasadena attacks. One additional defendant, Andrew Vasquez, was acquitted, but prosecutors emphasized that the core hit team had been successfully removed from the streets. At trial, jurors heard how the Doric Crips squad allegedly traveled into Pasadena specifically to target PDL members, turning neighborhoods like Fair Oaks, Claremont Street, and the surrounding blocks into active battlegrounds. Once convicted, the defendants were handed life without parole sentences, effectively ending the violent Pasadena-Duarte feud that had terrorized residents for months. Detectives later said they believe the crew may have been involved in other unreported shootings tied to the rivalry.
The gang members, well, police believe they are behind a murder. We're talking about 5 men arrested in Panorama City and a woman arrested in South Los Angeles. According to the Pasadena Police Department, they believe they are behind the murder of 32-year-old Jesse Munoz last weekend while he sat in his car on Angeles Crest Highway. And now police believe that was not an isolated incident. They believe the gang could also be behind the murders of Jorge Ramos and Taylor Raven Whitaker, who were shot to death inside Ramos' car at Pelican Cove Park in Rancho Palos Verdes this weekend. The gang say detectives operating with a very distinctive M.O.
Targeting victims who were parked in scenic turnouts or areas that were somewhat desolate with very little, cell phone reception. And in most cases, those victims were distracted when they were assaulted.
Brought in the early hours of July 22, 2023, Jesse Enrique Munoz drove with a female companion to a scenic overlook off Angeles Crest Highway above Pasadena, a spot meant for quiet views of the city. Instead, it turned into a deadly ambush. Detectives say a group of armed suspects walked up to their parked car, robbed the couple at gunpoint, and opened fire. Munoz met his demise while his companion survived the holdup. Pasadena police quickly realized this matched a pattern. In the weeks before the shooting, a string of late-night robberies had been targeting parked cars at remote turnouts along Angeles Crest, with victims forced at gunpoint to hand over property before the suspects vanished back down the mountain. Using roadway cameras, vehicle tracking, and victim interviews, detectives identified a suspect car tied to the night Munoz met his demise. On July 25th, just 3 days later, a coordinated operation took down 5 male suspects and 1 female. Inside their vehicle, officers recovered 2 semi-automatic handguns, and ballistics later confirmed one of them was used in the demise of Munoz. Prosecutors quickly filed robbery charges. Luis Ventura was charged with 2 counts of armed robbery for the holdup of Munoz and his companion, while Wendy Cerritos and Russell Joshua Hernandez were each hit with multiple robbery counts tied to earlier gunpoint stick-ups along the highway. On August 29th, homicide detectives launched another wave of raids that led to the arrests of Abraham Ernesto Alvarenga Cortez and Marco Antonio Hernandez, believed to be core members of the same robbery crew. After meeting with prosecutors on August 31st, Ventura, Cortez, and Marco Hernandez were all formally charged with 1 count of deletion and 2 counts of robbery, with firearm and gang enhancements tied directly to Munoz's demise at the Overlook. As the case expanded, gang investigators identified the crew as members or associates of the Mara Salvatrucha MS 13th Street Gang and began linking their Angeles Crest robberies to other violent crimes across Los Angeles County, including a double homicide in Rancho Palos Verdes, where Jorge Ramos and Taylor Raven Whitaker met their demise in a parked car during an attempted robbery. Evidence from that scene, including ballistics and digital data, pointed back to the same network, positioning Marco Hernandez as a key defendant in a broader triple homicide investigation, while Cerritos and Russell Hernandez faced additional robbery charges tied to the larger.
Got an update on the murder of a young man in Pasadena. Police have arrested 19-year-old Fabian Rojas. He's accused in the shooting death of Jesus Maldonado. It happened Wednesday on Allister Avenue near Burrell Street. Court documents indicate Maldonado was involved in a fist fight with another person when Rojas allegedly shot him.
On October 2019, in Pasadena, California, a gathering of young men quickly turned into tragedy. According to investigators, 2 groups arranged a meeting in the 200 block of Allister Avenue under the guise of a fight out an informal gang confrontation. As tensions escalated, Fabian Rojas allegedly pulled out a firearm and fired multiple rounds at one of the opposing group's members, striking Jesus Maldonado. The victim was pronounced dead after being transported to a hospital. Pasadena police homicide detectives reviewed social media and cell phone video of the fight, which captured the shooting and helped identify Rojas as the shooter. Investigators also flagged Rojas as a documented gang member, which added gang enhancements to the potential charges. Rojas was arrested and charged.
3 alleged gang members are facing federal and racketeering charges over a shooting spree in Lancaster. 22-year-old Jerry Wembley Jr. and 20-year-old Jerry Wembley III are charged along with 37-year-old Vianney Richardson. The charges stem from shootings on June 25th that left 2 people dead and nearly killed a third. Authorities say the 3 are members of the Piru Bloods gang in Pasadena and Antelope Valley.
Between the night of June 25, 2024, and the early hours that followed, investigators say a Pasadena-affiliated gang went on a coordinated shooting spree in Lancaster. Violence prosecutors believe was carried out to honor a slain gang member. Federal authorities arrested Jerry Wembley, charging him with 2 counts of deletion in aid of racketeering, a charge used when deletions are committed to elevate a gang status. His co-defendants include Vianney Richardson and Jerry Wembley Jr., both of whom face similar racketeering counts. According to the indictment, the spree began when Richardson allegedly shot and wounded a man in the first attack. Hours later, Richardson and the Wembley brothers allegedly regrouped and carried out a second shooting at Wicarter Park, deleting 1 victim, then drove to a Lancaster gas station where a third person was fatally shot. All 3 shootings happened within a tight time window, pointing to a planned series of retaliatory or symbolic gang hits rather than random violence. Federal prosecutors say the group had gathered earlier that evening at the gravesite of a deceased gang member, posting messages and coded imagery on social media promising to put in work in his honor. Investigators claim the defendants continued posting throughout the violence, creating a digital trail tying them directly to the crimes. Between the spring and summer, detectives in Los Angeles and Ventura counties started seeing the same pattern. High-end homes in Thousand Oaks, nearby unincorporated areas, and parts of LA County getting hid in clean, daytime burglaries. The crew slipped in through rear sliders or windows while residents were at work, went straight for bedrooms and closets, and stole jewelry, cash, handbags, and electronics quick, surgical hits that clearly weren't random. A break came when evidence from 1000 Oaks job pointed to Pasadena residents Terrence Hall and Keith Callum, documented members of a Pasadena street gang known for burglary runs and home invasions. Working together, Ventura and LA investigators used surveillance, plate readers, and phone data to track a traveling burglary crew using rental and borrowed cars to case neighborhoods and strike only when homes were empty. They later uncovered an insider at a residential cable company who was allegedly feeding them information on home layouts, residences' schedules, and camera locations. By the time the case went public, detectives believed the crew was behind at least 5 burglaries in Ventura County and 8 in LA County, with more cases likely to be linked as stolen property was identified and additional suspects were brought in. Pasadena police say the October 10th raids were the result of months of rising violence tied to a Pasadena-based street gang involved in armed robberies, gun crimes, and retaliation attacks across the San Gabriel Valley. Detectives had linked the crew to a pattern of late summer crimes. Victims robbed at gunpoint in parking lots and near apartments, homes and rival hangouts hit with gunfire and vandalism, and social media clips showing members flashing guns and boasting about confrontations. In several cases, witnesses described the same vehicles circling blocks before shots were fired, and shell casings from different scenes began matching up, pointing back to the same small group of suspects. Because the gang had a history of shootings and standoffs with law enforcement, Pasadena PD launched a multi-location pre-dawn takedown with SWAT and partner agencies. 5 suspects, 3 adults and 2 juveniles were arrested and booked on multiple felonies, including armed robbery, illegal weapons possession, high-capacity magazine violations, and felony vandalism. Detectives say the operation was aimed at stopping the crew before their escalating gun violence triggered even more serious retaliation on Pasadena's streets.
A violent summer in 2001. That's when investigators say gunfire and constant battle between rival gangs rocked the Compton community. In the crossfire, this innocent father and his little girl who died on their grandmother's front porch.
They were just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Investigators say they were both unintended targets. They say the LAX employee had no gang ties. He was a student who was about to get married when he and his daughter were hit in the head by stray bullets. Detectives released photos of 2 suspects and a vehicle similar to this one that may be tied to the shooting. The day before this shooting, investigators say members of a different rival gang clashed on the streets of Compton. 22-year-old Richard Lawrence was shot to death. They say the motive in this case still unclear.
Summer 2001, Jahan Smith was out driving around with gang members in Compton, according to investigators, and looking for Hispanics to shoot in retaliation for a gang shooting the night before. The victims, 25-year-old Stephen Murphy and his 2-year-old daughter Kaylee, shot in the head in front of his grandmother's house, both black, dead in a drive-by shooting. 2 years after, detectives arrested now 47-year-old Jahan Smith in connection with their
2001, one of the most heartbreaking crimes in Compton's history, unfolded when 25-year-old Stephen Murphy and his 2-year-old daughter, Kaylee Murphy, were gunned down outside their family home on Willowbrook Avenue. Stephen had been preparing to put his daughter into the back seat of his car when gunfire erupted. He was shot multiple times on the porch, and Kaylee was struck in the head. Both were rushed to the hospital, where Kaylee was pronounced dead soon after. Investigators determined the shooting was part of a violent retaliation spree following the demise of a 22-year-old man the night before, tied to an ongoing gang war between rival Compton crews. That night, 5 separate drive-by shootings were reported across the area, one injuring a teenager, another striking at a deputy sheriff, all believed to be connected to the same retaliation wave. For more than 2 decades, the case went unsolved. It wasn't until 2023 that cold case detectives with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department reopened the investigation using newly available forensic technology and witness testimony. Their efforts led to the arrest of 47-year-old Jahan Terez Smith, known by the nickname Quant, a documented gang member with a violent past. Smith was charged with 2 counts of deletions, 4 counts of attempted deletions, and the special circumstance allegation of multiple deletions. Prosecutors also alleged that the crimes were premeditated and that Smith personally used a firearm during the attacks. Authorities believe Smith was directly involved in several of the drive-by shootings that night, including the one that claimed the lives of Stephen and Kaylee Murphy. He was arrested in late 2023 and ordered held without bail pending trial. The case marked one of the longest-running unsolved gang homicides in Compton's history to result in charges. If convicted, Smith faces life in prison without the possibility of parole.
They are illegal jail against inmates. I need help. And on the outside against their fellow deputies. The sheriff? Yeah, the sheriff that are fighting downstairs. Coming up, our exclusive KTLA investigation into the 3,000 boys, named after the 3rd or 3,000th floor of Men's Central Jail, where they're assigned. The group works hard and they play hard. As a symbol of their bond, they flash gang-like hand signs, 3 fingers for 3,000. They sport similar tattoos. One even has their number inked onto his neck. And another case involving the 3,000 boys lends credence to the notion that some had indeed lost their way. The sheriff? Yeah, the sheriff and they're fighting downstairs. This 911 call obtained by KTLA News came from the Quiet Cannon Club in Montebello. It happened here last December. Dozens of sheriff's deputies, including racial Christmas party. After plenty of drinks, a fight broke out. Witnesses called 911. They were able to help one guy down while another one beat him. So the sheriff officers that are fighting? Yeah. Deputies beaten up that night filed a criminal complaint. Now, 6 deputies from the fight, including 3 in the Evans Tutt case, are facing termination.
In 2020, a whistleblower claim by Los Angeles County Sheriff's Deputy Austraberto Art Gonzalez alleged that the LASD's Compton station had been infiltrated by a violent deputy clique calling itself the Executioners. According to the filing, the group described as an evolution of the old 3,000 boys jail clique operated with impunity, influencing schedules, assignments, tip lines, and discipline inside the station. New members were allegedly celebrated with matching inking tattoos after participating in violent acts, and the clique's insignia was said to feature a skull in a military-style helmet holding a rifle, often paired with references to Compton, CPT. Gonzalez claimed that after he reported the clique to Internal Affairs, his identity was leaked, he was branded a rat in graffiti at the station entrance, and he was ostracized by co-workers. The allegations extended beyond internal retaliation to include illegal arrest quotas, threats of work slowdowns, falsified force reports, and incidents of excessive force. Community leaders in Compton publicly decried the alleged culture, accusing deputies of terrorizing residents and covering their tracks, while the sheriff's department under then Sheriff Alex Villanueva denied that any gang controlled a station, even as it announced a policy banning such cliques. In subsequent litigation, a separate whistleblower retaliation suit brought by an LASD lieutenant was rejected by a jury on causation grounds, a decision that did not resolve whether the executioners existed as alleged or committed misconduct, only that the plaintiff hadn't proven retaliation caused the adverse employment outcome. As of the latest public updates, no criminal case has been brought against the executioners as a group, and no final, public determination has formally branded the clique a criminal organization, though internal reviews and civilian oversight inquiries have continued.
Sheriff's deputies are investigating 2 hate crimes in Compton. In one case, authorities say gang members repeatedly terrorized an African-American family.
Well, they simply say the demographics here are changing. For instance, this is an African-American Baptist church behind me that is now in the middle of what is now a predominantly Hispanic neighborhood. And they say recently a Mexican street gang tagged that church, and deputies say it's more hate crimes that's happening between those two groups.
It's like you might as well just put a hood on your head and ride around and just say, you know, we don't like black people. I mean, it'd be better like that.
LaFrancis says the racial street war continues in Compton, differing from block to block. Sharon Smith says her black neighbor couldn't even walk home one time.
He was trying to come home after work, but he was chased home by Mexican Americans.
Then there was New Year's Eve, 153rd Street. Deputies say Mexican gang members threatened a black man walking home, beat him up. 30 minutes later, up to 20 Mexican gang members surrounded his home, threw a beer bottle through the window, shouted the N-word, and told them they couldn't live there because of their race. These two armed gang members were arrested for the reported hate crime.
In late 2012, a black family in Compton became the target of a racially motivated campaign to drive them from their home. According to investigators, the harassment began on December 31st, when 4 Latino men in a black SUV confronted a male family member on his walk home, announced themselves as local gang members, and told him his family could not live in the neighborhood because of their race. The group chased him, hurled slurs and threats, and beat him with metal pipes. One assailant pointed a handgun and threatened to shoot. About 30 minutes later, the same men returned this time with roughly 15 to 20 associates surrounded the residence, shouted racial epithets, and threw a beer bottle through the living room window while continuing to threaten the occupants, including a child inside. Over the rest of the day, vehicles tied to the group repeatedly cruised past the home, escalating the intimidation. Sheriff's detectives ultimately identified 2 principal suspects, Efren Marquez of Riverside County and Jeffrey Aguilar of Compton, and arrested them in January 2013 on hate crime charges. A juvenile alleged to be a gang member was also detained after struggling with deputies who were serving a search warrant related to the case. Federal prosecutors later charged Marquez and Aguilar with interfering with housing rights because of race, a civil rights hate crime offense. Both men pleaded guilty in 2013, admitting that the purpose of their conduct was to force the family to move out. In early 2014, a federal judge sentenced each of them to 21 months in prison, followed by supervised release. The court described the attack as a deliberate, coordinated effort to terrorize a family out of its home.
Man is headed to prison for burglary and a home invasion robbery in Montecito. A judge sentenced Davion Jones to at least 18 years in prison, but he could spend the rest of his life behind bars. Jones and 2 others broke into homes in Goleta and Los Angeles. In July 2018, they ransacked a Montecito home as the homeowner hid in a closet and called 911. The trio are Compton Crip gang members.
In July 2018, as Montecito was still recovering from the debris flow disaster, Davion Dwayne Jones, a documented Front Hood Compton Crips member, joined 2 accomplices, one a juvenile, on a burglary spree that escalated into a late-night home invasion. A homeowner dialed 911 and hid in a closet while intruders ransacked rooms and kicked through a locked bedroom door before fleeing out a nearby creek bed. Deputies soon recovered a loaded gun and discarded clothing linking the trio to the break-in and to an earlier Goleta burglary the same day. By the following afternoon, Jones had allegedly carjacked a running vehicle on Coast Village Road to escape an intensive manhunt, crashed near Butterfly Beach, and was chased down and arrested along the railroad tracks. Investigators tied him to the crimes through surveillance footage, cell site data, physical evidence, and gang indicia, and prosecutors charged him with home invasion robbery, residential burglaries, carjacking, street gang participation, false impersonation, and auto theft-related counts. A Santa Barbara County jury convicted Jones on multiple felonies, and in May 2020, citing his prior serious felony strikes, the gang enhancement, and the danger posed by armed, coordinated intrusions. A judge sentenced him to a determinate 18 years, plus 115 years to life under California's 3-strike scheme. On appeal, the convictions were upheld, but the case was remanded for resentencing in light of newer laws, narrowing gang enhancements and expanding judicial discretion. Jones remains convicted and serving a life jail term. co-defendant Adolph Washington Jr. was also convicted in connection with the Montecito incidents.
Suspect wanted in the fatal shooting of a 3-year-old boy in Compton 2 months ago is now behind bars. LA County Sheriff's deputies arrested 27-year-old Kevin Harris. The family of 3-year-old Franklin Ponrose says Harris is the boyfriend of the victim's mom. Harris and the second suspect, Dwayne Ward, are accused of trading gunfire after getting into an argument in a parking lot on January 20th. A stray bullet killed Franklin as he sat in his car seat. Ward...
In January 2018, a tragic shootout between rival gang members in Compton claimed the life of 3-year-old Franklin Ponrose. The violence erupted in the parking lot of a liquor store on West Alondra Boulevard when Dwayne Ward and Kevon Harris confronted one another. Harris was walking toward his parked car where his girlfriend and her young son were waiting when an argument broke out between the two men. Both, affiliated with rival gangs, drew handguns and exchanged gunfire at close range. In the chaos, one of the bullets struck Franklin, who was sitting in the back seat. His mother escaped injury, but Franklin died shortly after being rushed to the hospital. Ward surrendered to authorities 2 days later, while Harris was arrested shortly afterward. Prosecutors charged both men with the demise, shooting at an occupied motor vehicle, and possession of a firearm by a felon. During the investigation, detectives confirmed that the confrontation stemmed from a long-running feud between rival Compton gangs, and that neither the child nor his mother were connected to the dispute. In December 2019, both Ward and Harris were convicted after a jury trial. In early 2021, they were sentenced to lengthy prison terms. Harris received 103 years to life, and Ward 89 years to life. The judge described the crime as a senseless act of gang violence that robbed a child of his future and devastated an entire community. However, in 2022, a California appellate court overturned the convictions, ruling that the jury should have been allowed to consider lesser charges, such as voluntary manslaughter, based on the circumstances of the gunfight. The case was remanded for further proceedings, leaving open the possibility of retrial or resentencing. Despite the legal reversal, the demise of Franklin Ponrose remains one of Compton's most heartbreaking examples of innocent lives lost to gang crossfire. In March 2012, 4 self-admitted Santana, Block Compton Crips cousins Raymond and Larry Fradiu, along with Deonta Walker and Randy Rollins, stormed the indoor swap meet at 7th Street and La Paz Drive in Victorville during a planned smash and grab robbery. According to sheriff's investigators and witness testimony, Larry and Raymond were armed with handguns, while Rollins and Walker used hammers to shatter glass jewelry cases. As the crew ran out to a waiting white Jeep Cherokee, 58-year-old vendor Inho Lee, an ex-police officer from Korea who ran a tool booth, followed them outside. He was shot multiple times. An autopsy later documented 2 gunshot wounds to the chest, one of them fatal after piercing his aorta and left lung. Detectives testified that the group rendezvoused with additional Santana Block members along the freeway, handed off the guns and stolen jewelry, and then went to the Compton swap meet to pawn the loot. The getaway Jeep was later found abandoned in Compton. A 5th participant, the driver, was never publicly identified and remained at large at the time. After multi-state arrests, 2 suspects picked up in Georgia, 1 in New Mexico, and 1 in San Bernardino. A San Bernardino County judge ruled at a preliminary hearing that sufficient evidence existed to try all 4 on charges that included Lee's demise, robbery, and participation in a criminal street gang. According to the U.S. Marshals Service, Terry Williams, a self-identified Compton Crips member with a history that includes arrests for attempted murder, robbery, and assault deletion, battery with a deadly weapon, drug trafficking, obstruction, and robbery, was taken into custody in Sparks, Nevada, after a prolonged SWAT standoff. Investigators said Williams had absconded from a Las Vegas halfway house in May, while under federal supervision for a prior conviction. Sparks Police SWAT secured the perimeter, and, after extended negotiations and tactical containment, Williams was arrested without reported injuries to officers or bystanders. From there, standard procedure would be to book him into local custody on the Nevada hold in the federal detainer, then present him before a magistrate for an identity initial appearance and transfer on the supervision violation warrant. Between January and May of a given year, Brandon Moss of Compton, California, purchased 15 handguns from 4 gun shops located in Phoenix and Mesa, Arizona. He allegedly used forged federal forms to make the purchases, giving false information about his address and drug use, and acknowledged buying the guns for others in exchange for about 100 per weapon. After the purchases, Moss transported the firearms back to California, where he sold them to individuals he knew were gang members. Police located one of the handguns after it was thrown out of a car window containing gang members. Moss was arrested on May 3rd near Southern Avenue and Horn Street in Mesa. He was charged with multiple offenses, including weapons misconduct and forgery of ATF purchase documents.
Tupac Shakur Dwayne Davis was back in court today. At the center of this case lately has been the way Davis posted bail this year, using money from a producer who allegedly offered Davis the bail in exchange for exclusive television rights to Davis's life story. Judge Carly Kearney denied Davis's bail again this morning. And afterward, Davis spoke up, claiming the prosecution ordered corrections officers to attack him in his cell.
They brutally beat me up, they attacked me and assaulted me. And it was wrong. I told them I had cancer, and I'm on blood. Only ugly on the outside, but they ugly on the inside too.
Dwayne Keefe D. Davis lashing out at prosecutors during another hearing about releasing him on bail.
And you just use something in the boxes. They just use something in the boxes. From 1996.
Those boxes contain
Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, a former Southern California street gang leader, pleaded not guilty Thursday to deletion charges in the 1996 demise of rap icon Tupac in Las Vegas. Davis is the only person still alive who was in the car from which the shots were fired, and the first person to be formally charged in connection to the case, which has remained one of hip-hop's most enduring mysteries for 27 years. Standing in shackles before Clark County District Court Judge Tira Jones, Davis waved to his wife, son, and daughter in the gallery before entering his plea. When asked for his response to the charges, Davis simply said, "Not guilty." Originally from Compton, California, Davis was arrested on September 29 outside his home in suburban Henderson, following a search warrant executed by Las Vegas police in July. Davis remains in jail without bail and has not testified before the grand jury that indicted him, nor has he spoken with the media. The indictment claims that Davis supplied the firearm used in the fatal shooting, handing it to someone in the back seat of a Cadillac. The gunfire caused the demise of 25-year-old Tupac and wounded rap mogul Marion Knight, who was with Tupac at the time. Shocker met his demise a week later from his injuries. Prosecutors allege the shooting was tied to an East Coast-West Coast rivalry between gang-affiliated rap groups. The conflict escalated after a brawl earlier that day between Tupac and Davis's nephew, Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, at a Las Vegas casino. .40 caliber handgun that night, he stopped short of directly identifying Anderson as the shooter. Anderson, who denied involvement in Tupac, met his demise in a 1998 shooting in Compton. The driver of the Cadillac and another backseat passenger have also since met his demise. In his memoir, Davis revealed he cooperated with law enforcement in 2010, sharing what he knew about the demise of Tupac and his East Coast rival, the Notorious B.I.G., to avoid prosecution for himself and 48 other members of his Southside Compton. Crips.
A woman was injured in what we now know was a violent armed robbery. It's the latest in a series of armed robberies in and around the area of Beverly Hills, a total of 4 different incidents. Ed Lascos has new video of today's shooting. He joins us live with the latest. Ed.
And Christine, the manhunt goes on this late hour for these 3 armed suspects. They get away with a very high-end designer, expensive watch. Have a look. There's the restaurant where it happens. It's all dark, quiet, shut down for the night after bullets fly. And all of this, incredibly, just 2 blocks away from the world-famous Rodeo Drive. Broad daylight here at the famed Il Pastel restaurant at Brighton Way in Cannon Drive.
We hear one shot and immediately turn to get my girlfriend and her friends out of the way. I throw them through the doorway and dive in. As we were going through, there were 3 more shots.
His girlfriend, an innocent bystander, is hit by a ricocheting bullet in the lower leg. She's rushed off to the ER.
The actual crime scene at Il Pastel, and someone was shot while dining in.
This cell phone video shows the chaotic scene in the very heart of Beverly Hills.
We were sitting there eating a cheese plate, and the guys came up, held a gun to his head, and demanded his watch.
The suspects targeting a high-end designer watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but the owner not giving up his watch without a fight.
And they robbed his watch, and he was fighting with them. While they were fighting, he pulled the gun.
The victim was trying to take the gun away from him. They didn't like that, so they pulled the trigger.
It happened that fast on March 4th at about 2 p.m. at El Pastillo restaurant on Cannon and Brighton in Beverly Hills. Investigators say a group of gang members target a man dining in this watch, a $500,000 Richard Mille timepiece. The man wearing it says they put him in a headlock, repeatedly hitting him in the head with the gun.
With the thing cocked and all he had to do is squeeze the trigger right to his temple, he was able to get the gun away from the guy and wrestle him on the floor.
Detectives say the gunman fired twice, hitting this woman at another table in her leg. The three thieves took off and into a getaway BMW.
This robbery was the definition of bold and brazen.
With the help of the FBI, they've arrested 3 of the 5 involved: 18-year-old Kai McGee, 30-year-old Marquise Gordon, and 20-year-old Malik Powell, each facing up to 20 years in prison.
From witness interviews to DNA evidence to CCTV surveillance cameras, and they were able to put a case together and identify the subjects.
The bad guys were caught on camera scouring the sidewalk for their target right before the incident. Investigators.
3 gang members have been arrested on federal charges in connection with an armed robbery at an upscale Italian restaurant in Beverly Hills. The incident took place on March 4th at Pastillo, a popular celebrity hotspot located at Brighton Way and North Cannon Drive. During the robbery, a patron was held at gunpoint over a $500,000 Richard Mille wristwatch, and a woman was injured by gunfire. The suspects, identified as Malik Lamont Powell, 20, Kai McGee, also known as Cameron Smith, 18, and Marquise Anthony Garden, are documented members of the Rollin 30s Crips street gang from South Los Angeles. The Department of Justice announced that the 3 were arrested on Tuesday and are facing federal charges, including 1 count of conspiracy to interfere with commerce by robbery, which carries a potential sentence of up to 20 years in prison if convicted. Authorities responded to the scene within 90 seconds of receiving the call. According to witness accounts, masked men confronted Los Angeles jeweler Shea Belhassan, a former Israeli soldier, and attempted to steal his high-end wristwatch. A struggle ensued, during which 2 shots were fired, one of which grazed Amanda Showen, a patron dining nearby. Showen, who was with her boyfriend Drew Hancock at the time, was treated for non-life-threatening injuries and released from the hospital 2 days later. Another woman was also injured but did not require hospitalization. Investigators determined that 5 individuals were involved in the robbery based on surveillance footage and witness testimony. Powell and McGee were identified as 2 of the robbers, while Garden was allegedly the driver of a BMW used as the getaway vehicle. Surveillance footage reportedly shows the suspects scouting the area before the attack. Additionally, McGee's DNA was found on the clothing of one of the victims, and Powell's social media featured images of firearms and luxury watches. Cell phone data also placed Powell and McGee near the restaurant at the time of the robbery. San Jose police have arrested 4 males in connection with a series of strong-armed, gang-related robberies that took place last summer. The San Jose Police Department's Gang Investigations Unit identified 5 suspects believed to be involved in at least 5 such robberies. Police believe all 5 individuals are associated with a Gilroy-based gang. One of the reported robberies occurred on July 24th at approximately 8:24 p.m. in the 2200 block of Eastridge Loop in San Jose. According to police, 2 males approached a juvenile victim, shoved him, and forcibly removed his gold necklace. Before fleeing the scene, the suspects displayed gang signs and shouted gang-related slurs. Investigators believe this incident was part of a larger pattern of crimes likely committed by the same group. Initially, the suspects targeted rival gang members, but they later expanded their focus to other victims in San Jose. In some cases, they brandished weapons, including firearms and knives. 2 Southern California gang members have been sentenced to prison for a violent robbery targeting elderly victims at a shopping mall. Corey Thomas, 18, of Los Angeles, and Jonathan Riquillo, 18, of Inglewood, received 2-year state prison sentences for their involvement in the crime, according to an announcement by the Ventura County District Attorney's Office. The incident took place on June 27 when Thomas, Riquillo, and 3 juvenile accomplices traveled from Los Angeles County to the Oaks shopping mall in Thousand Oaks. Upon entering a Macy's store, security footage captured the group suddenly attacking 2 elderly shoppers. They forcibly stole a Rolex watch from a male victim and took a purse and cell phone from a female victim, leaving both with significant injuries. Police responded quickly and spotted the suspect's vehicle, initiating a high-speed pursuit on the southbound lanes of the 101 freeway when the group refused to pull over. During the chase, one suspect discarded a loaded firearm out of the vehicle's window. The pursuit ended when the driver finally stopped, prompting 3 of the 4 occupants to flee on foot. However, police successfully located and arrested all 4 suspects, recovering the stolen items from the elderly victims. Authorities later identified Thomas and Rico as documented members of the Crips gang. On September 10th, both pleaded guilty to multiple felony charges, including second-degree robbery, elder abuse, theft from an elder, and conspiracy to commit robbery. Thomas also pleaded guilty to illegal firearm possession and felony evasion from law enforcement. Special allegations were found to be true, including that the crimes involved great violence, the victims were vulnerable, and one of the victims, over the age of 70, suffered serious bodily injury. Tulare County Sheriff's Office has arrested 3 men and a teenager, all believed to be members of a Delano-based gang, for their alleged involvement in a series of armed robberies using stolen vehicles, which were later set on fire. On January 31, 2024, SWAT team members executed multiple search warrants at residences in Delano, leading to the arrests of 20-year-old Ricardo Ramirez, 20-year-old Jordan Lawson, 19-year-old Ezequiel Lopez, and a 16-year-old boy. The suspects are accused of participating in 3 armed robberies that took place at Big B's gas stations along Highway 99 in southern Tulare County. The incidents occurred on December 23rd, December 30th, 2023, and January 22nd, 2024. Investigators discovered that stolen vehicles were used in each of the robberies and later burned to destroy evidence. This pattern ultimately led detectives to the suspects. During searches of their homes, additional evidence linking them to the crimes was found. The jury found both Vanoy Sutton and Jerry Bowen guilty of robbery committed for the benefit of, at the direction of, or in association of the Bloods criminal street gang along with firearm use during the commission of the robbery and gang-related firearms charges. On January 30th, 2020 at around 9:00 p.m., the victim agreed to a meeting with Bakersfield Buyer, a username from LetGo, which is an app that connects buyers and sellers of used products. Investigators identified Bakersfield Buyer as defendant Vanoy Sutton. The meeting was initiated by Sutton for the claimed purpose of buying used video games from the victim. Sutton suggested to meet at 130 Olive Street in a residential area. The victim drove to the agreed-upon meeting location, and upon parking, the victim was approached by Sutton and Bowen. While Sutton looked through the video games, Bowen produced a handgun, pointed it at the victim's head, and began searching the victim. Sutton and Bowen also searched the victim's vehicle, locating a handgun, which Sutton and Bowen stole from the victim, in addition to the video games that the victim had brought for sale. Sutton and Bowen fled with the property. On February 15, 2020, Sutton and Bowen were driving in the wrong direction on White Lane. Bakersfield police officers attempted a traffic enforcement stop, leading to a short pursuit that ended when Sutton sped through a residential area and into a dead end called the Sack. During the pursuit, Sutton discarded the handgun stolen from the victim. According to the DE's office, Sutton failed to appear for the remainder of the trial as the attorneys were delivering closing arguments in the case, having previously been released pending trial upon posting a $100,000 bail.
Members were arrested in the South Bay. San Jose police say 6 men and 2 juveniles were arrested between October 15th and the 17th, accused of several felonies. And the arrests follow several violent crimes ranging from assault with a deadly weapon, carjacking, robbery, and illegal possession of firearms. The police say all 8 suspects are tied to the same violent crime.
These suspects were targeting rival gang members, but also started targeting community members, people of neighborhoods like Loma Verde as well as Cadillac Winchester neighborhoods.
8 suspected gang members linked to assaults, robberies, carjackings, and other crimes in San Jose over the past year have been arrested, police announced Monday. Between November 2023 and September 2024, authorities responded to multiple crimes allegedly committed by the suspects, who targeted both rival gang members and residents in the Loma Verde and Cadillac/Winchester neighborhoods. The arrests took place between October 15th-17 in San Jose. The suspects were identified as 22-year-old Josue Castro, 26-year-old Jonathan Rodriguez, 21-year-old Daniel Romo, 20-year-old Luis Orizmendi Bravo, 21-year-old Joe Maldonado, 19-year-old Eric Curiel, and 2 juvenile males, ages 16 and 17. During the execution of search warrants, detectives recovered evidence linking the suspects to the crimes, along with a fully automatic submachine gun and ammunition.
A $25,000 reward to catch a group of thieves they call the Chesapeake Bandits. So the armed robbers have targeted armored vehicles around LA County. Take a look.
These robberies occurred in broad daylight. They occurred when the drivers were going to ATMs and banks to receive money, and the defendants in this case and other co-conspirators were heavily armed and pointed their weapons at the victims when robbing them.
Mark, detectives dubbed them the Chesapeake Bandits, named for the street where they allegedly gathered to plan their heist, making off with 6-figure hauls. The complex case playing out like a made-for-TV movie.
Hey, he's climbing down. He's climbing down. Hey! Hey, get back inside. Get back inside. He's got a gun.
A daring leap from his 3rd-floor balcony with an assault rifle.
Don't reach for it. Don't reach for it. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Stop reaching for it.
Turns deadly as Zeph Rocco grabs for his gun. The recently released body cam and surveillance video showing the dramatic end for a suspect believed to be part of a brazen crew of thieves dubbed the Chesapeake Bandits, who targeted armored cars.
This group has targeted ATMs and other businesses, including check cashing locations, and the suspects operating by overtaking the armored car driver while they service drive-through ATMs or exit businesses.
The FBI and LAPD piecing together a puzzle that included suspects dressed in painter jumpsuits, often wearing body armor, and armed with assault rifles and zip ties. A Hollywood whodunit of robberies totaling more than $500,000. The crimes committed in broad daylight, from this Brinks truck targeted in front of a Reseda Taco Bell to ATMs and check cashiers in South LA, Hawthorne, and Inglewood.
The victim drivers have been zip-tied and detained as they are held at gunpoint while being robbed.
34-year-old James Russell Davis and his half-brother, Denavius Hobson, believed to be the original masterminds, carefully picking their targets.
In some of the instances, defendants Hobson and his half-brother Davis were observed casing the victims weeks in advance of the robberies.
After authorities nabbed the brothers, they zeroed in on other members of the crew. One found in a field, Rocco holed up in his apartment.
Zeph Rocco, this is the LAPD. We have a search warrant for your location.
His attempt to escape costing him his life. Officers finding his assault rifle, multiple high-capacity magazines, and body armor. Evidence in a complex case ripped right out of the movies.
A sophisticated and daring series of armed robberies in Los Angeles, in which gang members targeted armored trucks at gunpoint and escaped with hundreds of thousands of dollars, has come to an end with multiple arrests. The heists, which spanned over 2 years, played out like scenes from a Hollywood film, executed with precision, carried out in broad daylight, and involving heavily armed suspects in ski masks. Dubbed the Chesapeake Bandits, the group, now linked to the Crips and Black Piru Bloods gangs focused on robbing armored trucks as they picked up or delivered cash at banks, fast food restaurants, markets, and credit unions. During each heist, the suspects ambushed security guards, zip-tied them at gunpoint, and quickly seized bags of cash before fleeing within seconds. Authorities believe the gang planned the robberies from a home on Chesapeake Avenue in the West Adams neighborhood, which led to their nickname. One suspect, Zeph Rocco, attempted to escape arrest in dramatic fashion. During a SWAT team raid on his Reseda apartment, Rocco jumped from a third-floor balcony. Footage released by the LAPD shows him reaching for a rifle while on the ground, prompting officers to shoot and kill him. Police later found an assault rifle, high-capacity magazines, and body armor at the scene. Authorities identified James Russell Davis and his half-brother, Denivus Hobson, as the masterminds behind the robberies. After arresting the two men, investigators pursued other members of the crew. One suspect was later found deleted in a field. The FBI and LAPD pieced together key evidence, including surveillance footage of the suspects dressed in painter jumpsuits, body armor, and masks, wielding assault rifles and zip ties. Their crime spree resulted in the theft of over $630,000. According to an FBI report, the group typically struck when armored truck drivers serviced ATMs or exited businesses, using force to overpower them before looting the trucks. The heists were carried out in high-traffic locations, including a Brinks truck outside a Taco Bell in Reseda, as well as ATMs and check-cashing businesses in South LA, Hawthorne, and Inglewood. Davis and Hobson reportedly spent weeks surveilling their targets before striking. In a particularly revealing moment, a Valentine's Day 2022 heist at Westcom Credit Union in Hawthorne provided a critical clue. While one of the masked robbers bent down to grab a bundle of cash, his hoodie lifted, exposing a 5-pointed star tattoo on his lower back. Prosecutors later argued in court that this tattoo matched one belonging to Hobson, making it a key piece of evidence. During the trial, defense attorneys challenged the prosecution's claim, arguing that the tattoo alone was not enough to prove Hobson's involvement. Expert witnesses testified that similar tattoos were common among several LA gangs. Nonetheless, prosecutors maintained that Hobson and Davis had carefully planned the heists, tracking their targets for weeks before striking. The group's largest robbery occurred on September 15, 2022, when they targeted a Brinks armored truck at PLS check cashers in South LA, escaping with $375,000. They carried out additional heists at a Bank of America in Inglewood and a 99-cent only store on Crenshaw Boulevard. In the end, 2 of the suspects were deleted, while 3 others were arrested. Davis pleaded guilty to robbery and firearm charges, while Hobson and another suspect pleaded not guilty.
The search continues tonight for the person who shot and killed a 9-year-old girl playing in front of her house in Anaheim. As her family and the community ask for answers, today they held a car wash to help pay for the funeral for Jimena Menza.
If there are tears to be shed, you won't see them in William Mesa's eyes. Today, he is jumping in with both hands to raise money to bury his daughter. His wife is at the same car wash, accepting donations and hugs.
A 9-year-old Anaheim girl, Jimena Menza, was killed on the evening of October 22, 2014, after gunfire erupted outside her family's apartment in the 2300 block of West Greenacre Avenue near Brookhurst Community Park. Investigators said a white car pulled up. A gunman got out and fired at a group of men nearby. Then the shooter and driver sped off. Police said Jimena was not involved in gangs and was an innocent bystander. The case drew intense public attention, and a reward was offered as detectives worked leads from tips and witness interviews. Within days, police arrested Ricardo Cruz and Alfredo Miguel Aquino, describing both as documented gang members. Prosecutors later took the case to trial, and in May 2019 a jury convicted both men of second-degree deletion, active gang participation, felon in possession of a firearm, and possession of a gun in a school zone, with gang-related sentencing enhancements found true. Jurors also found Cruz personally discharged the gun. Cruz was sentenced to 70 years to life, and Aquino was sentenced to 55 years to life. A major later development came in June 2022, when appellate justices ruled the two men must receive lesser punishments because of changes in California law affecting gang enhancements, and sent the cases back to the trial court for resentencing.
Shows 85 people the Orange County Sheriff's Department and the Department of Justice arrested over a 3-month span. The so-called Operation Scarecrow targeted the Sereno Street Gang and Mexican Mafia members operating in Orange County. With the arrests, authorities say they've disrupted the criminal actions of the Mexican Mafia, which operates in jails and prisons. In 2016, longtime Orange County Mexican Mafia leader Peter Ojeda was sentenced to 15 years for racketeering and is said to have continued running criminal activity in the area.
Authorities said Operation Scarecrow was a 3-month gang investigation targeting Sereno Street gang subsets and an alleged criminal enterprise directed by the Mexican Mafia, with state and county teams working side by side to disrupt the group's control and trafficking activity. Officials said the cases sparked traced back to a Christmas Day 2016 demise in San Juan Capistrano, which investigators described as the catalyst that expanded into one of the largest operations in OC Sheriff's history. When the operation wrapped, officials announced 85 arrests and major seizures. They also said the investigation turned up counterfeit money and credit card readers, and that 37 search warrants were served as the enforcement phase unfolded.
Juan Reinaga was 17 years old, a standout football player at Anaheim High School. The deadly shooting happened Friday night just before 10 o'clock in the 1100 block of Acacia Street. When police got here, they found Juan suffering from 2 gunshot wounds. The suspects had already taken off. Juan was taken to the hospital where he later died. Juan's family says the teen was not involved in gangs. The family says Juan was coming home from work. His 2 younger siblings were waiting for him outside when a dark sedan pulled up. 2 people get out and asked if they were gang affiliated. Juan responded no, but the suspects fired at least 5 rounds. One of those bullets struck Juan in the neck. Police say he was innocent of any wrongdoing. The suspects, however, are believed to be gang members.
A teenage boy was shot and met his demise in Anaheim in a case police described as gang-related on the suspect's side, even though they said the victim himself was not involved in gangs. The shooting happened July 8, 2022, in the 1100 block of North Acacia Street near La Palma Avenue. The teen was taken to a hospital and later died. Family identified him as 17-year-old Juan Reinaga. In the days after the demise, Anaheim police said the suspects were believed to be gang members, but they did not release a suspect description publicly at that time, and early reports said no arrests had been made.
Gang and drug takedown in LA and the OC. More than a dozen state and local law enforcement agencies teamed up for the sweep. They announced 10 new arrests of the Brownwood Street Gang out of Anaheim. The case involves drug and gun charges from a year-long investigation using a confidential source. 3 suspects are still fugitives.
In January 2022, the FBI and local gang task forces in Orange and Los Angeles counties announced a federal crackdown that centered on the Brownwood Street Gang, based largely in Anaheim. Officials said a long-running investigation had reached the point where 16 people tied to Brownwood were charged in federal court, with 10 arrests made that morning, 3 defendants already in custody, and 3 fugitives still being sought. Investigators said the case began with Anaheim police in July 2019, after allegations that Brownwood members were involved in illegal gun sales and drug distribution in Orange County. According to federal officials, the organization wasn't just local. Some members allegedly traveled from Texas to California to trade firearms for narcotics, then resold the guns and drugs in Southern California. A key piece of the case, officials said, was controlled undercover work. Between July 2019 and August 2020, a confidential source carried out repeated purchases, part of 25 separate operations, buying approximately 759 grams of meth and 23 firearms from individuals later charged.
These arrests. The investigation resulted in the indictment and arrest of 15 people on federal charges and 29 people on state charges. The majority of them are documented gang members in Anaheim. This investigation was initiated in June of 2011 after receiving numerous accounts of information from residents in the East Anaheim area. The information obtained was related to illegal narcotics violations, violent crimes associated with criminal street gang activity in that area.
Operation Halo was a year-long Anaheim gang and guns crackdown that officials said targeted the East Side Anaheim gang, described by police as one of the city's most entrenched groups after investigators linked a spike of violence and trafficking to the gang's orbit. 49 defendants facing charges in federal or state court, with allegations ranging from drug trafficking to homicide. Investigators said the case leaned heavily on undercover work. During the probe, informants and undercover personnel bought 38 firearms and about 1 pound of meth, and enforcement actions tied to the operation led to additional seizures, bringing totals reported by media to roughly 40 guns and about 11 pounds of meth. Authorities described the recovered weapons as including sawed-off shotguns, assault-style weapons, and semi-automatic handguns, and the ATF release also notes an explosive device seized during the final sweep. Officials said Operation Halo began around June 2011, and the Los Angeles Times reported the investigation was sparked after the 2011 stabbing death of a 12-year-old that detectives connected to rival tagging crews affiliated with the gang ecosystem. On March 9, 2017, Anaheim police say a gang-related shooting erupted in the 800 block of East Balsam Avenue, when suspects allegedly fired about 20 rounds from an assault rifle into a neighborhood. No one was hit, but police said multiple homes' residences were struck by bullets, turning the block into a crime scene and raising fears that the gunfire could have killed bystanders. After a near-week-long investigation led by the Anaheim PDE Gang Detail and Crime Task Force, detectives identified 4 suspects and obtained both search warrants and probable cause arrest warrants. 3 Anaheim men tied by prosecutors to the Anaheim Vados Locos gang were accused of shooting at an unmarked police car during a late-night confrontation and chase on June 1, 2012. Prosecutors allege the incident began near Palm Street and Boyson Avenue in the Gwinnett Lane area, when the trio's car pulled in front of the unmarked unit and blocked it. Authorities said the officers inside were in full uniform, and that after shots were fired, the officers activated emergency light sirens and tried to get away while the suspects allegedly pursued, and more rounds were fired during the chase. The pursuit ended after the suspects' car crashed while turning near Midway Drive and Anaheim Boulevard, and officers arrested the men after they attempted to flee. On August 14, 2015, Orange County Superior Court Judge Patrick Donahue sentenced each defendant to 15 years to life in state prison, an outcome driven by the combination of the 246 conviction plus the gang and firearm enhancement findings. After sentencing, prosecutors indicated they would not refile the attempted deletion of police charges, meaning the case's final outcome rested on the occupied vehicle shooting plus gang counts and enhancements. In Anaheim, detectives say Jeremy Ray Brahmer of Garden Grove met his demise in a shooting just after midnight outside the Motel 6 in the 1400 block of North State College Boulevard. Officers found Brahmer in the motel parking lot, and he was taken to a hospital where he was pronounced dead. Early witness accounts said he was found near a BMW with a shattered window, suggesting the shooting may have happened close to or while he was near the vehicle, but police did not release a motive. In Anaheim, detectives say David Gutierrez Hernandez, a father of 2 who police said was not gang involved, was deleted in a drive-by shooting on December 21, 2021, in the 2100 block of East Balsam Avenue. Police say their investigation later identified 2 suspected gang members. Anaheim police said an assault and kidnapping case with suspected gang ties unfolded in 2 fast-moving stages, first at a neighborhood address, then during a later pursuit that ended in an officer-involved shooting. Officers responded to the 1800 block of West Neighbors Avenue after a male victim reported he was assaulted and taken against his will by 2 men and a woman. The victim told police one suspect had a handgun, the other had a knife, and the woman had a club-like weapon. Detectives later identified the 2 male suspects as Frank Velasquez and Alan Osvaldo Reza Palomino, and said gang involvement was suspected, though the motive wasn't immediately clear. Investigators spotted Velasquez and Reza Palomino getting into a vehicle near the same location. When officers attempted a stop, police said the driver didn't yield, and a slow-speed pursuit followed through the surrounding area. The chase was ended at La Palma Avenue and Mohican Avenue using a pursuit intervention technique. Reza Palomino then ran, and during the foot pursuit an officer-involved shooting occurred. Police said a firearm was recovered and that the officer's body-worn camera was activated. Reza Palomino was taken to a hospital in critical condition, while Velasquez was arrested at the scene. Anaheim police say the August 12, 2024 demise of Christopher Monge happened on the 900 block of North Siesta Street, where officers and Anaheim Fire and Rescue found him unresponsive in front of a residence with gunshot wounds. He was taken to a local hospital and later pronounced dead. After several weeks of investigation, detectives identified 2 adult suspects and a juvenile. Police say all 3 were arrested. The 2 adults were named as Oscar Daniel Aguilar and Dadar Martinez, both Anaheim residents. The juvenile's identity was not released.
On December 22, 2020, 32-year-old Cedric Dempsey was found shot in the head. Investigators say they located the suspect in the killing of the father of 9 just about a week ago.
Detectives served a search warrant at a residence in our community after receiving information the suspect was manufacturing and selling firearms to gang members.
SWAT officers arrested 50-year-old Arthur Akins III, but it was during this investigation that authorities across the Inland Empire focused on another in Moreno Valley, also back in 2020. Suspect Darnell Tate was linked to Akins, who investigators say played a large role in a gang. Detectives believe Akins sourced weapons to gang members across the Inland Empire.
5 of the handguns were ghost guns, and the detectives also recovered a 3D printer to manufacture those.
In all, 17 people were arrested for various felonies, including weapons, drugs, and pimping charges.
In late 2020, police linked 2 seemingly separate deletions to the same gang. On December 22, 2020, 32-year-old Cedric Dempsey was found shot dead behind Boardwell Park in Riverside. At the same time, the Riverside County Sheriff's was investigating a June 7, 2020 demise in Moreno Valley. 43-year-old Kevin Henderson was found shot near his apartment on Myers Avenue. Detectives from both jurisdictions realized their cases were connected by a local criminal street gang. Starting in 2021, Riverside PD and the sheriffs, joined by the district attorney, CHP, and DOJ Special Operations, conducted a coordinated probe. They executed numerous search warrants and interviews. On May 6, 2022, sheriff's deputies arrested Darnell Frederick Tate for Henderson's demise. 2 weeks later, on May 21st, Riverside robbery homicide detectives arrested Arthur Lawrence Akins III, 50 years old at the time, for Dempsey's demise. Investigators announced that Akins was also being booked for Henderson's demise. The May 2022 sweep, Operation Walk in the Park, netted 17 felony arrests and a large cache of weapons and drugs. Altogether, authorities seized 55 firearms, including assault rifles and homemade ghost guns, plus sizable quantities of drugs. Riverside PD credited the joint operation with taking those weapons out of circulation and holding gang members accountable for the deletions.
This quiet cul-de-sac looks a lot like many of the other streets in the Casablanca neighborhood in Riverside, but looks can be deceiving. And on Thursday, El Sol Way was the focal point of a large-scale gang bust. All of these people arrested, including these 4, now charged with. Riverside police say the recent string of violence on El Sol Way started last January with a fight in the street.
An uninvolved neighbor nearby shouted from her house to break up the fight, and in response they shot her repeatedly.
She survived, but a month later a rival gang member was beaten to death in this street. Then in September, another innocent man was shot and while driving down the street. These are the 4 gang members Riverside police say were responsible. They say this man, Edward Smith, pulled the trigger.
Between January and September 2019, the Casablanca neighborhood of South Riverside was terrorized by a string of gang-related attacks. Police and DOJ special agents joined a task force called Operation Blockbuster to dismantle the Casablanca gangster Crips, blamed for multiple violent crimes. In one early incident, on February 8, 2019, 22-year-old Jordan Love was beaten at an El Sol Way residence. He suffered severe head injuries and died days later. Police later identified Kelvin Taylor as the assailant. Taylor pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter in 2023. Also in early 2019, a female resident who yelled at a noisy street fight on El Sol Way was shot by gang members. She survived her wounds. Finally, on September 1st, 2019, William Felix Calderon was gunned down while test driving his van on El Sol Way. Investigators recovered surveillance showing gang members directing the shooter to hit the next vehicle down the street, making Calderon an innocent target. By January 2020, authorities had arrested 4 suspects in Calderon's demise.
Today, 2 arrests made in connection with the of Lorenz Simmons. Let's get right to those booking photos. This is Christian Velasquez and Manuel Barberin, both arrested after police got information, they say, back in August of 2014. They won't go into a lot of details about how this tip came through and how they eventually made these arrests, but these men both incarcerated right now on unrelated charges. Police say the 2 guys are reputed gang members and they gunned down this 14-year-old just because of his race. We spoke with family members who came to today's press conference. They are elated about these arrests.
If you ever lost a 14-year-old, you can tell me what closure is. You know, but every day I cry and I think about God and I'm happy, but this is the happiest to know that they're going to be held accountable.
On February 23, 2012, Larian Simmons, a 14-year-old sophomore at Riverside Poly High School, was fatally shot near his grandmother's house. Simmons had been walking home after visiting a friend when a car pulled alongside and its occupants opened fire. He stumbled close to his grandmother's driveway but collapsed. He spent several days on life support before dying of his wounds. Simmons was an honors junior ROTC student with dreams of joining the military or becoming a police officer, and he had no gang affiliation. In 2015, authorities announced arrests in the cold case. 2 members of the East Side Rivas gang, Christian Velasquez and Manuel Barberin, were charged with first-degree deletion in Simmons' demise. Prosecutors alleged the shooting was racially motivated. Simmons was African-American, and the Rivas gang had a history of targeting black residents. The demise was treated as a hate crime with special gang enhancements.
There's a new buzzer on the front door at the Camp Transformation Center in Riverside. After the gym says a homeless man brought all his belongings inside, refused to leave, and turned violent.
He did punch me in the face in the lobby, and then when we went outside, he proceeded to pull out a knife and threatened to poke me multiple times.
Eric Salgado owns the gym. He's one of many small business owners along the Magnolia corridor in Riverside who've made complaints to police about an increase in crime. The Northgate Market says shoplifting has been out of control for years. Riverside police are trying to keep everyone safe too. They just arrested over 100 people here in a 3-day sting called Operation Street Sweeper. 44 people were arrested for selling narcotics. Riverside Police Chief Larry Gonzalez says state laws like Prop 47 and 57 have made it much harder for police to do their jobs and minimize jail time, allowing people out committing crimes to fall deeper into addiction and homelessness. He says most of the people they just arrested were homeless, struggling with substance abuse issues.
In spring 2024, the Riverside PD Narcotics Unit targeted open-air drug sales along the Magnolia Avenue corridor between Van Buren and Pierce Street. Dubbed Operation Street Sweeper, this undercover sting aimed to dismantle a homeless-driven drug market in several motels. Over 3 weeks, officers made 46 separate purchases of various drugs from the suspected dealers. Each buyer was typically a transient motel resident. After gathering evidence, police conducted a multi-day raid on May 2024. They identified 44 drug-selling suspects. 33 were arrested and booked for narcotics sales violations. In addition, 71 other individuals were taken into custody for unrelated charges, including parole and probation violations, outstanding warrants, felony and misdemeanor, and trespassing. The total number of arrests was 104 people. Riverside PD noted that nearly all arrestees claimed homelessness. The chief reported that crime calls and emergency medical calls along Magnolia Avenue immediately and significantly decreased after the operation. The raids turned up more than drugs. For example, one motel room search discovered a woman wanted for a 2022 felony DUI crash and a man with an outstanding burglary warrant. Officers also found thousands of dollars in stolen merchandise in the room. City officials said the operation disrupted a high-volume drug hub and made the neighborhood safer in the short term. In early 2025, Riverside police announced charges against Juan Nieto Sanchez, aka Sleepy, a lieutenant in the Sur Riva Tiny Winos gang, for abuse of an underage girl. Nieto Sanchez was already in custody on a separate parole violation when detectives uncovered that he had engaged in a relationship with an underage girl. The investigation revealed that Sleepy used social media to contact juvenile victims both while he was in prison and after his release in October 2024. Authorities have charged Nieto Sanchez with felony abuse against a child and warned there may be additional victims who have not yet come forward. In 2018, Riverside police launched Operation Eastbound and Down to counter a wave of violent crime sweeping through the city's east side. For months, investigators tracked a sharp rise in gang-related deletions, attempted deletion, drive-by shootings, and armed robberies. The violence was driven by rival crews fighting for control of the area, and detectives began seeing familiar names, individuals recently released from custody resurfacing in new acts of retaliation and intimidation. On October 18, 2018, authorities executed the takedown in coordinated pre-dawn raids across Riverside and nearby cities. The results were sweeping. 45 suspected gang members and associates were arrested, and 63 firearms, including 13 assault rifles, were recovered. Officers also seized large amounts of narcotics, cash, and gang paraphernalia. Prosecutors filed charges against 25 suspects, including 22 adults and 3 juveniles, with counts ranging from attempted deletion and aggravated assault to firearms and drug trafficking offenses. In early 2017, more than 200 law enforcement officers carried out a massive coordinated sweep across Riverside County, targeting the Westside Riva Gang, one of the region's most violent criminal organizations. Beginning just after sunrise, teams of deputies, SWAT members, and federal agents executed 16 search warrants at homes throughout Jurupa Valley, Riverside, and Ontario. The operation was part of a months-long investigation into gang-related shootings, assaults, and narcotics trafficking that had plagued the Inland Empire. By the end of the morning, 8 individuals believed to be members or close associates of the Westside Riva Gang were taken into custody. Their charges ranged from participation in a criminal street gang and felon in possession of a firearm to probation violations, drug manufacturing, and child endangerment. Authorities said the suspects were part of a network responsible for terrorizing neighborhoods in Rubidoux, Jurupa Valley, and surrounding communities. Inside several of the targeted homes, investigators found an alarming cache of weapons, including 2 AR-15 rifles, a modified 12-gauge shotgun, a .22 caliber semi-automatic rifle, a 9 handgun, and hundreds of rounds of live ammunition. Detectives also uncovered a clandestine honey oil lab hidden inside a residence on Jalany Lane in Moreno Valley. The lab was being used to produce concentrated cannabis oil using butane, a highly explosive process that put both residents and nearby homes in serious danger. Officials said the Westside Riva Gang had long been tied to a pattern of gun violence, drug trafficking, and intimidation of residents. The coordinated takedown marked one of the largest gang crackdowns in Riverside County history. Following the raids, all 8 suspects were booked into the Robert Presley Detention Center on a variety of felony charges. Several were held without bail due to prior convictions and probation violations, while others faced gang enhancement allegations and firearm possession counts. Prosecutors said the investigation would continue, as additional suspects and associates were being identified through evidence recovered at the scene. The discovery of the honey oil lab added a new dimension to the case, showing how the gang had expanded its illegal activity from street violence to drug production and distribution. Law enforcement officials emphasized that the Westside Riva Gang had long been one of Riverside's most entrenched street gangs, dating back decades and historically connected to the Sereno network. They described the operation as a warning to other local sets that the era of unchecked violence and drug manufacturing in Jurupa Valley was over. These operations are more than headline figures in case files. They reflect a city wrestling with its past and trying to chart a safer future. When gangs lose their grip on blocks, residents gain something far more valuable than arrests: the freedom to walk down their street without flinching, to let children play outside, to hope for better days. Riverside's story, to borrow from its legacy of citrus groves yielding fruit, shows that in hard ground, good things can still grow. What remains is the work of nurturing those seedlings, so the shadows of conflict don't reclaim the space that belongs to people fighting to live well in their hometown.
And local law enforcement fanned out across the city of San Bernardino in order to round up members of the West Side Verdugo street gang. Now, we're told the gang sweep targeted a total of 35 members, of which 24 were arrested during the raid. 10 are already in custody and 1 remains at large. According to the federal indictment, the violent street gang is responsible for the trafficking and distribution of drugs throughout Southern California on behalf of the Mexican mafia. The investigation into the gang began in 2017 after gang intelligence got wind of a conspiracy. Authorities tell us that the gang members were purposely getting arrested in order to smuggle drugs into the county and city jail via their body cavity. Today's operation, dubbed West Side Guillotine, was aimed at disrupting the gang's activity.
On April 25, 2019, federal and local authorities announced that 35 alleged members and associates of the West Side Verdugo Street Gang in San Bernardino were charged in a sweeping probe known as Operation West Side Guillotine. The gang, long tied to the Mexican mafia, was accused of running a large-scale narcotics operation that moved meth and H throughout the Inland Empire and into local jails. More than 250 law enforcement officers participated in coordinated early morning raids, arresting 24 of the suspects, while 10 others were already in state custody and 1 remained at large. Investigators said the group's operation stretched from July 2017 through April 2019 and included a disturbing smuggling tactic: members intentionally getting arrested to sneak drugs into county jails by hiding narcotics, syringes, and packaging in body cavities. Once inside, the drugs were distributed among inmates and sold through outside contacts who sent proceeds back into gang-controlled accounts. Authorities seized more than 30 pounds of meth, along with H, weapons, and cash. The 35 defendants faced a combination of federal drug trafficking, firearms, identity theft, and money laundering charges, many of which carry potential life sentences. Prosecutors described the West Side Verdugo Gang as one of San Bernardino's oldest and most entrenched street crews, acting as a local extension of the Mexican mafia's control over Southern California jails and neighborhoods. Officials said the goal of the operation was to dismantle a criminal network that had exerted influence over San Bernardino for nearly 50 years.
Investigators in the Inland Empire have arrested 5 alleged gang members in the of a 41-year-old mother. Carmen Rodriguez was gunned down outside a San Bernardino cafe in January of last year. Rodriguez was the wife of a Mexican mafia member who was doing time at Pelican Bay. Detectives believe other gang members ordered a hit on the mother of 5 from behind bars. Matthew Manzano, Eric Moreno, and Richard Garcia were all locked up when Rodriguez was. Isaac Aguirre and Robert Fernandez are believed to have carried out the hit.
In January 2017, Carmen Rodriguez, a mother of 5 and the wife of Mexican mafia member Andrew Huero Verde Rodriguez, was shot and met her demise in the parking lot outside Gabby's Cafe in San Bernardino. Detectives determined the demise was a contract hit ordered from inside the prison system by members of the Mexican mafia, who used the West Side Verdugo Street Gang to carry out the plan. Evidence later showed that imprisoned gang leaders coordinated the assassination through contraband cell phones and intermediaries. After months of investigation, authorities charged 5 suspects. Prosecutors alleged that Garcia, Manzano, and Moreno were involved in orchestrating the demise from behind bars, while Aguirre and Fernandez acted as the gunmen on the outside. The case exposed the extent of the Mexican mafia's ability to control street-level violence from within California's prison system. The outcomes varied among the defendants. Eric Moreno Jr. was deleted by his cellmate at Kern Valley State Prison in July 2018 before he could stand trial. Robert Fernandez Jr. pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter and participating in a criminal street gang later that same year. Richard Garcia entered a similar guilty plea in 2019 and was sentenced to 30 years in prison, served consecutively to an existing life term. Matthew Ruben Manzano went to trial and was convicted of first-degree deletion in 2020, receiving a 25 years to life sentence. Isaac Paul Aguirre maintained his innocence and went to trial in 2022, where a jury acquitted him on all charges due to insufficient evidence linking him to the shooting. The investigation also revealed that Carmen's husband, Andrew Rodriguez, was found dead in his Pelican Bay cell months after the demise under suspicious circumstances, believed to be linked to internal power struggles within the Mexican mafia.
Pistol whipped and threatened for their lives. That's what investigators with the San Bernardino County Sheriff say happened to a couple who owns one Inland Empire business before thieves made off with more than $12,000 in cash. The incident dates back to March 12th at about 3 a.m. Investigators say 2 victims were sleeping when they were woken up and held at gunpoint by 3 armed suspects at a location off Valley Boulevard in Bloomington.
Pero luego después oí como que empujaron aquí la puerta.
One of the victims telling KTLA she heard a noise outside. Shortly after, the suspects break through the door. They pistol whip her husband and then force him to the front where they demand money.
Ya oía que la señora le decía, no, pues que él quiere el dinero.
Investigators say the thieves were there for roughly 2 hours before leaving. One of the victims left bloodied and bruised. He later went to the hospital where medical staff reported the injuries to authorities.
Investigators identified the three suspects, and they were taken into custody on May 30th. During the course of the investigation, they also learned about a 4th suspect, and that 4th suspect was also identified and arrested in Upland on June 11th.
3 men and 1 woman arrested. Authorities believe they're responsible for other unreported home invasions, assaults, and extortion on local business owners.
In mid-June 2024, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department announced the arrests of 4 suspects with alleged Inland Empire gang ties in connection with a violent home invasion robbery, saying the same crew was believed to be behind a wider pattern of home invasions, assaults, and extortion targeting local business owners. In San Bernardino, California, police tied 2 February 2022 deletions to gang member Quinton Stringfellow after a week of rapid-fire violence. On February, officers found Emmett Marcus Stokes on the 1700 block of North Fairfax Drive with multiple gunshot wounds. He died at the hospital. 6 days later, on February 10th, officers responding to the 1300 block of North Arrowhead Avenue discovered Terrence Coates shot to death inside a vehicle. Detectives linked both shootings to the same suspect and to a vehicle registered to Stringfellow's mother. When officers moved to arrest Stringfellow in Redlands on February 16, he briefly fled on foot before being taken into custody. Investigators recovered a handgun believed to have been used in one of the deletions and located the vehicle believed to have been used in both. Police described Stringfellow as a self-admitted member of a local street gang PPG and booked him on 2 counts of deletions. As of the latest public reporting from that period, authorities had not released final courtroom outcomes, plea, trial, or sentencing for Stringfellow. Available records confirm the arrests, the recovered firearm and vehicle, and the filing of 2 murder counts, but do not show a concluded case disposition. In December 2014, San Bernardino police wrapped a months-long crackdown on gang violence that led to 30-plus arrests and the seizure of dozens of guns, after a spike in carjackings, robberies, and attempted deletions earlier that year. During the sweep, detectives said they believed they caught the shooter, who unalived Michael Martinez Jr. in August 2013. The suspect was Corey Thomas, described as a gang member and also accused in a second homicide. City leaders called the operation a success, taking a bunch of guns out of people who have no business owning guns, as then Chief Jared Bourguin put it, while County D. Michael Ramos framed it as a message to local terrorists. Over roughly a year, San Bernardino police led a sweeping crackdown on the West Side Verdugo gang that produced 180 felony arrests, shut down 30 illegal gambling parlors, and seized 111 firearms along with nearly $300,000 in cash and hundreds of pounds of meth, Fendi, H, and Mary. What began as an inquiry into illicit gun sales quickly widened when detectives realized the crew was running a coordinated, conspiracy-style operation that stretched into Los Angeles and Orange counties, intertwining guns, narcotics, and high-end gambling machines imported on the black market. The case, nicknamed Operation Westside Jenga, culminated with 34 search warrants served in a single day, 31 arrests, and tables of assault weapons and handguns displayed at police headquarters. Investigators said the gambling sites, hidden in homes, warehouses, and shuttered businesses, were jointly operated with the Mexican mafia, generated tens of thousands of dollars per week, and were linked to multiple deletions and attempted deletions. Evidence from the probe also helped close 2 separate deletion cases and reportedly prevented several planned shootings and armed robberies. Unlike many large gang takedowns, authorities kept the prosecutions local rather than going federal under RICO. The San Bernardino County District Attorney filed charges against at least 45 defendants, stacking 57 firearm enhancements, 41 gang enhancements, and several third strike allegations, and indicated more filings were coming as cases were reviewed. In San Bernardino, California, law enforcement arrested 6 individuals: Tamisha Bryce, Nathan Gonzalez, DiCarlo Crockett, Donald Jones, Isaac Baker, and Donda Davis on suspicion of attempted deletion enhanced by gang participation. 5 were taken into custody on the same day at residences in the 3400 block of East 20th Street in San Bernardino, while the 6th had been arrested earlier. Each defendant was booked at the Central Detention Center in San Bernardino, and bail was set at $1 million for each. Law enforcement described the crime as a gang-motivated attempt on a rival gang.
According to friends, Eliana and her family were headed to the Outback Steakhouse in Milpitas. As they drove along I-880, a vehicle pulled up, and someone inside began firing shots. The 3rd shot struck Eliana, and friends say she died within 30 seconds. Hours after this I-880 shooting, Santa Cruz police arrested 3 suspects after a police pursuit on Highway 17. Officials believe the 3 may be connected to Eliana's death in the I-880 shooting and are trying to determine if that shooting could be linked to another one that happened around the same time in Fremont.
3 men, Humberto Ayana, Cristo Ayala, and Emmanuel Sarango, are now accused of shooting and 5-year-old Ileana Cristostomo. Prosecutors claim all 3 men are Sereno gang members. Ileana was with her family driving south on 880 near the Mission Boulevard exit when prosecutors say the 3 suspects started shooting at the family's vehicle, believing it belonged to a rival gang member. Investigators claim the men flashed gang signs before firing into the vehicle, carrying 6 people. Investigators say the same men are connected to a shooting 50 minutes prior on Fremont Boulevard. In that case, the men allegedly approached a man wearing red clothing and shot at him with a semi-automatic weapon. Nobody was hit. All 3 suspects were ultimately arrested in Santa Cruz in a car that fit the description in both shootings.
A 5-year-old girl, Eliana Cristostomo, met her demise in a shooting on Interstate 880 in Fremont on April 8, 2023, while riding in a vehicle with family members, according to the Alameda County District Attorney's Office. Prosecutors say 3 men, Humberto Anaya, Cristo Ayala Valderrama, and Emmanuel Sarango, were later arrested and charged with the demise, along with 7 counts, each of shooting at an occupied vehicle. Authorities allege the defendants are members of a Fremont Sereno gang and that they fired into the family's vehicle because they believed it was connected to rivals. Prosecutors also allege gang signs were flashed before shots were fired. Investigators also connected the same group to a separate shooting about 15 minutes earlier on Fremont Boulevard, where prosecutors say a man was shot at but not hit. After the freeway shooting, the suspect vehicle described as a red Honda Accord was later located in Santa Cruz, and authorities say the defendants were arrested after a pursuit in Santa Cruz County involving CHP and local agencies. Along with the demise and freeway shooting counts, prosecutors say the earlier Fremont Boulevard incident led to additional felony allegations, including assault with a semi-automatic firearm, and firearm-related charges were also alleged for 2 of the defendants. Fremont police say a May 5th home invasion robbery in the Laurel Canyon court area turned into a same-day crime spree that stretched across multiple cities, and they tied it to two men they described as known gang members connected to the Fillmore knockout posse out of San Francisco. Investigators said the pair entered a Fremont home armed, ordered the homeowner to the ground, ransacked a bedroom, and left with jewelry and cash, then allegedly kept moving, attempting additional residential break-ins in Fremont and Union City and committing a separate robbery in San Francisco. Later that same day, police said they were able to identify the suspects using a mix of surveillance footage, license plate readers, and community camera systems. Authorities announced they tracked down and arrested Tyler Spears in Vallejo on May 14th with SWAT, and police said he had a loaded firearm that had been reported stolen in a January residential burglary in Suisun City. Spears faced multiple felony allegations tied to the Fremont case. The second suspect, Vermin Jones, was described as having numerous pending cases in San Francisco and being on a GPS ankle monitor. Police said he later disabled that monitor, and a warrant was issued while agencies searched for him. Reporting in 2020 stated Jones met his demise in an October 1st Union Square shooting in San Francisco, and that he was still wanted in the Fremont case at the time of his death. Fremont police say this case started after a big jump in smash and grab auto burglaries.
8 people arrested and 21 guns seized.
Those are the results of a multi-agency gang investigation involving Modesto Police, the CHP, and the Department of Justice. Now, we first told you about the bust yesterday. The investigation, dubbed Operation Red Desert, started last year when investigators say they started to see an uptick in violence. They discovered a connection with the Nuestra Familia prison gang and the Norteño street gang. Officials say local street gang members were carrying out the orders of high-ranking prison gang members.
Operation Red Desert was a 6-month, multi-agency crackdown targeting Norteño Nuestra Familia crews across Stanislaus and San Joaquin counties. It launched in February 2019 and culminated in July. Authorities reported 28 arrests, the seizure of 21 firearms, and $15,950 in cash. Charges included conspiracy to commit deletion, kidnapping, robbery, attempted deletion, and a range of drug and gun offenses, along with gang enhancements. Officials also said the operation disrupted a planned deletion and a home invasion robbery. Local outlets later noted the arrest tally climbed to 38 as additional suspects were booked during warrant service. All defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty.
Police have arrested 5 people accused in 2 violent robberies they believe are connected. The first robbery happened the day after Christmas. Police say 2 people were assaulted. The men were armed, took cash and backpacks. 1 person's now in the hospital with major injuries. Second robbery happened at a gas station yesterday morning. That victim also in the hospital with major injuries.
Modesto police say 5 suspected Norteño gang members were arrested on suspicion of organizing a crew to carry out armed home invasion robberies in the Modesto area. Detectives reported recovering loaded handguns, masks, and gloves during the takedown, and emphasized the investigation is still in its early stages. The adults were identified as Jesus Regalado, Edgar Mendez, Edgar Garcia, and Nestor Garcia. A 16-year-old was also taken into custody. All 5 face counts of conspiracy to commit residential robbery and criminal street gang activity. According to investigators, the group was allegedly coordinating roles and scouting potential locations. Detectives are processing the seized firearms and other evidence and are working to determine whether the suspects may be connected to additional crimes in Stanislaus County or nearby jurisdictions.
Brutally beaten last month, a homeless man dies weeks later. And investigators say these suspected gang members are the attackers. Detectives say Matthew Arguello and Ruben Rosales confronted Jace Decker August 10th, believing the 63-year-old was a registered sex offender. Detectives say Decker was not. Investigators say during the attack, Decker pleaded with the suspects to stop. Instead, they beat him until he was unconscious. They add the attack was unprovoked and gang-motivated. Guayo is now in custody, but investigators say Rosales is a dangerous man and is on the run. The community here says Decker mostly kept to himself.
Modesto police say 2 men beat Jace Decker unconscious at Garrison Park on August 10, 2019, after mistakenly believing he was a registered sex offender. Investigators described the assault as unprovoked and gang-motivated, noting the assailants used only their hands and feet. Decker never regained consciousness and died weeks later. Police confirmed he was not a sex offender. Detectives identified the suspects as Matthew Argello and Ruben Rosales. Argello was arrested on August 17, 2019. Rosales later surrendered on September 6, 2019. Days after that, a third suspect, Samuel Cervantes, was taken into custody at the Elliott Alternative Education Center. All 3 were booked on deletion as the investigation continued into each person's role and potential gang enhancements. Friends said Decker was a quiet regular at the park, coping with the loss of his wife, a case that underscores the danger of vigilante violence and bad information. All defendants are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in court.
Police say that 4 men arrested for a jewelry store robbery over the weekend could be part of a crew that's linked to robberies up and down the state. Police say that the suspects crashed a car into the front of the Side Jewelers on Standiford Avenue about 6:30 last night, and then several suspects jumped into the store, grabbing a large amount of jewelry before they drove off in different vehicles. The city's license plate reader cameras spotted one of those vehicles as stolen, alerted officers. They stopped the suspects, and Nasir Blocker, Antron Crawford, Gangster Lawson, and Nehemiah Miller are all now facing a long list of charges.
Turlock police say a 28-year-old man was fatally stabbed Friday morning in what appears to be a targeted act of gang violence. The attack, captured on surveillance video, unfolded near Lander and Bernal Avenues. Footage shows the victim standing with several men outside a liquor store in the 900 block of Lander Avenue when a black 2003 GMC Yukon pulled up and 3 adult Hispanic males got out. An argument quickly escalated. The victim ran across Lander Avenue with 2 suspects chasing him, and one attacker caught up and stabbed him at least once in the upper body. Officers arrived to find the man, described as Hispanic, with life-threatening wounds. He received immediate aid and was rushed to a local hospital where he died. Investigators broadcast the suspect vehicle, which was spotted within 3 hours in the 600 block of Vermont Street. The driver, Manuel Maldonado of Turlock, was detained, interviewed, and booked into Stanislaus County Jail on a deletion charge. Detectives said preliminary information indicates the crime was likely gang-motivated and not random. Police Chief Jason Hedden vowed an aggressive pursuit of the remaining suspects and offered condolences to the victim's family. Records show Maldonado has a prior history in gang-related cases. In 2011, he was arrested after a SWAT-assisted standoff tied to an attempted deletion investigation, later accepting a plea deal and serving a short sentence. In 2020, he was arrested again during a large Norteno gang sweep linked to a rural home invasion robbery that netted guns, cash, and narcotics. Authorities ask anyone with information or video from the area to come forward as the investigation continues. Detectives say they have arrested 3 suspects in connection to an apparent gang-related shooting that left a 14-year-old girl dead in Modesto last month. The shooting happened early in the morning back on December 26, 2020. Modesto police say officers responded to the intersection of South Martin Luther King Drive and Oak Street to investigate a reported shooting and crash. 4 young people were inside the car that crashed: an 11, 14, and 18-year-old girl and a 16-year-old boy. The 14-year-old girl died at the scene, police say. 2 other occupants were also taken to the hospital for treatment of gunshot wounds. Investigators believe the group was driving down Oak Street when they came to a dead end. As they were turning around, police say some people who were loitering outside a home in the area started shooting at the car as it passed by. Detectives say the suspects kept shooting at the car even after it crashed. It appears the shooting was motivated by and involved either members or associates of the Valley Boys Crip criminal street gang, detectives say. On Monday, police announced that 3 suspects had been arrested in connection to the shooting. 21-year-old Damon "Demon" Morrison, 24-year-old Angelo Keogh, and a 16-year-old boy. All 3 are facing charges of deletion and attempted deletion.
And a months-long investigation into the Norteno street gang led to 23 arrests in Stanislaus County. It started with a home invasion in March. By the time the investigation ended, not only had the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office made those 23 arrests, but they also seized 18 guns and nearly $20,000 in cash.
A months-long investigation that began with the March 17, 2020 home invasion in unincorporated Turlock led to 23 arrests and the seizure of cash, drugs, and guns, authorities said. Detectives identified Adrian Ortiz as a suspect early on and, with a court's authorization, tapped his phone and others believed to be involved. During the wiretap, investigators say they intercepted plans for drug deals, learned the locations of suspected drug houses, and heard discussions about taxing gang members and even local business owners the group claimed belonged to them. The case grew into a coordinated operation with search warrants served at 17 locations. In the most recent phase, completed in December 2020, teams recovered 18 firearms, more than $19,000 in cash, about 2 pounds, 786 plants, over 19 pounds of processed Mary, 4.8 grams of white, and nearly 300 pills. Detectives said the trove reflected both retail and wholesale activity and offered a rare inside view of how the crew generated money and enforced control. 2 suspected Norteno gang members have been arrested in connection with an October 28, 2020 assault at Parklawn Park in unincorporated South Modesto that left a man unconscious and hospitalized, according to the Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office. Detectives arrested Daniel Avina of Modesto and Eric Roca of Ceres and booked them into the Stanislaus County Public Safety Center on charges of felony assault, participation in a criminal street gang, and conspiracy. Roca also faces 4 additional counts as a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition. Investigators say several Norteno-affiliated assailants confronted 2 victims at the park. One victim managed to flee while the second was kicked in the head and torso until he lost consciousness. Both suspects were identified through multiple lineups and taken into custody at their homes after search and arrest warrants were served. The case remains active as detectives work to identify any additional participants. A Stanislaus County jury found Abel Rodriguez Jr. of Ceres guilty on March 28, 2019 of first-degree deletion and 2 counts of attempted deletion with firearm and gang enhancements for a July 4, 2009 drive by that tour through a family barbecue in Modesto, deleting 1 person and injuring 2 others. Prosecutors said Rodriguez was both the driver and the shooter. His accomplice, Pedro Alvarez of Ceres, the front seat passenger, pleaded no contest on April 2, 2019 to aiding and abetting. According to trial evidence, Rodriguez and Alvarez drove to the gathering after hearing rivals were nearby. With his headlights off and a handgun illegally converted to fire fully automatic on his lap, Rodriguez slowed in front of the home and sprayed the crowd, striking 3 people and deleting an innocent bystander, a migrant laborer. Within minutes, deputies spotted the car and pursued it at speeds over 125 miles per hour. During the chase, the passenger threw the gun out. The car crashed soon after, and both men were arrested. Investigators recovered the weapon, found 1 shell casing in the vehicle and 12 at the scene, and a DOJ criminalist determined all 13 casings were fired from the same gun. Rodriguez also tested positive for gunshot residue. Jurors rejected a defense gang expert's paid testimony suggesting someone else pulled the trigger. Modesto police say a New Year's Day shooting on the 3,400 block of Penny Lane triggered a months-long spree that left homes riddled with bullets across southeast Modesto. In the weeks that followed, officers documented 11 additional shootings, most causing property damage, with no one inside hurt. 1 person was shot several times during a fight on February 9th, but survived. A 14-year-old was arrested in that case. Detectives traced the violence to 2 feuding families with gang ties. Working with probation and parole teams, they served searches at 14 homes in Modesto, Empire, and Ceres, arresting 12 people, recovering 11 guns, and seizing drugs. Police said the coordinated sweep aimed to stop the feud before anyone else was injured. 2013, investigators say a caravan of Sereno-affiliated suspects met at a nearby park to plan retaliation against Norteños, then cruised north Modesto confronting people with gang challenges and hand signs. Around the 2,400 block of Vera Cruz Drive, the group attacked Eric Gomez, beating, stabbing, and shooting him. He later died at the hospital. A 17-year-old associated with the group, Dalia Mendoza, was also stabbed during the melee and treated. Detectives described the assault as coordinated, gang-motivated, and fueled by a long-simmering rivalry. The accused shooter, Giovanni Barocchio, initially fled. Authorities later located him in Mexico and returned him to Stanislaus County to face charges. Carranza and Jenna Saborn pleaded no contest to accessory to deletion with a gang enhancement and were sentenced soon after. In 2016, Rodriguez, Robles, and Jesse Saborn each pleaded to voluntary manslaughter with a gang enhancement and received 21 years. Lisandro Mendoza pleaded to voluntary manslaughter with a gang enhancement for 16 years. And Michael Terrell Saborn pleaded to second-degree deletion and received 16 years to life. Barocchio was later captured and charged.
Kelly, all 3 victims lived in this house. A candlelight vigil remains out here in their memory. Now, police are following up on all leads, but they say one thing is clear: the victims were targeted. A single candlelight still burns outside the house where police say they found 3 victims with fatal gunshot wounds. Police say it was not a random crime, nor was it a suicide.
Why they were targeted, what's the motive, those are all the things that we are working on right now.
Neighbors say they were sleeping Saturday morning and didn't know what happened until they saw the patrol cars outside.
the year after 3 people were shot to death inside a southeast Modesto home. Detectives arrested 6 suspects, capping an 11-month investigation that included witness protection and quiet surveillance. On February 26, 2013, officers surprised Robert Palomino and Juan Jose Mila in Stanislaus Superior Court as they exited Department 6 on an unrelated weapons matter, detaining them in a nearby room before leading them out in handcuffs. Investigators had promised the families of David that arrests would come before the March 3rd anniversary of the deletions, and they made good on that vow. Court documents tie the triple homicide to a torture case weeks earlier. On January 27, 2012, an 18-year-old woman reported being bound with tape, beaten, burned with lighters, gagged, and threatened with being forced to dig her own grave inside a Richland Avenue apartment in Ceres. Police searching the unit shared by her boyfriend Richard Garcia and his friend Armando Osegueda found drugs, a stolen TV, and about $6,500 in cash, leading to arrests for false imprisonment, assault with a deadly weapon, and later torture. Jose Osegueda Jr. was arrested on drug charges connected to the search. Although all 3 initially landed in the Stanislaus County Jail, Garcia posted a $50,000 bond on February 8. And on February 28, Armando Osegueda was released to a work alternative sentence on unrelated charges, which he never served. By early March, several key figures were back on the street. Detectives, meanwhile, had set up surveillance on the Richland Avenue complex as they continued probing the suspects and the Norteno-affiliated Empire Bulls. In the early hours of March 3rd, a camera captured Armando Osegueda and an unidentified man sitting on the steps, wearing gloves and scraping small objects believed to be ammunition against the concrete and inspecting them as if altering markings. When Mila arrived, 7 minutes later, all 3 depart. Around the same time, 2 intruders entered the MC Core Road residence of the torture victim. She woke to a man in her dark room using a cell phone as a light, then heard movement toward Reinig's room, a gunshot, Reinig screamed, and several more shots. She reported hearing a startled exchange, something like, "What was that? Who's that?" followed by a door being kicked in. Hiding and calling 911. She survived. Responding officers found Siebel's face down on the downstairs sofa with 2 gunshot wounds to the back of the head. Upstairs, Reinig lay on the floor with wounds to the chest and head, and Teles was in bed with 3 gunshot wounds to the chest. Turlock police say a 28-year-old man was fatally stabbed Friday morning in what appears to be a targeted act of gang violence. The attack, captured on surveillance video, unfolded near Lander and Bernal Avenues. Footage shows the victim standing with several men outside a liquor store in the 900 block of Lander Avenue when a black 2003 GMC Yukon pulled up and 3 adult Hispanic males got out. An argument quickly escalated. The victim ran across Lander Avenue with 2 suspects chasing him, and one attacker caught up and stabbed him at least once in the upper body. Officers arrived to find the man, described as Hispanic with life-threatening wounds. He received immediate aid and was rushed to a local hospital where he died. Investigators broadcast the suspect vehicle, which was spotted within 3 hours in the 600 block of Vermont Street. The driver, Manuel Maldonado of Turlock, was detained, interviewed, and booked into Stanislaus County Jail on a deletion charge. Detectives said preliminary information indicates the crime was likely gang-motivated and not random. Police Chief Jason Hedden vowed an aggressive pursuit of the remaining suspects and offered condolences to the victim's family. Records show Maldonado has a prior history in gang-related cases. In 2011, he was arrested after a SWAT-assisted standoff tied to an attempted deletion investigation, later accepting a plea deal and serving a short sentence. In 2020, he was arrested again, during a large Norteno gang sweep linked to a rural home invasion robbery that netted guns, cash, and narcotics. Authorities ask anyone with information or video from the area to come forward as the investigation continues.
Look, here are the mugshots of 10 of the 14 members of the so-called Family street gang that were arrested this week. According to the FBI and Inglewood PD, these are the shot callers for the gang that law enforcement describes as violent and doing business with affiliates in 10 states. It's all about drugs and guns, according to Inglewood PD and the FBI. It's part of their efforts to rid Inglewood and nearby communities of violent street gangs.
In the course of the investigation, task force investigators working with the Inglewood Police Department participated in controlled purchases during which they acquired firearms and other narcotics.
With the new football stadium under construction and maybe a Clippers arena coming to the city of Inglewood, we asked the mayor, is this all part of an effort to clean up the city before those are complete? He said no. He simply, along with the FBI, they want to get rid of the street gangs here in Inglewood and the surrounding areas.
Federal and local authorities announced a coordinated takedown of 14 alleged members and associates of an Inglewood-based street gang known as The Family, describing it as a violent, multi-state pipeline for guns and narcotics. According to investigators, the crew moved drugs while also trafficking firearms that later surfaced in crimes across roughly 10 states. The case grew out of a long-running joint task force probe led by federal drug agents working with Inglewood PD and the U.S. Attorney's Office in Los Angeles. Undercover officers and confidential sources made controlled buys of both guns and dope, and agents documented interstate trips, stash locations, and hand-to-hand sales before a series of early morning arrests capped the case. A federal grand jury returned 6 separate indictments, charging the defendants with a mix of conspiracy to distribute controlled substances, possession with intent to distribute, using a communication facility to facilitate drug trafficking, dealing firearms without a license, illegal gun possession by prohibited persons, and, where applicable, possessing a firearm in furtherance of a drug trafficking crime. Officials characterized the enterprise as networked rather than top-down. Some defendants allegedly specialized in sourcing firearms, others in moving product and cash, and still others in brokering sales to allied crews outside California.
The FBI and Inglewood PD investigated what was being produced and distributed out of the so-called convenience store. It's only a few blocks away from where the LA Rams' new stadium is being built.
On numerous occasions throughout the investigation, law enforcement officers saw OLC gang members participate in hand-to-hand drug sales in and around the Inglewood area.
This is exclusive video of federal agents processing the suspects they picked up late last night and early this morning. The agents' faces have been blurred to protect their identity. Search and arrest warrants were served in Inglewood, Hawthorne, and Los Angeles. More than 200 law enforcement agents and officers took part. These are the suspects they were after. The ones with their faces covered are in custody. 4 are still on the loose. According to the grand jury indictment, the suspects would take the drugs from this storefront and deliver them to places like the Social Security office in Inglewood, where they'd meet customers.
In August 2018, federal and local authorities executed a pre-dawn sweep that targeted the Osage legend Crips, an Inglewood South Los Angeles set investigators said had evolved into a drug, manufacturing and distribution enterprise protected by violence. A federal grand jury charged roughly 15 defendants, 10, arrested during the sweep with conspiracy to manufacture and distribute drugs, maintaining a drug-involved premises, possessing firearms in furtherance of drug trafficking, and being felons in possession of firearms. At the center of the case was a small storefront on South Prairie Avenue that, according to the indictment, doubled as a cooking and packaging site where powder coke was converted, bundled for street sales, and dispatched to customers. Investigators said the Osage Legend Crips members coordinated deliveries to public sites, used coded communications and lookouts, and enforced their territory with intimidation and gunplay to protect drugs, proceeds, and routes from rivals. Agents seized firearms and narcotics tied to the operation and alleged the crew relied on a blend of retail-style distribution and classic gang tactics armed security, rapid car-to-hand drops, and the use of a seemingly legitimate business as cover. Prosecutors emphasized that the enterprise model, rather than isolated street deals, drove the charging strategy and exposed defendants to stiff federal penalties. On the lead narcotics conspiracy counts, defendants faced mandatory minimums of 10 years and up to life in federal prison, with additional consecutive time possible on firearm and furtherance charges. On July 31, 2018, in a mobile home park in Gardena, California, Selvin Fabian Salazar opened fire at a vehicle in which Dolores Sanchez was seated as the driver. He also shot and wounded Saith Pedraza, a passenger who would later die from his injuries in 2020. Investigators say Salazar believed his pregnant ex-girlfriend, Ana Ortiz, had set him up for an ambush by rival gang members. After the initial shots, Salazar turned the weapon on Ortiz, striking her in the neck as she sat in the vehicle with Sanchez. Salazar then forced Francisco Montes and Montes' wife into their car and instructed Montes to drive him to a friend's house. During the ride on the 710 freeway southbound on ramp from Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Salazar ordered the car to stop, shot and deleted Montes in the back of the head, and attempted to delete Montes' wife, though his gun malfunctioned. Salazar fled, but was arrested the following day by Los Angeles County Sheriff's homicide detectives. In September 2024, a jury in Torrance Superior Court convicted Salazar of 3 counts of first-degree deletion, Sanchez, Montes, Pedraza, 2 counts of attempted deletion, Ortiz and Montes' wife, 1 count of witness intimidation, 1 count of carjacking, and 1 count of being a felon in possession of a firearm. The jury also found true the special circumstance of multiple deletions. With this ruling in hand, on October 23, 2024, Judge Scott T. Millington sentenced Salazar to 3 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole for the 3 deletions, plus approximately 21 years and 4 months for the remaining charges. Millington characterized the crime as one of the most gruesome, unjust, unjustified cases he had encountered in his 2-decade career, in part because one victim, Montes, had been his friend. The sentence ensures that Salazar will remain in prison for the rest of his life. Throughout the sentencing hearing, family members of the victims addressed the court. Olga Pedraza, sister of Saith Pedraza and longtime girlfriend of Sanchez, forgave Salazar for my own sanity, but told him, "I will never forget what you did." Other relatives expressed their pain, anger, and disbelief that their loved one's me, they're in what they described as completely unprovoked, gang-driven violence. Salazar made a brief statement apologizing to the families, but also stated there were things left unsaid you don't know. Judge Millington rejected that as inadequate, issued the life without parole verdict, and denied Salazar's motions for a new trial or removal of his prior strike convictions.
Keith Marvel Walton, a senior member of the Inglewood family Gangster Bloods, was sentenced to 55 years in federal prison for leading a violent robbery crew that stole roughly $6 million in luxury watches and jewelry from stores across Southern California. Between 2014 and 2016, Walton organized and directed a series of daytime smash-and-grab robberies in busy malls and shopping centers, where his crew often stormed stores, shattered glass display cases, and fled with Rolex, Audemars Piguet, and other high-end timepieces. The crimes were executed with military-style coordination, using lookouts, getaway cars, and hammers to break showcases within seconds. Prosecutors said Walton personally recruited participants, provided firearms and vehicles, and arranged fencing of the stolen merchandise. During several heists, shots were fired to intimidate employees and security guards. The robberies left shoppers traumatized and caused millions in losses to jewelry retailers across the region. Walton's leadership role and violent history, including a prior federal robbery conviction, led prosecutors to label him one of the most dangerous career criminals to appear in federal court. After a 5-week trial, a jury found him guilty of conspiracy to commit Hobbs Act robbery, armed robbery, and firearm offenses. District Judge Cormac Carney described the robberies as terrifying and said Walton's actions traumatized victims for the rest of their lives. He imposed a 55-year sentence, calling Walton a prolific, incorrigible criminal. 19 other defendants connected to the same robbery network were also convicted. Walton's lieutenants Jamison Lafferst and Robert Wesley Johnson received sentences of 22 years and 8 months and 22 years respectively, while lower-level members received lesser prison terms depending on their roles. The case closed one of Southern California's largest coordinated jewelry store robbery sprees, highlighting the intersection between organized gang activity and high-value retail crime.
Officials say 3 people were killed and multiple others wounded in a shooting at a house party in California. Long Beach Fire Department says they were called to the scene of a mass casualty incident Tuesday night. When they arrived at the home, they found a total of 12 people, at least 3 confirmed dead and 9 injured. All of the deceased victims were male, and police immediately set up a perimeter around the home as investigators search for clues.
Police say it was about 25 to 30 people who were at the party Tuesday night. It was a celebration for Halloween, also a birthday party. Police say the gunman came in from an alley behind the home and then just opened fire. In addition to the 3, 9 others were wounded.
Long Beach police arrested 12 people in connection with a mass shooting at a Halloween party last year. 3 men died and 9 people were injured. Police say they believe it was a pre-planned attack targeting a party of rival gang members. Investigators say 8 people rode in 3 SUVs from North Long Beach to the home on 7th Street. 3 of them started shooting from an alley into a crowd of 25 to 30 people gathered in the backyard of a home.
On the night of October 29, 2019, a Halloween-themed birthday party in Long Beach's Rose Park neighborhood turned into one of the most tragic mass shootings in the city's recent history. What began as a celebration with friends, family, and co-workers ended in chaos and bloodshed when 3 masked gunmen opened fire from a nearby alley. The shooters, later identified as members of the Tiny Rascals gang, believed they were targeting a rival gang gathering. In reality, the party had no gang affiliation, and all the victims were innocent. The shooting occurred around 10:30 p.m. at a home located at 2711 East 7th Street, near Temple Avenue. A group of Tiny Rascals gang members had convened earlier that day in North Long Beach and drove 7 miles to the party's location. Acting on misinformation, they carried out a planned ambush. As guests gathered in the backyard, 3 assailants opened fire, spraying bullets into the crowd. When the shooting stopped, 3 men had met their demise and 9 others were wounded. The victims who lost their lives were later identified as 25-year-old Maurice Poe Jr. of Long Beach, 35-year-old Melvin Williams of Gardena, and 28-year-old Ricardo Torres of Inglewood. The attack shocked the community. Candlelight vigils and memorials followed within days. On October 30th, family, friends, and neighbors gathered to honor the victims, lighting candles with their names and mourning together. A week later, the family of the party host held a traditional Buddhist memorial service in the same backyard where the attack took place. Monks led prayers, and incense filled the air as loved ones tried to find peace amidst the trauma. By September 2020, 10 suspects had been arrested, all identified as members or affiliates of the Tiny Rascals gang. Those arrested included Jeremy Penn, who police and prosecutors labeled as the shot caller or mastermind of the attack, along with David Hang Long, Kalen Thick, Ryan Sim, Grant Johnson, and Joshua Sam. Additional suspects included Danny Sorn, Christopher Williams, and others who played supporting roles as drivers or lookouts. According to prosecutors, Penn called a meeting in his North Long Beach apartment on the day of the attack. At that meeting, he instructed younger gang members to target what they wrongly believed was a rival gang party. The shooters Long, Thick, and Sim were selected by Penn to carry out the attack in exchange for earning their stripes. Sam and Johnson acted as getaway drivers, while others, like Sorn and Williams, served as lookouts. The attackers used 3 handguns, later recovered and matched to the crime scene through ballistic evidence. Surveillance video, phone records, and jailhouse recordings further tied the group to the shooting. In early 2022, formal charges were filed. 8 of the 10 suspects faced 3 counts of first-degree deletion and 9 counts of attempted deletion. The remaining 2 were eventually charged only with firearm-related offenses. In March 2023, Joshua Sam agreed to a plea deal, pleading no contest to 3 counts of voluntary manslaughter and 3 counts of attempted deletion. In return for his cooperation and testimony against the others, Sam received a 17-year prison sentence. The main trial for the remaining 5 defendants, Penn, Long, Thick, Sim, and Johnson, began in 2023. In a surprising moment during the trial, Brian Sim took the stand and claimed he acted alone, saying he was motivated by a personal grudge and was not following orders. Prosecutors, however, argued that this testimony was self-serving and contradicted the evidence. After 2 days of deliberation in November 2023, the jury returned guilty verdicts on all counts for all 5 men. In December, Judge Laura Lasik sentenced each to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She stated that the defendants showed no remorse and that their crimes left a permanent scar on the community. In February 2024, Sam was formally sentenced under his plea deal. Judge Lasik echoed this sentiment, telling Sam and the others that the trauma they caused would outlast even their prison sentences. The 2019 Long Beach Halloween shooting remains one of the most senseless acts of gang violence in the city's history. It underscored the devastating impact of mistaken identity and the far-reaching consequences of street gang culture.
Candles, flowers, and a framed picture of 34-year-old Vanessa Malapule marked the spot where 5 people were found shot to death.
No one ever think it would be her out of all people, but that's how it happened. No one knows how it happened. We don't know how. We never knew she was hanging out over here.
The 3 men and 2 women happened in a homeless encampment next to a Long Beach, California freeway. The coroner's office says some of the victims were shot multiple times. Those who live nearby say there's a lot of drug dealing in the wooded area.
In September 2017, a Los Angeles County jury found David Cruz Ponce and Max Eliseo Rafael guilty for one of Long Beach's most horrific mass deletions, a 2008 execution-style deletion at a homeless encampment near the 405 freeway. Both men were identified as members of the Nuthood Woods criminal street gang. The jury deliberated for just 1 day before convicting them on 5 counts of first-degree deletion and 1 count of kidnapping. Jurors also found special circumstances to be true. The deletions were committed during a kidnapping, involved multiple victims, and were gang-related in nature. The deletions occurred on the morning of November 1, 2008. Ponce and Rafael targeted an encampment where 5 individuals were living: Lorenzo Villicana, Catherine Verdun, Hamid Shrafat, Frederick Neumeier, and Vanessa Malapule. According to prosecutors, the primary motive stemmed from a drug-related debt involving Ponce and one of the victims, Villicana. The other 4 victims were executed to eliminate potential witnesses. Prosecutors presented damning jailhouse recordings in which the defendants were overheard bragging about the deletion statements that would prove pivotal in securing the convictions. The brutality of the crime shocked the community. In addition to the encampment massacre, David Ponce was also convicted for the March 2009 kidnapping and deletion of Tony Bledsoe in Lancaster, as well as multiple counts of illegal firearm possession. Given the extreme nature of the crimes, the jury recommended the death penalty for Ponce in October 2017. Max Rafael, by contrast, was sentenced to 5 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, a punishment that reflected both the gravity of his actions and his lack of remorse. In January 2018, Rafael was formally sentenced to life in prison, and Ponce's death penalty hearing proceeded shortly thereafter.
The family of a street vendor who was murdered in Long Beach is now a big step closer to some justice. Police announcing today that 3 men have been arrested for the deadly shooting of 37-year-old Yanet Ramirez Miranda. He was killed back in March when police say he was shot by a stray bullet during what police call a gang shooting. Investigators say Ramirez Miranda has no gang ties.
On the afternoon of March 20th, 2024, a tragic shooting in Long Beach claimed the life of an innocent street vendor, 37-year-old Yener Hudil Ramirez Miranda. Known affectionately in the neighborhood as the Corn Guy, Ramirez Miranda was selling food around 4 p.m. in the 100 block of East Eagle Street when he was fatally struck by stray gunfire. Emergency responders quickly transported him to a local hospital, but he ultimately succumbed to his injuries. Authorities emphasized that Ramirez Miranda had no gang affiliation and was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. According to investigators, multiple suspects were present in the area when at least one individual opened fire, likely aiming at rival gang members. Ramirez Miranda, who had no known connection to the shooters or their targets, was unintentionally hit during the exchange. By July 2024, Long Beach police arrested 3 individuals in connection with the deletion. All 3 were identified as documented gang members. The case is now moving forward in the Los Angeles County court system. At a news conference today, with Long Beach Police Chief Jim McDonald said LBPD has arrested the alleged leader of Long Beach's Baby Insane Crips gang and 15 other alleged members of the gang. It says is involved in 13 shootings in 3 separate shooting series and at least 1 deletion since November 2009. As detectives reviewed each of the reports and re-interviewed witnesses and victims, a profile began to emerge. The profile revealed that all 3 shooting series were being committed by the Baby Insane Crip criminal street gang. Interviews with other gang members helped detectives identify a specific group within the gang who may be responsible for these crimes. During the investigation, detectives were able to construct a current organizational chart of the gang with the objective of tearing down its leadership and solving as many crimes as possible. Sabril Ackland, who was identified as the leader of the Baby Insane Crip gang, ran his criminal enterprise in Long Beach from his home in Rialto. Ackland would direct his gang to target other gang members, commit robberies, burglaries, and identity theft. Additional associates of the gang were also arrested for their involvement in aiding the gang. Detectives believe these suspects are responsible for additional shootings, burglaries, and robberies.
Man, we out here in Oak Park, Bloods, you know, we outside. Straight out here with the real MVP TV, Blood.
Nigga Sosa. You wanna come outside, but crazy.
He ain't playing, man. He ain't even tell to pull up, man.
GP from the P. We know where he's from. He represents the Heights, but he really from Oak Park. Don't never pee like though. On anything.
Sunny B. The Oak Park Bloods, also known as the 456 Oak Park Neighborhood Bloods, were founded in 1980 by Nigel Collins, a member of the 456 Island Piru Bloods. Primarily an African-American street gang, the Oak Park Bloods are based in the Oak Park neighborhood of Sacramento, California. Their origins trace back to the early 1980s, when individuals from Los Angeles migrated to Northern California during the drug epidemic. This migration played a key role in the gang's formation, making them one of the oldest blood sets in South Sacramento. The Oak Park Bloods consist of multiple subsets, including the 4th Avenue Bloods, FAB, 33rd Street, and 12th Avenue Bloods. Among them, the 4th Avenue Bloods, also known as FAB, are the largest and original subset, originating from 4th Avenue Park in Oak Park. Members commonly identify with the numeric code 612, which corresponds to the letters FAB. California Attorney General Rob Bonta has announced the results of a multi-agency investigation into the Oak Park Bloods, a Sacramento-based criminal street gang linked to multiple violent crimes, including. The gang has been identified by the Sacramento Police Department as a significant threat to the community. During the operation, law enforcement executed 19 search warrants and 15 arrest warrants, leading to the arrest of 16 individuals. Authorities also seized 24 firearms, including 6 assault weapons and 4 ghost guns, along with equipment used to manufacture ghost guns. Over the course of the investigation, law enforcement prevented multiple violent crimes, obtained crucial deletion evidence, arrested 26 individuals, and confiscated more than 125 firearms, most of which were assault weapons. In addition to cracking down on firearms, federal drug agents have been investigating the Oak Park Bloods' involvement in drug trafficking.
People Saturday morning strolling through Midtown Sacramento, a sight seemingly very average. This while pieces of police crime scene tape still flutter across the sidewalk on 20th and O Street, not at all typical for this very well-traveled area of the city. Seen here, homicide investigators lingering at a scene in which lasted over 9 hours overnight. According to Sacramento police, just after 1 in the morning, 2 men were shot here, one transported to the hospital by responders of his injuries, and the other arrived at the hospital on his own, and according to police, is in stable condition. Investigators processing the scene, speaking to witnesses, and collecting evidence. This while a car with a busted rear passenger window was towed from the parking lot where investigators gathered. Many questions still remaining.
One of the primary targets was Sacramento rapper Delvonta Fields, also known as Ozzie Snubs, who was shot and met his demise last year. Federal authorities had deployed a confidential informant who conducted multiple drug transactions with Fields before his death, providing crucial evidence of the gang's drug-related activities. A federal grand jury has issued a 15-count indictment against 7 Sacramento residents for drug trafficking and firearms offenses. Additionally, a separate indictment charged another individual with illegal firearm possession. The investigation, which began in November 2023, targeted 2 high-ranking members of the Oak Park Bloods. Authorities allege that the high-ranking members were involved in the trafficking drugs, as well as the illegal sale of firearms, including privately manufactured guns and a machine gun conversion device. During the investigation, law enforcement conducted multiple drug and firearm transactions at Sacramento stash houses. On January 28, 2025, officers executed a search warrant at one of these locations, where they discovered a member in possession of a firearm. Due to his prior felony convictions, Collins is prohibited from owning firearms or ammunition.
We minding, man. It's busting, man. It's nothing, man. It's all D money, man. It's all D money, man.
The Strawberry Manor Gangster Bloods, also known as Manor Mob or the Manors, are a North Sacramento blood gang named after the Strawberry Manor neighborhood they originate from. They are recognizable by their green colors. Located in North Sacramento, California, the Strawberry Manor area, also referred to as Fairbanks, has a historical background tied to African American small farmers and farm workers. The Strawberry Manor Gangster Bloods emerged as an independent blood set in the mid-1990s, after initially being a subset of the Del Paso Heights Bloods. Their formation was influenced by the expanding Bloods movement in Sacramento, and they have strong connections to other blood-affiliated neighborhoods throughout the region.
The fallout from the tragic 2015 of Grant High football star J.J. Clavo continues. Close to a year and a half after he was gunned down, the investigation into his death leads to a huge gang crackdown in Sacramento. Police worked with multiple state and local agencies looking into a pair of rival street gangs from Del Paso Heights and Strawberry Manor. And today they announced that they have arrested 20 gang members from the Strawberry Manor neighborhood. Charges include attempted human trafficking, robbery, narcotics, and firearms. And they believe this could lead to more arrests.
This mother wears her only son's initials on her neck, a daily reminder to keep living for JJ.
Until my last breath, I'll live for him and I'll speak his name.
Nicole Clavo sat in a court hearing Tuesday, blindsided to learn her son's has finished his 4-year sentence 6 months early. On November 13th, 2015, 17-year-old J.J. Clavo and friends just left Popeyes to fuel up for their football game at Grant High School. While at an intersection in the Strawberry Manor neighborhood, Kimonte Lindsay walked up and started shooting into the car, Clavo and injuring a teammate. Prosecutors called it a gang-motivated, unprovoked, and premeditated ambush. Well, in the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office fought to have Lindsay tried as an adult, but changes made to a state law during Lindsay's court proceedings kept him in juvenile court.
A Sacramento Police Department investigation into the Strawberry Manor Gangster Bloods has led to the arrest of 20 suspected gang members involved in crimes such as attempted deletion, human trafficking, robbery, narcotics, and firearms offenses. The operation, named Operation Challenger, was launched in November 2015 following increased violence between the Strawberry Manor Gangster Bloods and the neighboring Del Paso Heights Bloods. A key factor in the probe was the high-profile demise of 17-year-old Yolanda J.J. Clavo, a Grant High School football player, who was shot in the neck while riding in a car on November 13, 2015. Police had previously arrested 16-year-old Kimonte Lindsay, charging him with deletion, shooting into an occupied vehicle, and a gang enhancement. Authorities later stated that Lindsay was affiliated with or acted on behalf of the Strawberry Manor Bloods. As part of Operation Challenger, police executed 20 search warrants and seized 11 firearms believed to have been used in crimes. Police estimate that the Strawberry Manor Gangster Bloods have up to 100 members. 3 members of the Strawberry Manor Gangster Bloods were sentenced on Friday for the attempted deletion of a Del Paso Heights Bloods member, according to the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office. They were convicted of premeditated attempted in August for their role in the October 2016 shooting of a rival gang member in Del Paso Heights. The group drove into the neighborhood and shot the victim as he exited his car. The man was struck once but survived. Stray bullets also hit a parked car and a nearby school that was in session. During the investigation, law enforcement intercepted a phone call to GI, which led to the seizure of one of the firearms used in the shooting. The second gun was found after officers executed a search warrant at Ackerson's residence. All suspects were arrested by early 2017.
The court-ordered enforcement against West Sacramento's Broderick boys has officially ended.
That really broke everything up because it cracked down on everything, you know. Everybody started going to jail.
Darwin Massey did hard time for his involvement within the gang.
I wasted so many years of my life.
Joining a life of crime so young.
I'd say 13, 14.
The infamous gang expanding across generations began terrorizing the community.
In fact, these guys are going around shooting at grandma's house.
West is talking about the permanent gang injunction, a 3-square-mile area known as the safety zone, stretching from the Broderick to Bright neighborhood. Young gang members would get picked up for curfew, weapons, drugs, and graffiti violations.
The injunction.
Indicted by a grand jury and charged with multiple crimes, including attempted. 4 alleged gang members made their first court appearance today. The charges stem from an attack on an Amtrak engineer back in April in West Sacramento. 5 suspects are being charged. 3 of them are teenagers and are being tried as adults.
They're being charged as adults, but these defendants who are facing 12 years in prison both look and act their age. So you believe the defendants were trying to kill this engineer?
Yes.
These 3 boys are teenagers. We can show you their faces because they're being charged as adults. Who is your son?
My son is Austin Nunez.
He's 17. This defendant, Orlando Ramos, is only 15. The 3 juveniles, along with 2 adults, are charged with attempted.
The Broderick Boys are a street gang based in the Broderick area of West Sacramento, California. The gang emerged in the 1970s and has been linked to drug trafficking, assaults, and deletions. Over the years, law enforcement agencies have taken steps to curb their influence, including the use of gang injunctions to restrict their movements and activities. One of the most notable incidents involving the Broderick Boys occurred on April 16, 2007, when Amtrak engineer Jacob Keating stopped his train near the I Street Bridge in West Sacramento to remove a trespasser from the tracks. As he exited the train, Keating and the conductor were ambushed by a group throwing rocks and bottles. Keating sustained serious injuries in the attack, and 4 Broderick Boys members were later convicted for their involvement. In response to ongoing gang-related violence, the Yolo County District Attorney's Office implemented a gang injunction in 2005, restricting the activities of suspected gang members within a designated safety zone in West Sacramento. However, the injunction faced legal challenges, with critics arguing it violated civil liberties. Despite this, the injunction remained in effect for over a decade before expiring in 2018.
This is a case that has impact. People in the city of Richmond and the Bay Area should not live in fear.
Today, the FBI and Richmond police announced the names of these suspects, 4 behind bars, 2 still at large, linked to a violent criminal network called the Manor Boys. These are photos of associates of the Manor Boys. The task force is investigating and say more arrests will be happening soon.
I give a warning to the other ones out there that you better start looking over your shoulder because they're coming.
The Manor Boys' crime spree spans throughout the Bay Area, in Richmond, El Sobrante, Oakland, Antioch, and Sacramento. The Manor Boys' violent crime spree dating back to July of 2016 to the most recent, May of this year. Discovery Bay woman Alexandria Schweitzer in Richmond. A 15-year-old was arrested this week in connection with her, and 21-year-old Terry Watts is still at large.
2 ongoing investigations led by Richmond Police, the Contra Costa District Attorney's Office, and the FBI San Francisco office have resulted in the arrests of half a dozen individuals connected to a series of crimes, including authorities announced on Wednesday. During a press conference at Richmond Police Headquarters, officials provided limited details regarding Operation Crescent Moon and Operation Big Houses, both focused on the Manor Boys gang. These investigations were initiated by the FBI's Safe Streets Task Force and supported by the District Attorney's Office. The recent arrests follow months of legal challenges, including 2 failed prosecutions involving alleged Manor Boys members who were implicated in a Vallejo deletion and at least 2 conspiracies to commit. Law enforcement officials executed warrants at 7 locations in Richmond, El Sobrante, Antioch, Oakland, and Sacramento. Among those arrested were 18-year-old Darrell Vaughn Waters, suspected of illegal firearms possession, 18-year-old David Jones, arrested on charges of robbery and illegal firearms possession, and 23-year-old Deshaun Ford, taken into custody for a probation violation. Officers recovered 3 firearms, along with cash, narcotics, and evidence of credit card fraud, bringing the total number of seized guns to 11. In May, an alleged Manor Boys associate, DeJuan Rice, was indicted on 2 counts of deletion. Authorities say the Manor Boys gang has been active in West Contra Costa for several years and has ongoing rivalries with other Richmond area gangs such as Deep Sea, Easter Hill, and North Richmond gangs. The gang's name comes from an apartment complex in Richmond formerly called Kennedy Manor, now known as Monterey Pine. In 2016, 5 alleged members of the Manor Boys were indicted on charges of conspiracy, deletion, and weapons offenses following a wiretap investigation. However, the case faced setbacks, with 3 defendants being acquitted of conspiracy and deletion charges against 2 others being dismissed after it was revealed that a prosecutor had misled grand jurors with an inaccurate question.
Several members of a violent gang are off the streets and in custody this evening. Authorities say they are connected to a string of crimes throughout the Bay Area. Elizabeth Cook is here with more. Liz?
Veronica, state and federal authorities announced they arrested 8 members of the Broad Day Gang based in Antioch and Pittsburgh. Here's a look at the suspects. These 8 men are facing several charges, including burglary, pimping, and murder. Court records show the Broad Day Gang is linked to at least 5 homicides in Contra Costa County. Authorities arrested Giovante Boyd in Jacksonville, Mississippi. Boyd is wanted for the shooting death of an innocent bystander during a drive-by shooting back in March in Pittsburgh.
Authorities announced on Wednesday that 8 members of a violent East Bay gang have been taken off the streets and are now in custody. These arrests mark the culmination of a 16-month investigation known as Operation Clap It Out, during which state and federal officials linked the suspects to a string of criminal activities across the region. The individuals arrested are members of the Broad Daylight Clap Gang, which is based in Antioch and Pittsburgh. They are now facing a range of charges, including burglary, involvement in multiple acts of violence. According to court records, the gang has been connected to at least 5 deletions in Contra Costa County. The Broad Daylight Clap Gang is known to have a violent rivalry with a North Richmond gang that has recently expanded into Antioch. The recent arrests of Darnell Keon Lash, Azel Tommy Jenkins, Dasite Kenya Lash, Devancia Quest Sumblin, Lester Gene Curry, Larry Darnell Goins Jr., and Javel Cooksey, along with a suspect arrested in Mississippi, represent what District Attorney Diana Beckton called a significant and successful disruption to the gang's criminal operations. One of the suspects, Giovanni Boyd, was apprehended in Mississippi and is wanted in connection with a fatal shooting that claimed the life of an innocent bystander during a drive-by in Pittsburgh this past March. Police believe Boyd had aimed at another individual, suspecting they had stolen a gun from him, but instead struck 47-year-old Andrew Moffitt, who was not involved in the altercation. At least 17 individuals with ties to two rival East Oakland gangs were arrested during coordinated raids on Thursday, part of a larger effort by law enforcement to curb the surge in gun violence. According to authorities, those arrested are members or associates of two notorious and violent gangs operating in the areas near 65th and 69th Avenues, as confirmed by Police Chief Sean Wendt during a news conference. The pre-dawn raids took place in Oakland, as well as in Stockton, Berkeley, and San Leandro. Law enforcement officers served 22 search warrants, resulting in the arrest of 17 suspects, including 2 women, and the seizure of 6 weapons. Oakland Mayor Libby Schaaf, speaking on the operation, stated, "It does not bring us joy to send young men to prison, but it is a necessary part of our absolute determination to bring an end to gun violence in Oakland." The news conference was held at the Acts Full Gospel Church, situated between the territories of the rival gangs. Wendt noted that several gang members involved in the ongoing feud had their funeral services at the church. The tensions between the two gangs date back decades, but the conflict intensified in September when Frank Denard, a 21-year-old high-ranking member of the 69th Avenue gang, was fatally shot while driving in the 1300 block of 76th Avenue. His brother, Lawrence Denard, along with another individual, Willie Torrance, both alleged members of the 69th Avenue gang, were previously convicted of the 2011 fatal shooting of 3-year-old Carlos Nava. The child was struck by gunfire intended for 2 65th Avenue gang members who were wounded in the incident. Since 2012, Oakland police and community outreach workers have been pulling gang members aside to warn them of the consequences of continued violence. "We warned members of these gangs that continuing to engage in violence would result in arrests," said Wendt. "We meant it when we said that. We will not tolerate gun violence in this city." This large-scale operation marks another step in the ongoing effort to bring peace to Oakland streets and hold those responsible for the violence accountable.
More than 50 people arrested, 40 guns confiscated. Today, investigators detailed a deadly gang war that spanned from Oakland to Antioch. They uncovered it during the investigation of a homicide last year.
When Donze Young was found shot to death in Antioch last August, it led to the unraveling of a war between rival gangs, Case, the other ENT.
Young was an active Case criminal street gang member, and he was targeted by a rival criminal street gang known as ENT.
As for Young's murder, police arrested 7 people, among them a father and son, 42-year-old Charles Bolden and his 19-year-old son of the same name. Authorities say the investigation has led to the arrests or identities of 36 adults and 15 juveniles from both gangs who are.
And Antioch Police Chief Brooks said that in addition to the 40 weapons that were confiscated, they took at least 15 more off the group that were ghost guns, and those are weapons that do not have serial numbers, so they're hard for police to trace when used in crimes. Now, both groups.
Police in Oakland and Antioch announced the arrests of suspected gang members involved in an ongoing feud that authorities say is fueling much of the gun violence affecting both cities. The arrests come after a long-term investigation, which began with a probe into the execution-style deletion of 20-year-old Donze Young on Tioga Passway in Antioch on August 29 of last year. According to Antioch police, Young, a member of Oakland's Case gang, was fatally shot by a member of the rival Oakland Ent gang. This initial deletion led to a long-term investigation into the violence surrounding this gang feud, said Antioch Police Chief Tammany Brooks during a Thursday news conference. Detectives quickly realized that Young's deletion was just the tip of the iceberg in a larger conflict between the Ent and K Street gangs. The investigation revealed that several other gang-related deletions, attempted deletions, and shootings occurred before and after Young's passing, as violence escalated between the two gangs. 3 men were charged in connection with Young's passing: Charles Bolden, Sr., 42, Charles Bolden, Jr., 19, and DeMarco Lindsay, 19. The charges include enhancements for lying in wait, making the suspects eligible for life sentences without parole or the death penalty. In addition to Young's case, the investigation linked 2 other attempted deletions to the case and gang rivalry. On February 27, a man was shot in broad daylight with a semi-automatic firearm at an Antioch gas station on Lone Tree Way. Then on March 9, a targeted drive-by shooting on Aspen Way in Antioch left 2 men critically injured with their vehicle riddled with bullets. 4 men were arrested in connection with the Aspen Way shooting. Trent Allen, 20, Keyshawn McGee, 22, Terrion Pugh, 20, and Eric Wyndham, 21. Pugh was also charged in the Lone Tree Way shooting, which sparked reprisal shootings in Oakland later that same night, according to police. Operation Windstar, which involved 27 law enforcement agencies from across California and Nevada, is believed to have a significant impact on reducing violent crime in both Oakland and Antioch.
I hope you got the same person. What? What you this in the same.
Sky 5 was overhead as arrests were being made at a motel early Wednesday morning.
They were branding these young women.
Many times the gang recruited victims through social media. A 31-count indictment details the years-long case against the defendants who allegedly operated in the Figueroa corridor, known as a human trafficking hotbed.
The lead defendant is a woman. She goes by Lady Duck, and she was out there recruiting these young women, children as young as 14 years old.
According to the indictment, at one point a 14-year-old girl was trafficked for at least 3 days in a row at a South LA motel.
The Hoover Criminals, one of Los Angeles' most notorious and enduring street gangs, have shaped the city's gang landscape for over 5 decades. Operating through multiple neighborhood sets, stretching from 52nd to 112th Street, the Hoovers have earned a reputation for violence, territorial control, and their ability to adapt to changing law enforcement tactics. Their operations range from drug trafficking and armed robberies to organized burglary rings and trafficking along South LA's Figueroa Street. One recent federal case put a spotlight on that adaptability: the indictment of Amaya Lady Duck Armstead, a reputed gang leader of the 112 Hoover said accused of helping orchestrate both multi-county burglary crews and operations involving a minor. While her case is notable for the rare emergence of a young female figure in a leadership role within the gang, it also reflects the Hoover Criminals' broader evolution into a diversified and resilient criminal network.
Consider ourselves Crips when all we do is kill ourselves Crips when all we do is kill Crips. That's why we turned criminals. That's why we turned criminals and started wearing orange.
Y'all walk through the turf, over on Hoover. Watch this car, cuz. Crip. Oh yeah, we in the turf. Walking through the hood. Oh, shit.
Hoover. Look, the real looks outside on hers. Hoover. Shut up, baby, read. That's my little dog. He goes dumb, nigga.
Hey, free my nose, Gran, on West Side Hoover. Free my nose, Gran.
Norman, I slide, he's muddy gang man. Back on enemigos, just do soups to get loose and make a whole pool juice.
Say low, baby. We in this mother. We in this mother. Yeah, we in this mother.
Don't land on that. Hold on. Oh,
it's so hood. Look at them. Yeah, that's so hood. Yeah, gang in the building.
Big that ass anything.
That's so hood. See how gang come through the building on Harbor Street. Damn.
Groove it, Blue. Groove it, Blue.
Oh, that's so hood.
EST with no V-neck. Norman, I slide, he's muddy gang man. Hoover. On enemigos, just do soups to get loose and make a whole pool juice.
Shots, I'm still not easing up. Mad ass anything. Doobie, I'ma goof you. Know some lows bound to shoot. Orange Chuck, get the boo. Slime with you right or wrong, I call you my brother.
Look at these boys. That's the ski ski.
Been thugging for 16 years.
Danny, Hoover Street though.
Boo. It's the set. Yeah, nigga. Yeah. Don't get the car. Yeah. Boo boo. Give me a picture, bro. Give me a picture too. I can't take no picture. We out of here.
Hey, fuck. Hey.
He was a 107 Hoover Crip. 107 Hoover. Not ever go against that. 107 Hoover Crip. We stand firm. We're a family. We watch each other's back. Say no. So 107 is about. Say low. Say low. Say low. Go low.
7-Eleven, yo.
Everybody out here that fell up under the guise of 107, you've been warned. This is Crip or die.
Females and up.
You have been warned. Homeboys, homegirls.
Young life.
If you're not with it, you shouldn't even be here.
Get off my life, that bad. Fuck sissies, nigga. Sissies, killer. Yeah, homie, nigga. That. Get off my life, punk. Dead homies. Sissies. Fuck y'all talking about what's a 107? Clock. I'm frontline orange in y'all section. 100 West Side Hoop.
Coming quick, taking chances, I'ma make it. If you need to treat me, I'm your doctor, you my patient. If you acting up, turn around and get the spanking. We not even for it, but I'll fly you out to Vegas, put you in the room, and then
Down Hoover. Yeah. Down Hoover. Dead homie.
That's 100 shots, you gotta give it up. High speed chase, do you know how to lose your pops? Our helicopter, do you know how to lose your chops?
The Hoover Criminals, also known as the Hoover Crips or simply the Hoovers, are one of Los Angeles' most notorious street gangs, with roots going back to the late 1960s. They originated in South Central Los Angeles, taking their name from Hoover Street, a major thoroughfare that runs through the heart of their territory. In their earliest days, they were known as the Hoover Groovers, a neighborhood clique that was not initially part of the Crips or Bloods. By the early 1970s, however, they had joined the rapidly growing Crips Alliance, which united numerous African American street gangs under a single banner. The gang expanded quickly, forming numbered sets such as the 5 Deuce, 5-9, 7-4, 8 Tray, 9 Deuce, 9-4, 10-7, and 112 Hoovers, with the numbers corresponding to the streets or blocks they claimed. By the 1980s, the Hoovers experienced a major identity shift. Internal tensions and violent feuds, most notably with the Rollin 60s neighborhood Crips, led many Hoover sets to drop the Crip label entirely and begin calling themselves the Hoover Criminals or Hoover Criminal Gang. This name change signaled their independence from the larger Crip identity and marked them as a stand-alone force in Los Angeles' gang landscape. The move also reflected a broader trend of Crip-on-Crip violence, in which former allies turned into bitter rivals. Despite this split, the Hoovers maintained their territorial presence and expanded their criminal enterprises. From the late 1980s into the 1990s, the Hoovers developed a reputation for extreme violence and organized criminal activity. They controlled key sections of South Central Los Angeles, but migration and expansion brought their presence to other cities such as Houston, Texas, and Portland, Oregon. Their criminal portfolio included drug trafficking, robberies, home invasions, extortion, and deletion. Law enforcement efforts to dismantle the gang included large-scale LAPD and federal task force operations during the height of the war on gangs, but these efforts failed to eradicate them entirely. By the 2000s and 2010s, the Hoover Criminals had adapted to shifting law enforcement tactics and changes in the street economy. Their various sets operate with semi-independence, but they remain united by the Hoover criminal identity, colors, and culture. Even after decades of arrests, indictments, and high-profile crackdowns, the Hoover criminals continue to be one of the most feared and resilient gangs in Los Angeles, with influence that extends far beyond the city's borders.
Alright, what? I hope you got the same dress on. You dissing the set. ACG this on the set. Say sorry. Say sorry for dissing the set.
The alleged ringleader, a 25-year-old woman named Amaya Armstead, who goes by Lady Duck. Prosecutors say she and her co-defendants acted as pimps, using social media to recruit vulnerable teens and young adults, then controlling them through violence, drugs, and intimidation. According to the indictment, victims who disobeyed were assaulted, humiliated, they were denied food or drugs, and in some cases, branded with tattoos of their traffickers' street names.
Agents say the perpetrator was 25-year-old accused gang leader Amaya Armstead, also known as Lady Duck, who used Instagram and TikTok to lure victims.
Lady Duck of the Hoovers. From burglary rings to federal gang indictment. At just 25 years old, Amaya Armstead, better known on the streets as Lady Duck or Lady Duck Down, has risen to an unusually high rank within the 11 Deuce Hoover criminals, one of Los Angeles' most violent and entrenched street gangs. Federal authorities now allege she is not merely a participant, but a driving force, a young woman calling shots in a gang world still dominated by men. They accuse her of orchestrating criminal enterprises that include RICO conspiracy and the pimping of a minor, crimes that elevate her from a known burglary crew member to a central figure in a sprawling investigation into the Hoover criminal gang's operations. Before the current federal case, Lady Duck had already made a name for herself in law enforcement circles. She was charged in a large-scale burglary ring that spanned multiple counties and even crossed state lines. According to the San Diego County District Attorney's Office, she was among 9 defendants accused of carrying out over 55 home burglaries between January and May of that year. The crimes were concentrated in upscale neighborhoods like Mira Mesa, Carmel Valley, and Rancho Penasquitos, but also extended into Riverside County, Los Angeles County, and as far as Las Vegas, Nevada. Prosecutors described the operation as highly organized and targeted, with crews wearing masks and gloves, breaking in through back doors, and going straight for cash, jewelry, and luxury handbags. Some burglaries occurred while homeowners, including families with small children, were present. This was a sophisticated operation that required extraordinary teamwork, said Deputy District Attorney Malik Berouznami, emphasizing that the crew traveled specifically to hit San Diego County residences. While Lady Duck was already staring down decades in prison for the San Diego burglaries, federal prosecutors soon painted an even more alarming picture of her criminal role. They alleged she had moved beyond property crime into the Hoover gang operations, not just participating, but taking on a leadership role in the 11 Deuce Hoover criminal gang despite her youth. The latest indictment ties her to the pimping of a minor, a charge that carries severe penalties under federal law and further cements her image as a young gang figure running the show. These new allegations suggest that Lady Duck's influence extended well beyond smash and grab burglaries, positioning her as a power broker in one of Los Angeles' most feared gangs. For law enforcement, her case represents the convergence of 2 persistent public safety threats: mobile burglary crews that target affluent neighborhoods across Southern California, and organized street gangs that profit from human exploitation. If convicted on the RICO and trafficking charges, Lady Duck could face decades to life in federal prison, a stunning trajectory for someone so young, and a case that now stands as one of the most high-profile examples of a female leader emerging in the violent, male-dominated ranks of the Hoover criminals.
Disturbing sex trafficking bust. Several suspected gang members arrested, accused of forcing young girls into prostitution.
11 alleged gang members, including 6 leaders of the Hoover criminal street gang, now indicted on these really disturbing charges. Take a look at some video. These are images that were mentioned in the indictment, things that they posted to social media. Prosecutors say the gang recruited girls as young as 14 years old, many of them runaways or kids from the foster care system. Along a 3.5-mile section of Figueroa Street in South LA, known as the Figueroa Corridor, and they've been in control from February of 2021 until now.
Where the U.S. Attorney's Office says a total of 11 gang members and associates in the notorious Hoover Street Gang were rounded up and charged with racketeering and trafficking today, saying they exploited minors, runaways, and girls in foster care, some as young as middle schoolers.
Federal and local law enforcement authorities have arrested 6 members and associates of the South Los Angeles-based Hoover criminal gang in connection with a sweeping 31-count federal indictment. The charges include racketeering conspiracy, trafficking of minors and adults through force, fraud or coercion, and related crimes. The operation targeted the notorious Figueroa Corridor, an area long associated with prostitution, and involved victims as young as 14, including runaways and children from the foster care system. Authorities allege gang members recruited victims through social media and branded them with tattoos to assert control. This takedown represents the first major federal action against a trafficking operation along the Figueroa Corridor. The lead defendant, Amaya Armstead, or Lady Duck, is accused of being the de facto leader of the Hoover 11 Deuce set and orchestrating the exploitation of a minor. Other defendants charged with RICO conspiracy include: defendants face additional charges including trafficking of minors, transporting minors for work, sexual exploitation of children, drug trafficking conspiracy, money laundering, and conspiracy to straw purchase firearms. Several defendants were arrested and are scheduled for arraignment in federal court. According to authorities, from February 2021 through August 2025, the Hoovers largely controlled trafficking along the Figueroa Corridor. Gang members acted as pimps, managing and monitoring victims, pooling resources to rent motel rooms for commercial estates, and coordinating transportation. They also created online profiles to advertise victims and exchanged proceeds through Cash App and Apple Pay. Victims were required to turn over all earnings and faced abuse, humiliation, or threats if they resisted. Tattoos featuring the gang members' monikers were used to brand victims and enforce compliance. Recruitment focused on vulnerable minor girls and young women, often runaways or those experiencing financial or emotional hardship. Pimps lured victims with promises of a luxurious lifestyle. Incidents included attempted abductions, such as in April 2022, when Tajon Gray and accomplices tried to force 2 female victims into a vehicle in San Bernardino, though both victims escaped. Armstead and Evans also used motel rooms, including the Stadium Inn in South Los Angeles, to traffic victims. One victim, a minor, was trafficked for at least 3 consecutive days. The gang also used music and social media to glorify their criminal activities and intimidate victims. Videos and photographs of assaults were shared online, reinforcing control over victims and promoting the gang's notoriety. Acting U.S. Attorney Bill Esili emphasized that federal intervention was necessary to ensure these criminals faced meaningful consequences, while law enforcement officials underscored their commitment to rescuing victims and dismantling the gang's operation.
With many criminal acts being documented on various social media accounts.
A lot of these girls came from the foster system.
Federal indictments have documented how burglary crews, narcotics trafficking, and pimping rings intersect under the Hoover banner, sometimes even involving members of other gangs. One example is Darrell Popcorn Robinson, rapper of South Los Angeles, and a documented member of the Black P. Stones. Robinson was named alongside members of the Hoover criminals in the same federal case. accused of participating in a racketeering conspiracy tied to trafficking along the Figueroa Street corridor. Prosecutors say that despite his allegiance to a different gang one historically at odds with Crips sets like the Hoovers, Robinson was part of an organized effort that recruited and exploited victims, including minors. Authorities argue that cases like this show a growing trend. When the financial rewards are high enough, traditional street gang rivalries can take a back seat to business. The inclusion of a Black P. Stones member in a Hoover criminal-driven RICO case underscores the complexity of dismantling these networks, as they are increasingly fluid and profit-driven, rather than bound strictly by old territorial or alliance lines. The Hoover criminals' endurance comes from their ability to adapt, diversify, and maintain a decentralized structure across multiple sets. From their beginnings as a neighborhood clique to becoming one of Los Angeles' most feared gangs, they have consistently evolved alongside the underworld economy, shifting from street-level violence and narcotics to organized burglary rings and human trafficking. The federal indictment of Amaya, Lady Duck Armstead, underscores how this evolution works in practice. Her alleged movement from high-end residential burglaries to overseeing pimping operations involving a minor illustrates the gang's fluid approach to crime and its willingness to embrace non-traditional leadership. For law enforcement, her case is a reminder that dismantling the Hoover criminals will require more than targeting individual members. It demands breaking the network systems that allow them to survive and thrive, both inside and far beyond Los Angeles.
These criminals took orders from cartel bosses operating in state prison and preyed on business owners by forcing mafia-style taxes.
Stephan says this was the ringleader, Ronnie Ayala, who's currently in prison serving a life sentence for 3 years in San Diego back in the 1980s. She says he cast a wide net. Businesses all over San Diego threatened.
Focus on what I will call the jails indictment, which outlines a criminal enterprise run by the Mexican mafia that controlled drug trafficking and extortion activities throughout the LA County jail system. The indictment focuses on Jose Landa Rodriguez, who was the leader of the Mexican mafia in the LA County jail system. The Mexican mafia had a range of supporters that participated in the racketeering enterprise. For example, there were a number of associates who smuggled drugs into the jails, and there were people who passed messages directing criminal activities between those in the jail and gang leaders on the streets.
This investigation has been going on for years, involving hundreds of law enforcement personnel. The FBI says they were able to target the upper echelon of what they say is this very violent gang. 14 people are charged in a federal complaint that'll be released later today. Authorities say Rancho San Pedro Enterprise is a gang with an estimated 500 members that dates back to the 1970s and is divided into cliques operating under the control of the Mexican mafia. Of members that are incarcerated in California State Prison.
Los Angeles authorities arrest 28 gang members and associates of the South LA-based East Side Playboys. The multi-agency task force included personnel from the FBI, ATF, and LAPD. Officers serving search and arrest warrants throughout the LA area overnight.
Authorities hope Operation Black Flag sends a message to gang members.
This is serious prison time. As a whole, the 5 federal indictments paint a chilling portrait of criminal activity and mayhem, ranging from extortion to rent collection to conspiracy to commit murder.
New at 11, members of a dangerous gang have been taken down in the San Gabriel Valley, and agents say they have ties to the Mexican mafia.
Today's operation is the result of a nearly 3-year investigation with federal, state, and local agencies working together to remove narcotics, guns, and violent gang members from the streets.
Federal and local law enforcement fanned out across the city of San Bernardino in order to round up members of the West Side Verdugo street gang. Now, we're told the gang sweep targeted a total of 35 members, of which 24 were arrested during the raid.
Jessica?
Latest of those arrests, 9 of them happening just this morning in the cities of Santa Ana, Placentia, Tustin, Garden Grove, and Long Beach. In the federal indictment, more than 100 pages long, prosecutors allege the members of La M, or the Orange County Mexican Mafia, used fear tactics and violence to control the community, terrorize them, and keep quiet anyone wanting to speak out.
High-ranking members of the Mexican Mafia are in custody after an operation with the FBI and the LAPD. They also seized firearms and narcotics.
Southern California has always had two maps, the one tourists see and the one built from power, reputation, and prison politics. At the center of that second map sits the Mexican Mafia formed inside California's prison system in the late 1950s. The media didn't become fear because it was the biggest street gang. It became fear because it learned how to control other gangs through a prison-based chain of command. Over the decades, investigators have described a system where local cliques and street crews are pressured to pay taxes on drug sales, follow rules, and answer to shot callers, whose influence can reach well beyond cell blocks. That's the backbone of the Gang of Gangs reputation. Less about one neighborhood, more about a network. And that's exactly what these cases are about. From Rancho San Pedro in the harbor area, to Puente 13 in the San Gabriel Valley, to San Diego's Los Impuestos tax and extortion allegations, to Wilmington's Wilma's pipeline cases, to Orange County's racketeering indictments and legacy operations like Black Flag and Smokin' Aces, the storyline repeats with different names but the same structure. Money moving upward, orders moving outward, and communities caught in the middle. This isn't just a list of arrests, it's a look at how investigators say prison influence turns street crime into something that behaves like an organization.
Law enforcement officers arrested 32 alleged gang members off the street and 35 alleged members of the Mexican Mafia who were serving time in LA County Jail awaiting their trials, transferred them to federal custody, and included in the arrest the so-called ringleader, Jose Landa Rodriguez, described by some gang experts to me as, quote, the most powerful, influential inmate in county jail.
Landa Rodriguez controlled all drug trafficking in the jails.
The indictment alleges all on orders from Landa Rodriguez, 55 years of age. And the indictment says he had help from an attorney, Gabriel Sendejas Chavez, who was arrested this morning at his home in Ontario.
The contraband is already inside the cell.
Detectives say the Mexican Mafia had such control and the system was so well run that anyone who didn't cooperate or try to go against them was beaten. Detectives say this is taken from security video in the jail that shows Mexican Mafia members beating an inmate who wouldn't cooperate. And the indictment also says that Landa Rodriguez ordered at least 3 out on the street.
Weapons that we recover.
The investigation alleges that Landa Rodriguez had such power that from behind bars, he would order gang members on the street to purposely break the law and get arrested so they could smuggle drugs into the county jail.
On May 23, 2018, federal prosecutors and the FBI announced Operation Dirty Thirds, a sweeping racketeering case alleging the Mexican Mafia ran a government-like system inside the Los Angeles County Jail network to control drug smuggling, narcotics sales, and extortion. Prosecutors alleged the jail operation worked like an underworld bureaucracy. Mexican Mafia leadership used shot callers, facilitators, and outside associates to move messages, enforce rules, and keep the money flowing. The Dirty Thirds name came from an alleged 1/3 tax imposed on contraband drugs brought into the jails by non-Mexican Mafia traffickers. Either they had to pay 1/3 of the load or wait until Mexican Mafia-approved supply was sold first. Authorities also described an extortion fund, sometimes called the kitty, where inmates were pressured to contribute money under threat of discipline. The indictment and press briefings named senior figures and described their roles. One alleged leader was Jose Landa Rodriguez, sometimes reported as Jose Rodriguez, nicknamed Fox, accused by prosecutors of directing jail operations during the charged period. And Luis Vega was described as a high-ranking figure who allegedly ordered violence and assaults to enforce rules. Officials said violence was used as leverage punishment for disrespect, non-payment, or breaking rules, while coded communication and layers of intermediaries helped the structure function. Jose Landa Rodriguez was acquitted of all charges in 2019, even though that did not automatically mean he was released from custody overall. Separately, Attorney Gabriel Zinages Chavez, who was originally charged in the Dirty Thirds case and accused of relaying messages, later pleaded guilty in 2024 to misprison of a felony in a deal where prosecutors agreed to seek no prison time, no fine, and no supervised release.
Armored vehicles and hundreds of law enforcement personnel descending, authorities report, on 17 LA Harbor area locations in raids this morning, executing search and arrest warrants, taking 13 people into custody, all aimed, they say, at targeting one of the area's most active gangs, known as Rancho San Pedro.
One of the most violent street gangs that has been terrorizing San Pedro for years.
Agencies including the FBI and LAPD involved in an investigation they say has been going on for years, saying they were able to target the upper echelons of the gang. Some arrests made before today. 5 are facing state charges, 14 facing charges in a federal case, including drug and weapon-related counts and allegations of racketeering and conspiracy, or RICO.
Some would use orders from prison on behalf of the Mexican Mafia. Others committed or conspired to commit acts of violence, including murder. Others engaged in drug trafficking, robbery, and extortion.
Authorities allege the Rancho San Pedro gang has an estimated 500 members, dates back to the 1970s, and is controlled by the Mexican Mafia members incarcerated in state prison.
On October 7, 2025, federal authorities announced a major gang crackdown in the Los Angeles Harbor area, centered on the street gang Rancho San Pedro, often discussed in reporting as having ties to the Mexican Mafia prison network. Investigators said the operation was the result of a multi-year investigation, and agents executed coordinated arrests and search warrants aimed at what they described as the gang's leadership structure and core criminal activity. RSP is described as a multi-generational gang with deep roots in San Pedro, organized into multiple cliques, and allegedly operating under Mexican Mafia influence through taxes and orders that could be relayed from inside prison. The allegations in the federal complaint include a broader racketeering pattern tied to drug trafficking and distribution, plus firearms activity, with investigators specifically naming drugs in connection with the conspiracy allegations. Federal prosecutors said 14 people were charged at the complaint stage. 13 defendants with RICO conspiracy and a drug conspiracy, possession with intent to distribute, and 1 defendant with felon in possession of a firearm ammunition. Reporting around the announcement stated that 8 of the federal defendants were taken into custody that day, and that 5 additional defendants faced related state charges announced alongside the federal
Today's
action.
operation is the result of a nearly 3-year investigation with federal, state, and local agencies working together to remove narcotics, guns, and violent gang members from the streets. In a massive coordinated sweep with multiple agencies, members and associates of the Puente 13 street gang linked to the Mexican Mafia were arrested Wednesday morning for their involvement in dangerous criminal activities, including illegal firearms sales and trafficking narcotics. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Central District of California charged 20 members and associates of the San Gabriel Valley-based gang. Of those charged, 17 were arrested, 2 remain at large, and 1 is already in state custody. Agents executed federal arrest warrants at locations across 3 counties: Los Angeles, Orange, and San Bernardino.
On December 17 and 18, 2025, federal authorities announced a major San Gabriel Valley gang sweep targeting Puente 13, a La Puente-based street gang investigators described as linked to the Mexican Mafia. The operation followed what officials called an approximately 3-year investigation, with agents and local partners serving warrants at 20-plus locations in the San Gabriel Valley area. According to the attorney's office, 16 members and associates were arrested on federal criminal complaints alleging their involvement in 1 kidnapping, 2 shootings, illegal firearms sales, and narcotics trafficking. Authorities said there were 20 total defendants charged across the case, with 3 defendants still at large and 1 additional defendant already in state custody at the time of the announcement. The DOJ release gives several specific incidents investigators say are part of the pattern. It describes a December 2022 shooting at a Covina residence targeting rivals, where 1 alleged shooter reportedly left a shoe behind, later used to help link him to the scene. It also describes a July 2023 kidnapping of 2 victims tied to retrieving items believed stolen in a burglary earlier that month. 1 victim was released, while the other allegedly escaped after being severely beaten. And it describes a May 2025 shooting outside a La Puente liquor store, where an alleged gang member mistook a person for a rival and fired at the victim's vehicle as it drove away, striking a car
Chopper
door.
was overhead last week when the raids went down. 39 violent criminals, many of whom were arraigned Tuesday afternoon and have ties to the state's largest prison gang known as the Mexican Mafia.
These criminals took orders from cartel bosses operating in state prison and preyed on business owners by forcing mafia-style taxes.
Stefan says this was the ringleader, Ronnie Ayala, who's currently in prison serving a life sentence for 3 months in San Diego back in the 1980s. She says he cast a wide net. Businesses all over San Diego threatened if they didn't pay.
We'll vandalize your business. We'll burn your business. We will beat your employees. We will kill you and your employees.
Police say a 6-month investigation led to the
Operation Los Impuestos, Spanish for the taxes, was a 6-month undercover investigation in San Diego County that authorities say targeted street gang members operating under the direction of the Mexican Mafia. On January 21, 2025, the San Diego County District Attorney announced the takedown, saying investigators developed evidence against 46 defendants across multiple gangs, and that 39 defendants were arrested in a coordinated countywide sweep. According to the DA's release, investigators allege the prison gang used a wide network to collect extortion taxes from legal and illegal businesses, traffic drugs and firearms, intimidate witnesses and victims, and order violence, including at least 1 deletion and 2 attempted deletions that authorities said were committed at the behest of the Mexican Mafia. Officials said the criminal activity stretched across San Diego, with a heavy focus on areas like downtown, Barrio Logan, City Heights, and South San Diego. The DA said investigators uncovered a case where an order was given to attack a business with a grenade after it stopped paying its tax, and alleged other businesses were hit with Molotov cocktails and robbed, including illegal gambling dens. During the operation, law enforcement reported seizing 21 handguns, 23 rifles, 4 shotguns, a Glock switch, and 2 grenades, along with drugs.
Alongside local law enforcement Wednesday, federal prosecutors announced a 33-count indictment, 31 suspects behind bars, members or associates of the Orange County Mexican Mafia, known as La M. The charges against the suspects include conspiring to violate the Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations, or RICO Act, allegations of extortion, drug trafficking, 6 attempted killings, and 2 murders in OC.
Our investigation, which was initiated by the Orange County Violent Gangs Task Force in 2017, revealed that the Mexican Mafia shot callers were utilizing members of Hispanic street gangs in Orange County to traffic drugs, commit extortion, and commit acts of violence.
Investigators say this surveillance video from a Placentia home recorded in January 2017 shows 2 of the suspects charged in this indictment shooting a 35-year-old man because he refused to pay the notorious gang taxes on drug sales. The latest arrest happening in this Santa Ana neighborhood during this very press conference. The search continued for one fugitive, Mark Cooper, believed to be in Oregon. In an effort to help dismantle leadership in this criminal organization, prosecutors looking to move suspects already in custody to federal prisons throughout the nation. Investigators say since the 2018 death of a man known as the godfather of the Mexican Mafia, Peter Ojeda, there has been increased violence as gangsters work to fill that void and take charge, terrorizing vulnerable communities. Federal prosecutors admit La M is far from eradicated.
Johnny Martinez is already in prison serving 15 to life, but Orange County District Attorney Tony Rakakis just announced that he is now being charged with murder while behind bars for ordering the killing of a Placentia man in 2017 that was captured on surveillance video. They say under Martinez's orders here, these armed members of the Mexican Mafia went to Robert Rios's home to collect money and drugs. Investigators say when Rios refused to pay, he was later shot right there in his front yard. Authorities say that Martinez also ordered another hit, but that victim survived his gunshot wounds. Now, there are 8 defendants total in this case, and investigators admit that somehow Martinez has been able to make more than 3,000 communications from prison, whether it be messaging or through cell phones. The DA was...
In April 2022, the Department of Justice unsealed a 33-count federal indictment charging 31 people described as members and associates of the Orange County Mexican Mafia in a racketeering case built from an investigation that authorities said began in 2017. Prosecutors alleged the group functioned as a gang of gangs, using control over local street gangs and jail-prison influence to collect taxes, enforce discipline, and profit from drug trafficking, while using violence and intimidation to keep power in Orange County. Federal filings allege that from around 2016 through at least April 2022, specific defendants were in charge of criminal activity in Orange County and inside OC jail prison facilities, supported by shot callers, mouthpieces, and secretaries, who allegedly moved messages and helped run operations. The indictment's racketeering allegations included 2 deletions and 6 attempted deletions, as well as robbery, extortion, and narcotics trafficking involving meth and H. The DOJ release also listed specific alleged violent incidents tied to the enterprise, including an armed robbery and fatal shooting, 2017 shooting death in Orange, and multiple later attempted deletion allegations involving both rivals and alleged internal discipline, including a jail attack described as retaliation against a person suspected of cooperating. In October 2023, DOJ announced that 3 gang members were convicted by a federal jury of deletion in aid of racketeering tied to the 2017 demise, and DOJ said each faced a mandatory life sentence without parole. Reporting in May 2024 also describes Murdarbinian receiving 30 months for participating in a jail attack that prosecutors said was carried out for the Mexican Mafia, and it notes additional defendants in that jail attack thread were still awaiting trial sentencing at the time.
Federal and local law enforcement fanned out across the city of San Bernardino in order to round up members of the Westside Verdugo street gang. Now, we're told the gang sweep targeted a total of 35 members, of which 24 were arrested during the raid. 10 are already in custody and 1 remains at large. According to the federal indictment, the violent street gang is responsible for the trafficking and distribution of drugs throughout Southern California on behalf of the Mexican Mafia. The investigation into the gang began in 2017 after gang intelligence got wind of a conspiracy. Authorities tell us that the gang members were purposely getting arrested in order to smuggle drugs into the county and city jail via their body cavity. Today's operation, dubbed Westside Guillotine, was aimed at disrupting the gang's activity.
On April 25, 2019, federal and local authorities announced that 35 alleged members and associates of the Westside Verdugo Street Gang in San Bernardino were charged in a sweeping probe known as Operation Westside Guillotine. The gang, long tied to the Mexican Mafia, was accused of running a large-scale narcotics operation that moved meth and H throughout the Inland Empire and into local jails. More than 250 law enforcement officers participated in coordinated early morning raids, arresting 24 of the suspects, while 10 others were already in state custody and 1 remained at large. Investigators said the group's operation stretched from July 2017 through April 2019 and included a disturbing smuggling tactic. Members intentionally getting arrested to sneak drugs into county jails by hiding narcotics, syringes, and packaging in body cavities. Once inside, the drugs were distributed among inmates and sold through outside contacts who sent proceeds back into gang-controlled accounts. Authorities seized more than 30 pounds of meth, along with H, weapons, and cash. The 35 defendants faced a combination of federal drug trafficking, firearms, identity theft, and money laundering charges, many of which carry potential life sentences. Prosecutors described the Westside Verdugo gang as one of San Bernardino's oldest and most entrenched street crews, acting as a local extension of the Mexican Mafia's control over Southern California jails and neighborhoods. Officials said the goal of the operation was to dismantle a criminal network that had exerted influence over San Bernardino for nearly 50 years.
Investigators in the Inland Empire have arrested 5 alleged gang members in the Of a 41-year-old mother, Carmen Rodriguez was gunned down outside a San Bernardino cafe in January of last year. Rodriguez was the wife of a Mexican mafia member who was doing time at Pelican Bay. Detectives believe other gang members ordered a hit on the mother of five from behind bars. Matthew Manzano, Eric Moreno, and Richard Garcia were all locked up when Rodriguez was. Isaac Aguirre and Robert Fernandez are believed to have carried out the hit.
In January 2017, Carmen Rodriguez, a mother of five and the wife of Mexican mafia member Andrew Huero Verde Rodriguez, was shot and met her demise in the parking lot outside Gabby's Cafe in San Bernardino. Detectives determined the demise was a contract hit ordered from inside the prison system by members of the Mexican mafia, who used the West Side Verdugo Street gang to carry out the plan. Evidence later showed that imprisoned gang leaders coordinated the assassination through contraband cell phones and intermediaries. After months of investigation, authorities charged 5 suspects. Prosecutors alleged that Garcia, Manzano, and Moreno were involved in orchestrating the demise from behind bars, while Aguirre and Fernandez acted as the gunmen on the outside. The case exposed the extent of the Mexican mafia's ability to control street-level violence from within California's prison system. The outcomes varied among the defendants. Eric Moreno Jr. was deleted by his cellmate at Kern Valley State Prison in July 2018 before he could stand trial. Robert Fernandez Jr. pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter and participating in a criminal street gang later that same year. Richard Garcia entered a similar guilty plea in 2019 and was sentenced to 30 years in prison, served consecutively to an existing life term. Matthew Ruben Manzano went to trial and was convicted of first-degree deletion in 2020, receiving a 25 years to life sentence. Isaac Paul Aguirre maintained his innocence and went to trial in 2022, where a jury acquitted him on all charges due to insufficient evidence linking him to the shooting. The investigation also revealed that Carmen's husband, Andrew Rodriguez, was found dead in his Pelican Bay cell months after the demise under suspicious circumstances, believed to be linked to internal power struggles within the Mexican mafia.
Los Angeles authorities arrest 28 gang members and associates of the South LA-based East Side Playboys. The multi-agency task force included personnel from the FBI, ATF, and LAPD. Officers serving search and arrest warrants throughout the LA area overnight. The operation stems from 6 grand jury indictments. Authorities arrest 28 gang members and associates of the South LA-based East Side Playboys. The multi-agency task force included personnel from the FBI, ATF, and LAPD. Officers serving search and arrest warrants throughout the LA area overnight. The operation stems from 6 grand jury indictments, one of which alleges a racketeering scheme and includes allegations of narcotics and weapons trafficking, as well as the extortion of local businesses.
Gang members were taken into custody in Boyle Heights this morning as part of citywide bust. The FBI and LAPD were among the multiple agencies working overnight to serve search and arrest warrants throughout Los Angeles. The operation targeted gang members and their associates. Authorities say the people taken into custody are believed to be involved in a range of crimes, including racketeering, possession of weapons, and drug violations.
Authorities arrested 28 members and associates of the East Side Playboy street gang in South Los Angeles. These arrests are part of a 4-year investigation dubbed Operation Down the Rabbit Hole, which led to federal racketeering, narcotics, and firearms charges against the gang. The indictments, including one under the RICO Act, reveal the gang's structure, its ties to the Mexican mafia, and its illegal activities such as drug and weapons trafficking and extortion. In total, 41 gang members were charged, with 10 still at large. During the investigation, law enforcement seized 47 firearms, large quantities of drugs, and $140,000 in cash. The lead defendant, Eliseo Luna, is accused of overseeing the gang's operations and authorizing violent acts, including murders.
Arrested 3 members of MS-13 in early morning raids this week at 10 locations throughout the San Fernando Valley. They are accused of shooting and killing a homeless man while he slept at a rec center in North Hollywood. Officers say MS-13 members are also believed to be responsible for at least 5 violent assaults at the rec center just after the shooting.
This morning, a coordinated law enforcement effort led by the Los Angeles Metropolitan
Task Force on Violent Gangs targeted the leadership of MS-13, one of the largest and most deeply entrenched gangs in Los Angeles. A gang that started here in Los Angeles, but which has spread its mayhem across the United States and Central America.
We're diving into the origins of the infamous Mara Salvatrucha gang, better known as MS-13, a criminal organization that has become one of the most notorious in the world. MS-13 was born in Los Angeles, created by Salvadoran immigrants who fled the brutal civil wars in Central America. These immigrants settled in neighborhoods like Pico Union, Westlake, and Rampart, where they faced severe racial prejudice and persecution. Initially, MS-13 was just a group of young, delinquent, heavy metal fans trying to find their place in a hostile environment. The gang's original purpose was to protect Salvadoran immigrants from the more established gangs in Los Angeles, which were primarily composed of Mexicans, Asians, and African Americans. Over time, though, MS-13 evolved from a loose group of friends into a dangerous criminal organization. Under the leadership of Ernesto Deras, a former Salvadoran Special Forces member trained by the U.S. Green Berets, MS-13 transformed into a more disciplined and organized gang. Deras used his military expertise to enhance the gang's operations, and it wasn't long before MS-13 began to grow in power. This period also marked the beginning of their intense rivalry with the 18th Street Gang, a feud that started over a personal dispute but quickly escalated into a violent and lasting conflict. As MS-13 members were arrested in Los Angeles, many were deported back to El Salvador. However, instead of dismantling the gang, these deportations only helped spread MS-13's influence. Deported gang members began recruiting in their home countries, leading to a significant increase in gang activity in Central America, where MS-13 had previously been virtually unknown. The Los Angeles Times has argued that U.S. deportation policies inadvertently contributed to the growth of MS-13, both in the United States and Central America.
And state law enforcement officials announced a major takedown of the MS-13 street gang's leadership, alleged to be involved in the sale of large amounts of across SoCal. Now, the U.S. Attorney's Office indicted 23 of MS-13's members, some operating from within prison and others on the streets of L.A.
They say MS-13 members used violence and intimidation to control the sale of narcotics in the neighborhoods that they occupy. They say with this, they're trying to take out the leadership of the gang to combat violence on the streets.
What this investigation has revealed is that MS-13 uses drug trafficking as its lifeblood. It uses drug funds to finance its operations.
In a significant crackdown today, federal and local law enforcement officials announced the unsealing of a grand jury indictment against 23 members and associates of the infamous MS-13 gang. These individuals are accused of trafficking large quantities of drugs and illegally possessing ammunition found in a ghost gun. Today's operation led to the arrests of 17 MS-13 members, who are expected to be arraigned on the 36-count indictment this afternoon in Los Angeles. 4 of the defendants were already in state custody, while authorities continue to search for 2 more. As part of the takedown, law enforcement seized multiple pounds of illegal drugs, 9 firearms, and nearly $94,000 in cash. The indictment reveals that MS-13, operating under the control of an imprisoned member linked to the Mexican Mafia, enforced a rule requiring all Los Angeles area cliques to buy drugs from specific suppliers, funneling profits back to the gang's leadership. From July 2021 to August 2023, the gang's drug trafficking activities were allegedly overseen by top shot callers Pavel Hurtado and Eli Grijalva, who managed operations and coordinated with the incarcerated MS-13 member. The gang used violence and intimidation to control narcotics trafficking in their territories, requiring sellers to either be MS-13 members or pay rent to operate within their zones. The indictment charges all 23 defendants with conspiracy to distribute narcotics, with additional charges for individual members related to drug distribution and illegal possession of ammunition.
The multi-agency operation brought together more than 500 officers to execute arrest and search warrants Wednesday morning, the result of a multi-year investigation by the Santa Ana Gang Task Force.
Today we are here because federal prosecutors in my office unsealed a series of 5 federal grand jury indictments designed to deliver a staggering and comprehensive blow to the Mexican Mafia organization in Orange County and to forming chaos. a Costa Mesa street gang associated with the Mexican Mafia.
Parents, you need to take responsibility. You need to start looking at those kids. If they're looking like gang members, pants dragging on the ground, acting like gang members, don't accept this idea that, well, it's just the style at school. Come on. Parents, you have responsibility in this. You've got to stop that from happening. The more those kids act like gang members and want to be gang members, the more likely it is they'll become gang members and they'll enter in on this path of life.
Rob Whitfield for OC.
On July 13, 2011, federal and local authorities in Orange County, California announced Operation Black Flag, a sweeping gang and racketeering crackdown that targeted street gang leadership and networks described as operating under the influence of the Mexican Mafia. Federal prosecutors alleged the case involved 57 federal defendants total. The FBI said 26 were arrested in the early morning takedown, 25 were already in custody on unrelated matters, and 6 were listed as fugitives. On the state side, officials said 8 were arrested that day and 3 were fugitives. 2 of the indictments were RICO cases. One charged 28 defendants tied to an Orange County Mexican Mafia faction led by Peter Ojeda, and another charged 17 defendants tied to the forming Chaos Gang in Costa Mesa, alleging extensive ties to the Mexican Mafia. The other indictments alleged additional drug trafficking and firearms offenses, including distribution of various drugs. The key allegation across the filings was the Mexican Mafia-style tax system. Prosecutors said gang crews were pressured to pay a portion of proceeds to the OC leadership in exchange for permission to operate and protection, and that discipline could be ordered for people who didn't comply. The FBI release also described green lights, discipline orders, and a hard candy list people prosecutors said were marked for deadly violence as part of how the enterprise allegedly enforced control, with messages sometimes relayed through associates on the outside. Local coverage around the 2011 takedown reported that heroin, guns, and thousands of dollars in cash were seized during the raids. Peter Ojeda was found guilty of RICO conspiracy and violent crimes in aid of racketeering conspiracy, and he was sentenced on May 9, 2016 to 15 years in federal prison. DOJ also noted that, from Operation Black Flag overall, 59 defendants were convicted on federal charges, and another 40 were prosecuted by the Orange County DA's office. Ojeda's former girlfriend, Susie Rodriguez, described by prosecutors as a messenger between him and gang figures, was sentenced on June 6, 2016 to 78 months in federal prison.
You know, Lucie, we went to a couple of doors in this neighborhood to ask that very question. The first door we knocked on, we got the door slammed in our face. We tried another one, and at that one, the people who lived there said they were very surprised to see some of their neighbors arrested. Prosecutors say they are powerful, violent, and have one of their own. Each, they contend, is tied to the Mexican Mafia. Authorities call this organized crime and say it has been seen on city streets and inside county jails.
Operation Smokin' Aces was a major Orange County, California crackdown announced on September 24, 2013, led by the Santa Ana Gang Task Force after about a 2.5-year investigation into what authorities described as the Orange County wing of the Mexican Mafia and its control over Latino street gangs. Investigators said the case involved a combined state plus federal charging package, naming 129 defendants, with charges that included federal racketeering and other allegations such as extortion, tax collection, narcotics trafficking, gun trafficking, and conspiracy violence-related counts described as a network case rather than one isolated incident. Authorities said the takedown included early morning arrests across dozens of locations in Southern California. Reporting cited roughly 70 locations, with 55 arrests reported the first day, while many other suspects were already incarcerated and others were still being sought.
High-ranking members of the Mexican Mafia are in custody after an operation with the FBI and the LAPD. They also seized firearms and narcotics.
These are weapons and drugs recovered during what they call Operation Wipeout. They targeted gang members who were suspected of selling illegal firearms and narcotics throughout the harbor area. Their investigation started back in 2020 and expanded beyond the street gang and into the upper ranks of the Mexican mafia. Today, the FBI served multiple search warrants throughout the South Bay and as far away as Bakersfield. 12 suspects.
On May 17, 2023, the FBI and LAPD announced Operation Wipeout, a harbor area investigation that began in late 2020 and targeted alleged drug and illegal firearm trafficking tied to the West Side Wilmas and East Side Wilmas gangs in Wilmington, San Pedro. Federal prosecutors said 7 gang members' associates were arrested that morning on federal criminal complaints, part of a larger set of 10 defendants named across 3 federal complaints. Authorities also said additional suspects faced state charges, and that at least 2 defendants were still being sought at the time. Authorities said the takedown produced major seizures. Prosecutors described the case as reaching beyond street-level dealing, alleging the Wilmas gangs operated under the direction authority of the Mexican Mafia prison gang, with leaders and associates using illicit phones and devices inside state prison to communicate and direct activity on the outside. Officials also referenced cartel supply concerns in public briefings. Prosecutors alleged Patricia Amelia Limon, Lomita, carried out multiple drug and gun transactions from October 2022 to February 23, 2023 under direction of a Mexican Mafia associate on death row, including a deal where she allegedly sold 5,000 rainbow-colored Fendi pills for $5,300 and later allegedly delivered 3.8 pounds of meth plus 2,000 Fendi pills for $5,000. Prosecutors also alleged Jesus Chuy Delgado, described as a high-ranking West Side Wilmas member, sold meth and firearms, including ghost guns, in a series of deals some allegedly conducted across from a high school and a middle school while he was on parole. As for who was charged, one widely circulated list of federal defendants included Patricia Amelia Limon, Jesus Chuy Delgado, Jose Francisco Martinez Hernandez, Lake Davis Pasley, Osvaldo Nicolini, Cristobal Aguilar, noted as already in state custody at the time, Guillermo Guerrero, and Bud John Phineas, aka Ghost, with additional people described as fugitives in some coverage. Federal authorities said the complaint stage charges included offenses like distribution of controlled substances, possession with intent to distribute, and felon in possession of a firearm. DOJ also stated that if convicted, Limon and Delgado, charged with drug distribution, faced a statutory maximum of life in federal prison. Patricia Amelia Limon pleaded guilty, reported in May 2024, to conspiracy to distribute Fendi and meth and dealing firearms without a license, and she was sentenced to 97 months, about 8 years, in federal prison. Separately, DOJ noted that before the May 2023 sweep, 11 other harbor area defendants had already been charged in related federal cases, and 3 had already been sentenced to 10-20 years, but those sentences were not itemized by name in the DOJ release. A Santa Barbara County grand jury indictment unsealed in November 2014 laid out what prosecutors described as a Mexican Mafia-directed tax operation reaching across several local street gang cliques, Santa Barbara, Lompoc, and Santa Maria. The indictment named Edgar Playboy Cordova and Benny Conil Ibarra as shot callers and charged them with conspiracy to commit deletion in 2013 plan hit, along with broader extortion and extortion conspiracy counts involving 7 total defendants, including Jesse Loco Enriquez, Ulysses Silent Guzman, Arturo Frosty Renteria Jr., Ruben Evil Regalado Jr., and a 7th defendant identified in reporting as Franco Eric Aguiniga, plus an outstanding warrant for another person. According to the reporting on the unsealed indictment, the alleged deletion plot centered on Cordova and Ibarra discussing where the intended target lived and planning how to approach him. The attempt that day reportedly failed because they could not locate the person. Prosecutors also alleged the same group was shaking down both legitimate businesses and drug dealers. The tax collection prosecutors say flowed upward toward Mexican Mafia leadership, enforced through intimidation and discipline when people didn't pay. Investigators said the wider case grew out of a 16-month investigation that began after the June 2013 arrest of Raymond Boxer Macias, described by authorities as a key tax collector figure. Detectives then focused on how prison and jail influence could shape street activity across Santa Barbara County. The initial 2014 arrest wave included Ibarra, Enriquez, Aguiniga, and Regalado, with police publicly describing the alleged scheme as collecting taxes on behalf of the Mexican Mafia. Later that month, Cordova was captured at a San Diego border crossing while allegedly returning from Mexico.
Not only the city, but also really impacted our Hmong American community.
Fresno Police Chief Andy Hall talking about 6 arrests in a quadruple murder that left the community stunned. The victims, Sai Li, 23, Phia Vang, 31, Ku Zhang, 38, and Calixang Tao, 40, were all gunned down as they watched football. Billy Zhang for mail theft, finding a Glock 9mm modified to fire automatically and 2 30-round magazines that have been linked to the.
In Fresno, a man is in custody accused of shooting 2 veteran Fresno correctional officers inside a jail lobby. Those 2 officers were shot in the head and neck this morning, and they're now in the hospital. Juanita Davila, who has 18 years of experience, is now in critical but stable condition tonight. And Toa Malama Scanlon, a 10-year veteran, is in critical condition. And this man, 37-year-old Tong Vang from Fresno, has been taken into custody. Officers say Vang was sentenced to 19 years in prison for kidnapping and back in 1998. He served only 16 years, then was released on parole.
The Mongolian Boys Society is a predominantly Hmong street gang rooted in Fresno, California. Formed in the late 1980s, the gang emerged following a split from the Peace MOD gang, splintering into several factions, one of which became the Mongolian Boys Society. Today, law enforcement identifies the Mongolian Boys Society as a violent criminal enterprise operating in Fresno and nearby Visalia. The gang has been linked to serious crimes, including deletion, sexual assault, armed robbery, drug trafficking, and extortion. Authorities also report that the Mongolian Boys Society members have, at times, been contracted by larger Asian organized crime networks to carry out violent hits, a testament to the group's reputation for brutality and their ability to operate under the radar. The Mongolian Boys Society was born in Fresno around 1988, as groups of Hmong youth began forming splinter gangs in response to violence and discrimination within their communities. Originally created for protection, the gang quickly evolved into a structured organization. Over the years, the Mongolian Boys Society has remained predominantly Hmong in membership. In fact, prison officials officially recognize it under the name Asian Mongolian Boys Society on their gang identification lists, reflecting both its ethnic makeup and its established presence within California's correctional system.
Officers say a family of more than 30 was gathered in a backyard Sunday night to watch a football game when someone snuck in and opened fire, shooting 10 people before running away. 3 men were found dead at the scene last night. A 4th died at the hospital. The 6 other people who were wounded are still in the hospital.
Sai Li, 23, Phia Vang, 31, Ku Zhang, 38, and Calixang Tao, 40, were all gunned down as they watched football in the backyard today. At 4:19 a.m. on November 17th, the brother of a local gang member, Randy Zhang, was and is what police say incited the later events. This happened prior to the mass shooting. 16 hours after that, the shooting on Lamona Avenue in Fresno in what police believe was a retaliatory shooting. Then, on December 17th, a break in the case. Clovis PD pulled over and arrested Billy Zhang for mail theft, finding a Glock 9mm modified to fire automatically and 2 30-round magazines that have been linked. Chief Hall says all the suspects have admitted to taking part in the shooting.
Singer. Millions of fans in the Hmong music scene loved the style and voice of 23-year-old Ji Lee. He was one of 4 men Sunday night at a football party. 6 others were wounded.
On the evening of November 17, 2019, what began as a peaceful backyard football gathering in southeast Fresno quickly turned into a scene of unimaginable tragedy. 2 masked gunmen stormed the residence and opened fire into a crowd of partygoers, deleting 4 men and injuring 6 others. All of the victims were of Hmong descent. Authorities later revealed that the attack was a targeted ambush part of a larger feud between two rival Asian American gangs, the Mongolian Boys Society and the Asian Crips. Law enforcement believes the shooters intended to eliminate enemies, but mistakenly targeted the wrong group. Federal court documents indicate that members of the Mongolian Boys Society convened just hours before the shooting to plan a retaliatory hit. The group selected a target residence, assigned lookout roles, and organized their plan with military-like precision. That night, the Mongolian Boys Society affiliates Pao Vang, Giovanni Delgado, and Johnny Zhang acted as lookouts while others executed the ambush. According to the Department of Justice statement, the Mongolian Boys Society shooters deleted 4 individuals and injured at least 6 others in an act of coordinated gang violence. As investigations unfolded, 7 individuals alleged members or associates of the Mongolian Boys Society were charged. 4 suspects, Gary Lee, Anthony Montes, Porge Q, and Billy Zhang, faced state charges including first-degree deletion with special circumstances, making them eligible for the death penalty. 3 others, Pao Vang, Delgado, and Johnny Zhang, were indicted at the federal level for racketeering and deletion conspiracy. Prosecutors stated that the deletions were carried out for the benefit of a criminal street gang. The gravity of the case drew
Jorge Ku was found unresponsive in his cell on June 16th. He was taken to the hospital where he died on June 20th. Ku was facing the death penalty for the murder of 4 people after shots were fired into the backyard of a home in East Central Fresno. The case against Ku is now dismissed because of the defendant's
national
death.
attention, especially after one of the suspects, Porge Q, was found dead in jail in 2024 while awaiting trial. Police believe the massacre was tied to an ongoing gang war. One of the 4 slain victims was allegedly a former member of the Asian Crips, and investigators suspect the shooting was revenge for a prior gang-related deletion. In response to the escalating violence, Fresno police formed a dedicated Asian gang task force aimed at curbing tensions and reducing retaliatory attacks within the Hmong community.
A man is in custody accused of shooting 2 veteran Fresno correctional officers inside a jail lobby. Those 2 officers were shot in the head and neck this morning, and they're now in the hospital. Juanita Davila, who has 18 years of experience, is now in critical but stable condition tonight. And Toa Malama Scanlon, a 10-year veteran, is in critical condition. And this man, 37-year-old Tong Vang from Fresno, has been taken into custody. Police say Vang entered the jail's main lobby this morning asking to visit an inmate. Officials say when he was asked to wait his turn in line, he became agitated and started showing bizarre behavior. And that's when Officer Davila confronted him. Deputies say Vang pulled a gun out and then shot her. And as Officer Scanlon approached for backup, he was shot as well.
In September 2016, chaos erupted outside the Fresno County Jail when 2 correctional officers were suddenly shot and critically wounded. The shooter was quickly identified as Thong Vang, a man with a violent past and deep gang ties.
This was Thong Vang as he appeared in court in 1998 on charges related to the abduction, forced confinement, and rape of 3 girls aged between 12 and 14. The girls were taken to this motel in Fresno and held for 2 days, forced to have sex with multiple men and boys. Vang was then 22 and a member of the Hmong gang known as the Mongolian Boys Society. Vang and the other gang members were convicted of violent forcible rape and sent to prison. Vang was released on parole 2 years ago. Registered as a sex offender, his address was listed in this apartment complex near McKinley and West. According to the Megan's Law website, he was considered a moderate to high-risk sex offender.
Just 2 years earlier, Vang had been released on parole after serving a 16-year sentence for his role in a brutal 1998 gang rape at a Clovis Motel 6.
The motel case that sent Vang to prison led to a major investigation into the Mongolian Boys gang. Another 24 members were arrested in the coming months. They'd engaged in the abduction of several teenage girls in California and other states. The girls involved in the original case and their families were forced to relocate because of threats on their lives.
At the time of that earlier crime, Vang was only 22 and known to be affiliated with the Mongolian Boys Society, one of Fresno's most feared Hmong street gangs.
Jail 1225 M Street.
It was September of 2016 when a man high on opened fire inside the lobby of Fresno County's main jail, shooting 2 correctional officers, Juanita Davila and Tuamalama Scanlon. While Officer Davila made a full recovery, Scanlon's injuries left him hospitalized for 5 years. On Tuesday, he passed away.
Knowing that he finally lost his battle is very sad.
In 2018, the shooter Tong Vang was found guilty of attempted and is currently serving a sentence of 112 years to life in prison.
According to investigators, Vang's 2016 actions were erratic and alarming. He reportedly attempted to enter police headquarters while armed and under the influence of drugs. When denied access, he walked directly to the nearby county jail and, without warning, opened fire, striking 2 correctional officers before surrendering at the scene. Vang later told authorities he wanted to be arrested. He now faces multiple new charges, including attempted deletion and firearms violations. Law enforcement officials consider his case a disturbing continuation of the Mongolian Boy Society-linked violence, a thread stretching from the infamous 1998 grape case all the way to this ambush-style shooting in 2016. Vang's return to the headlines served as a grim reminder of the long-term dangers posed by entrenched gang activity in Fresno's Hmong community. The story of the Mongolian Boys Society is more than just the tale of a street gang. It's a cautionary chronicle of how trauma, displacement, and marginalization can evolve into a cycle of violence that spans generations. What began as a group of young Hmong men seeking protection in the wake of refugee resettlement and community isolation quickly transformed into one of the most feared criminal organizations in California's Central Valley. From the heinous crimes of the late 1990s to the deadly 2019 backyard massacre and the chilling return of Thong Vang, the imprint of MBS on Fresno is unmistakable. For law enforcement, dismantling MBS remains an ongoing challenge, complicated by deep-rooted fear, loyalty, and silence within affected neighborhoods. For the Hmong community, the scars run even deeper, turning moments of cultural pride and family tradition into scenes of tragedy. As Fresno continues to grapple with gang violence, one thing is clear: real change will take more.
Dead End, a more than 2-year investigation involving a deadly and violent East Salinas gang. 20 alleged gangsters who formed out of Acosta Plaza in East Salinas are now behind bars, accused of racketeering that included 14 attempted armed robbery, along with drug and gun trafficking, dating back to 2009.
Amongst the people in Salinas. So we obviously, with the arrest, the indictments, we consider it obviously a big win for the departments involved and also the community.
Imagine living in a housing complex where your neighbors are a gang. Not just any gang. A gang that deletes people in your parking lot. A gang that sells Fenty and meth on your block. A gang that firebombs apartments when someone steps out of line. A gang that runs the whole operation out of the same building where your kids play outside. That is Acosta Plaza, a housing complex in East Salinas, California. And for over a decade, it was the headquarters of a Norteño street gang that federal prosecutors say operated like an organized criminal enterprise, one with blood on its hands going back to at least 2014. 8 deletions, multiple attempted murders, drug trafficking, guns, armed robberies, firebombing. In April 2024, after years of investigation involving the FBI, the DOJ, Homeland Security Investigations, the Salinas Police Department, and the Monterey County Sheriff, the feds finally moved. Operation Dead End. 11 defendants hit with a federal RICO indictment, 4 of them staring down the possibility of life in prison. And then, in January 2026, it got bigger. 9 more defendants added in a superseding indictment. The murder count climbed to 11. The case was still growing. This is the story of the Acosta Plaza gang, who they are, what they did, and how Operation did and finally brought the federal government down on them.
So first off, of the 3 of the 9 members that were indicted on racketeering conspiracy charges by the U.S. Attorney's Office, Gustavo Garcia, Lorenzo Garcia Jr., and Bertin Medrano were already previously indicted from the May 2024, but investigators were able to illuminate additional criminal activity to bring additional charges. So those were 3 out of the 9. The 4th in custody arrest was Oscar Benitez, who was already in federal custody on a previous narcotics case. Arrests 5, 6, and 7 were also in custody arrests, which is Carlos Gutierrez, Jesus Avalos Fernandez, and Jose Aguilar, who were in California state custody with CDCR. The 8th arrest comes from Marco Sanchez, who was in Monterey County Jail on a 245 assault with a deadly weapon charge. And the 9th arrest, like the chief said, was Jesus Saldana, who was arrested on the morning of January 6, 2026, at his residence at 914 Acosta Plaza, apartment 36 here in Salinas. Outside of those 9 arrests for the racketeering conspiracy charge, there was also 4 additional state arrests. Or I'll call them arrests 10 through 13. Arrests 10 and 11 were on Ramey warrants, which includes Andrew Castaneda for possession with intent to distribute, transfer of a firearm, and gang enhancement, and Cristobal Romero for robbery, 2 gang enhancements, and gang conspiracy. Arrests 12 and 13 were state probable cause arrests the day of the enforcement action, which includes Andy Rios was found in possession of a firearm, in which he's already a prohibited person for being a current felon, and Juan Mejia Lopez, who was found in possession of ammunition, and he too is a prohibited person.
To understand what happened at Acosta Plaza, you need to understand the structure behind it. Salinas, California sits in Monterey County, an agricultural city of about 160,000 people known for its strawberry fields and its gang problem. For decades, Salinas has been one of the most gang-impacted cities in California relative to its size. Norteños and Sureño sets have fought over territory here since at least the 1990s. The violence has never really stopped. The Norteños are a Northern California street gang affiliation, but they don't operate in a vacuum. Above them, feeding them structure, leadership, and criminal ideology from inside California's prison system is the Nuestra Familia, a prison gang, one of the most organized criminal enterprises in California's correctional system. Members and associates of Nuestra Familia direct street-level Norteño sets from behind bars. They set policy, they issue orders, and the street crews carry them out. The Acosta Plaza gang is one of those crews. Their territory, the Acosta Plaza housing complex, a cluster of residential buildings on the 900 block in East Salinas. This wasn't just a neighborhood where gang members happened to live. This was Command Central. This was where they sold drugs, where they recruited, where they stored guns, where they planned violence, and, as prosecutors allege, where they committed murders. The gang operated as a criminal enterprise for more than a decade. 8 documented deletions in just the 5 years leading up to the 2024 indictment. Multiple attempted deletions. Fentanyl and meth moving through the complex. Firearms trafficking. Armed robberies at gunpoint. At least 1 documented firebombing of an apartment inside the complex. Federal prosecutors classified the Acosta Plaza gang's entire operation as a racketeering enterprise under the RICO statute, the same legal framework used to take down organized crime families, cartel networks, and the most entrenched criminal organizations in the country. That designation alone tells you how seriously the government took this crew.
Operation Dead End, a more than 2-year investigation involving a deadly and violent East Salinas gang. 20 alleged gangsters who formed out of Acosta Plaza in East Salinas are now behind bars, accused of racketeering that included 14 attempted armed robbery, along with drug and gun trafficking, dating back to 2009.
Amongst the people in Salinas. So we obviously, with the arrest, the indictments, we considered obviously a big win for the departments involved and also the community.
Tuesday marked the second phase of Operation Dead End with the arrest of 11 suspected gangsters. 9 were hauled in back in 2024. Police say half the members of that vicious gang are now in custody.
The deletions are where this case becomes impossible to look away from. Over the course of the investigation, federal prosecutors documented 8 confirmed homicides in the 5 years preceding the April 2024 indictment, all connected to the Acosta Plaza gang's criminal enterprise. By the time the superseding indictment was unsealed in January 2026, that number had climbed to 11. 2 of those deletions are charged directly in the original RICO indictment, with specific defendants named. The first, July 19, 2014. Heron Moran met his demise on the 1000 block of North Sanborn Road in Salinas. It's a demise that goes unsolved at the state level for years, but federal investigators connected to the Acosta Plaza enterprise. By the time Operation Dead End drops, 2 Acosta Plaza gang members, Gustavo Garcia and Lorenzo Garcia Jr., are charged with a federal deletion enhancement in connection with Moran's death. For these 2 defendants, that enhancement means life in prison is on the table. The second, December 2nd, 2023. Gregorio Solis met his demise on the 900 block of Acosta Plaza, in the complex itself, where the gang lives, where families live. Solis doesn't die in some neutral location, he dies inside the gang's own territory. 2 more Acosta Plaza members, Raul Coronel Suarez and Jose Saldana, are charged with federal deletion enhancements in connection with the Solis homicide. Again, life sentences are on the table. Between those 2 bookmarks, 2014 and 2023, there are more. In May 2023, Christian Jimenez is shot on the 800 block of Garner Avenue. In December 2023, Jesus Garcia is shot at the corner of Garner Avenue and Atlantic Street. Multiple additional shootings and attempted deletions are folded into the RICO enterprise. This is a gang that didn't just threaten violence. They used it consistently, over years, as a tool to maintain control of Acosta Plaza and the surrounding East Salinas territory. 4 defendants, Gustavo Garcia, Lorenzo Garcia Jr., Raul Coronel Suarez, and Jose Saldana face federal deletion enhancements that carry maximum life sentences.
Salinas police say the shooting took place on the 900 block of Acosta Plaza. Authorities say they responded to a shot spotter alert of shots fired around 5 p.m. When officers arrived, they located a 32-year-old man who was suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. The man was transported to a local hospital where he later died. According to investigators, an adult male wearing a dark-colored T-shirt was seen running from the scene.
Salinas police investigating a homicide. Shooting happened just before 1:30 this morning on Garner Avenue. Investigators found a victim shot multiple times. The 36-year-old man died there at the scene. At this point, police do not have any information about a shooter. If you have any information, you're asked to contact Salinas PD.
April 18, 2024. The federal indictment is unsealed. Operation Dead End. A joint operation coordinated by the U.S. Department of Justice Northern District of California, the FBI, Salinas Police Department, Monterey County Sheriff's Office, and U.S. Department of Homeland Security investigations. 9 arrests are made the day the indictment drops. 2 defendants, Salvador Mexicano and Lorenzo Garcia Jr., are already in custody when the announcement hits. 11 defendants total, all charged under count 1. RICO conspiracy. Maximum exposure on the RICO count alone. 20 years in federal prison and a $250,000 fine. That's before any deletion enhancements. That's before any additional charges. The charges against the enterprise as a whole are extensive. RICO conspiracy spanning more than a decade. 8 deletions. Multiple attempted deletions. Distribution of fentanyl and meth. Firearms trafficking, armed robbery, firebombing. The DOJ and the Salinas Police Department held a joint press conference to lay it all out, making clear that this wasn't just a local enforcement action. This was a federal takedown of an organized criminal enterprise that had operated with near impunity inside a California housing complex for over 10 years. And it wasn't over. 18 months after Operation Did End dropped, federal prosecutors came back to court. January 2026. A superseding indictment is unsealed in the Northern District of California. 9 additional defendants charged as part of the same Acosta Plaza Gang RICO enterprise. The federal government had kept building the case, kept gathering evidence, kept identifying more members of the criminal organization. Total defendants in the case now, 20 or more. Lesions total alleged by federal prosecutors, 11. The superseding indictment represents something important. It means federal investigators didn't just land the first punch and walk away. They stayed on the case. They continued developing charges against other members of the Acosta Plaza enterprise, people who weren't caught in the first net, but were still connected to the same criminal organization. The same deletions, the same drug and gun trafficking operation. The Hoodline reported on the superseding indictment with a simple and direct headline. Feds dropped the hammer on East Salinas as 9 more nabbed in Acosta Plaza gang case. That's exactly what happened. The case grew. The defendant count grew. The deletion count grew. And every one of those 9 additional defendants is now folded into a federal RICO prosecution with the same murder-linked sentencing exposure hanging over the entire enterprise. This is what federal prosecution of a gang looks like when the government decides to go all the way. They don't file one indictment and call it done. They build and build until every thread in the organization has been pulled.
From Salinas, Hollister, and Los Banos to Visalia, Delano, and Farmersville, 36 key members of the Nuestra Familia gang arrested.
We are up against some very serious criminals, very sophisticated, and with apparently nothing else to do except in prison to foment more crime.
Attorney General Jerry Brown says those arrested Tuesday are the gangsters who commit murders and violent crimes that are orchestrated from behind bars.
They use these contraband cell phones and they get the word out.
3 gang leaders are serving life sentences inside Pelican Bay and directing activities from their secure housing unit.
The prisoners do nothing. They're totally idle. And I certainly would like to see the day when prisoners are working, at least a 40-hour week, and they don't have as much time for this kind of gang-related activity.
The Nuestra Familia gang has been growing its operations since the late 60s when it began in Folsom Prison and is now tens of thousands of members strong.
There are a large number of gangsters, gang members throughout California. And we arrest them, we put them in prison, but we don't break the chain of criminal enterprise.
Operation Street Sweeper concluded an extensive joint investigation and a year-long series of arrests attacking the top tier of the gang.
The Acosta Plaza case didn't exist in isolation. Running alongside and connected to Operation Dead End was a broader statewide enforcement effort targeting Norteños affiliated gang members across California. Federal and state agencies, including the California DOJ, the FBI, and multiple local departments coordinated a sweep that resulted in 36 arrests across the state. 36. Statewide. These weren't all Acosta Plaza members, but they were all connected to the same broader Norteños network, the same gang affiliation, the same criminal ecosystem that produced the Acosta Plaza enterprise in East Salinas. KSBW Action News 8 captured the sweep on camera. The footage shows what a coordinated multi-agency gang operation looks like when it goes wide. Arrests across multiple jurisdictions, multiple agencies moving at once, crews connected by gang affiliation being targeted simultaneously across California. The 36 arrests underline a larger point. The Acosta Plaza gang was not an isolated case. They were one node in a broader criminal network. Federal and state law enforcement treated them that way, not just targeting the Acosta Plaza complex, but pulling on the threads that connected East Salinas to Norteños crews across the entire state. When the feds decide to move on a RICO enterprise, They tend to move on the whole web.
Fauna has lived on the 900 block of Acosta Plaza her whole life.
You're more and more scared, you know what I mean?
Just last Thursday, 2 teenagers died after being fatally shot on her street. Less than 24 hours later, she was calling 911 for the 3rd victim of the week, just blocks from her own neighborhood.
I mean, it's always been bad, but now it just seems to get worse and worse, and just so many people are dying. It's real sad that you gotta be home and thinking, God, you know, if I go out, I'm gonna be dodging bullets.
The part that doesn't make headlines as often, but matters just as much. People live at Acosta Plaza. Families, children, residents who had nothing to do with the gang, who watched deletions happen in their parking lot, who heard gunshots when Gregorio Solis met his demise outside their windows, who had their building firebombed by a crew that treated the housing complex as their personal criminal headquarters. In response to years of escalating violence, city officials and law enforcement held an anti-gang violence meeting directly at the Acosta Plaza complex. Not in a city hall conference room, not downtown, at Acosta Plaza itself, in the community that had been living under this gang's control. KSBW Action News 8 was there. The meeting captured something real: the tension between a community that had endured years of gang violence and a law enforcement apparatus that was only now, after a decade, bringing federal charges. The residents of Acosta Plaza didn't create this situation. They were trapped in it. A housing complex becomes gang-controlled not because everyone inside is a gang member, but because a gang decides to claim it. And the violence that follows makes it nearly impossible for anyone to push back without putting themselves in danger. Operation Dead End represents the largest federal enforcement action ever taken against the Acosta Plaza gang. For the families living inside that complex, it means something. The decade-long grip the enterprise held over Acosta Plaza is now in federal court. Whether that translates to real safety on the ground, that's a longer story. But the arrests are a start. What does Operation Dead End actually mean beyond the arrests and the indictments? Federal RICO prosecution of gang-controlled housing projects has become one of the DOJ's most effective tools against entrenched street gang enterprises. RICO, the Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, was built to dismantle organized crime from the top down. It lets prosecutors charge an entire enterprise for the collective crimes of its members. One defendant doesn't just face charges for what they personally did. They face charges for being part of an organization that committed deletions, ran drugs, trafficked guns, and firebombed buildings over a decade-long operation. That's the power of a RICO count. And that's why 4 defendants in this case are looking at possible life sentences. Not just for individual crimes, for being deletion-charged members of a RICO enterprise. The Acosta Plaza case also reflects a pattern playing out across California. Federal prosecutors working alongside local law enforcement to bring federal charges against gang enterprises that state courts have struggled to address. State charges can be beaten. Witnesses can be intimidated. Cases can fall apart. Federal RICO prosecutions are a different animal. They carry higher penalties. They aggregate years of criminal conduct into a single indictment, and they're prosecuted by U.S. attorneys with more resources than most county DA offices. One Salinas Norteno gang member in a separate related case has already been sentenced to 30 years in federal prison for RICO conspiracy. That sentence is a preview of what's coming for the Acosta Plaza defendants as their cases move toward trial or plea agreements. 11 deletions, 20-plus defendants, a decade of documented criminal enterprise. The Acosta Plaza gang ran East Salinas for a long time. Operation Dead End is the bill coming due. That's the story of the Acosta Plaza gang and Norteno's crew that turned a California housing complex into a criminal enterprise. Ran it for over a decade through deletions, drugs, guns, and firebombing, and now faces federal RICO prosecution with life sentences on the table for the defendants charged with murder enhancements. And if you're watching this and you're not subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button right now. We cover real cases, real names.
Henley masquerades as a legitimate businessman and reformed gang member, often appearing on podcasts and media outlets, but it's a front for a wide-ranging criminal enterprise.
He has maintained the image of an entertainment industry entrepreneur running a music label. The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar, and a cheat.
10 of Henley's associates were arrested this morning, but he remains a fugitive. Henley's son, Dayon, plays linebacker for our LA Chargers. He has not commented on these charges.
So much gangbanging from dudes in my whole entire life. I'm sorry. In my life, where people are just telling on themselves on the internet. I ain't never seen that before. And I'm talking about my own boys. All this 6-0 stuff.
The recent federal indictment against key figures within the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips has highlighted the ongoing intersection between gang activity, music, and social influence. Among those charged is Eugene Big U Henley, a former gang leader and self-proclaimed community activist, along with industry and social media figures Brick Baby and Loose Cannon. The indictment alleges a range of criminal activities, including racketeering, extortion, human trafficking, fraud, and even the deletion of an aspiring musician. The case also underscores how social media has played a pivotal role in amplifying gang culture, providing law enforcement with key evidence and shaping public perception. As this case unfolds, it raises serious questions about the blurred lines between legitimate business, street credibility, and organized crime.
But the search is on for the man they say has been heading up the local Crips gang for decades, Eugene Henley Jr. Investigators say he's been painting himself as an entertainment executive who's been giving back to the community with various charities. But they say in reality, he's a violent criminal, the leader of the Crips with a long list of crimes on his resume.
I mean, a lot of people thought that Debo was based on him, but it wasn't. It was actually based on Big U from the Rolling 60s.
I didn't know that. People want to see that character. He's, I told you, I pulled that from Big U. I used him as my background of how I wanted this character to be perceived.
Eugene Big U Henley is a name that holds weight in both gang culture and community activism. As an alleged longtime leader within the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips, one of Los Angeles' most notorious gangs, Big U was heavily involved in street life before his 1991 arrest for attempted robbery. He served 13 years in prison before being released in 2004, after which he claimed to dedicate his life to mentorship and community activism. Through his Developing Options nonprofit, he sought to create opportunities for at-risk youth, aiming to prevent them from joining gangs. Simultaneously, he remained connected to hip-hop, helping up-and-coming artists and maintaining close ties with figures in the industry. Wack 100, on the other hand, built his reputation as a music executive and manager, working with high-profile artists like The Game and Blueface. While he comes from a different background than Big U, Wack has always been vocal about his connections to the streets, frequently engaging in public disputes and calling out industry figures. At one point, Big U and Wack 100 had a working relationship, seemingly united in their efforts to navigate the music industry while still acknowledging their street ties. However, their friendship eventually turned sour, leading to a bitter public feud. Loose Cannon and Brick Baby are two names that have surfaced frequently in the discussion surrounding Big U and Wack 100. Both Brick Baby and Loose Cannon from the Rolling 60s Crips have connections to these figures and have now become part of a major federal indictment targeting the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips. The dynamics among Loose Cannon, Wack 100, and Big U have been marked by public disputes and shifting alliances within the hip-hop community. Loose Cannon, initially associated with Wack 100, has made allegations against Big U claiming involvement in the events leading to Nipsey Hussle's death. These claims have intensified tensions, leading Big U to issue a cease and desist letter to the No Jumper podcast, where some of these allegations were discussed. Brick Baby, another figure in this narrative, has publicly criticized Loose Cannon for spreading falsehoods about Big U and Nipsey Hussle. In interviews, Brick Baby has expressed his refusal to reconcile with Loose Cannon, citing the severity of the alleged falsehoods as a significant factor in their ongoing conflict. However, Wack 100 and Loose Cannon relationship soured after Loose Cannon's home was raided and other issues. Wack allegedly distanced himself. In response, Loose Cannon and Brick Baby confronted Wack 100 publicly, addressing their grievances in a face-to-face discussion. The fallout, along with shifting alliances, has played out across social media and interviews, highlighting the ever-changing dynamics within the hip-hop and street culture scene.
Like the Crips have been crimped, the FBI announcing that they made a sweeping bust of the Rolling 60s Crips gang, but are still looking for its longtime leader. Now here's some Air 7 video from earlier this morning showing some of the alleged gang members being processed in tents at the FBI's Los Angeles office. Search warrants executed at 6 different locations today. Hundreds of agents and officers arresting 10 people. In all, 19 have been indicted. 4 were already in custody, so at least 5 more arrests are expected. But the search is on for the man they say has been heading up the local Crips gang for decades, Eugene Henley Jr. Investigators say he's been painting himself as an entertainment executive who's been giving back to the community with various charities. But they say in reality, he's a violent criminal, the leader of the Crips with a long list of crimes on his resume.
The facts alleged in the complaint paint a very different picture. It is one of a murderer, a thief, a liar, and a cheat, and the criminals that enabled him. For example, Mr. Henley engaged in a murder of a musician signed to his label in 2021 and dumped the victim's body in Las Vegas off of the I-15 freeway.
At a news conference this morning, the U.S. Attorney's Office announcing charges against Eugene Henley Jr. Authorities say Henley is responsible for drug and human trafficking, also extortion and even COVID fraud. He's facing federal racketeering conspiracy charges. Prosecutors say Henley masquerades as a legitimate businessman and reformed gang member, often appearing on podcasts and media outlets. But it's a front for a wide-ranging criminal enterprise.
A longtime leader of the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips in South Los Angeles, Eugene Henley Jr., known as Big U, has been charged with running a criminal enterprise involved in multiple racketeering offenses, including extortion, human trafficking, fraud, and the 2021 demise of an aspiring rapper. The Justice Department announced the charges, revealing that Big U58 from Hyde Park is facing conspiracy charges under the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. 2 other alleged members of the enterprise, Sylvester Robinson, 59, aka Vay, from Northridge, and Mark Martin, 50, aka Bear Claw, from Beverly Wood, were also arrested under the same charges. Both are scheduled to appear in United States District Court in Los Angeles, while Big U remains a fugitive. The charges in this case outline a violent criminal organization led by an individual who used his influence as both a gang figure and an entertainment entrepreneur to carry out illegal activities, said Acting U.S. Attorney Joseph McNally. This indictment represents a crucial step toward dismantling the operation and making Los Angeles a safer place. According to law enforcement officials, the Big U enterprise operated like a mafia, using Henley's reputation in the Rolling 60s and the entertainment industry to intimidate individuals and businesses. Court documents allege that from 2010 to the present, this enterprise engaged in criminal activities such as deletion, robbery, sex trafficking, fraud, and illegal gambling. One key allegation involves the 2021 demise of an aspiring musician identified as RW. Big U and his associates had signed RW to their record label, Unique Music, and arranged for him to record music in Las Vegas. However, when RW recorded a song critical of Big U and Robinson allegedly traveled to confront him. Big U is accused of driving RW to North Las Vegas, deleting him, and disposing of his body in the desert. He then allegedly ordered the removal of security footage and instructed witnesses to remain silent about the crime. The indictment also highlights how the enterprise used social media, documentaries, and interviews to build its reputation, furthering its influence while instilling fear in the community. Additionally, Big U is accused of fraudulently applying for a COVID-19 relief loan, misrepresenting Unique Music's financial status to secure funds. Another major aspect of the charges involves Big U's nonprofit organization, Developing Options, which was promoted as a program to provide at-risk youth with alternatives to gang life. Prosecutors alleged that instead of serving its intended purpose, the nonprofit was used to embezzle large donations from celebrities and city funding, funneling the money into Big U's personal accounts. In the past 24 hours, authorities have arrested 10 Rolling 60s members and associates for charges including drug trafficking, racketeering, and firearm offenses. 5 additional suspects remain at large, including Big U. If convicted, Big U faces a maximum sentence of life in federal prison. The indictment of Big U and his associates represents a major step in the federal government's efforts to dismantle organized crime in Los Angeles. With the rise of
City by city, the pattern repeats itself. Different names, different colors, different territories, but the same cycle. Power, profit, retaliation, and the constant pressure of law enforcement trying to break the chain. What these cases reveal, when you put them side by side, is that gang violence in California was never really a local problem. The Mexican mafia's reach connects San Pedro to San Bernardino. Nuestra Familia ties the Central Valley back to the prison system. Crews film their crimes in Richmond and post them online for the world to see. Gun pipelines run from Arizona straight into LA County. These networks cross city lines, county lines, even state lines, and so do the investigations chasing them. But behind every indictment number and every seizure total are real communities, families holding vigils, innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire, children, street vendors, people who simply lived on the wrong block. They're the ones who pay the highest price, and they're the reason these stories matter. So the question is the one that never fully goes away. Do these crackdowns actually break the networks? Or do they just reshuffle the hierarchy and start the clock on the next generation? Every arrest is a step toward peace, but the battle is far from over. If you made it this far, do us a favor. Like the video, drop your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe for more deep dives into the cases the mainstream won't cover. We'll see you in the next one.
Dade landed 11 people in jail. Police say they were running a fake call center out of a short-term rental home to scam people out of money. Miami police say they had roughly 20 phones and 20 laptops with headsets. They allegedly called victims acting like their bank or credit card company to get personal information, and then they stole all of the money in their accounts. 11 were arrested at the home. 4 tried to run out the back, but police caught them. They also found guns, drugs, and over $8,000 in cash and victims' debit and credit cards. Miami police say they're familiar with this gang that's tied to several shootings, thefts, and other crimes across Miami-Dade, Broward, and possibly other counties.
Among those charged, a rapper known as D30. A poster found in the home features his face and reads, "In 30 we trust."
What's up? It's your boy D30.
Some of his lyrics are about landing on 7 News.
Put him on TV. Yeah, channel 7.
And that's exactly what's playing out.
Conspiracy to commit organized fraud.
As several of the men now in lockup appear in bond court.
You're out on felony bond. She has a recent conviction. He's involved in a gang.
Miami police say nearly a dozen alleged gang members were taken into custody after investigators raided a short-term rental home on Southwest 162nd Street that they believe had been turned into a fake bank call center used to scam victims out of money and account access. Detectives said their gang unit watched the home during surveillance from October 28th through November 3rd, seeing people they identify as connected to a violent gang known as a BK, Anybody Killer, arrive in high-end vehicle before authorities moved in with help from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office and the FBI Violent Gang Task Force. During the raid, Police said 4 suspects tried to run but were caught, and 7 others were found inside, for 11 arrests total. Inside the living room, investigators reported finding a stage set up meant to mimic a customer service operation, things like a TV playing call center background audio, plus multiple laptops and phones, what they described as an effort to spoof victims, pretending to be a legitimate bank so people reveal sensitive information. Authorities also said they recovered 5 firearms, Mary J. gang paraphernalia, about $8,100 in cash, and multiple debit, credit, and medical cards and IDs belonging to people who were not at the house. The suspects were booked on charges that include conspiracy to commit an organized scheme to defraud in firearms-related offenses, and police noted at least 1 suspect had a fugitive warrant out of Virginia.
Crackdown happening in Miami Gardens, leading to the arrest of 17 suspected gang members, but authorities are still working to track down these 5 men and women. This is all in connection, we should tell you, with the local Zone 3 gang, which has been linked to a lot of drug trafficking in our area. In this bust, agents seized more than 40 firearms, 200 rounds of ammunition, a lot of cash, and other powerful
In Miami Gardens, a joint operation and the Miami Gardens Police Department led to the arrest of 17 suspected gang members connected to what investigators described as ongoing gang activity in the area, commonly referred to as Zone 3. According to the report in the video you linked, authorities say the arrests were the result of a coordinated investigation aimed at disrupting violent crime and removing high-risk suspects from the streets.
They taking your brother! They took your brother! They took your brother!
A distraught father telling us his son was one of the people in a mass shooting early Sunday morning.
My son is laid there. I need to hold him. I need to hold him.
Cell phone video shows the chaotic moments after the bullets stopped flying outside El Mula Banquet Hall. Up to 25 people were hit. 2 on the scene. Who lived nearby heard the barrage of gunfire about 12:30 in the morning near Northwest 67th Avenue on Miami Gardens Drive. A senior law enforcement source tells CBS 4 News that several gunmen sat in a white Nissan Pathfinder SUV in the parking lot for up to 40 minutes, appearing to wait for a concert to end. Sources tell us not only did the 3 gunmen open fire, but that people in the crowd fired back. Police found at least 100 rounds. We also saw cars left behind with bullet holes.
Out here in the field, they assassinate my character.
Rapper Spitta was performing. The flyer for the event said it was an album release party. Artist Fopak took the stage too. Investigators believe one of the rappers was hit in the ankle and are reviewing the social media accounts for both rappers to see if they were engaged in any feuds or threats that might shed light on who was responsible.
On May 30th, 2021, a late-night gathering outside El Mula Banquet Hall near Hialeah, northwest Miami-Dade, turned into one of the county's biggest mass shooting scenes in recent memory, with about 20 people shot and multiple deaths reported in the aftermath. Investigators say the shooting happened just after midnight when an SUV pulled up and multiple people opened fire into a crowd outside the venue, leaving a large, chaotic crime scene. Over time, detectives built the case using a mix of surveillance video, cell phone location data, and forensic work, and prosecutors have framed it as a targeted attack tied to an ongoing gang rivalry in Miami-Dade. In June 2024, authorities announced major arrests. Willie Zavin Hill, Alan Gregory Chambers Jr., Eugene Anthony Holmes, and Jackery Brian Green were charged with 3 counts of first-degree deletion and 20 counts of attempted deletion, plus a conspiracy count, according to reporting on the case and court filings. Around the same time, prosecutors also highlighted that Devontae Barnes had already been prosecuted for a role in the case. Later reporting described him as the driver lookout, and he was convicted in state court and sentenced to life in prison in coverage of the outcome. A key thread prosecutors pointed to involves motive and street context. An affidavit cited in news reporting says the shooting stemmed from rivalry between groups identified as the Bricks and Back Blues Apes, and that the event had performers' associates tied to the Back Blues side. Authorities have also referenced a YouTube music video posted afterward that they say included incriminating references and appearances by suspects.
They moved in overnight. Miami-Dade police raiding an apartment complex, taking down one of the most dangerous gangs in South Florida. Called
Yellow Tape Gang. That says it all. When do you see a yellow tape up? Aside from today, right? Typically in a crime scene, when somebody's been shot, somebody's been harmed, when there's been a robbery.
Morning's operation culminated a 6-month investigation. Their target, a known hotspot for illegal activity. Manor apartment complex at 10875 Southwest 216th Street in Southwest Miami-Dade served as a hub for the gang to conduct their drug deals and other felonies. Police conducted this morning's raid armed with dozens of warrants. In all, 5 guns were seized and 25 subjects were arrested.
Early Wednesday morning, multiple South Florida law enforcement agencies teamed up in a coordinated raid targeting the Yellow Tape Street Gang, police said. Investigators described the group as a major problem in the area, and the operation ended with 25 arrests. Authorities said the suspects face a wide range of charges from drug and firearms offenses to serious violent crime counts, including deletion as part of what officials framed as a major disruption of the gang's activity. Police indicated the roundup was the result of a larger investigation and emphasized that the arrests were intended to reduce ongoing violence and drug trafficking tied to the group. Additional case details, including which suspects face which specific counts and whether the prosecution will proceed at the state or federal level, are expected to be clarified through court filings and upcoming hearings.
38 arrests, 38 men and women accused by Miami-Dade police of taking part in a series of drug crimes. It is 5 o'clock in the morning, and this is not the wake-up call Jaquan Thomas was expecting. A rifle pointed at his front door.
Police department, open the door.
7 News alongside the U.S. Marshals, and they're about to storm inside Thomas's North Miami Beach apartment.
Everybody knows their position.
Meanwhile, all at the same time, other teams of marshals with the help of ATF and the state attorney's office were busting other known drug dealers and gang members on the north side of Miami-Dade County. They call it Operation Smoke. The 38 suspects pictured here were brought here to the Miami-Dade Northside Station where they were booked.
In Operation Smoke, April 23, 2019, U.S. Marshals teamed up with Miami-Dade Police, Northside District, with help from ATF and the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office, to hit multiple locations across northwest Miami-Dade in a pre-dawn series of raids aimed at knocking down drug-driven gun violence. Authorities said the operation grew out of an effort to reduce shootings, but as detectives worked the case, they identified repeat narcotics sale locations and alleged links between those drug spots, gang activity, and recent violence in the area. By the end of the sweep, officials said they had arrested nearly 40 people, reported as 38 in the TV coverage, served 14 search warrants, and seized 19 firearms along with large amounts of drugs and cash. One arrest highlighted on camera involved Jaquan Thomas at a North Miami Beach apartment, where officials said investigators had previously found an assault rifle, ammunition, cash, and about 20 pounds of Mary during an earlier search tied to the broader investigation. During the arrest, a U.S. Marshals official claimed Thomas was in a bathroom, and they believed he may have been trying to destroy evidence as officers moved in. Officials said everyone taken into custody during the morning raids was transported to Northside Station for booking, and they framed the crackdown as a direct response to crews they said had been driving crime in the district for years, while emphasizing the cases would still move through court like any other prosecution.
Detectives were able to arrest at least 20 subjects involved in this ring. This investigation also resulted in the disruption of a to hire case that detectives also learned through with this ongoing investigation.
Police told me there is very little information they can disclose about for hire, and they plan to make more arrests. They say the wave of arrests happened simultaneously in Little Havana, Flagami, and Coralway areas. The investigation started as far back as 2024. Police says they seized more than 22 kilograms of cocaine.
Federal prosecutors in Miami say a sweeping drug trafficking case just expanded with a superseding indictment charging 24 defendants in what they describe as a large, violent drug distribution network operating across Miami-Dade and South Florida. Investigators allege the group moved multi-kilogram loads of drugs, trafficked cash and firearms, and posed a serious public safety threat. Authorities say the investigation also uncovered a separate deletion for hire plot tied to Fort Myers, where court records allege 2 of the defendants discussed a paid deletion for up to $30,000, a plan that prosecutors say was interrupted when the FBI and partners moved in during a meeting in Naples. In the broader probe, officials report multiple seizures, including kilograms of cocaine, along with large amounts of cash and firearms recovered from different residences. The case is still in the court phase, but prosecutors say the charges carry major prison exposure, including possible life sentences for some defendants if convicted. Miami police and prosecutors say this Liberty City case grew out of an April 27, 2024 incident at Charles Hadley Park, where a girl reported that 2 people pointed guns at her. Investigators say an undercover officer identified Leandra Walker as a suspect, and during a foot chase they allege Walker pulled out a Taurus G2C handgun with an extended magazine and threw it before he was caught. Police described Walker as a documented gang member, and the article notes he previously made headlines in 2023 after a stolen Jeep pursuit in Broward ended in a crash. That earlier case was later dropped, according to the report. After Walker's April arrest, detectives say they got a warrant to search his iPhone, and they reported finding indicators that he was mourning a slain person named Jeremiah Rollers, including a tattoo and a phone screensaver, plus messages containing allegedly stolen identification information belonging to victims in Nevada and Miami Gardens. Prosecutors initially charged Walker in the gun case with possession of a firearm by a delinquent, carrying a concealed firearm, and resisting without violence, and a judge later sentenced him on June 11, 2024 to 12 months of probation. When detectives first started flagging David Clyde Young as a possible gang member, he was still a teen already on house arrest before he turned 19 and on probation by 21. Now 23, Young was back in Miami-Dade court, where an undercover detective from Miami Police's Gang Intelligence Unit testified that Young is a documented gang member and described a violent history tied to him. According to what was presented in court, Young was dealing with 2 separate pending cases that together add up to 6 charges. In the first case, detectives said he was booked into the Turner Guilford Night Correctional Center early on March 22 and accused him of drugs while also possessing multiple firearms, including what investigators described as a machine gun, a rifle, and a short-barrel shotgun. That case includes charges for possession of a controlled substance with intent to sell, possession of a machine gun, and possession of a firearm ammunition by a delinquent. In the second case discussed at the hearing, detectives said they searched his residence and then accused him of dealing X, having ammunition, and possessing multiple IDs that didn't belong to him. That case includes charges for X trafficking, another count of firearm ammunition possession by a delinquent, and unlawful possession of 5 or more identifications. Authorities say this case is part of a wider South Florida fraud and gang investigation, but the specific allegation here is pretty focused. Sheldon Adams Van Dyke is accused of helping scam an 84-year-old man in the lower Florida Keys out of about $19,800 after a caller pretended to be from Bank of America and convinced the victim there was a problem with his account. Investigators say the victim shared sensitive banking info, and the money was then moved and used without permission. According to the sheriff's office account, detectives traced the activity back to Van Dyke through ATM surveillance video in Miami showing him trying to pull cash from an account that authorities say was set up using the stolen funds. They also say the Miami Police Department's Gang Intelligence Unit identified Van Dyke as a documented member of ABK, anybody killer, and they noted he had no known legitimate source of income, which matters because it becomes part of the why investigators cite for how the scheme was operating. Van Dyke was arrested by the Broward Sheriff's Office at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport after returning from a trip to Belize, then booked into jail in Monroe County. He's charged with scheming to defraud a person 65 or older, an enhanced elderly victim fraud charge. and his bond was set at $75,000. Under Florida's Communications Fraud Act, a scheme to defraud generally means an ongoing plan to obtain someone else's property through deception, and the dollar amount can affect degree penalties. Florida federal prosecutors said a grand jury returned 5 separate indictments that charged 29 people in a multi-agency operation targeting the Latin Kings in Miami-Dade and across South Florida. Authorities said 23 of those charged were alleged Latin Kings members or associates, and the cases included accusations ranging from racketeering, RICO, and drug distribution to robbery, fraud, kidnapping, and deletion, with prosecutors describing it as a leadership-focused takedown aimed at dismantling structure, money, and enforcement on the street. Investigators also highlighted several alleged high-ranking roles in the organization. Reporting identified Christopher Isabel, King Nano, as a top figure in Florida, and listed other alleged leadership positions such as Bobby Tejada, King Rico, as a regional officer, Luis Rivera, King Tato, tied to North Miami operations, and Juan Alvarez, King Juanmo, along with Lazaro Castellon, King Speedy or King Laz, tied to South Miami operations, plus additional leadership in Broward and Palm Beach that was also swept into the indictments. Court documents say the FBI used a confidential informant to stop an alleged kidnapping and robbery plot targeting a Miami jeweler connected to the Saybold building. Investigators allege a person called Jack contacted the victim online and pitched a large cryptocurrency for cash exchange, then brought an informant into a Telegram group chat, Play, where the plan was discussed. Authorities say the victim's crypto wallet was used to show the group what they believed they could steal, about $2 million. According to the complaint summary, the informant told agents the group wanted a vehicle ahead of time to scope the area. Instead, investigators say an undercover agent met one of the suspects and provided a vehicle that was monitored by law enforcement, and agents continued tracking the group as people traveled in from Central Florida to meet up in Broward County. Authorities say they moved in before the planned kidnapping happened, arresting Zachary Briggs, Aaron Hammond, Trevor Neal, and Evan Puckett. After the arrests, agents reported interviewing the suspects. In the government's telling, each person had an assigned role, like driving or security, and the evidence includes chat messages, recorded calls, and other investigative material. Important, these are allegations. At this stage, guilt gets decided in court.
Dave? Shannon, deputies are connecting a double homicide at a Sweet 16 party 4 years ago to a shooting at a party for high school seniors 2 years ago. And tonight, they say the 8 men connected to the 2021 shooting are now behind bars.
We were able to take some very, very dangerous people off of the streets and out of the neighborhoods.
Sheriff Rick Bradshaw is talking about 8 men accused of being members of the ZMF and 042 gangs. Men who were in court this morning facing charges of attempted first-degree. The story starts in 2019. 2 teens were shot in a Sweet 16 birthday party at Lake Belvedere Estates. 2 years later, deputies say friends of the slain teens and their families sought revenge, drove to a seniors skip day party at Ocean Reef Park in Singer Island, then opened fire, shooting 2 people who survived.
See, here's the mentality that you have in some of these gangs. They think they can do what they want to.
Deputies say the 8 suspected gang members were at the park on Singer Island targeting Kenneth Bowles. Deputies say some of the 8 suspected Bowles was a trigger man in the 2019 Belvedere slayings. Bowles was shot 6 weeks after the Ocean Reef gunfire in 2021. No one has been charged.
We are still working on it. That's why we have an idea, obviously. We need more information from the public. We're going to continue to investigate until we solve it.
Room only at the Salvation Army Rec Center in Lake Worth as people came to say their goodbyes to Maltier Charles Jr. Mo, as friends call him, is a 17-year-old who was one of 2 teens shot at a park after a Sweet 16 party. At the funeral, emotions ran high as family thanked the crowd for the overwhelming support. Family says that Mo loved life and loved basketball. They say he had planned on going on to college after high school
In a chilling
graduation.
chapter from Palm Beach County, authorities have allegedly arrested 8 men linked to a trail of violence, including 2 deletions and a string of retaliatory shootings. The suspects, allegedly members of the ZMF and 042 gangs, were rounded up after a 2-year investigation. The saga began in 2019 following a double deletion at a Sweet 16 party at Lake Belvedere Estates Park, where 2 teens tragically lost their lives. While authorities allegedly made an arrest in the initial case, the deletion led to a dangerous chain of events, with friends and associates of the teens that met their demise allegedly taking matters into their own hands. Retaliation shootings allegedly occurred in multiple locations across the county, many of them in broad daylight. In November 2020, a shooting allegedly linked to suspects occurred after they reportedly sought revenge over Charles Jr.'s demise. Just as the investigation seemed to cool off, things escalated further. On May 14, 2021, shots rang out once again during a high school senior skip day party at Ocean Reef Park. Witnesses alleged that members of the suspected gang, in white BMWs and wearing ski masks, opened fire. The chaos that ensued left one victim hospitalized with gunshot wounds. Later that day, one of the vehicles allegedly involved, driven by Jermaine Sampson, was spotted at St. Mary's Hospital with a wounded McGraw inside. Yet the story doesn't end there. Using a mix of cell phone data, social media messages, and forensic evidence, detectives allegedly connected these incidents and charged the 8 men.
Gangs are a cancer in a community, and we're going to cut these cancers out.
Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw and State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg announced the arrest of 9 people, including a 17-year-old who they say is a suspect in a in St. Lucie County. The arrests turned up guns, cash, and drugs and follow a reported year-long investigation of the Sama Gang. Sheriff's Office says the gang, which was previously named the Haitian Boys, has operated in Palm Beach County from Lake Park to West Palm Beach since 2011 and is made up of adults and juveniles. The Sheriff's Office claims the gang is involved in more than 50 shootings and numerous criminal and violent acts throughout the county.
Authorities in Palm Beach County have allegedly arrested nearly 30 known gang members since October. In a dramatic sweep dubbed Operation No Face No Case, 9 alleged members of the Sama Gang, operating across West Palm Beach, Riviera Beach, and Lake Park, were apprehended. As one official put it, gangs are a cancer in the community, and they're determined to cut these cancers out.
Police tonight say they've crippled one of West Palm Beach's largest organized crime rings, making 19 arrests following an investigation that took a year and a half to complete. Ari Height joins us live from the West Palm Beach Police Department. He has more on how investigators say they broke up the 4th Street Gang. Ari?
And Todd, just to give you an idea of how prevalent the drug sales were in that neighborhood, the police chief here says he got a phone call from somebody this morning in that neighborhood, not to say that he was witnessing a drug deal, but to say he wasn't witnessing a drug deal. Now think about that for a second. Somebody called police to report that there wasn't a crime in their neighborhood. That right there in a nutshell, that was the idea behind Operation GoodFellas. To 19 arrests of people who law enforcement say were part of what's known as the 4th Street Gang, selling drugs near the intersection of 4th Street and Tamarind Avenue.
This was so brazen that you could see this with the naked eye from the courthouse. That's how close it was to us.
These individuals, they have been operating in this city long ago. I mean, I'm going to go back, say, 15 years.
Ehrenberg says a 16-year-old shot another teen in the face because the victim was disrespectful. The shooter is one of the 19 now in custody, part of what police call a, quote, work in progress. And
what they would do is they would recruit people who had clean records so that they could buy guns for them, and then they would sit in the alleyways in broad daylight to protect the drug trafficking business with their firearms.
In a dramatic crackdown that sounds straight out of a crime thriller, authorities have allegedly tied 19 individuals, including a teenager, to a sprawling racketeering investigation linked to a notorious West Palm Beach gang. On February 6, SWAT teams allegedly arrested 18 suspected members of the so-called 4th Street Gang during coordinated raids, with one suspect still allegedly on the run. Dubbed Operation GoodFellas, the 18-month investigation allegedly targeted brazen, open-air drug deals and criminal activities along 4th Street and Tamarind Avenue. During a press conference, Mayor Keith James, Police Chief Frank Adderley, and State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg revealed that these suspects are allegedly charged with racketeering, drug sales, weapons violations, and even attempted first-degree deletion. Ehrenberg described the drug deals as so overt that they were allegedly visible from the courthouse window. "We're not fooling around," he warned. Among the arrests is a 16-year-old who is allegedly being tried as an adult after allegedly shooting a juvenile for challenging an elder gang member. Police have also seized about 30 firearms, along with vehicles and cash, in what they claim is an effort to eliminate the open drug trade in the city. 30 guns, including assault-style rifles, are now off the streets and will not be used to delete people, said Mayor James, while Chief Adderley warned that 19 people tied to an organized crime ring will allegedly no longer terrorize neighborhoods. The 4th Street Gang is alleged to have been active since the late 1990s. Court records allege that the gang has violent rivalries with at least 3 other local criminal organizations, often dragging innocent civilians into the crossfire. Their criminal exploits are allegedly even flaunted on social media, with members posting videos, bulletins, and music clips under the banner of their own label, Entrepreneur Entertainment. According to a probable cause affidavit, the gang allegedly dissolved after its leader's death in 2015, only to be reformed following a series of deletions between 2015 and 2017. Their alleged operations are centered in an alley between 3rd and 4th Streets, adjacent to Tamarind and Douglas Avenues, where they allegedly conduct narcotic sales while openly displaying firearms to intimidate rivals. Assistant State Attorney Diva O'Brien noted that the suspects allegedly trafficked a range of drugs. Authorities claim that this operation has allegedly decimated the 4th Street Gang, sending a clear message that such criminal enterprises will be met with the full force of the law.
Yes, 14 members of the Firehouse Clique have been arrested. The sheriff says he's removing terrorists from county neighborhoods.
We are coming after you.
Firehouse Clique is being extinguished. Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw's response to members of the street gang Firehouse Clique after a 2-year investigation resulted in the arrest of 14 of their members.
This is a bad group that has been involved in really, really bad stuff for a long time. And these guys are all facing now the charges of racketeering and conspiracy to commit racketeering. It's 50 years in prison they're looking at right now, on top of any other cases that we get.
4 open homicide investigations dating back to 2013 through 2018 throughout the county are now closed. Investigators say arrest of gang members tied to a highly publicized 5th homicide investigation at Palm Beach Central High School during a kickoff football game is soon to come.
Through our investigation, we have determined that Derek Williams and Mark Lucie are the suspects in that case. I'm telling you that case is still open. We have not closed that case yet, but they are the suspects. We know for a fact they are the ones that did this.
Allegedly, the notorious Firehouse Clique gang has been wreaking havoc throughout Palm Beach County for years, accused of committing a staggering array of violent crimes. Charges against its members span deletion, attempted deletion, robbery, arson, narcotics trafficking, aggravated assault, racketeering, and conspiracy. Among the suspects, one individual, Travis Stubbs, has faced scrutiny in at least 3 high-profile deletions dating back to 2014. Authorities believe he may be responsible for the deletions of Andrew Dixon in 2014, Antoine Smith along I-95, and Albert Jones 3 years later. In a sweeping operation dubbed Operation Prometheus, local law enforcement successfully dismantled a significant portion of the gang, arresting 14 alleged members. We know who they are, where they live, and what they're up to. We're taking them down. However, as the legal process continues to unfold, new twists have emerged. Some of the initial charges for 4 gang-related deletions between 2015 and 2018 have been reduced or dismissed. The case now hinges on a complex network of trespassing, drug offenses, firearms violations, and violent crimes, with less deadly but undeniable evidence connecting the gang's activities. Despite this shift, 3 members of the Firehouse Clique have reportedly accepted plea deals. This sent shockwaves through the community, reducing their potentially lifelong sentences to just a fraction of the original prison time. In addition, the ongoing legal maneuvering and potential plea deals sparked speculation. Was there insufficient evidence to link the gang to all the violence they were initially accused of? Or is this merely a strategic move to protect other crucial investigations until...
Nearly 3 years later, family members sat in court as a judge ordered no bond for Devontae White.
Judge, I'm invoking his right to an attorney. I don't want him to speak to any law enforcement.
Accused Devontae White will remain behind bars after deputies say he shot and 18-month-old Isarian Collin back in 2014.
He has 10 failures to appear, 3 felonies, 2 misdemeanors.
According to court documents, Isarian's stepfather was meeting White off of Quailwood Drive in West Palm to sell him. Isarian, his mother, and another child were also in the car when deputies say the drug deal happened. But White pulled a gun, there was a struggle, and the toddler was shot in the stomach. Isarian
local gang networks. The Firehouse Clique's alleged reign of terror is far from over, and law enforcement is poised to ensure the gang's influence continues to shrink in the months ahead. Meanwhile, the 14th man, Devontae White, remains behind bars, allegedly serving a life sentence for the May 2014 demise of 18 Monthold. Allegedly, 5 gang members from the West Palm Beach area have been taken into custody amid a dramatic sweep of car thefts and burglary across Palm Beach County. Authorities allege that members of the so-called Westgate Blood Gang were tracked to a residence off Military Trail, south of Southern Boulevard, early on June 22. According to law enforcement reports, officers monitored the group in a stolen vehicle for over an hour, piecing together a late-night, early-morning operation that began when 3 stolen cars were spotted in a suburban West Palm Beach housing complex. One vehicle was allegedly taken from a Tequesta home, while the other 2 had repeatedly eluded Boca Raton police. The investigation took a cinematic turn as the suspects were seen driving a stolen 2013 Kia Sportage, making a pit stop at a gas station on Haverhill Road to pick up Turner, and then cruising through Lakeside Mobile Home Park in the Westgate neighborhood. Witnesses allege that the group made several stops, first in the Acreage and then in Wellington, where they were reportedly seen testing door handles of parked cars. The suspense escalated when agents closed in on the group as they headed back toward the initial location. The suspects allegedly sought refuge in a nearby home known to Payne, but eventually surrendered to authorities. In addition to the car thefts, investigators have linked the men to a series of burglaries involving stolen guns, jewelry, checkbooks, cameras, and even a rosary, spanning several weeks from Jupiter to Boca Raton. 3 of the individuals reportedly confessed to their roles in some of these crimes, while 2 maintained their silence, insisting on legal representation. This unfolding saga adds yet another layer to the ongoing challenges law enforcement faces in curbing gang-related activities in West Palm Beach. In conclusion, these alleged indictments mark a significant turning point in West Palm Beach's ongoing battle against organized crime.
A 6-month investigation has dismantled a West Side gang, arrested 19 people, and seized 18 guns, including an assault-style rifle, the sheriff says. Operation Crown Down left the insane Gangster Disciples gang functionally extinct, Sheriff TK Waters said Tuesday. The gang, a loose subset of the Chicago-based Gangster Disciples, included members with nicknames like Mouse, Goofy G, and Wolf. Investigators from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office began tracking down members after a shooting in May 2022 deleted Devontae Jackson, 24, in a Kirkpatrick Circle condominium complex near Wilson Boulevard and Interstate 295, police said. The gang operates locally with its roots in Jacksonville's West Side, Waters said. Additionally, investigators learned that its members trafficked in narcotics and engaged in acts of violence. Given the dangers posed by these gang members, investigators crafted this operation with the intention of arresting as many members as possible to rid our community of this criminal organization. Illegal firearms, drugs, and a local criminal enterprise whose activities have caused immeasurable harm in our community have now been taken off the streets, Nelson said. Drug dealing by one of the suspects directly led to the death of a man in December, she said. Though he did not pull a trigger, his actions were just as deadly, she said. Edward Gange, 44, was arrested on drug charges initially, but now faces a manslaughter charge, police said. Forensic research on the weapon showed the rifle was used to kill Jackson almost a year ago, Waters said. One of the handguns was used in shooting in 2021, he said. 13 men have been arrested in connection with a Northwest Jacksonville gang accused of engaging in a range of criminal activities in the area around West 45th Street and Moncrief Road. The arrests are the result of an 18-month collaborative investigation conducted by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Each individual was charged as a member of the 45th Street Gang, according to arrest reports, and they all reside in Jacksonville. Under Sheriff Frank Mackesy stated that the gang members were involved in drug sales, theft, and conflicts with other criminal groups, creating a sense of fear and instability in the local community. While the authorities believe the gang has been responsible for more severe acts of violence, such as deletions and assaults, Mackesy indicated that these allegations have not yet been substantiated. One of those arrested, 22-year-old Tyrone Curtis Gant, faces additional charges related to a deletion as well as drug and firearm possession. Mackesy noted that the gang operated collectively without a single leader and that some of the suspects were already in custody on other charges. The gang is known to have worn specific colors and used coded hand signals and greetings, but Mackesy did not provide further details.
Murder. 46 alleged members of a dangerous gang are off the streets of Jacksonville following a long-term investigation by local and federal authorities.
Well, Katie, the sheriff went as far as to say that this gang, the Rolling 20s, has been dismantled. This was a large-scale operation. The sheriff says this gang has ties up and down the East Coast. Now, this investigation all started back in April 2016. Sheriff Mike Williams says the Rolling 20s gang is responsible for the planning and a man who was a witness in a separate case against a gang member. The Rolling 20s members and associates face charges ranging from murder to cocaine sale. Now, police made the arrests in two phases. The first, 22 members, and then the second phase, members and associates who tried to fill those voids.
41 individuals suspected of being members of the multi-state gang known as the Rolling 20s were arrested in Jacksonville following a two-phase investigation, according to an announcement by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Mike Williams also noted that 5 additional members remain at large and are currently wanted by authorities. The investigation initially began in response to the 2016 deletion of security guard Michael Wright. During the inquiry into this case, JSO focused on the primary suspect, Quinny Hudson. Wright was expected to testify against Hudson, who had been jailed in 2014 for allegedly throwing a concrete stone through a car window occupied by a woman and a small child. Hudson was later found guilty in 2017 for orchestrating a plot to delete Wright while in jail. As the investigation progressed, authorities uncovered Hudson's affiliation with the Rolling 20s, described as a structured organization within the Bloods gang. This connection revealed the gang's involvement in multiple acts of violence and criminal activities across Jacksonville, including deletions, attempted deletions, robbery, narcotics trafficking, firearms trafficking, arson, witness intimidation, and other serious offenses dating back to May 2015. Sheriff Williams stated that the Rolling 20s gang was more organized than the typical neighborhood-based street gangs usually seen in Jacksonville. The gang's hierarchy extended beyond the city into other regions, with branches in cities such as Augusta, Richmond, Baltimore, and various locations in California. The Rolling 20s' influence along the East Coast highlighted the breadth of their operations. Following the initial phase of the investigation, 22 suspected gang members were arrested in Jacksonville and charged by the state attorney's office. By the conclusion of the second phase, the total number of arrests had increased to 46, with some suspects facing federal charges. During the investigation, law enforcement seized over drugs.
This was a part of a long-term investigation into a gang and also into narcotics. And those men now in jail, if found guilty, they could be headed to prison.
Ian Brightman, the leader of a gang organization. Sheriff T.K. Waters explained during a news conference today that the gang members terrorized their Jacksonville community since 2019.
K4T was responsible for repeated acts of violence in this community, including multiple homicides.
JSO's focus was on Brightman and the 6 primary members of his organization. Brightman was arrested in January after a targeted traffic stop. His driver jumped out of the van armed with a knife and was shot and killed by JSO. Brightman's 8-year-old son was with him in the van. He was turned.
Jacksonville Sheriff T.K. Waters, in collaboration with the State Attorney's Office, and ATF, announced the successful outcome of Operation Bright Lights, a 2-month investigation that led to the arrest of the leader and 7 members of the K4T gang. The primary target of this operation was K4T leader Brian Brightman, whose gang has been implicated in multiple acts of violence throughout Jacksonville since 2019. The sheriff reported that K4T was involved in numerous incidents and engaged in narcotics trafficking to fund its activities, distributing significant quantities of drugs across the city. The goal of Operation Bright Lights was to dismantle the organization by removing its leadership, and Sheriff Waters believes that the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office succeeded in this objective. One of the firearms recovered was linked through ballistics evidence to a 2021 incident, highlighting the gang's connection to various crimes. During the investigation, the leader of K4T, Brian Brightman, was apprehended in a targeted traffic stop in Ocean Way. His driver, Eric Thornton, was fatally shot by a Jacksonville officer after brandishing a knife. Brightman's 8-year-old son was present in the vehicle at the time of the arrest. According to Sheriff Waters, the K4T gang had approximately 40 members and was distributing large quantities of drugs. The firearms recovered during the operation were linked to several crime scenes. One Glock pistol was connected to 4 separate incidents, while a rifle was associated with 2 crime scenes from the previous fall. Sheriff Mike Williams announced the arrest of 10 members of Problem Child Entertainment, a group that authorities say portrayed itself as a music collective, but was involved in a series of criminal activities, including robberies, shootings, drug trafficking, and other violent acts. This group is alleged to have been connected to several incidents, including the 2016 drive-by shooting that resulted in the deletion of 22-month-old Aiden McClendon. During a press conference, Sheriff Williams stood alongside a display of those arrested on federal racketeering charges, explaining that the investigation into PC spanned several years and concluded with a final arrest on November 10th. He stated that the group had been responsible for numerous firearm-related incidents over the past 3 years, including multiple acts of violence. Once PC was identified as a violent gang, law enforcement agencies concentrated their efforts on identifying the primary members and dismantling the organization. Authorities linked several members to various violent acts, including the 2016 drive-by incident involving Aiden McClendon and the July incident involving 23-year-old Glenn McNeil Jr. Sheriff Williams revealed that Jacksonville is home to about 40 documented gangs with approximately 800 members. He described PC as a street gang disguised as an entertainment group and declared that their reign of terror has come to an end, emphasizing that the community had endured enough. Among those arrested, Quayme Richardson, 18, faces multiple charges, including those related to Aiden's incident. Henry Hayes, 4, also 18, was previously arrested and charged in connection with the same incident. His older sister, Cynthia, 21, was taken into custody on charges of assisting other gang members by providing them with transportation and getaway vehicles. Sheriff Williams noted that this was a significant breakthrough in the investigation, which allowed authorities to piece together the connections between various members and link them to the organization. Danny Haddon, 20, faces 2 racketeering charges and has been linked to a firearm used in the Jacksonville Beach incident involving McNeil during 4th of July festivities. New evidence presented by prosecutors indicates that other members of the gang had plans to ambush a police officer in his patrol car using an assault-style rifle. However, law enforcement have been monitoring their activities, including social media and communication channels, and gathering intelligence from those already in custody.
St. Pete Police Chief Anthony Holloway sends a message after another shooting plagues the city. A barrage of bullets Easter Sunday after a late-night altercation between 5 people outside the Sonic Sports Bar and Lounge.
There was one individual that appeared to have an issue with someone else. He called over to the other 4 individuals.
The shots didn't stop. Police recovered 60 casings from the scene. 20-year-old Covantre Westby, 21-year-old Keith Westby, and 24-year-old Christopher Atkins, all found at this Manatee County home Wednesday morning, each charged with attempted second-degree. 5 rifles, 5 handguns, ammunition, $10,000 in jewelry used to identify them all, taken for evidence.
There was 5 individuals there. 3 have been charged. 2 more have warrants issued for them.
All involved with the group the YGs, or Young Gangsters, who police say have been seen with St. Pete-based rapper Rod Wave. Wave was detained and released when search warrants were executed at 2 homes in Pinellas and Manatee County. His connection to the group involved is clear.
On Easter Sunday in St. Petersburg, Florida, the quiet holiday atmosphere shattered when gunfire erupted outside the Sonic Sports Bar and Lounge on 49th Street South. What should have been a normal night out turned into chaos as multiple shots were fired, and 4 innocent bystanders were hit people who had nothing to do with the conflict. According to investigators, The shooting was not random, but tied to a local gang known as the YGs, short for Young Gangsters, a group police say they've been watching closely since at least 2022 as violence, guns, and social media taunts escalated around them. Police eventually identified 5 suspects: Kevonter Westby, Keith Westby, Christopher Atkins, Willie Cookinson, and Elias Torres. Westby, Atkins, and Cookinson were charged with attempted second-degree deletion, while Torres was charged as a principal to attempted deletion, accused of helping set up the events that led to the shooting. Additional counts included carrying a concealed firearm, possession of a firearm by a delinquent, and felon in possession of a firearm for those with prior records. All 5 men, despite the seriousness of the allegations, were able to bond out of jail shortly after their arrests, a fact that frustrated many watching the case. St. Petersburg police spokesperson Yolanda Fernandez stressed that these were not naive teenagers, but grown men in their 20s and 30s deeply involved in a gang that detectives believe has ties to multiple incidents of gun violence in the city. One of the most high-profile angles of the investigation is the alleged connection between the YGs and rapper Rodarius Green, better known as Rod Wave. Police say several gang members live in houses and drive vehicles registered to him or his company, and that he frequently appears with them on social media and references them in music. A BMW found at one of his homes has been linked to several shootings in St. Petersburg. Rod Wave himself was briefly arrested on ammunition charges, based on the belief he was a convicted felon, but those charges were dropped after it was clarified that an earlier offense had been reduced to a misdemeanor, meaning he was legally allowed to possess ammunition and firearms. At this point, police say he does not face any charges, but remains part of a larger, ongoing investigation into the gang's activities and finances. During searches of homes and vehicles tied to the suspects, detectives seized 10 guns, large amounts of ammunition, more than $10,000 in cash, and jewelry believed to be connected to the gang's lifestyle and image.
Drugs, money, and guns. The lyrics of this rap video were more than just for show. They depicted a lifestyle. These music videos shared with us by the U.S. Attorney's Office that helped land these 4 men behind bars: Cortez Hogabuk, Javante Harris, Christian Brown, and Tory McLaurin. The U.S. Attorney's Office, Middle District of Florida, says the 4 were all members of Bag Talk Entertainment, dubbed BTE. Investigators say the group peddled drugs out of homes around Pinellas County.
The government used what these defendants put on social media, what they put in the rap videos, against them to prove that these defendants were drug traffickers. I'm whipping that bowl to give me a rush.
Investigators say the group rapped about making and selling drugs, even putting drug paraphernalia on display. Attorney Anthony Rickman isn't affiliated with this case, but he says the videos gave the feds a look into what was going on inside several so-called stash locations in St. Pete.
They were able to identify the locations of the drugs, where the drugs were housed when they went into those houses. They were able to identify the players, but also the locations.
Through the music videos and the help of confidential informants, in 2022, agents say Harris had makeshift business cards with a phone number tracing back to Hogabuk. After the years-long investigation, Hogabuk, known as Traffic, was the 4th BTE member to be sentenced. He pleaded guilty last year.
None of them actually went to trial because of the amount of evidence the government had, really the amount of evidence that they gave the government through their own rap videos.
A 4th man sentenced to prison after music videos lead to drug trafficking bust. Federal investigators say 4 St. Petersburg men have now received long prison sentences after a years-long drug trafficking investigation uncovered a coordinated operation running coke, fentanyl, and meth through multiple residential stash houses across Pinellas County. Prosecutors say the case broke open in an unusual way through the group's own music videos. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, the men were part of Bag Talk Entertainment, or BTE, a self-styled rap group that investigators say blended entertainment with real-world drug distribution. Instead of using fictional imagery or exaggerated lyrics, federal agents found that the firearms, cash, drug paraphernalia, and even the houses shown in the videos were the same locations used for trafficking. Prosecutors said the videos were not artistic expression, they were evidence. The final defendant to be sentenced was Kortagabuk, who received 25 years and 10 months in federal prison, one of the longest terms in the case. His co-defendants Tory MC Lauren, Christian Brown, and Javonta Harris had already received sentences ranging from 19 to 25 years. Investigators say BTE's downfall began when their music videos, posted publicly on social media platforms, displayed real drugs, real weapons, and the interiors of homes that later turned out to be active stash locations. Agents were able to match details from the videos, including kitchen layouts, wall colors, and exterior features to houses used during buys made by confidential informants. One attorney familiar with the case explained that federal prosecutors essentially built a roadmap to the drug operation using the defendant's own creative content.
Tonight we know a fiery crash in St. Petersburg this weekend was actually a That's according to investigators. There is now a $5,000 reward available for details in the death of Demond Perry. St. Pete investigators first told us that he died after losing control and flipping a car on Tyrone Boulevard. That happened early Saturday morning. Well, today those detectives revealed shortly before the crash he was actually
The demise of Demond Perry stunned his family and friends because, by all accounts, he had no connection to gangs or street disputes. Perry was an aspiring rapper who had recently begun performing with a local group called We the Enemy. But on February 12, 2022, he became the tragic victim of a long-running gang feud in Pinellas County when he was mistakenly targeted while leaving the Turbo Lounge nightclub in St. Petersburg. Detectives would later determine that Perry was not the intended target at all. He was simply driving the wrong car at the wrong time. According to investigators, Jalen Shazzle and his associates were laying in wait outside the Turbo Lounge that night. Surveillance and cell phone data later revealed that Shazzle believed another man, Greg Thornton, was inside Perry's Infiniti. Thornton, who had briefly been in Perry's car earlier in the night, was suspected by some gang members of being responsible for the 2019 demise of Roderick Jackson, Shazzle's cousin. That homicide remains unsolved, but it became a catalyst for escalating retaliation between rival neighborhoods. Detectives say the Wood Boys, the gang Shazzle and co-defendant Sherrod Witcher are affiliated with, had been seeking revenge ever since. When Perry left the nightclub, Shazzle followed him in a white Cadillac. Traffic cameras captured flashes from a gun barrel on the passenger side of Shazzle's vehicle as it pulled up behind Perry's Infiniti at a red light on Tyrone Boulevard. Perry sped off, attempting to escape, but moments later police found his car overturned and burning. Although Perry was not struck by gunfire, the crash caused fatal injuries. He died shortly after being taken to Tampa General Hospital. The following day, detectives discovered that Perry's SUV had been hit by nearly 24 bullets, most of them on the passenger side, where the shooter believed Thornton was sitting. In a later jail call, Thornton confirmed that he believed the attack had been meant for him. Investigators then began piecing together evidence that tied the shooting to the Wood Boys' ongoing conflict with an opposing gang known as Ombak, a group deeply tied to drug activity in St. Petersburg. The feud had generated a series of retaliatory shootings dating back to 2019, including an ambush on Shazzle himself in July 2022 and the wounding of another Wood Boys member, Darrell Williams, in a separate attack. Detectives ultimately identified Shazzle as the primary shooter using a combination of text messages, cell phone location data, ballistic evidence, and digital forensics. Texts between Shazzle and Witcher, "He in here, bro, it's over tonight," were among the most critical pieces of evidence presented to jurors. Investigators also linked bullet casings from Perry's shooting to casings found at other gang-related shootings. Attack, including lyrics that describe chasing a car and flipping it. After a 7-month investigation, police arrested Shazzle. In court, prosecutors from the Pinellas State Attorney's Office presented what they described as a detailed timeline of planning and retaliation. In less than 3 hours of deliberation, a jury found Shazzle guilty of first-degree deletion, and Judge Felipe Matthew sentenced him to life in prison. Prosecutors noted that while gang history played a major role behind the scenes, The judge barred gang-related evidence from being presented to the jury to keep the trial focused strictly on the events of the homicide.
Two deadly crimes that happened just 33 days apart. The teenager accused in both of them is now being charged as an adult and is in the Pinellas County Jail. This all started back on November 26th when 17-year-old Deontay Bishop was behind the wheel of his dad's Camaro when he hit the driver's side of 87-year-old Denry Gale's car at the intersection of Dr. MLK Street South and 30th Avenue South. They say he ran from the scene but was caught soon after. Gale was taken to the hospital and later died. Just 10 days after posting bond on December 19th, police say Bishop shot and killed 15-year-old Zakiria Lofton in St. Petersburg.
December 29th, St. Pete police say 15-year-old Zakiria Lofton was walking near the gas station on 9th and 16th Street around 9 p.m. According to a search warrant, 3 shooters began firing at Lofton. Detectives found 23 shell casings. Authorities arrested 2 teens, 18-year-old David Moore and 17-year-old Deontay Bishop.
A 17-year-old Florida teen with documented gang ties is now at the center of 2 separate deletion investigations, incidents prosecutors say unfolded just weeks apart and should never have been allowed to happen. According to St. Petersburg police, Deontay Bishop is accused of the demise of an 87-year-old man in a November hit and run, bonding out of jail, and then committing another deletion in late December, this time taking the life of 15-year-old Zakiria Lofton. Police say the first fatal incident occurred in November near Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and 30th Avenue South in St. Petersburg. Investigators allege Bishop, unlicensed and driving his father's car, crashed into the driver's side of the elderly man's vehicle, then fled on foot. Officers caught him minutes later, and he was charged with leaving the scene of a crash involving death, a first-degree felony in Florida. He was granted a $5,000 bond and released on December 19th, fitted with an ankle monitor while awaiting trial. That case remains open, and the victim's family is now calling for stricter pretrial controls for juveniles facing serious charges. Just 10 days later, on December 30th, the second fatal case unfolded. According to investigators, Zakiria Lofton was leaving the Citrus Grove apartments when he was shot and met his demise. Police say Bishop's court-issued GPS monitor placed him at the scene of the shooting at the time it happened, confirming his presence during the crime. The next morning, Bishop and his father were pulled over during a traffic stop for a fake license plate. Officers recovered a firearm in the vehicle, several pounds of Mary, and took Bishop into custody. This time, the charges included first-degree deletion, drug possession, and carrying a concealed firearm.
Police say last night a game of basketball was interrupted with bullets. This was the scene just after 7 on 15th Street South in St. Petersburg. Officers say 18-year-old Antoine Jones heard gunshots, so he walked out of his home and started shooting.
He heard gunshots, so he decided to come out and he just shot in that direction.
2 innocent victims were caught in the gunfire, a 40-year-old man and his nephew who were outside playing basketball at the time.
St. Petersburg police say an 18-year-old man is now facing serious charges after a Tuesday night shooting injured 2 people, including a 10-year-old boy. According to investigators, officers arrested Antoine Jones, who they believe opened fire during a dispute that quickly escalated into violence in a residential neighborhood. Detectives say the shooting occurred on February 12, 2025, and triggered an immediate, citywide response because one of the victims was a child caught in the crossfire. Police began receiving 911 calls just after nightfall reporting multiple gunshots. When officers arrived, they found 2 victims suffering from gunshot wounds: an adult male who appeared to be the intended target, and a 10-year-old boy who had been nearby when bullets struck. The child was rushed to the hospital for treatment, and officials say both victims survived. Detectives quickly secured the scene, collected shell casings, interviewed witnesses, and canvassed nearby homes and businesses for additional video evidence. According to investigators, early leads pointed toward an argument that happened shortly before the shooting. Officers identified Antoine Jones as a suspect within hours, based on witness statements, surveillance footage, and digital evidence. By the next day, Jones was taken into custody without incident. St. Petersburg police say he is now facing multiple felony charges. St. Petersburg police say a 26-year-old man identified as a gang member is facing a serious felony charge after a 14-year-old girl reported that he sexually assaulted her inside a vehicle in the early morning hours of September 2nd. According to court records, Darzon Williams of St. Petersburg was arrested on a charge of sexual battery and booked into the Pinellas County Jail, where he remained held the following day while officials determined his bail status. An arrest affidavit states that around 2 a.m., Williams allegedly refused to allow the girl to leave the vehicle and, through fear and intimidation, forced her into non-consensual sexual activity. The specific location of the incident was redacted from the public report because the victim is a minor, which is standard in Florida for protecting juvenile survivors in sensitive cases. Detectives noted that, afterward, Williams gave the girl $40 and told her the money was meant to keep her from telling anyone what had happened. Behavior investigators view as an attempt to buy silence and discourage disclosure. St. Petersburg police say Cortez Flowers, a man with a long and escalating history of violent crime, became the focus of a major manhunt after investigators linked him to a second violent offense on November 30th. According to detectives, Flowers encountered a woman at a gas station on 34th Street South and offered her a ride home, a gesture that quickly turned into a life-threatening situation. Police say he drove the victim to the Clam Bayou area, where he threatened her with a firearm, assaulted her, robbed her, and warned her not to report the crime. The woman later identified Flowers through a photo lineup, which detectives say was a key piece of evidence that allowed them to secure an arrest warrant. When officers compared the details of the November 30th attack to an earlier case, they noticed disturbing similarities. As investigators reviewed Flowers' background, they discovered that he had recently been involved in a series of violent incidents involving firearms. Police records show multiple arrests throughout the year: an aggravated assault in May for allegedly pointing a gun at victims and making threats, another gun-related assault in July, and an auto theft in October. Officials say the pattern showed a clear escalation in behavior, prompting the department to assign additional resources as they worked to locate him before anyone else was harmed. The violent streak extended beyond St. Petersburg. Clearwater police had issued charges for a separate incident in which Flowers was accused of kidnapping and carjacking a victim on October 9th. According to investigators, the victim escaped only because he managed to secretly text his family, who then contacted law enforcement. Detectives say that incident, combined with his more recent offenses, demonstrated how rapidly Flowers' crimes were intensifying and how urgent it was to take him into custody. In Port St. Lucie, Florida, detectives say a longer investigation starting with a search warrant served the prior month on Bayshore Boulevard near Evelyn Avenue set the stage for a traffic stop arrest that police framed as a gang intelligence win. After that warrant service, investigators say they secured an arrest warrant for Samuel Content, alleging he was wanted on 16 felony counts, including accusations tied to selling drugs within 1,000 feet of a park, the kind of enhancement that can raise the stakes in a drug case. Police say the enforcement moment came when SID gang intelligence detectives stopped a vehicle on NW Riverside Drive. There were 4 people in the car, and PSLPD identified as documented gang members, described by police as linked to the Bloods. In the search, detectives reported finding a Smith & Wesson 9 handgun, an undisclosed amount of drugs, and $12,000 cash, a mix police often point to when arguing drugs weren't just for.
Police say Sanders was being chased and shot by those suspects down Cameo Avenue before turning onto California Boulevard, where he was shot in the abdomen and then later crashed near Green and Lane. Now at the spot are Flowers laid by his daughter. And authorities tell me it all started from a bar fight. Tony Ann Myers lives next to 23-year-old Victor Alvarez, one of the 3 suspects accused in the shooting death of 53-year-old Dan Sanders. Sanders was involved in a bar fight at the Office Sports Pub in Port St. Lucie. After the fight, authorities say an associate of the suspects, Alvarez, 25-year-old Kyle James Driscoll, and 21-year-old Neva Ray Gonzalez, told the 3 to come to the pub. Port St. Lucie Assistant Police Chief Leo Nimzik says after they arrived, they then chased down Sanders on his
motorcycle. It says Alvarez was sitting in the passenger seat and fired multiple times at Sanders, leaving a bullet hole in Sanders' bike. According to the investigation, Sanders was hit and then crashed his bike. According to police, Sanders was a known member of the Rough Riders Motorcycle Club and also associated with the Pagans Motorcycle Club. Alvarez and Driscoll are known associates with the Outlaws Motorcycle Club.
Personal use. In Port St. Lucie, police responded to what sounded like a routine call. A single motorcycle crashed near California Boulevard and Green Lane. But on scene, detectives say it wasn't just a wreck. They identified the rider as Daniel Sanders and determined he had been shot. He was rushed to a hospital in Fort Pierce, where he later died. From there, investigators built the case backward. Police say Sanders had been at the Office Sports Pub on U.S. Highway 1 about an hour earlier, where a fight broke out. Detectives have not publicly pinned down the exact motive for the fight, but they did outline the larger backdrop they were looking at. Sanders was a known member of the recently disbanded Rough Riders Motorcycle Club, and investigators said he was believed to have sought membership with the Pagans afterward. Police also described an influx of Pagans in the area and noted tensions that can flare when different clubs overlap territory. Police say surveillance video and scene evidence helped them identify both a suspect vehicle and the people inside it. According to investigators, Kyle James Driscoll was driving a blue Nissan Sentra and allegedly pursued Sanders, while Victor Omar Alvarez allegedly fired from the passenger seat towards Sanders' motorcycle during the chase. Detectives also said they recovered 6 shell casings in the area. The third suspect, Nevaeh Ray Gonsalves, was allegedly in the back seat. Police allege she tried to mislead detectives after the fact and attempted to create an alibi by getting a bar receipt forged. Investigators said Alvarez and Driscoll were associated with the Outlaws Motor Club, though police described them as not patch members. The story starts like a small moment that spirals fast. Detectives stop a car on a Thursday night and say 2 documented gang members, Rashad Muhammad and Cecil Rodriguez, were inside and headed to a rap concert at Vib's Lounge. Police say they developed probable cause to search the vehicle, and what they claim they found turned a routine night out into a major weapons and narcotics case. Investigators say the search uncovered multiple firearms, including an AK-47 style pistol, a Glock 17, and a 9 Uzi that police said had a removed serial number, plus a makeshift suppressor. Alongside the guns, police said they also recovered various drugs and drug paraphernalia, the kind of 1009 prosecutors often use to argue a case isn't just possession, but a dangerous combination of weapons and drugs that threatens public safety. Port St. Lucie police said a SWAT-backed search warrant hit a home in the 2300 block of Southwest Kent Circle, targeting Jonathan Doo-Doo Walker, described by police as a convicted felon and gang member. Investigators said Walker tried to destroy evidence attempting to flush drugs and pour bleach on them, but police said it didn't work. Police reported seizing a large amount of suspected drugs, plus a handgun, ammunition, a hydraulic press, described as drug manufacturing equipment, and more than $5,000 in cash. Behind a neighborhood bar in Port St. Lucie, police say a late-night dispute tied to rival motorcycle groups turned deadly, the kind of situation that can start with words, patches, and pride, then end with a homicide scene and a citywide manhunt. Investigators said it happened early Sunday morning behind Harper's Pub near Southwest Port St. Lucie Boulevard, and by sunrise they were treating it as a case with possible motorcycle gang connections, not a random fight. According to the arrest affidavit summarized in reporting, the victim Keith Johnson Jr. of Port St. Lucie entered the bar, and a witness later told police that 3 men believed to be affiliated with the Pagans came in around the same time. Detectives said Johnson appeared uneasy and thought he was being watched, and surveillance footage reportedly showed him leaving the bar moments before the man police identify as the shooter followed him outside. Police said Johnson was likely affiliated with the Outlaws and was wearing clothing linked to that group, while the suspect Elijah Inshodigwiz of Port St. Lucie was tied by investigators to a rival club described as the Unwanted Nomads. Authorities also said the Unwanted Nomads and the Pagans were documented biker gangs with a presence in and around St. Lucie County. and Port St. Lucie PD said it has investigators who track that activity. What made the case move fast was what police described as the getaway and pursuit. After the shooting, investigators said the suspect fled on a motorcycle, and a chase eventually led into Martin County, where police arrested Inshodigwas. Port St. Lucie police say a violent confrontation outside the Minsky gym escalated fast from a dispute to a full-on attack around a pickup truck with 5 people inside. According to records summarized, investigators identified James Palmer, also known as PJ or OG, as one of several alleged attackers who approached the truck and smashed windows, with occupants reporting they were struck with a pipe and/or stick during the chaos. In the account given to police, the attack happened after the pickup drove off and got stuck, and that's when the group closed in. One occupant told investigators Palmer allegedly climbed into the truck bed, broke the rear glass with a stick, and threw a pipe through the window, striking the person inside, then allegedly tried to climb in through the broken window and pull the person out. The records also describe other attackers smashing the driver's window and trying to pull the driver out while hitting him. Detectives also noted a possible backstory. One of the occupants said he had fought Palmer the prior summer, suggesting this wasn't random. Investigators further documented allegations that at least one assailant displayed a gun before the group fled when someone yelled "cops." As the case moved into court, Palmer was listed as a known gang member within our city in the records referenced by T.C. Palm, and prosecutors filed a serious stack of charges. 2 counts of burglary of a conveyance with assault or battery, 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, aggravated battery, and criminal mischief.
The 5 gang members that Orlando police have arrested in an operation they're calling Operation Hot Wheels. Now, investigators tell us these guys stole cars from neighborhoods, used them to commit crimes all over the state of Florida, and then they brought stolen guns right here to Central Florida communities.
According to Mills court papers, Orlando police detectives have connected him and other gang members to car thefts involving 25 law enforcement agencies all across the state. They say this picture from Mills' Instagram account shows him standing next to one of 3 cars that they say was stolen from a dealership in Merritt Island. Detectives say this shot from his Instagram shows him next to a white Chevy Camaro, one of 4 cars stolen in Hillsborough County.
Bail out, bail out.
The Volusia County Sheriff's Office helped locate Mills last year after investigators say he stole a Ford Mustang from a dealership in Palm Coast.
Get your hands up! Watch him in now, watch it, Batman!
He was apprehended hiding in someone's swimming pool, but he bonded out of jail 20 days later. In all, Orlando police say Mills and the other 5 already in custody are responsible for nearly $2 million in stolen property, 59 stolen vehicles, and 19 stolen firearms.
5 gang members from Central Florida have been arrested after a 2-year investigation revealed their involvement in nearly $2 million worth of thefts across the state, according to the Orlando Police Department. Detective Mike Glathern explained the gang's method. They would steal a car in Orlando, drive it to another city, and use it to rob car dealerships. They'd steal a car from Orlando and then travel in groups of 4, 5, or 6 to commit the thefts, Glathern said. Court documents link Mills and other gang members to car thefts in at least 25 different law enforcement jurisdictions throughout Florida. Investigators cited a photo posted on Mills' Instagram, where he is seen standing next to one of 3 cars stolen from a Merritt Island dealership. Another post shows him next to a white Chevrolet Camaro, one of 4 cars stolen from a Hillsborough County dealership. Last year, the Volusia County Sheriff's Office helped track down Mills after he allegedly stole a Ford Mustang from a dealership in Palm Coast. He was found hiding in a pool in DeLand, but was released on bail 20 days later. In total, the Orlando Police Department reports that Mills and the other 5 arrested suspects are responsible for $2 million in stolen property, 59 stolen vehicles, and 19 stolen firearms.
6 o'clock, October 8th, Orlando police evacuate Mall at Millennia after people hear gunshots coming from the food court area. Officers arrest 19-year-olds Trayvon Graham and Joshua Holder and charge them both with attempted first-degree. According to Holder's arrest warrant, one of their intended targets was 20-year-old Jaquavia Smith, known better in rap music circles as Glock 9. His social media handle includes a reference to AFNF. This 20-year-old Javari Walker is the biggest name associated with the 438. He's better known on the music scene as Hot Boy, and his handle includes a 438. Attorneys for both Smith and Walker deny they're a leader or a member of a street gang. Smith's attorney says he's had no involvement in any of the shootings other than being shot at. Walker's attorney says 438 is not a gang. It's a state road that runs through the Pine Hills communities.
The Orange County Sheriff's Office held a news conference on Friday to provide details on a 9-month investigation conducted by the Metropolitan Bureau of Investigation into gang activity within Orange County. Dubbed Operation X-Force, the investigation began in October as tensions between two rival gangs, the Army and 438, escalated. Investigators revealed that the conflict was fueled by disputes over music, women, and territory. Sheriff Mana explained that the Army gang operates out of the Mercy Drive area, while the 438 gang is based in the Silver Star Road area. This ongoing feud between these gangs has led to over 30 shootings and several across multiple jurisdictions, Mana said. Investigators noted that 4 individuals lost their lives after being caught in the crossfire of these retaliatory shootings. Throughout the investigation, authorities seized 15 firearms, including 2 stolen guns and 2 directly linked to the death of King, according to Stucker. Additionally, 13 auto-sears devices capable of converting semi-automatic guns into fully automatic weapons were recovered from the home of Jaquavius Smith, also known as Glock 9. In total, 34 individuals have been arrested as part of the investigation, with 32 facing racketeering charges. A series of drive-by shootings in Central Florida, triggered by the demise of gang member Diane Outsey in May 2021, has led to numerous arrests as part of Operation Drive-By-Buy. Law enforcement uncovered a cycle of retaliation between rival gangs that escalated over 2 years, resulting in multiple shootings and several. Notable incidents include a gun battle at a Winter Haven bowling alley in January 2022 where one person met their demise and others injured, and a series of drive-by shootings that targeted rival gang members throughout 2022 and 2023. The rise in access to firearms and stolen vehicles has contributed to an increase in violence, with law enforcement making several arrests and recovering weapons and drugs during the operation. Despite these efforts, the cycle of gang-related violence has continued to endanger the community. A street gang is under investigation for distributing counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl, resulting in multiple deletions, Assistant State Attorney Ann Wedge McMillan said. Orange and Osceola State Attorney Andrew Bain announced that a 37-count indictment has led to the dismantling of the gang. 11 individuals have been charged in Operation Dirty 30s with crimes such as deletion and racketeering. Bain stated that the defendants were part of a gang known as Respect, Money Structure, or Everybody K. They're destroying lives, my life, my daughter's life, said Laura Linners, the mother of one of the victims. Evidence photos revealed the gang's alleged operations, which included manufacturing counterfeit drugs designed to mimic common prescriptions. The investigation, which lasted nearly a year, was a joint effort involving the Orange County Sheriff's Office, the Orlando Police Department, and the State Attorney's Office.
Biker gang brawl right in the middle of an intersection. Shots were fired, and now 4 men are behind bars.
And Fox 35's Manny Martinez is live near where it happened in Titusville. So, Manny, one of the men reportedly started shooting at the others, who he says attacked him.
Yeah, to try to get away, John. It happened right here at this intersection. Police describe a setup. 3 members of one gang waiting on the lone member of another, blocking traffic before they attacked.
In the middle of the evening rush on a summer Friday in July, traffic at the corner of US 1 and State Road 50 could do nothing but watch as 4 men brawled in the street. An arrest affidavit shows witnesses reported the motorcyclists fought with whatever they had, be it knives, baseball bats, pipes, and batons. Titusville police arrested Gage Wilson, Matthew Limperatos, Joseph Summerhill, and Anthony Cifuentes. Police say they're all suspected gang members, with the 3 members of the Mongols Outlaw Gang beating up on Cifuentes, a member of the Warlocks Outlaw Gang. Police say Cifuentes pulled out a gun and shot his way out of the scuffle. All 4 suspects scattered before police showed up.
4 members of rival motorcycle gangs have been arrested after police say they clashed in a Titusville intersection. Authorities reported that 3 members of the Mongols Outlaw Gang unlawfully gathered in the southbound lanes of U.S. 1 near the intersection with the R50, blocking traffic and preventing a Warlocks motorcycle gang member from proceeding. According to police, the Warlocks member dismounted his motorcycle to confront the 3 Mongols who had blocked him in. A physical altercation ensued between the Warlocks member and the Mongols. During the fight, the Warlock pulled out a firearm and fired several shots, prompting all 4 individuals to flee the scene before police arrived. No injuries were reported, officials said. Investigators noted that digital evidence provided by a witness helped Titusville police, along with deputies from the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, Game Over Task Force, and FBI agents, identify and arrest the 4 gang members involved. The 3 Mongols have been charged with aggravated rioting.
Latin Kings, SUR 13, and local crews like Bird Gang, 200 Scudder, and a P Gang.
According to the Sheriff's Office, these faces belong to some of the worst gang members in eastern Hillsborough County. Arrested yesterday in the area around Plant City, Seffner, and Dover. 7 of them, all from the SUR 13 gang. The office will admit 7 may not seem like much, but this is big. These 7, they say, are some of the worst of the worst. Gang members that other gang members look up to. So they are sending the message to the others, no one is untouchable. And they want the community to know the streets are safer with these 7 off them.
In March 2014, deputies from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office launched a focused operation aimed at some of the county's most active gang members in eastern Hillsborough County. The enforcement effort specifically targeted individuals believed to be affiliated with SUR 13, a gang known to operate in parts of Central Florida and other regions of the United States. According to investigators, the crackdown was designed to disrupt gang activity connected to violent crimes, narcotics distribution, and organized street-level offenses in communities around Plant City and other eastern areas of the county. Deputies focused on identifying repeat offenders and individuals considered the worst offenders, using surveillance, intelligence gathering, and coordinated patrol operations to locate suspects. Authorities said the operation was part of a broader strategy to reduce gang violence and prevent retaliatory attacks between rival groups. Law enforcement officials emphasized that targeting high-risk gang members can significantly reduce crime by removing individuals believed to be responsible for a large share of violent incidents in the area.
18 likely gang members are now facing federal indictments thanks to Operation Bluecast. Only News Channel 8 was there Tuesday morning as the FBI raided this house on Nebraska Avenue affiliated with the Bird Gang, a dangerous group investigators say has menaced the Tampa Park neighborhood for many years. This year-long coordinated effort between local, state, and federal law enforcement led to multiple raids and arrests. Investigators say the Bird Gang has been tied to drugs, robberies, and shootings throughout the years, including a deadly shooting during 2017's Illuminated Night Parade in Ybor City.
Federal prosecutors announced charges against 18 alleged Bird Gang members and associates in Hillsborough County after a long-running investigation into drug trafficking and firearms offenses. According to investigators, Bird Gang was accused of operating a drug distribution network tied to various drugs and firearms activity in the Tampa area. Prosecutors said the defendants faced a RAN, https://patch.com/Florida/South Tampa/Hillsborough/Member-Attempted murder.
Deputies also just arrested 3 known gang members in Plant City. Investigators say they first found 18-year-old Jamil Callens, who's wanted for illegally having a gun when he was a minor. But when they arrested him, 2 people he had been riding with sped off and ended up crashing into several parked cars. Deputies arrested the driver and a 17-year-old passenger.
Deputies encountered 18-year-old Jamil Callens, who was wanted by Tampa Police Department on a warrant related to firearm possession. During the encounter, a white BMW connected to the suspect sped away before crashing into several parked cars. Deputies then detained the vehicle's driver, Rodrianti Bernie, 24, along with a 17-year-old passenger. A search of the vehicle reportedly uncovered about 2.6 pounds of marijuana and 4 firearms, including 1 weapon equipped with a machine gun conversion device that made it fully automatic. Authorities said none of the guns were reported stolen, but the suspects still face multiple felony charges related to drugs and illegal weapons possession.
Camera video shows a police chase through a community near Detroit last October.
It ended with a suspect from Tampa in jail, accused of carjacking, kidnapping, tying up, and torturing a man. Investigators would eventually charge another Tampa man in connection with the case, Xavier Gardner.
Put your hands behind your back!
At the time, this may have seemed like an isolated incident, but federal investigators say it wasn't at all. U.S. Attorney Roger Handberg confirmed that Michigan case was connected to a wide-ranging investigation into the Alexander Park, or AP gang, in Tampa. We're told it's named after the community where some of its members grew up. Handberg says one of those shootings led to a break in the case in April 2022. He says a rival gang, member of the AP gang, in the parking lot of Scores Gentlemen's Club on Dale Mabry Highway. 6 days later, we're told a deadly retaliatory shooting happened at a strip mall in the Town and Country area of Tampa. Detectives recovered about 70 bullet casings. We're told that helped connect the dots to several other crimes. Handberg says investigators have now linked the AP gang to robberies in 4 other states, mostly for drugs.
The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Florida announced that 6 members of the Alexander Park gang have been indicted on multiple charges, including racketeering and deletion. The Alexander Park gang, named after a park on North Lois Avenue, was involved in a variety of criminal activities, such as burglaries, robberies, shootings, and drug trafficking. The gang is also accused of committing aggravated assault, home invasion, robbery, and burglary in several states, including Oregon, California, and Michigan. The gang members have been connected to an April 17, 2022 incident at Scores Gentlemen's Club on North Dale Mabry Highway, which resulted in a deletion. Investigators stated that the incident was a result of ongoing tensions between the Alexander Park gang and the Latin Kings. According to Handberg, a member of the Alexander Park gang was deleted by a Latin Kings member during that incident. In response, investigators claim that 6 days later, Alexander Park gang members retaliated by deleting a Latin Kings member in broad daylight. The National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, NIBIN, was used to connect the Alexander Park gang members to multiple criminal activities in Tampa and other states. Special Agent Kirk Howard noted that the Alexander Park gang is no longer active, describing it as a sophisticated, well-financed, and ruthless organization that, until recently, was responsible for numerous violent crimes and disrupted communities across the country for profit. If convicted on all charges, the individuals face a maximum penalty of life imprisonment.
4 suspected members of the white supremacist gang Unforgiven, who are from Northeast Florida, sat at a table in front of federal judge Monty Richardson, who ordered they all remain in custody without bond. Prosecutors say the motive to commit such crimes were either to gain entry, maintain status, or increase their position within the gang. They also say the victims were members of rival white supremacist groups like the Proud Boys, Aryan Brotherhood, and Race Baiters. News4Jack's crime and safety expert Ken Jefferson says attacking another white supremacist group is what really sticks out in this case.
16 members of a Florida-based white supremacist group known by aliases such as Shrek, Pretty Boy, and Scumbag have been indicted on 12 counts of racketeering charges, including deletion, kidnapping, and other serious crimes. The group, called the Unforgiven, allegedly utilized corrupt law enforcement officers and state employees to gather information about investigations and to smuggle contraband to incarcerated members, according to the indictment. The indictment states that new members were required to study Aryan philosophy and commit acts of extreme violence as part of their initiation. Members were also expected to get tattoos featuring symbols such as swastikas, iron crosses, and assist bolts, pay membership dues, and attend regular meetings referred to as church. The group established a political branch known as Route 21, which federal prosecutors described as an effort to mask the white supremacist ideology behind their political activities. David Howell, 39, one of the individuals named in the indictment, has been charged with assaulting protesters with a dangerous weapon during a Peace Walk for Black Lives demonstration last June. If convicted, several members, including George Shrek Andrews, Brandon Scumbag Welch, and Joshua Chain Gang Wilson, could face up to 30 years in prison.
New tonight, 9 suspected gang members are now behind bars. Tampa police detectives arresting these men early this morning after a 3-year-long investigation.
According to Police Chief Brian Dugan, they're members of the 200 Scudda Gang and responsible for numerous crimes across the country, including witness tampering, identity theft, credit card fraud, and much more.
Stupid boy, you ain't gonna take that.
The gang members include rappers who wrote songs that describe shootings, snitches, and the absence of fear of law enforcement.
Detectives were able to use their music videos, which they posted on YouTube, to connect them to several crimes. This investigation started after the 2016 17-year-old at the Red Roof Inn on Bush Boulevard. Joshua Green, in this surveillance picture wearing a Scudder Gang t-shirt, is the suspected.
Overall, the members of this gang have been hell-bent on committing serious crimes.
The chief says this investigation is far from over and may be more arrests to come.
The term scudda is a slang expression meaning let's get it. And according to Tampa police, it refers to making money by any means necessary. This is precisely what the 200 Scudda gang was allegedly doing, as authorities claim its members engaged in a range of activities, including racketeering, identity theft, credit card fraud, illegal firearm purchases, witness intimidation, and drug distribution, stretching from Hillsborough County to Georgia. Following a 2-year investigation, Tampa Police Chief Brian Duggan announced on Tuesday that 9 individuals had been arrested, with additional arrests expected. According to police, the gang's fraudulent activities affected up to 100 victims, and members appeared to operate without fear of apprehension, even using a rap label in Georgia to boast about their actions and their disregard for the law. Chief Duggan stated that this apparent sense of invulnerability among gang members would soon come to an end as more arrests were made. The gang has been linked to a 2016 incident involving the deletion of a 17-year-old during a shootout at a motel on Bush Boulevard, as well as a gang-related feud in April 2017 that resulted in the shooting of 2 rival gang members in Sulphur Springs. Another shooting in May 2017 led investigators to uncover the extent of the gang's activities. The investigation initially focused on what seemed to be a routine drug deal, but soon revealed a more extensive network of fraud and other criminal operations. According to police spokesman Steve Hegarty, the gang members used personal information and credit card numbers obtained online to carry out various financial scams. Additionally, police discovered connections to previous incidents where witnesses had been intimidated, leading to shortened prison sentences for some individuals involved. Officer Steve Monforti of the Tampa Police Department's Violent Crime Bureau explained that in several cases, witnesses had been pressured not to testify, resulting in reduced consequences for those implicated. One shooting victim had to relocate to another state due to intimidation. Among the cases newly linked to the gang is that of Kelly Stacy Jr., a 17-year-old who was deleted during an October 30, 2016 incident. According to court records, Stacy and a friend attempted to purchase $300 worth of smoke using counterfeit $100 bills. The situation escalated, and Stacy was inadvertently deleted by his friend. Investigators later identified members of the 200 Scudda gang as being involved in the drug deal at the hotel, leading to third-degree deletion charges against Joshua Damian Green, 32, for his role in the events that culminated in Stacy's deletion. The quality of the gang's rap videos, according to Officer Chris Skull, indicated the success of their financial schemes, with an increase in production value reflecting their growing revenue over the years. Special Agent in Charge Mark Brutnell of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's Tampa office noted that the gang had been determined to carry out serious criminal activities, but the recent arrests represented significant progress in addressing these issues.
Well, they're calling this Operation Checkmate, as in game over, and the sheriff says it is game over for a number of alleged high-level drug traffickers operating in southern Hillsborough County.
6-figure cars, 6-figure chains, 6-figure cash. Investigators say this was all part of a day in the life of 2 high-ranking Latin King gang members recently busted.
Expensive cars, jewelry, and firearms were a part of everyday life for 2 high-ranking members of the Latin Kings who were recently arrested during a 3-month narcotics operation in Hillsborough County. According to Sheriff Chad Chronister, detectives and D agents seized over $800,000 worth of drugs, along with 15 firearms, cash, and stolen property after executing search warrants at 5 locations in Wamama last Thursday. The sheriff identified the 2 men leading the local operation as Omar Bravo, the state's top drug supplier, and Fidencio Robles, one of the top 5 Latin Kings members in Florida. The stash houses were reportedly used by at least 19 other dealers to distribute significant quantities of drugs, generating hundreds of thousands of dollars in monthly revenue. During a press conference on Monday, Sheriff Chronister was joined by State Attorney General Ashley Moody, who cited border security issues as a contributing factor to the gang's ability to operate in Florida. "We know the lack of security at the southern border has only fueled the growth of these gangs that have infiltrated our state," said Attorney General Ashley Moody. Investigators also discovered the Latin Kings' operational manual, detailing the gang's leadership structure and locations, which Sheriff Chronister said is one of only a few known copies in existence. The sheriff added that the seized firearms are being tested to determine if they are linked to other crimes in Hillsborough County. The success.
A suspected member of MS-13 was arrested in Hillsborough County after deputies responded to reports of an armed individual in the community of Wimauma. According to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, deputies were called to the area of Linford Drive and Palmetto Road after witnesses reported seeing a man carrying what appeared to be a rifle. When deputies arrived, they located the suspect and took him into custody. Investigators said the individual was identified as a documented MS-13 gang member and was allegedly in possession of an AK-47 style rifle at the time of the arrest. Authorities said the suspect now faces multiple charges related to illegal firearm possession, and officials noted that the arrest is part of ongoing efforts to target gang activity and illegal weapons in the Tampa Bay area. No injuries were reported during the incident, and investigators continue reviewing the circumstances surrounding the case. Deputies in Hillsborough County arrested several suspected gang members after discovering drugs and multiple firearms, including a weapon modified to operate as a machine gun. The arrests were carried out by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office during an investigation in the Plant City area. According to investigators, several members of the Norte 14 were prosecuted after a major gang investigation spanning Hillsborough County, Manatee County, and Polk County. Authorities said the group was involved in violent crimes including aggravated battery, robbery, and assault. A joint investigation by the Plant City Police Department, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and the Florida Attorney General's Office of Statewide Prosecution led to 11 arrests in June 2013. 9 members later pleaded guilty, receiving combined prison sentences totaling more than 45 years. Among those sentenced were Joseph Rondon, who received 15 years in prison, and Jonathan Rondon, who was sentenced to 7 years. Another member, Michael Lugo, received 8 years in prison after pleading guilty to racketeering and related crimes. Authorities said the case dismantled a gang responsible for multiple crimes across the region. In March, Hillsborough Sheriff seeks drag gang member. Detectives with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office asked for the public's help locating Darren Fatboy Gibson, who was wanted in connection with an attempted deletion and armed robbery case in Tampa. According to investigators, the incident occurred allegedly forced their way into a home on Baptist Church Road. Authorities said the 2 suspects held 8 people at gunpoint, ordering them to lie on the ground while they robbed the victims. Detectives later identified Gibson as a suspect and began searching for him in connection with the violent robbery and attempted murder charges. A suspected member of the Latin Kings was arrested in Hillsborough County as part of an undercover human trafficking investigation led by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Authorities identified the suspect as Stephen Tyler Cook, who was taken into custody during an operation targeting individuals advertising escort services online. Detectives said the investigation focused on activity taking place at local hotels in the Tampa area, where undercover deputies were monitoring advertisements linked to potential prostitution and trafficking cases. According to investigators, Cook is accused of coercing a victim into prostitution work, which led to the human trafficking charge. Law enforcement officials said the arrest was part of a broader effort to identify individuals exploiting vulnerable victims through online escort advertisements and hotel-based operations in Tampa. A Tampa gang leader was sentenced to nearly 4 years in federal prison after authorities said he illegally possessed a firearm and displayed it during a social media video. According to court documents, Devin Kelly, a documented member and leader within the Bloods, appeared in an Instagram live video on July 2nd alongside Keyshawn Watts, another convicted felon. Investigators said the 2 men were seen holding and displaying a rifle during the live stream. About a week later, federal agents executed a search warrant at Kelly's residence and recovered a Ruger R-55 6 rifle along with an extended magazine loaded with 40 rounds of ammunition. Authorities said the weapon's features matched the rifle shown in the Instagram video, and Kelly later admitted the firearm belonged to him. Prosecutors said Kelly was legally prohibited from possessing firearms due to several prior felony convictions, including aggravated assault and a previous felon in possession case. As a result, He was charged and later sentenced to nearly 4 years in federal prison for illegally possessing the rifle and ammunition. A convicted felon and former gang member was arrested in Hillsborough County following a lengthy undercover narcotics investigation conducted by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. According to investigators, the Sheriff's Special Investigations Division gang unit carried out a 5-month undercover operation targeting suspected drug trafficking activity in the area. During the investigation, detectives allegedly conducted controlled purchases and gathered evidence linking the suspect to the sale and distribution of illegal narcotics. Authorities said the suspect, who had prior felony convictions and a history of gang involvement, was ultimately taken into custody and charged with drug trafficking offenses. The cases you've seen today prove that gang activity in Florida extends far beyond any single city or neighborhood. From cartel-connected traffickers in South Florida and violent street crews in Jacksonville to organized racketeering cases in Tampa and gang rivalries in Orlando. These investigations reveal the scope of the challenges facing law enforcement across the state. While major arrests, indictments, and long prison sentences have disrupted many criminal organizations, authorities continue to warn that gangs adapt, evolve, and search for new opportunities to operate. The battle against organized crime in Florida remains ongoing, with local police, federal agents, and state task forces working together to keep communities safe. If you enjoyed this documentary, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications for more gang investigations, cartel stories, and true crime documentaries.
Developments in the gang crackdown involving rapper Young Thug. Police arrested more than 24 people, including the artist, and accused them of running a violent gang.
Just days ago, Cordarius Dorsey, also known as YSL Polo, was making some unusual hand gestures in court. On Friday, Young Thug's attorney filed a motion to sever from Dorsey, claiming his behavior could negatively impact Young Thug's chance for a fair trial. Well, the motion reads that Mr. Dorsey displayed unprofessional and unacceptable conduct in the courtroom on Thursday, August 31st. Legal expert Daryl Cohen says this move could both extend and shorten the criminal proceeding.
11 Alive is tracking a growing list of defendants now taking plea deals in the case.
As the calendar ticks closer to a trial, the list of defendants taking plea deals in the high-profile YSL case continues to grow. Last week, Sergio Kitchens, better known as Rapper Gunna, took the first plea deal, followed by Walter Murphy, an alleged YSL co-founder. Then Wonnie Lee, rapper Slime Life Shawty, and Martinez Arnold, rap name Little Duke, cut deals. Now Quantavious Greer, or rapper Un Funk, entered a guilty plea. All 5 have been sentenced to between 9 and 10 years on probation.
How old are you?
Grown.
Okay, what does grown mean?
I'm an adult.
Okay. And when you say you're an adult, what number in years are you?
I plead the fifth. I take full responsibility for, my crimes or my charges. I want to say sorry to my family, my mom. My mom got 11 kids.
Better known as Young Thug, on probation yesterday, so he's on his way home to Los Angeles. 3 other defendants pleaded guilty this week in exchange for shorter prison sentences, so they're done with trial as well. That leaves just Diamante Kendrick, Shannon Stillwell, their teams, and the state in the courtroom. Former DeKalb County District Attorney Robert James says that's tough to explain to jurors who were sworn in a year ago today.
Atlanta rap star Jeffrey Young Thug Williams was the founder of Young Slime Life, a collective that prosecutors said functioned as a violent street gang in southeast Atlanta beginning around 2012. Authorities linked YSL to deletions, shootings, carjackings, armed robberies, and drug trafficking, framing the group as a criminal enterprise. In May 2022, a Fulton County grand jury unsealed a 65-count RICO indictment against Young Thug and 27 associates. Prosecutors alleged that Williams co-founded and led the gang, while many of his co-defendants were charged with racketeering, gun violations, and murder in aid of racketeering. After a lengthy legal process, Young Thug accepted an Alford plea in October 2024, admitting no guilt but accepting a conviction for gang, drug, and firearm charges. He was sentenced to 40 years, with 5 years as time served and 15 years on probation. He was released the same day under strict conditions, including a ban on firearms and gang associations. Several other YSL defendants also took plea deals and took the stand, receiving probation and time-served sentences. By 2025, only 2 defendants from the original case remained on trial, with verdicts still pending as of mid-year. The YSL indictment became one of Georgia's most high-profile RICO cases, highlighting the overlap between the music industry and organized street crime, and marking a major moment in the state's aggressive anti-gang enforcement.
PD announced they now have charged 7 people with the murders.
2 13-year-olds were innocent victims caught in a gang retaliation shooting while celebrating a birthday.
The overall theme of this case is grown men playing gangster.
This was wounded last July in a shooting on Spark Street. Investigators blame the deadly shooting on a local rapper. They said the attack was in retaliation for the rapper entering a rival gang's territory to film a music video.
In the subsequent days, we saw homicides and shootings, and ultimately the deaths of 2 children as a result of his cowardly actions, and you know who you are.
Authorities say a high-ranking member of the GoodFellas gang who was incarcerated orchestrated the attack using a smuggled cell phone.
In March 2025, a federal grand jury in the Northern District of Georgia unsealed charges against 8 members and associates of the Atlanta-based gang known as the GoodFellas. Prosecutors described the group as a violent criminal enterprise that recruits from local neighborhoods and jail populations. The indictment is part of an ongoing federal crackdown on organized gang activity in the Atlanta metro area. The GoodFellas were tied to several high-profile shootings. In February 2021, members allegedly opened fire at an Atlanta gas station, targeting rival gang members and wounding a responding police officer. The group is also linked to a deadly July 2024 triple shooting that deleted 2 teenagers, and a November 2024 plot to delete correctional officers inside the Fulton County Jail. In March 2024, Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr announced the indictment of 3 alleged members of the PDE gang, also known as Paradise East or paper drugs extortion on state gang and weapons charges. The gang is named after the Paradise East apartment complex in southeast Atlanta and is known to use the tag 4 leaders. Investigators say PD originated in Atlanta but has ties to the Sex Money Bloods gang out of New York. The defendants, ranging in age from 17 to 32, were indicted under Georgia Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act following an Atlanta Police Department investigation. The charges include illegal firearm possession and gang activity. One of the suspects, a convicted felon, was allegedly caught with a machine gun and illegal drugs. While no deletions were linked to PDE in this case, prosecutors emphasized that the indictments were part of a broader effort to disrupt gang-related violence and remove illegal weapons from Atlanta neighborhoods. The case is being prosecuted at the state level, and all 3 defendants await trial as of 2025.
Sandy Springs Police confirming to Channel 2 Action tonight about the investigation.
Attorney General Chris Carr announced that the Georgia Gang Prosecution Unit has secured a 52-count indictment in Fulton County against 3 individuals, Shaquille Bell, Contrellis Brooks, and Marcus Thornton, on charges related to gang activity, narcotics trafficking, and firearms offenses. The defendants are accused of violating the Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act, as well as trafficking drugs with intent to distribute and unlawfully possessing firearms during the commission of felonies. According to the indictment, all 3 individuals were allegedly involved in criminal activity while affiliated with the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips, a well-known street gang that originated in Los Angeles and has since established a significant presence throughout Atlanta. The charges stem from Operation Heatwave, a summer-long law enforcement initiative led by the Atlanta Police Department. Now in its 2nd year, Operation Heatwave is a collaborative effort among local, state, and federal agencies to reduce violent crime by targeting gangs, illegal firearms, and drug distribution networks in Atlanta's most violence-prone neighborhoods. Operation Heatwave's 16-week enforcement effort led to a total of 96 arrests, including 41 suspected gang members, and the recovery of 62 firearms. The Gang Prosecution Unit presented evidence to a Fulton County grand jury, leading to the indictment of Bell, Brooks, and Thornton on August 31, 2023.
A gang shootout on neighborhood streets. Now police are cracking down. They've arrested 10 people on 70 felony charges.
You can see the bullet holes still in the garage at this house. If you look up, there's a bullet hole still in the window. Neighbors tell me they ducked for cover as this house was targeted. But even as the suspects were running out, a completely innocent family had their house shot up as well. Now there is relief that police have 10 people in custody.
I'm still in shock that this went like this over here.
A shooting that Gwinnett County police say was gang-related still has neighbors in this Buford community rattled and upset.
An ongoing investigation into a series of gang-related shootings in Gwinnett County has resulted in the arrest of 10 individuals and the issuance of multiple warrants. The probe began when Gwinnett County police responded to a shots-fired call on Brookdale Drive in Buford, Georgia, where several homes had been struck by gunfire. Investigators determined the incident stemmed from a gang dispute. Days later, 18-year-old Kamani Semi Rhodes, who had been a victim in the Brookdale Drive shooting, spotted someone he believed was behind the attack. Police say Rhodes and 19-year-old Willie Taylor opened fire from their vehicle as they passed the alleged suspect's car. Following both shootings, officers arrested 6 suspects and later identified 4 more individuals connected to a series of gang-related crimes. The suspects, all between the ages of 16 and 20, face charges ranging from aggravated assault and armed robbery to participation in criminal street gang activity.
Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis on a 94-page indictment spelling out 220 charges against 26 people alleged to be involved with the drug-rich gang.
They use things like prescription bottles and money symbols, and this is in their jewelry and their tattoos, and we see that present here.
Investigators say the gang started in DeKalb County in 2016, but has branched out across metro Atlanta, committing crimes like shootings, home invasions, and burglaries. Their 16 targets include Atlanta celebrities, athletes, and influencers who all post their possessions on social media.
They're immediately going to closets. They're immediately going to bedrooms. They know where these high-end items are.
According to this indictment from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, investigators used rap lyrics and social media to track down some of the gang members. Last week, Sandy Springs police announced the arrest of 3 people in Florida tied to the drug-rich gang. Sergeant Matt McGinnis says gang members are not stopping there.
In January 2023, Gwinnett County authorities unsealed a sweeping 210-count RICO indictment that sent shockwaves through Metro Atlanta's law enforcement and criminal justice community. The case targeted 2 violent and interconnected street gangs, the 56 Gang and the drug-rich crew responsible for a disturbing pattern of violence, retaliation, and organized crime stretching back to at least 2021. The investigation, which began after a deadly shooting in Duluth, would uncover a ruthless criminal enterprise built on fear, drugs, and gunfire, and culminate in the arrest of 25 individuals, with 1 fugitive still at large. The investigation began in earnest after the August 2021 deletion of Jeremiah Preto, who was shot and met his demise on Boggs Road in Duluth, Georgia. Authorities say Preto was lured to the location by members of the 56 Gang, ambushed, and executed in a planned hit. His murder wasn't random. It was part of a broader power struggle between the 56 Gang and rival sets, particularly a faction known as the Blitz. The demise became the centerpiece of the indictment and revealed the gang's use of calculated violence to eliminate perceived enemies and assert control over their territory. In addition to the Preto demise, members of 56 and Drug Rich were tied to multiple attempted deletions. Investigators detailed several incidents where gang members fired into occupied vehicles and homes, targeting rival gang members and even civilians caught in the crossfire. These shootings were often planned in group chats or during in-person meetups, with designated drivers, shooters, and lookouts. One attempted shooting involved a car chase and shootout in a residential neighborhood, putting dozens of lives at risk. Another targeted a rival who had allegedly posted disrespectful messages on social media, resulting in a high-speed pursuit and gunfire exchanged in broad daylight. The gangs didn't survive solely on drug profits. They also engaged in violent armed robberies and carjackings, often using the proceeds to purchase firearms, drugs, or fund music videos used for gang promotion. Victims were frequently robbed at gunpoint for their vehicles, phones, or cash. In one case, a teenager was beaten, stripped, and robbed at gunpoint by 56 gang members who later posted about the incident online. In another, drug-rich members carjacked a delivery driver, using the vehicle later in a retaliatory drive-by. The indictment details dozens of robberies, each one marked by escalating brutality and brazen disregard for law enforcement presence. Drug Ricks, in particular, operated as a street-level drug trafficking operation, distributing drugs. The gang used apartments, trap houses, and Airbnbs as storage and distribution hubs. Members often sold drugs directly to users, but also relied on middlemen and social media to move product. Proceeds were used to bail out arrested members, purchase firearms, and sustain gang operations. Surveillance and confidential informants revealed Drug Rich's role in the Atlanta area pill trade, especially targeting young adults and high school students with fake Percocets and Xanax laced with fentanyl, creating both street clout and deadly consequences. As law enforcement pressure increased, gang members turned to intimidation tactics to silence potential witnesses. This included threatening known informants, sending coded messages online, and harassing families of cooperating individuals. In some cases, retaliation occurred swiftly after someone posted about cooperating with police. Several defendants were caught on jail calls discussing whether certain individuals could be trusted or should be handled. These actions directly led to enhanced charges of witness tampering and terroristic threats, a growing concern for prosecutors trying to bring these cases to trial. In May 2015, law enforcement launched one of the most significant gang busts in Gwinnett County history, Operation Gran Familia. This multi-agency operation uncovered a highly structured Latino gang alliance operating under the name Gran Familia. Far from being a single gang, Gran Familia functioned as a powerful umbrella organization uniting several violent sets, including the Latin Kings, Brownside Locos, Malditos 13, and Pachucos 21. These gangs shared resources, territory, weapons, and drug networks while retaining their own identities under Gran Familia's broader command. The network operated with military-like discipline. Over a nearly 2-year investigation, authorities uncovered drug trafficking, illegal gun sales, money laundering, and violent crimes. Members had taken over entire apartment complexes, using threats and fear to silence residents. These strongholds served as distribution hubs, often arranged through coded messages on social media. The operation reached its climax on May 20, 2015, when police executed 38 state and 22 federal arrest warrants across Gwinnett and neighboring counties. 13 suspects were taken into custody, while 5 high-ranking members remained on the run. According to authorities, what made Gran Familia especially dangerous was its structure. It wasn't just a street gang, it was a criminal syndicate. Members held defined ranks, from recruiters and drug runners to enforcers and soldiers tasked with carrying out violent retaliation. Some even had dual affiliations with national gangs like the Serenos and Latin Kings, increasing their influence across Georgia. In late 2011, Gwinnett County authorities wrapped up a major gang bust following an intensive 8-month investigation targeting a local branch of the Gangster Disciples, a nationally recognized gang originally founded in Chicago. The gang had transformed an apartment complex on Castor Drive into a criminal hub, using it as a base for drug activity intimidation, and organized crime. Residents reported being surveilled by gang lookouts and were often threatened if they attempted to speak out. One detective recalled chilling warnings delivered to neighbors. "If you ever do that again, we're going to rob your house. We're going to shoot you." The multi-agency operation culminated in a massive warrant sweep, resulting in 49 arrests, 248 felony warrants, and 96 felony indictments. Investigators connected 20 of those arrested to at least 16 confirmed burglaries, with suspicion of involvement in over 50 additional break-ins. Among the most serious incidents tied to the group was a June 28 shooting at the Columns at Paxton Lane Apartments in Lilburn. There, alleged members Brandon Mosley and Hunter Davis were charged with deletion and aggravated assault following the fatal shooting of Loganville resident Angelo LaRocca. Another violent encounter took place earlier in April, when gang member Daryl Fuller reportedly aimed a firearm at officers. Police returned fire, deleting Fuller on the scene. As the dust settles on these sweeping indictments and community-shaking arrests,
police say they've dismantled a dangerous street gang in Gwinnett County.
That's right. 2 gang bosses, along with several other more gang members, are behind bars tonight.
Since January, Gwinnett County police have arrested more than a dozen members of the 59 Brims Blood Street Gang, including 29-year-old Wanawan Wanzan, the alleged leader of the Atlanta branch of the gang, and Marlon Smith, the so-called leader of the gang branch in Virginia and North Carolina.
We believe that they are responsible for several crimes.
In January 2019, the Gwinnett Gang Task Force, which includes detectives and uniformed officers from the Gwinnett County Police Department, as well as deputies from the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office, launched an investigation into the 59 Brims Blood Street Gang. The 59 Brims, originally members and resulted in the seizure of significant amounts of illegal drugs. Authorities also recovered 18 firearms, 4 of which had been reported stolen.
Former Atlanta Falcon is charged in a major human trafficking bust in Gwinnett County. The operation is tied to some of the biggest gangs in the country. A grand jury has charged 8 people, including the ex-player Eric Johnson, with trafficking women for sexual servitude, terrorism, and kidnapping. The list goes on.
Now a former Atlanta Falcon indicted in a major human trafficking bust in Gwinnett County that also has ties to some of the biggest gangs in the country. 11 Alive's John Sherrick has the story.
It is a 96-count indictment issued by a Gwinnett County grand jury charging 8 people, 7 of them shown here, with trafficking women for sexual servitude, terrorism, kidnapping, aggravated assault, gang activity, racketeering. One of the accused, Eric Johnson. Georgia's Attorney General, the prosecutor in this case, calls Johnson one of the 3 leaders of the so-called LOTTO Gang, orchestrating violent crimes with the others. Eric Johnson, a former pro football player. He began his NFL career with the Oakland Raiders in 2000 and in Super Bowl 37 in 2003. Johnson, on defense, recovered a block punt and ran for a touchdown. Johnson then played 1 season for the Atlanta Falcons and 1 more for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, just one of the accusations in this indictment against Johnson is that he, along with others in the gang, trafficked an underage teenage girl for sex.
The LOTTO Gang is a hybrid criminal organization based in Gwinnett County, Georgia, with ties to both the Crips and Gangster Disciples. In February 2023, 8 alleged members were indicted by a Gwinnett grand jury following a major human trafficking investigation. Among those charged were the gang's alleged president and vice president, Sean Shooter Harvey and Sean Jock Curry. Prosecutors accused the gang of operating a violent criminal enterprise that trafficked 5 victims, including a minor, using physical violence, weapons, and coercion. The charges included human trafficking, kidnapping, aggravated assault, and conspiracy to violate Georgia's RICO Act. In April 2025, both Harvey and Curry pleaded guilty to racketeering charges involving human trafficking and gang activity. 5 other LOTTO members were also convicted on related RICO, trafficking, and weapons charges. Court records revealed disturbing details, including beatings, forced servitude, and intimidation tactics used to silence victims.
Sheriff's office is looking for 3 men wanted in an early morning armed robbery. Deputies say the men robbed the Waffle House on Chambers Road around 5 this morning. According to deputies, the men entered the store waving handguns and demanding money. After they got cash, the men ran behind the building toward Harrison Road. No one was injured during this robbery.
Investigating after 4 masked men, all with guns, robbed a Macon Family Dollar last night. This was the store on Napier Avenue. It happened just before 10 last night. Deputies say the 4 men each had a handgun. They took the cash and ran.
Bibb County grand jurors indicted 6 defendants Tuesday in connection with a series of alleged gang-influenced armed robberies. The indicted individuals face 3 counts each of violating the Georgia RICO Act. The indictment, filed in Bibb County Superior Court, alleges that between September 23 and November 17, 2018, a series of 5 armed robberies occurred at Dollar General and Family Dollar stores in Macon. The incidents took place at Family Dollar on Napier Avenue on September 23rd, at Family Dollar on Jeffersonville Road on October 16th, at Dollar General on Napier Avenue on November 6th, at Family Dollar on Rocky Creek Road on November 13th, and at Dollar General on Napier Avenue on November 17th. An additional armed robbery at a Waffle House on Chambers Road on October 5, 2018 has also been linked to the robbery spree. An investigation by the Bibb County Sheriff's Office and the Federal Bureau of Investigation led to the arrests and revealed evidence connecting the defendants to the Gangster Disciples and Mafia street gangs. It is alleged that the men carried out the robberies to acquire money and other proceeds and to maintain their positions within their respective gangs.
As the Bibb County Sheriff's Office gang unit, investigators and deputies executed a countywide roundup with the help of the Operation Hidden Eye.
Over 30 people arrested as a part of this. Most of these individuals were for violation of probation, gang-related activities, weapons-related activities, some probation violations.
Davis highlighted the arrest of Tyree Welch, one of the 33 suspects caught in the operation. Investigators say getting people like Welch off the street can lead to a better influence with kids.
You can just take one child or one person that's younger than you and turn them around, then you're doing a big impact in the community.
Welch was shown in a social media video enticing a young child to join a gang by teaching him gang signs, slang, and how to fight.
Taking a closer look at the records, of the 33 arrested, 19 violated probation. 7 had various charges like shoplifting, aggravated assault, and trespassing. 6 had outstanding warrants or holds from other agencies, and only 1 was charged with street gang activity.
It has had a result for the first 10 months of this year in a significant marked reduction in crime throughout the community.
During Operation Hidden Eye, more than 30 individuals were arrested by the Bibb County Sheriff's Office between October 2019 and last week. Bibb Sheriff David Davis held a news conference during which he explained that most of the arrestees were wanted for probation violations, had outstanding warrants in other counties, or faced charges related to guns and gangs. Sheriff Davis also highlighted the arrest of Tyree Welch, one of the 33 people apprehended during the operation, as representative of the broader criminal behavior being targeted. According to Bibb County jail records, Welch was arrested on November 3rd on charges including probation violation, criminal street gang activity, terroristic threats and acts, theft by taking, battery family violence, and criminal damage to property. He is being held without bond. Davis pointed out that Welch's case exemplifies the range of crimes committed by those arrested, underscored by a disturbing video in which Welch was seen allegedly enticing a 5- or 6-year-old child to join a gang by teaching gang signs and slang and encouraging the child to engage in fights.
Tonight at 5:30. Turning to several arrests made by multiple law enforcement agencies in Operation Clean House. Jawarren Balcom, Charles Balthrop, Tyreek Carswell, George Dawson, Sylvester Duggar Jr., DeMartez Little, and Santez Maddox face a variety of charges, mostly related to burglary and robbery. These men are in custody at the Bibb County Law Enforcement Center and currently do not have bond.
The Bibb County Sheriff's Office recently announced the arrest of several individuals following the launch of Operation Clean House. According to a press release issued on Thursday, 4 teams were deployed to execute targeted arrest warrants aimed at apprehending the top gang members associated with the Department of Community Supervision in Bibb County. During the operation, deputies took 7 suspects into custody, recovered 3 firearms, including one that was reported stolen, and seized several ounces of Mary J. along with grams of that white. The entire operation was carried out without incident.
2 are dead and 4 are in the hospital after a shooting in Macon early this morning. It happened around 2 a.m. at Wings Cafe on Bloomfield Drive. According to a news release, a fight broke out at a club, and then during the fight, 2 people were fatally shot.
Last Friday, 2 people died in that shooting at Wings Cafe on Bloomfield Drive. A fight broke out around 2 a.m. and several people fired shots. 25-year-old Corey Hollingshed and 34-year-old George Henley, 4 others, including Foster and Patterson, were injured. Investigators believe the 2 victims who died were innocent bystanders. Breaking news. Bibb Sheriff's gang investigators arrested 29-year-old Marquez Patterson in Macon. Deputies believe Patterson is tied to last Friday's shooting at Wings Cafe that left 2 people. Patterson is charged with 2 counts of murder, 1 count of participating in criminal street gang activity, and 5 counts of aggravated assault. 2 more suspects allegedly involved in the Wings Cafe fatal shooting last week made their first appearance in court this afternoon. Jaquez Foster and Vertus Wall were arrested yesterday. Wall is charged with 2 counts of murder and 1 count of criminal street gang activity. He told the judge he didn't understand why the street gang had filed charges against him. Foster is charged with 2 counts of and aggravated assault. You can see some of the injuries there from last week's shooting.
On December 12, 2014, a tragic shooting at Wings Cafe in Macon, Georgia, sent shockwaves through the community as escalating tensions between rival gangs turned a routine night out into a deadly confrontation. That evening, the cafe was filled with patrons enjoying a typical Friday night when an altercation between members of the Gangster Disciples and the Crips quickly escalated. What began as verbal exchanges soon devolved into a physical fight, and despite efforts by security to intervene, the situation spiraled out of control when individuals left the building to retrieve firearms. Within moments, the confrontation erupted into a full-blown shootout inside the crowded venue, resulting in 3 deaths and 3 injuries as panicked patrons scrambled for cover. Investigations later revealed that the shooting was rooted in an ongoing feud between the 2 rival gangs. According to Sheriff David Davis, the incident began with heated arguments that escalated into physical violence, culminating in the exchange of gunfire once firearms were brought into the mix. This violent clash underscored the dangerous influence of gang rivalries in the area and the extent to which these conflicts can disrupt and endanger everyday life. In the aftermath of the shooting, several individuals faced legal charges related to the incident. The impact of the shooting extended beyond the immediate loss of life, prompting widespread discussions about the safety of local establishments and the adequacy of security measures. In response to the tragedy, the widow of one victim filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Wings Cafe and its owner, alleging negligence in providing sufficient security, a lawsuit that was settled confidentially in 2015.
At around 1:30 a.m. on Sunday morning, the Bibb County Sheriff's Office responded to calls of shots fired near the shop. Danny Causey was pronounced at the scene, and another man, Terry Warren, was taken to the hospital and treated for gunshot wounds. People posting concerns to the 13 WMAZ Facebook page saying things like they're not surprised about any dead bodies, or that they wouldn't come near downtown without a tank, posting memes about wearing bulletproof vests. Lieutenant Sean Defoe with the Bibb County Sheriff's Office says that the shooting that happened here on Sunday morning marks the 37th in Bibb County so far this year, but the first one in downtown Macon.
Deputies found Ann Leonard shot to in her kitchen. After forcing entry into her home, deputies were called to her Vining Circle home for a welfare check. Bibb County Deputy Coroner Lonnie Miley pronounced Leonard around 8:25 this evening. Sergeant Clay Williams says a bullet came through the window in the back of Leonard's home,
hitting her somewhere on her body. Leonard's body was discovered a street away from where deputies responded to a fatal shooting overnight. Now police are investigating if those two shootings are related. Around 2:30 this morning, deputies responded to a shooting on Mason Street. Bibb County deputies say someone shot Marlon Williams. His body was found in the road with a gunshot wound to the chest.
Standing outside of the Jafari Food Court on Anthony Road, right where Marlon Williams was shot and killed inside back in April. District Attorney David Cook says he believes that murder is connected to the illegal use of gambling machines inside the store.
Marlon Williams was inside the Jafari Food Court on Anthony Road, April 14th, 2018, when a robber came in. Williams was fatally shot as he ran away.
District Attorney David Cook says that murder is an example of how illegal gambling at stores like this breeds crime.
4 men were indicted Tuesday in connection with multiple. Jeffrey Hunter Jr., 26, Kalen Devin Johnson, 24, and Jadarius Trianta Meadows Jr., 22, all residents of Macon, are charged with malice deletion, felony deletion, and 2 counts of aggravated assault in relation to the early morning shooting on December 16, 2018. That incident resulted in the fatal shooting of 33-year-old Danny Causey and the wounding of another man behind Raffield Tire Master on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard in downtown Macon. In addition, Johnson and Meadows face 3 extra counts of aggravated assault for allegedly firing shots at 3 other individuals, while Hunter is charged with 4 counts of violating Georgia's Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act, and both Johnson and Meadows are charged with 6 counts under the Gang Act. In another indictment, Johnson and 24-year-old Devante Ligerian Lundy have been charged with offenses stemming from an April 14, 2018 incident at Jaffrey's Food Court on Anthony Road. They face 1 count of malice deletion, 4 counts of felony deletion, 1 count of armed robbery, 2 counts of aggravated assault, and 8 counts of violating the Gang Act.
Perfect service announcement right here, straight to the point.
Only Channel 2 was there as the FBI raided a Marietta apartment complex as they picked up 30 of 32 alleged gang members. The U.S. Attorney's Office says the Gangster Disciples used charitable organizations as fronts for their illegal activity. And according to the indictment, Vancito Gums bragged that he was a hitman for the organization.
Former officer Vancito Gums, he worked as a self-professed hitman for the gang while serving on the DeKalb County Police Force. All 5 men were convicted on charges including racketeering. Deputies in Cherokee County say they've arrested a member of the Gangster Disciples street gang. The Cherokee County Sheriff's Office tells us Hayden Shaw is accused of firing a gun at a gas station.
The state of Georgia has long been grappling with the widespread presence of the Gangster Disciples, one of the most notorious and dangerous gangs in the region. With roots in Chicago dating back to the 1960s, the Gangster Disciples have evolved into a national criminal organization with chapters operating across numerous states, including Georgia. Their decentralized structure, violent criminal activities, and deep infiltration into communities and correctional facilities have made them a formidable challenge for law enforcement. This report delves into the history, influence, and ongoing battle to dismantle the gang's grip on Metro Atlanta and beyond, highlighting recent incidents and law enforcement efforts. The challenge of dismantling the Gangster Disciples in Metro Atlanta lies in their decentralized presence across various counties, each with its own independent chapter rather than a centralized leadership hierarchy. This structure makes it difficult for law enforcement to target the state's largest gang effectively, according to experts. There's no single solution to the gang problem we're facing, admitted Evans, a law enforcement official involved in the efforts. It's a multi-layered issue. The Gangster Disciples are an extremely violent gang, and while we're working hard to dismantle them, they're deeply embedded in the community. The Gangster Disciples were formed in Chicago in the late 1960s following the merger of 2 gangs, the Black Disciples and the Supreme Gangsters. Their influence soon spread to Georgia, where the FBI has monitored their activities for decades. Authorities have described the gang as a violent, sprawling criminal organization that even recruits law enforcement officers to aid in their illicit activities. According to numerous indictments, the gang now operates in 24 states. A major takedown of the Gangster Disciples made national headlines in the summer of 2016, following a surge of violent crimes that shook Atlanta. At that time, DeKalb County District Attorney Robert James referred to their criminal activities as a reign of terror, emphasizing the serious threat the gang posed to the city. They are violent and terrifying. They are organized and determined.
Public service announcement right here, straight to the point. This straight at Rick Ross, the whole Maybach music. Talk. The whole public service announcement is about this. Look, first of all, let me get it straight. Larry Hoover don't have nothing to do with this, so for y'all take the tape back and try to put LJ and his daddy in it, they don't have nothing to do with this right here. This G's coming from all over talking about this right here. Hey Rick, straight up, you know what you did first time we gave you a pass on the Larry Hoover Big Meat song. You was supposed to took care of some business you didn't take care of. You know who you need to tune in to. Now, you don't really disrespected the organization by putting your face on, you gonna put your star on, your face in this star right here.
Rick Ross made waves with one of his most infamous shout-outs to Larry Hoover, the founder of the Gangster Disciples, in his 2010 hit single, Blowing Money Fast. However, according to court documents, this mention reportedly cost Ross a hefty sum. Gangster Disciples member Marco White testified that Rick Ross paid $3 million to the gang following alleged threats made against him for invoking Hoover's name without permission. During his testimony in a separate case, White explained that Ross initially faced a demand of $6 million, but managed to negotiate the payment down to $3 million. From my understanding, Rick Ross ended up paying like $3 million, White said. The initial payment was supposed to have been $6, but I think they worked it out to like $3. After the release of BMF, tensions arose between Rick Ross and the Gangster Disciples, who were reportedly unhappy with the rapper's unauthorized use of their leader's name. The extortion claims surfaced publicly during a 2016 indictment. Larry Hoover, the Chicago-born founder of the Gangster Disciples, is currently serving 6 life sentences at the ADX Florence Supermax prison in Colorado for crimes including conspiracy, extortion, money laundering, and operating a criminal enterprise.
Since 5 o'clock, we have new videos showing one of 32 suspected gang members arrested across the metro area.
Keep my head up and stay strong.
A former DeKalb County police officer was also arrested in the raids today. Channel 2's
photo of now former DeKalb County police officer Vancito Gumbs now facing charges of being part of a vast criminal conspiracy involving the notorious street gang, the Gangster Disciples.
I was saddened and disappointed to find out that one of our former officers was one of the members that was indicted.
He resigned last October after investigators say he lied to them about his involvement in using some illegal drugs. Only Channel 2 was there as the FBI raided a Marietta apartment complex as they picked up 30 of 32 alleged gang members. The U.S. Attorney's Office says the Gangster Disciples used charitable organizations as fronts for their illegal activity. And according to the indictment, Vancito Gumbs bragged that he was a hitman for the organization.
U.S. Attorney Kurt Erskine says members of the Gangster Disciples terrorized this community for decades.
Incredibly well organized gang with leadership and a hierarchy and rules of engagement.
The gang was started in the 60s in Chicago and has members in at least 25 states. The FBI worked with the U.S. Attorney's Office to bring down 38 members in leadership here in Atlanta.
Federal agents have arrested multiple members and associates of the Gangster Disciples, a notorious national gang, following RICO charges from an indictment issued by a federal grand jury on April 27, 2016. Additional arrests were made in Memphis, Tennessee, tied to a separate indictment involving Gangster Disciples members. Historically, Atlanta has resisted the influence of national gangs, but this indictment shows how that has changed, said U.S. Attorney. The Gangster Disciples are now among several gangs with a significant presence in the area. This case illustrates how a national gang can create chaos both locally and across the country, committing crimes ranging from deletion to drug trafficking and credit card fraud. This indictment sends a clear message that Atlanta is not a safe haven for gang operations. According to U.S. Attorney Horn, the indictment outlines criminal activities dating back to 2009, including deletion, attempted deletion, robbery, extortion, arson, firearms violations, drug trafficking, wire fraud, credit card fraud, and obstruction of justice. These acts were committed to advance the interests of the Gangster Disciples. The Gangster Disciples operate nationwide and are active in roughly 24 states, including Georgia. The gang generates income through a wide range of illegal activities, including drug trafficking, robbery, carjacking, extortion, and various forms of fraud, such as wire, credit card, insurance, and bank fraud. The organization maintains its power through threats, intimidation, and violence, often resorting to murder and assault. They also hold exclusive events for members, including conference calls, celebrations of their founder's birthday, the annual Gangster Ball, and even award ceremonies. The Gangster Disciples maintain a strict hierarchy, with leadership positions such as board members, governors, chief enforcers, and security officers overseeing different regions. To enforce discipline, members who break the gang's rules are often fined, beaten, or even. Indictment also alleges that members of the Gangster Disciples were involved in at least 10 deletions, 12 attempted deletions, 2 robberies, the extortion of rap artists, and fraud schemes that resulted in losses exceeding $450,000. In Georgia, members from cities including Atlanta, Decatur, Stone Mountain, Marietta, Valdosta, Macon, and Cochran were among those indicted. Additional arrests were made in Birmingham, Alabama, Denver, Colorado, Wichita, Kansas, Chicago, Illinois, Detroit, Michigan, Madison, Wisconsin, and San Jose, California.
A DeKalb County police officer convicted of racketeering along with 4 other members of the Gangster Disciples. Federal prosecutors say Vancito Gums would tip off the gang to police activity, and then he bragged about being a hitman while on the police force. He was arrested after resigning from the department. Law enforcement say that the gang has a long history of recruiting officers to help do their dirty work.
The jury finds 5 local gang members, including a former DeKalb County police officer, guilty on all charges. Those men are members of the Gangster Disciples, responsible for 12 murders and other shootings that weren't fatal. As for the former officer, Vancito Gums, he worked as a self-professed hitman for the gang while serving on the DeKalb County police force. All 5 men.
A former DeKalb County police officer and member of the Gangster Disciples has been sentenced to 15 years in prison, followed by 5 years of supervised release for racketeering conspiracy involving deletion. Vancito Gums, 28, of Stone Mountain, Georgia, was both a police officer and a self-proclaimed hitman for the Gangster Disciples. Evidence presented in court revealed that Gums provided sensitive law enforcement information to the gang and supplied a firearm to another gang member. Gums was photographed displaying a hand sign associated with the Gangster Disciples and admitted to acting as a hitman for the gang, even while serving as a police officer. Federal agents recorded phone conversations in which Gums communicated with the gang's chief enforcer in Georgia, providing confidential law enforcement information and discussing the firearm he gave to another gang member. In later recorded conversations, the chief enforcer boasted that he had Gangster Disciples affiliated police officers at his disposal. The crime spree involving Broxton and Pina, known by their nicknames Lil Joe and Island, began on July 3, 2015, when they attempted to rob Edward Chadman at the Stone Mountain Inn. Tragically, Chadman was fatally shot while trying to defend himself. On July 30, 2015, in the early hours, Broxton, Pina, and other members of the Hate Committee, a Gangster Disciple cleanup set, roamed the Central Drive area, seeking individuals to target based on their orders. They stopped at the Hierston Square apartment complex and called a male to their vehicle. As he approached, Broxton shot him 5 times. However, the victim survived the attack. Later that morning, around 6:22 a.m., Broxton and Pina ambushed Oliver Campbell, who was sleeping in his truck at a gas station on Candler Road. Upon waking to the robbery attempt, Campbell was shot in the neck and leg and passed away at the scene. Later that evening, at approximately 8:50 p.m., as the defendants drove a stolen vehicle near the Windview Apartments, they spotted someone they believed to be a rival gang member. They parked, exited the car, and opened fire, with the suspected rival returning gunfire. A bystander standing by her front door was shot in the leg but survived. In their final act of violence for the day, at around 9:30 p.m., Broxton, Pina, and other gang members opened fire on 2 individuals sitting on the patio of a unit in the Landmark Apartments complex off Bent Tree Loop. Rockwell Nelson was fatally shot, while a female companion sitting next to him was struck 11 times but survived the attack. Roxton received a sentence of 3 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, in addition to 60 years, while Pina was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, along with 40 years.
Deputies in Cherokee County say they've arrested a member of the Gangster Disciples street gang. The Cherokee County Sheriff's Office tells us Hayden Shaw is accused of firing a gun at a gas station in Ackworth. Investigators say he threatened customers, then followed them outside before firing a gun once. Fortunately, no one was hit. Shaw is charged with street gang terrorism.
A 24-year-old Woodstock man, identified as Hayden Conley Shaw, has been arrested in connection with a shooting incident that occurred on Tuesday morning. Shaw, reportedly a member of the Gangster Disciples street gang, faces multiple charges, including 4 counts of aggravated assault, obstruction of an officer, and violations of the Street Gang Terrorism Act. The Cherokee County Sheriff's Office said the charges are linked to an altercation at a gas station located on Georgia Highway 92 at Way Green Road near Ackworth. Witnesses reported that Shaw threatened customers before following them outside and discharging a firearm. Following the incident, Shaw fled the scene in a vehicle and was spotted by deputies at a nearby McDonald's approximately 15 minutes later. When approached by law enforcement, Shaw attempted to escape on foot. Deputies later apprehended him hiding outside a residence on Don John Trail. 2 other Sheriff Donna Tompkins has identified 4 Muskogee County jail inmates, members of the Gangster Disciples, who attacked another inmate on December 13. The victim was booked into the jail on December 4 for a probation violation and driving with a suspended license. Due to his criminal history, Watson was placed in maximum security housing. On the day of the attack, Watson was stabbed with a makeshift knife fashioned from a piece of shower tile. Despite the severity of the attack, Watson was not affiliated with any gang, according to the Sheriff's Office. The Gangster Disciples continue to pose a significant threat to the safety and security of communities across Georgia, with their presence deeply entrenched both inside and outside correctional facilities. As law enforcement agencies intensify their efforts to dismantle the gang structure and criminal operations, the decentralized nature of the organization poses a unique challenge. High-profile arrests, including those of key gang leaders and members, are steps toward weakening their influence. However, the ongoing violent incidents underscore the need for sustained collaborative efforts between federal, state, and local authorities.
Like I said, man, if they was to keep me out of jail and y'all can help me, man, I promise you, you gonna throw up, murder, man. I can't say any one of them. I'm gonna go right there.
So it may seem like I'm trying to help Doug out. I'm not trying to help him out. I don't care nothing about him, what he got going on, nothing. I care about the truth. The truth was, I was going through a phase in my life, and I have put all the blame on him. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he got going on. But y'all got me on the stand, and I'm telling the God honest truth. Leave me out of this. I made all these stories up, put the blame on him to get myself out of the situation because the police told me they want a big fish, and I'm a little fish. They ain't who I want. So when they told me that, my only motive was to convince them that I'm telling the truth about this guy right here, and I'm lying.
For Echo Hotel, and once again, Echo.
You bet. Whoever want to be stupid and come crash out on me, that's on them. You feel me? They just better succeed because they got family and they got people that they care about if I can't get them. I haven't ran to one person that said to my face, I pray that nobody don't provoke me. People need to stop playing with me like I'm somebody to play with. I keep telling them, like, I don't been in them situations where I had to take it there, and I would take it there. And I would not think twice about it. I would go home and sleep peaceful as hell like ain't nothing happened.
Picture this. You're sitting in a Fulton County courtroom. The air conditioning is barely keeping up. It's been over a year since this trial started. The jury has been sitting in their chairs for months. And now, finally, the prosecution star witnessed the man who flipped on young thug and single-handedly gave prosecutors the spine of their entire RICO cases on the stand. He's not cooperating. He's rolling his eyes at the DA. He's spinning in his chair like he's bored out of his mind. He's yelling, "I'm tired of y'all." And then in front of the jury, in front of the gallery, in front of cameras feeding clips straight to social media, he looks the world dead in the face and says, "I made it all up. I put everything on Thug. That man ain't have nothing to do with my stupidity. That man is Kenneth Lil Woody Copeland." And what he did right there on the witness stand shook the foundation of one of the most watched, most expensive, most controversial criminal trials in American history. This is Atlanta, Georgia, and this is the story of the snitch who unsnitched.
Enthusiasts and or actual gang members are threatening someone they believe is cooperating with the state. And not only that person, but they're very small children.
Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis says discovery in legal terms is material one side turns over to another after an indictment to level the playing field before trial. And in the YSL gang racketeering case, in which Jeffrey Williams, better known as the megastar rapper Young Thug, is the best known of more than 24 defendants, the DA's office has discovered a discovery document and part of a cooperating witness's statement, made it onto social media. And the life of that witness, a cooperating YSL associate, and that witness's children are in jeopardy as a result. Authorities still investigating who leaked the discovery material. A new indictment just last week added new charges against Young Thug and a handful of other defendants in the case. Young Thug's attorney, Brian Steele, and the DA seem to agree the discovery leak is bad. The DA's office says social media comments it shared with us pertain to the improper disclosure of an alleged witness's name. One commenter said, "Big rat and little mice." And another said, "You or your kids ain't safe." Ms. Willis says steps have been taken to protect the alleged witness and the witness's children.
To understand what happened in that courtroom, you need to understand what YSL is and who built it. Young slime life, YSL started on the streets of Atlanta's east side in the early 2010s. It was a crew, a clique, a brotherhood, and at the center of it was Jeffrey Lamar Williams, born in Atlanta in 1991, raised in the Pittsburgh neighborhood on the city's southeast side. One of 11 children, grew up watching the streets take people around him. By his teens, he was deep in it. He called himself Young Thug. By 2013, Young Thug was one of the most distinct voices in hip-hop, a high-pitched, melodic, rule-breaking style that nobody had heard before. By 2016, he was releasing mixtapes and projects that critics were calling masterpieces. Collaborations with everybody from Future to Drake to Camila Cabello, a record label, YSL Records, that turned into a legitimate music industry operation, signing artists like Gunna and Yak Gotti. On paper, a self-made success story out of Atlanta's roughest neighborhoods. But prosecutors had a different story. According to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, YSL wasn't just a rap collective. It was a criminal street gang operating under the umbrella of the National Bloods organization, engaged in deletion, drug trafficking, armed robbery, and carjacking going back years. They said Young Thug didn't just found a label, he founded a gang. And they said they had the witness to prove it. That witness was Kenneth Lil Woody Copeland.
Like I said, man, if they was to keep me out of jail and y'all can help me, man, I promise you, you gonna throw up, murder, man, I can't say any one of them. I'm gonna go right there and do what I do.
Yeah, conversation. I can FaceTime them.
Well, he knows you're in custody. You can't FaceTime him. He gonna know what's up.
Okay. Right now, if you go sit the police up there in front of that club, they're not gonna do it.
Hello?
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 Hey, I'm at the headquarters.
You can get your money headquarters there.
Thank you.
And then,
Well, they gave me my money. They gave me my money. I would've,
Hey, wait, if it's more than a certain amount, they're not gonna let you keep it at the jail? They might let you keep all that money in the jail.
No, I'm not. I'm not, sending it up. I can even tell y'all what I have done. I never have. I shot 2 people.
Well, that's okay. Let me.
No, I know this. I'm just saying. Those are 2 of my friends. I ain't did nothing to nobody. Nobody did. None of that. People saying I shot.
2021. Kenneth Copeland, known in Atlanta circles as Lil Woody, gets pulled over in a routine traffic stop. The kind of stop that happens 1,000 times a day in this city. Except this time, police find a weapon in the car, and Copeland is a convicted felon. Under federal law, a convicted felon in possession of a firearm is a mandatory federal beef. He's looking at 10 years minimum. maybe more. His life as he knew it was essentially over unless he figured something out fast. So he made the phone call. He became an informant. What prosecutors didn't advertise at the time, what would only come out fully during the trial itself, is that Lil Woody had actually been talking to Atlanta police detectives since 2015, years before his own arrest. Somewhere around the time of the 2015 deletion connected to the YSL orbit, Lil Woody sat down for recorded interviews and gave investigators detailed accounts of crimes he claimed were committed by Young Thug and his associates. He talked about shootings. He talked about drug operations. He gave detectives names, dates, and details that sounded credible enough to be built upon. But here's what nobody outside those interrogation rooms knew yet. According to Lil Woody himself, he made a significant portion of it up. He was using those interviews as a survival mechanism, feeding investigators stories to keep the heat off himself. And in 2021, when he got jammed up again, that same playbook came back out. He got an immunity deal. His weapon charges disappeared. In exchange, full cooperation with the YSL RICO investigation.
This is video from court of Young Thug in a blue jumpsuit. The rapper and 28 other defendants charged in a 56-count indictment alleging street gang activity, including robbery and murder.
Hip-hop superstar and Atlanta native Young Thug making an appearance in a Fulton County courtroom Tuesday. His first appearance in front of a judge comes less than 24 hours after authorities raided the rapper's Buckhead home. Channel 2 was the only station there Monday as investigators arrested the 30-year-old. Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Lamar Williams, is one of 28 defendants charged in a sweeping 56-count indictment against the criminal street gang Young Slime Life, also known as YSL. The charges ranging from conspiracy to violate the Georgia criminal racketing law, murder, armed robbery, and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, also named Sergio Kitchens, who performs under the name Gunna. As of Tuesday afternoon, the rap star had not yet surrendered to authorities.
My number one focus is targeting gangs, and there's a reason for that. They are committing conservatively 75 to 80% of all of the violent crime that we are seeing within our community.
According to the indictment, YSL is a criminal street gang started in late 2012 in the Cleveland Avenue area of Atlanta. Prosecutors say Young Thug is a co-founder, and he and his affiliates have played a role in some of the city's most violent crimes.
Me and the mayor and the police chief have talked about the fact that Cleveland in our community is referred to as Bleveland.
Also named in the indictment is Jimmy Carlton Winfrey. He's serving a 20-year prison sentence after pleading guilty to firing shots at rapper Lil Wayne's tour buses as they traveled on I-285 in April of 2015.
Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie told you the indictment describes a criminal gang called YSL, which stands for Young Slime Life. Mark reported that the indictment alleges Young Thug is one of 3 YSL founders. Prosecutors also told Channel 2 one of the defendants named in the indictment is this man, Christian Eppinger. He's the same man accused of shooting Atlanta police officer David Rogers 6 times in February.
May 9th, 2022. Young Thug was at a friend's house in Buckhead when police showed up and arrested him on a 56-count RICO indictment, one of the largest gang prosecutions in Georgia state history. 27 co-defendants were swept up with him. The charges included conspiracy to violate Georgia's RICO Act, criminal street gang activity, drug trafficking, multiple deletions, armed robbery, and weapons charges. Among those counts, allegations that Young Thug possessed an illegal machine gun, a MAC-10, and other firearms despite his felon status. Co-defendant gunner Sergio Kitchens was arrested days later. He would eventually take a plea deal and be released before the main trial began. Others caught up in the indictment included Delmonte Kendrick, known as Yak Gotti, Shannon Stillwell, and dozens of other alleged YSL members. Prosecutors framed this as one of the most significant gang prosecutions in Atlanta history. Fulton County D. Fannie Willis, who would later become famous for a separate high-profile RICO case, personally oversaw the filing. The theory: YSL is a criminal enterprise. Young Thug is its leader, and years of violence and drug trafficking in Atlanta's communities. They pointed to rap lyrics as evidence of gang affiliation, argued that songs glorified real murder and real crimes, and at the foundation of their case. Kenneth Copeland's testimony, his recorded interviews from 2015, his claimed first-hand knowledge of YSL's criminal operations.
YSL's founders were Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, aka Slime.
Rapper Young Thug was front and center today for the start of jury selection in the Young Slime Life RICO trial. 14 defendants facing trial listened this afternoon as their indictment was read aloud to 200 potential jurors. The defendants maintain YSL is simply a record label and allege prosecutors are targeting them for their lyrics, which often describe violence in the Cleveland Avenue neighborhood. The judge reading to the potential jurors the criminal charges the defendants face. They began with a bit of a hitch. Because of the size of the jury pool and the number of defendants, the courtroom could not accommodate the large group.
Also today, jury selection continues in the YSL RICO trial. We just checked in to get a progress report as this process now enters its 4th month.
Started pretty quickly as far as the pretrial aspect, but now this jury selection has, I think, now been the longest in Georgia history already, and I don't know if we're halfway done or not.
So far this year, hundreds of potential jurors have been questioned, but selection could still last through the summer.
Here's where you start to understand just how unprecedented this case was. Jury selection began in January 2023. It didn't end until November 2023. 10 months. 10 months just to seat a jury. It was the longest jury selection in Georgia state history, and one of the longest in American history for a state criminal case. Why? Because the case was enormous. The potential jurors numbered in the thousands, many disqualified because they'd followed YSL music closely, or had opinions about Young Thug, or had heard coverage of the arrest. Attorneys on both sides, a defense team that at various points included some of Atlanta's top criminal defense lawyers, led by Brian Steele, questioned potential jurors exhaustively. The mere mention of rap lyrics as evidence triggered hardship claims. Some jurors cited fear of retaliation just for being associated with the case. 11 Alive's continuing coverage documented the slow march through jury selection and the early trial proceedings. By the time opening statements began on November 27, 2023, people had already forgotten the trial had started because the trial hadn't technically started yet. La Crime Network captured the gravity of those opening moments, but now it had. And Atlanta held its breath.
This morning, there are new motions in the YSL RICO trial from both the prosecution and defense. The trial is set to pick back up with the 3rd judge. Attorneys are now requesting bond for the trial's main defendant, rapper Young Thug. He has been in custody since 2022. Meanwhile, prosecutors are asking to limit defense attorneys' comments to the media.
While the world watched the procedural saga unfold in court, Young Thug was sitting in Fulton County Jail. He'd been denied bond repeatedly. Prosecutors argued he was a flight risk and a danger to the community as the alleged leader of a violent criminal organization. His attorneys argued the opposite, that he was a musical artist with no history of flight, deep community ties, and that the case against him was built on fabricated testimony. Young Thug spent over 2 years in pretrial detention. No house arrest, no ankle monitor, just a jail cell in Fulton County. His legal team filed motion after motion. His family spoke to press. Fans held rallies. The Free Thug campaign became a cultural movement, with artists across the industry publicly backing him. Inside the jail, his conditions became a point of legal dispute, his defense team arguing at various points that he wasn't being given adequate access to his attorneys, that his mental and physical health were deteriorating, that the state was using pretrial detention as a coercive tool. It was 2 years of pressure, 2 years before a single piece of testimony had even been heard. Now we get to the part that blew everything up. June 2024. After months of testimony from other witnesses, it was finally time for the prosecution's star witness to take the stand. Kenneth Lil Woody Copeland. He said no, just flatly refused to testify. Whatever deal he'd made, whatever immunity arrangement was in place, he was done. He wasn't getting up there. Judge Earl Glanville, Fulton County Superior Court Chief Judge, the man who'd been presiding over this marathon proceeding, had heard enough. On June 7, 2024, he held Copeland in contempt of court and had him taken to jail. The moment captured on camera showed exactly what that refusal looked like.
How did you get that information supposedly from my chambers?
A trial that's seen plenty of twists.
Mr. Steele, I am going to hold you still hold you in summary criminal contempt.
Takes another turn when the man holding the gavel, Judge Ural Glanville, is ordered to recuse himself from the YSL trial by Fulton County Superior Court Judge Rachel Krause. It comes after the defense team filed a motion to have the judge removed, pointing to a meeting Judge Glanville had with the prosecution and a key witness without the defense present. Judge Krause ruled the recusal was necessary to preserve public confidence in the judicial system. Defense attorneys involved in the case have been pushing for this moment.
It's safe to say. And the lawyer for rapper Young Thug in the ongoing YSL RICO trial no longer facing a contempt charge. The state Supreme Court officially reversed a decision from the former judge overseeing this trial. And that decision was made by Judge Ural Glanville after Brian Steele here, refused to disclose how he found out about an ex parte meeting. The controversial meeting included the judge, the state, and a key witness, but the defense was not made aware of it prior to the meeting. Steele was held in contempt, arrested, and ordered to serve 20 days in the Fulton County jail.
3 days later, something happened that would become the central controversy of the entire trial. Judge Glanville arranged a private meeting. In that meeting, the judge himself, Chief Deputy District Attorney Adrian Love, and Deputy District Attorney Simone Hilton, and the witness, Lil Woody. No defense attorneys. No court reporter initially making a public record. An ex-parte meeting, meaning one side of the case met with the witness entirely outside the presence of the other side. According to Brian Steele, who represented Young Thug, what happened in that room was coercive and improper. Prosecutors and the judge, the man supposed to be a neutral arbiter, told Lil Woody that if he continued refusing to testify, he would remain behind bars until the entire RICO case was fully resolved. That could mean years. Given that the trial had already been going for the better part of a year and showed no signs of ending soon, this was not a small threat. It was, Steele argued, a pressure campaign conducted in secret, without the defense present, to force a witness to cooperate, a fundamental violation of due process. When Steele found out about the meeting through means he refused to disclose, even when directly ordered to by the court, he filed an immediate motion to remove Glanville from the case. Glanville, for his part, attempted to defend his own actions rather than simply recuse. He argued publicly that the meeting was proper, that it was merely informing the witness of the consequences of contempt. That defense failed. On June 12, 2024, just 2 days after the secret meeting became known, Judge Glanville was removed from the case. He was officially recused on July 15th. Brian Steele was himself held in contempt for refusing to reveal the source of his information about the ex-parte meeting, a contempt citation Steele wore as a badge of honor, framing it as a constitutional stand on attorney-client and journalistic source protections. Paige Reese Whitaker was assigned to pick up the pieces. The jury came back on August 12, 2024. The judge instructed them to disregard certain testimony from around June 12th, and Copeland finally took the stand.
I'm here to tell the truth or to remember my lies.
I want you to tell the truth.
But you keep going to my lies, though.
Back in 2015, did you tell Detective Thor that this was a lie?
Listen, when they get me, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to try to tell them whatever I can to finesse my way out of whatever situation that I'm in.
And it's only now in 2024 that you're saying that everything you said in 2015 is a lie. Is that correct?
Because I went to the feds. Y'all didn't let me out of jail till, 4 years later? So if I was telling the truth then, why it took y'all so many years to try to say, okay, he was being honest or whatever the case is? If I was telling the truth, y'all would have made any case back then. Y'all knew I was lying. Y'all put me in jail. I go do my time. I get out of jail, try to get my life together. Y'all trying to drag me back into the lies that I done made. I'm tired.
Good morning, Copeland.
Good morning.
You have permission to approach?
No.
She's asking me that, Mr. Copeland, okay? All right.
Okay.
Counsels, you want to...
So the number is not broadcast, and I'm going to move it to 31258.
All right.
Oh, y'all still going?
All right, let's stop for the day then. All right.
Can I go?
Yes, be back here at 9 in the morning.
I don't get no sleep, Judge. Can I come like at 10, 11?
Sorry.
Ask me, I'm gonna agree to that. I'm gonna say whatever she asked me. If she asked me about this reporter right here, I'm gonna say, yep, she's sitting outside me with white tennis shoes on. I'm gonna say something. Just because I want her to believe I'm telling the truth, that I want her to get me out of jail.
Well, she has on white tennis shoes, don't she?
Don't you got on white tennis shoes? She got on Chucks.
Right, and they white, right?
What color your shoes is? Okay. She got on Chucks.
So you telling the truth?
What color your shoes is? She said they white.
Right, so you're telling the truth then?
Well, it depends. See, you pick what you want to tell them. If I tell the police the alphabet is ABCD, right? The police gonna tell me what come out the D. E come out the D, I think. A, B, C, D, E. Man, I don't know, man. I'm not about to go through all that.
When they're like, all right, we're calling Kenneth Copeland, are you going to say, okay, ask me what you want to ask me. I'll tell you whatever I'm going to tell you. Or are you going to say, nope, I don't care if you throw me in jail. I'm not saying a word. I am not getting on the stand.
It depends on how I wake up.
Okay. All right. Well, then we will just revisit it on Monday morning.
Because it sounds funny in that.
Okay. You need me to repeat my question?
You said, did Mr. Williams tell me to get...
No, excuse me. Let me rephrase. The gun from the Dunbar Center. To your knowledge, did tell little D to get that gun from you?
From me?
Yes.
He don't know. No, I don't know. No.
Your answer is no?
Huh?
Your answer is no.
What happened over the next 16 days of testimony, stretched across nearly 3 months of court dates, was unlike anything most trial watchers had ever seen. Law and Crime Network documented the most dramatic moments, but the locals 11 Alive Atlanta, the news station that had been covering Young Thug since his initial arrest, were there for the key moments of Copeland's testimony. When he took the stand on May 29th, they captured the opening moments, and when he delivered his explosive recantation just days later, on May 30th, Copeland didn't just refuse to cooperate. He went further. He sat on the stand and, piece by piece, dismantled every statement he had ever given to law enforcement. He told the jury that the information he provided in 2015 was not reliable, that he was not simply a flawed witness with an imperfect memory. He was someone who had consciously, deliberately lied to investigators to protect himself. I was trying to tell them anything to get them off of me, he said. I made it all up. He explained the logic of his informant strategy openly and without shame. Atlanta police had been watching him, squeezing him, making his life difficult. He needed relief. So he gave them what they wanted: stories about YSL, stories about Young Thug, stories about crimes and violence that he attributed to people he said were responsible. The thing is, he knew they weren't responsible. He said so explicitly on the stand. The police were constantly targeting me, Copeland testified. So, to shift their focus, I started claiming, Thug did this, Thug did that, despite knowing these were false accusations. So what I did was, to get them off me, I said, Thug did this, Thug did that, because I knew he didn't do it. And then came the Lil Mike and Quez revelation. During his 2015 interviews, Lil Woody had told detectives about 2 individuals, men named Lil Mike and Quez, who he claimed had been involved in specific crimes related to YSL. Investigators had taken these names as leads. For years, these 2 figures had been treated as real people in the context of the investigation. They didn't exist. Lil Woody admitted on the stand under oath to the jury that he had entirely fabricated both Lil Mike and Quez. They were fictional characters he invented on the spot during interrogations to deflect blame away from himself. He created them, named them, gave them criminal histories, and watched investigators chase ghosts while he walked out of that interview room. Defense attorney Max Sharp walked him through it directly. Lil Woody confirmed it. He made them up. The prosecution was left holding years of investigation built partly on a lie. Copeland also turned his contempt outward. He said he believed prosecutors had leaked his original 2015 interrogation video to social media, a leak that he claimed exposed him on the streets, damaged his reputation, and put his family in physical danger. He said he felt trapped from every direction. Prosecutors wanted his testimony. The streets wanted him silent, and neither side cared what happened to him personally. "I'm sitting right here telling y'all the truth," he told the jury. "I made it all up. I put everything on Thug. That man ain't have nothing to do with my stupidity." He characterized the detective who had conducted his 2015 interviews as having a brain the size of a squirrel brain, meaning he found it easy to feed the investigator false information. He described the process of manipulating detectives as finessing the police. He seemed almost proud of how long he'd gotten away with it, and equally unbothered about saying so in open court.
I'm in jail.
What is 372?
Numbers.
Why did you shrug your shoulder?
Cut in my shoulders.
Do you have hair on your head when you take this picture?
What you
When you
talking?
took the picture.
It looked like I got hair on my head.
Okay. How long ago have you been bald? Right. Do you have children?
You know that.
Okay. I do, but the jury doesn't. Do you have children?
Yep.
All right. How many?
More than one.
All right. Do you have more than 3?
I might. Ain't no telling.
Okay. And when you say cool, what do you mean?
COOL.
I didn't ask you to spell it. I asked you what you mean.
The footage from that courtroom spread fast. FOX5 Atlanta had been tracking the legal machinery behind the scenes as well, documenting the attorneys' strategy and the defense's successful petition to the Georgia Supreme Court. Clips of Lil Woody rolling his eyes at prosecutors' heavy, deliberate, theatrical eye rolls while Assistant Diaz asked him questions circulated on social media within hours of the testimony. Clips of him spinning in the witness chair. Clips of him mid-rant, voice raised. "I'm tired of y'all." Clips of him deadpan delivering lines about squirrel brains and police finessing. Law and crime trials captured the full scope of the courtroom drama. Hip-hop Twitter and Instagram went into overdrive. The snitch who unsnitched narrative became a trending topic. Commentary from rappers, legal analysts, cultural critics, and regular people who'd followed the case for years flooded every platform. The clips hit millions of views. Lil Woody, a man most people outside Atlanta had never heard of before this trial, became one of the most discussed figures in the courtroom drama of 2024. His family, according to reports, was caught in the middle. His children, his relatives, people who had nothing to do with YSL or the trial, were suddenly visible in a way they hadn't chosen. Lil Woody's claims about the leaked interrogation video took on more weight in this context. He wasn't just talking about abstract street credibility. He was talking about the real-world consequences for people close to him of being identified as a government informant who had now publicly recanted.
I find myself in a lot of stuff because I was just nice or cool, you know, and I understand that you can't be that way when you reach a certain height because it could end bad, and it don't really have to have nothing to do with you, but it could end bad and it could, you know, fall on you. And I know the choice is yours, it's up to you, and I hope that you allow me to go home today and just trust in me to just do the right thing and never see you again unless it's at a, you know, bar in the future or something. Just out of this type of situation, I promise you I won't ever be in this type of situation again. I'm I'm going away. I've learned from my mistakes. You know, I come from nothing and I've made something, and I didn't take full advantage of it. I'm sorry.
October 31st, 2024, Halloween. After 2 years and roughly 5 months in custody, after one of the most turbulent, drawn-out, and legally complicated trials in Georgia history, Jeffrey Young Thug Williams stood before Judge Paige Reese Whitaker and entered his pleas. 6 charges, 1 count of conspiracy to violate the Georgia RICO Act, 3 drug charges, 2 gun charges, plus a no contest plea to leading a criminal street gang and violating the state's RICO statute. His sentencing: 40 years with all but time served suspended, 15 years of probation, a 10-year ban from the greater Atlanta metropolitan area, no prison time beyond what he had already served. He walked out of Fulton County Jail the same night. His supporters had gathered outside. When he emerged, it was the kind of scene that rarely happens in a case that started with a 56-count RICO indictment. The prosecution called it accountability. He did plead guilty. After all, his defense team called it a recognition of what the case had become. The streets, by and large, called it a win. Whether it was a vindication or a strategic concession depends on who you ask. But the reality was clear. A man the government had charged with leading a violent criminal organization walked out of jail on the same night he entered his pleas, with time served, after more than 2 years of pretrial detention. What the YSL trial exposed wasn't just one man's decision to flip and then unflip. It was a systemic indictment of how RICO prosecutions get built in the first place. Prosecutors spent years and millions of dollars constructing a case that rested significantly on the word of a man who had been telling them what they wanted to hear since 2015. Lil Woody wasn't a witness who got cold feet at the last minute. He was someone who had been actively misleading investigators for the better part of a decade, fabricating people, fabricating events, pointing blame at a man he said he knew wasn't responsible, and getting paid in freedom for doing it. The question the YSL trial left hanging over Atlanta's justice system: how many other RICO cases are built the same way? How many other cooperating witnesses are giving investigators stories shaped more by self-preservation than by truth? How many fictional Lil Mikes and Quezes are sitting in case files right now, treated as real leads? The trial also became a national flashpoint for the debate over using rap lyrics as criminal evidence. Prosecutors argued that Young Thug's songs were admissions of guilt, evidence of real crimes encoded in verse. Defense attorneys and civil liberties advocates argued it was a constitutional crisis, that treating artistic expression as criminal confession was a direct threat to free speech, and specifically to Black artists whose music draws from street realities. Legal scholars watched it as a dry run for other high-profile RICO prosecutions. Some openly compared the structure of the case to what a potential RICO prosecution of political figures might look like: a massive indictment, dozens of defendants, years of proceedings, and a prosecution theory that ultimately couldn't survive contact with the stand. Atlanta got its answer. Lil Woody told detectives whatever they needed to hear to stay free. He named a man he said he knew was innocent. He invented people who never existed. And when they finally put him under oath, he said so himself, out loud, on camera, to the jury. The streets have always had a name for what he did. Twice. If this case had you locked in, you already know where this channel lives. AllScoopsMedia. We cover the cases the mainstream glosses over, not just the arrests, but the trials, the flips, the courtroom meltdowns, and the outcomes nobody wants to talk about after the cameras leave. Real names, real outcomes, real talk. Subscribe, hit the bell, because next time we're going deeper into how these RICO cases actually get built and what happens when the foundation...
Police say they've dismantled a dangerous street gang in Gwinnett County.
That's right. 2 gang bosses, along with several other more gang members, are behind bars tonight.
Since January, Gwinnett County police have arrested more than a dozen members of the 59 Brims Blood Street Gang,
including 29-year-old Wanawan Wanzan, the alleged leader of the Atlanta branch of the gang, and Marlon Smith, the so-called leader of the gang branch in Virginia and North Carolina.
We believe that they are responsible for several crimes.
In January 2019, the
in the seizure of significant amounts of illegal drugs. Authorities also recovered 18 firearms, 4 of which had been reported stolen. Tamario Y's alleged gang armed robbery and carjacking on Rambling Drive. Over the next several weeks, they committed a series of violent crimes in various locations. On October 21, they carried out another armed robbery and carjacking near Reynolds Drive, close to the Lakewood Amphitheater, followed by an armed robbery on Bond Drive near Amal Drive on October 22. They targeted a taxi driver on November 8 and an armed robbery on Pickfair Avenue near Lakewood Amphitheater. On November 11, they committed an armed robbery and carjacking on Pollard Boulevard, just south of Turner Field. Their spree continued in Buckhead, where on November 19, they robbed and carjacked a 2005 Toyota Highlander on Greenview Avenue, and the next day, November 20, they committed a similar crime on Ferncliff Road. The violence escalated on November 21, when they robbed a victim on Park Avenue. And kicked to his demise while being beat into the black Gangster Disciples in June 2009. Police says bringing down these gang leaders helps in the fight against gang activity. That's it, not all fun and gangs. There is serious time and punishment involved in this, said Albany Police Sergeant Pritesh Patel. About a dozen people have been implicated in Richardson's demise in an investigation that has run 2 years. 5 men are scheduled to stand trial for Richardson's demise July 18th. 6 other suspected gang members have already entered plea deals and are supposed to testify against the other defendants.
Top story tonight at 11. The founder of the Mafia criminal street gang in Middle Georgia was sentenced to the maximum prison term allowed by law for illegally possessing a firearm. 45-year-old Alfonso Clyde will spend the next 15 years behind bars, followed by 3 years of probation. Clyde pleaded guilty to 1 count of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon in April. The founder of the Macon Mafia gang was arrested in 2023. According to court documents,
the founder of the Mafia criminal street gang and man accused of aiding in 2023 Bib jail escape is facing up to 15 years in prison for illegally possessing a firearm, according to United States Attorney's Office, Middle District of Georgia. 45-year-old Alfonso Clyde Sheriff's Office and Jones County Sheriff's Office arrested him on October 8, 2023. They found a digital scale with a white powdery substance in the front seat of the SUV that he was driving. They also found a Taurus G2 9mm handgun inside the glove box. In November, Sheriff David Davis said the Mafia, including Clyde, aided in the Bibb County jail escape in October 2023. He's a particularly high-ranking member of the Mafia organization, Davis said. Now he's facing federal charges in connection to his involvement with Mr. Barnwell and in the escape.
The leader of a serial armed robbery crew has been sentenced to life in prison after violent restaurant robberies across Gwinnett County, all happening in 2017. Demetrius Sims was given 4 consecutive life sentences plus 90 years. Police say for weeks, Sims led a crew of bandits who set up restaurants to be robbed. In one of those incidents, Sims shot a manager of a pizza store in Mountain Park.
Demetrius Marquel Sims manager when he attempted to flee. On October 4, Sims set up the robbery of a Papa John's delivery driver at the Vines Apartments in Norcross, using his own phone to place the order. When police later broadcast Sims' phone number to alert restaurants, Sims shifted back to robbing restaurants in person. On October 9, Sims shot the manager of Marco's Pizza at Wade's gang, the 1831 Piru Bloods, is a local branch of the nationwide Piru Street gang that originated in Compton, California in the 1960s. In July 2021, authorities executed a search warrant at Wade's apartment on Jennings Mill Parkway. Wade attempted to escape by jumping from a third-story window, but was quickly apprehended by a police K-9 unit. Inside the apartment, law enforcement officers seized multiple drugs. a Glock 19 handgun equipped with an illegal auto-sear switch, converting it into a fully automatic machine gun, was found in Wade's bedroom dresser, along with a 30-round extended magazine and a 50-round drum magazine. Wade admitted to keeping the weapon for protection. Additionally, officers recovered other firearms and a kilo press used for compressing drugs for distribution. Wade confessed to buying and selling large
Case
quantities.
by case, the pattern repeats itself. Different names, different colors, different territories, but the same machine underneath. Power, money, loyalty, retaliation, and the constant pressure of law enforcement trying to break the cycle. What these cases reveal, when you line them up side by side, is that gang activity in Georgia was never just an Atlanta problem, and it was never homegrown alone. The Piru's lineage traces back to Compton. The Gangster Disciples trace back to Chicago. The Rolling 60s came from LA. These are national brands that put down roots in Georgia soil in the city, in the suburbs, and in small towns most people assume are untouched. And the investigations chasing them cross the same lines, stitched together through federal task forces, RICO statutes, and the witnesses brave enough to talk. But behind every indictment count and every headline is a real community and real people. The victims caught in the crossfire, the families left with an empty chair, the neighborhoods trying to reclaim their own streets. They're the reason these stories matter, and the reason cases like these keep landing in Georgia courtrooms. So the question is the one that never fully goes away. Do these crackdowns actually break the networks, or do they just clear the board for the next crew to rise? Every indictment is a step towards safer streets. But the fight is far from over. If you made it this far, do us a favor, hit that like button. Drop a comment telling us which Georgia city or gang we should cover next. In October 2024, St. Louis police arrested 23-year-old Marco Davis, described by authorities as both a documented gang member and a gang recruiter. According to investigators, Davis had fled the St. Louis area weeks earlier as officers were closing in on him. He resurfaced in the city just days before his capture, and detectives learned he was planning to film a music video near 14th Street and Cass Avenue. When police moved in, they spotted a Jeep filled with armed occupants, with Davis repeatedly getting in and out of the vehicle. Detectives attempted a traffic stop, deploying spike strips to disable the Jeep. During the chase, one suspect tossed a handgun out of the car. The pursuit ended with 4 arrests and the recovery of 3 firearms. Authorities then tracked Davis to a nearby apartment. After a search, they found him hiding inside a bathtub, where he was taken into custody without further incident. Davis was wanted on multiple fugitive warrants, including charges of first-degree assault and unlawful use of a weapon. Police described his arrest as a significant step in ongoing efforts to curb gang activity in the St. Louis area.
This rapper is headed to prison on gun charges. Arthur Presley, also known as 30 Deep Grimy, was already a convicted felon when he was caught with a gun. After getting caught, he tried to falsify a bill of sale to try and prove that the gun was in fact somebody else's. Presley will spend the next 7 years in prison.
In February 2023, federal prosecutors announced the sentencing of Arthur Presley, better known by his rap name 30 Deep Grimy, at just 25 years old. The rising St. Louis artist and documented gang leader was ordered to serve 7 years and 8 months in federal prison for illegally possessing a firearm as a convicted felon. The case stemmed from a January 5, 2021 traffic stop. St. Louis police pulled over a 2008 Pontiac G8 with a broken taillight and plates that didn't match. Inside, officers found a Beretta 9 pistol lying next to Presley. Because of 2 prior convictions for unlawful use of a weapon, he was already barred from owning or carrying firearms. Instead of facing the charge head-on, Presley made matters worse. Investigators say he pressured the gun's original buyer to forge sales paperwork, trying to make it appear that another passenger in the vehicle owned the weapon. On the first day of his trial, he even presented a falsified bill of sale in court. But federal prosecutors had built a rock-solid case. Agents recovered photos and videos of Presley posing with a Beretta on his phone and social media. In some images, the serial number of the weapon was clearly visible. Text messages further tied him to the gun. Confronted with the evidence, Presley abandoned his defense and pleaded guilty. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives had been monitoring Presley and his associates in the gang known as 30 Deep for more than a year before the arrest. His sentencing, they argued, underscores ongoing efforts to keep weapons out of the hands of gang members and repeat offenders. For Presley, the nearly 8-year prison term marked a turning point, one that cut short his career as a rising rapper while reinforcing his reputation as a gang figure tied to St. Louis gun violence.
Here had taken a 70-year-old male guard hostage and has been going on for about 2 hours, started at 6 a.m. And at this hour, a source tells us it was the 4th floor again. The inmates have complained about not getting enough hot food at the facility. Apparently they were demanding pizza and chicken for the guards' release.
He was a 70-year-old man. A 5 on Your Side source said the inmates were demanding, quote, pizza and chicken patties in exchange for his release. The SWAT team was notified of the incident and responded to it to assist. We're still waiting to learn how the inmates were able to take the officer hostage.
In August 2023, prosecutors brought charges against 6 inmates accused of a hostage crisis inside the St. Louis City Justice Center. The ordeal unfolded on the jail's 4th floor, lasting more than 2 hours and leaving a veteran corrections officer briefly held captive. 5 of the men now face kidnapping charges, while prosecutors also filed counts of assault, property destruction, and unlawful use of a weapon. According to court documents, the chaos began around 6 a.m. when Williams allegedly struck a guard from behind, with Newberry delivering a second blow. The officer was dragged into a shower stall, where Newberry seized his keys and began unlocking dozens of cells across 2 pods. Once freed, inmates armed themselves with improvised weapons. Groups tore down large, ceiling-mounted televisions and smashed them apart, fashioning broom and mop handles into spears and clubs. Meanwhile, Mundane and Lyons restrained the officer with handcuffs and leg shackles, forcing him into the common area. At one point, Mundane allegedly pressed a weapon to the guard's throat, threatening, "I'll cut your throat if they come in here." The standoff stretched for more than 2 hours before officers regained control. The guard, a 5-year veteran, sustained only minor injuries, though 2 inmates were also hurt during the melee. At the time of the uprising, all 6 men were already jailed on serious felony charges, including first-degree deletion, robbery, kidnapping, armed criminal action, and attempted rape. The new indictments only add to their extensive criminal records, while investigators continue probing how the situation spiraled so dangerously inside one of St. Louis's most troubled detention centers. On the morning of November 23, 2020, 20-year-old Joyce Freeman was simply heading to a doctor's appointment with her 4-day-old son and boyfriend in the car. She pulled out of her home on Minnesota Avenue in South St. Louis, unaware she was driving into a deadly ambush. As Freeman's vehicle reached the 3900 block of South Broadway, a white Nissan Sentra pulled alongside. 2 gunmen leaned out and opened fire. Freeman was struck multiple times. Though she was rushed to the hospital, she did not survive. Her newborn and boyfriend miraculously escaped unharmed. Investigators later discovered the attack began just blocks from her home, pointing to the possibility that she was targeted the moment she left her driveway. The demise sparked outrage across the city. Freeman was a mathematics major at Lincoln University, known by friends and family as compassionate, driven, and full of potential. Her mother shared the family's heartbreak. "My grandson has to grow up without a mother." Joyce had no reason to be buried. She was a sweet, loving person who loved challenges, people, and animals. Now my family is torn apart. In the weeks that followed, police tied the demise to a group of teenagers in January 2021. Soon after, other suspects were also taken into custody. All were charged with first-degree deletion, first-degree assault, unlawful use of a weapon, and armed criminal action. Court filings later suggested the attack may have been gang retaliation aimed at Freeman's younger brother, who allegedly refused to join a local gang. After years of court proceedings, outcomes varied. Washington was convicted and sentenced to life in prison in 2022. Williams was also convicted, while Huntley was acquitted due to insufficient evidence. For Freeman's loved ones, the verdicts delivered accountability, but no true closure. Her case remains a tragic reminder of how gang violence in St. Louis continues to claim innocent lives, leaving families shattered and futures erased before they can even begin.
Behind bars after being arrested and charged for their role in a human trafficking operation in East St. Louis. All 7 are on your screen here, charged with indecent solicitation of a child, traveling to meet a child, grooming, and solicitation of a sexual act. 3 are from St. Louis. The other 4 are from surrounding areas. They were caught during a 2-day anti-human trafficking operation on the east side.
In late June 2023, the Illinois State Police launched a 2-day undercover mission in the Metro East region to combat human trafficking and safeguard vulnerable minors. The initiative, known as the Human Trafficking Suppression Operation, ran from June 22, 2023, and specifically focused on men attempting to arrange sexual encounters with underage girls. The operation resulted in the arrest of 7 suspects, each facing charges tied to child exploitation, including indecent solicitation of a minor, grooming, and attempts to engage in commercial acts with children. Several of those taken into custody were from the greater St. Louis area. ISP Director Brendan F. Kelly underscored the mission's urgency, stating, "ISP has a responsibility to protect those vulnerable to human trafficking, forced labor, and sexual servitude. The arrests of these individuals serve as notice to anyone who thinks about feeding the demand for human trafficking that ISP could be waiting behind a door for them with handcuffs." This operation reflects ISP's broader effort to disrupt human trafficking networks, protect minors from exploitation, and hold accountable not only traffickers but also those fueling demand. The stories of St. Louis, from gang leaders taken down by federal prosecutors, to teens whose violence leaves families shattered, to police units working undercover against human trafficking, all highlight the same reality.
Well, Mike, according to federal prosecutors, members of the 55 Boys street gang were using cell phones to set up drug deals and even sending out mass text messages pushing their product. From there, IRS criminal investigators just simply followed the flow of money. Since September of 2021, St. Louis Metro Police investigators have had their sights set on getting off the streets of St. Louis.
We know drug sales can have major ripple effects, including robbery, shootings, and violence.
3 years later, Police Chief Robert Tracy believes his department is one step closer to achieving that goal.
St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department and its federal partners did everything possible to dismantle the 55 Boys, a known violent street gang responsible for criminal activity.
Though the 55 Boys may not be a household name to many St. Louisans,
they were both the targets of drug-linked shootings as well as the perpetrators of such violence.
Fleming believes the flow of drugs will now be severely impacted by the convictions of 15 members of the 55 Boys, including local rapper Devontae "Jizzlebucks" Lindsay.
The leaders of this gang, Devontae Lindsay, was sentenced earlier this month to 12 years in the Bureau of Prisons, and another, Andre Pearson, received an 11-year sentence.
Devontae Lindsay, 27, and Andre Pearson, 28, were identified by police as the leaders of the 55 Boys, a gang and drug trafficking organization linked to a substantial amount of distribution in South St. Louis. Authorities reported the organization's involvement in various criminal activities tied to drug sales in the area. St. Louis Police Chief Robert Tracy emphasized that the collaboration between local law enforcement and federal agencies played a crucial role in addressing the criminal activities associated with the 55 Boys. During the investigation, authorities seized a variety of assets, including 24 firearms, thousands of Fendi capsules, 2 properties purchased with drug proceeds, the cash value of a 3rd property, 2 vehicles, diamond jewelry including a necklace with roughly 2,500 diamonds and over $120,000 in cash. Lindsay and Pearson formed the 55 Boys by bringing together members from other gangs such as YPG, Young Project Goons, TKO, Team Knockout, The Strip, Pressure Gang, and Cave. Lindsay, who also rapped about the gang's activities and drug distribution, was sentenced to 12 years in prison, while Pearson received an 11-year sentence. The last two defendants in the initial phase of the case were sentenced recently, with 5 others previously indicted and all pleading guilty. 4 of those individuals have already been sentenced. Investigators focused on money laundering and tracing the proceeds from drug sales, with co-conspirators using phones to arrange sales and send messages advertising their products. Authorities believe there may be more individuals connected to the case, and the investigation remains ongoing.
Thanks, Valerie. New at 9, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Missouri announcing 34 suspects face federal charges. Authorities say the defendants are part of a group known as the Black Mafia Family.
Those indicted include Carl Von Garrett, accused of laundering nearly $1 million of drug proceeds in a 3-month period. Tiffany Tiff BMF Nelson faces money laundering charges. Chad J. Bo Brown, accused of submitting a fraudulent tax form to obtain a PPP loan. Robert Lewis is accused of distributing, being a felon in possession of a firearm. Robert Honest Sims faces a drug charge related to Samir Simpson Bay faces a drug distribution charge related to Jeremy Wheelo Steele, indicted on a drug charge related to. Authorities say cooperation between federal, state, and local authorities was key.
A major roundup of drug mafia suspects by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Tonight, more than 24 of the Metro's biggest suppliers are off the streets. First Alert 4's Russell Kinsall is following this story tonight.
Yeah, Corey, according to federal prosecutors, this was a drug distribution and money laundering operation. One suspect even charged with fraudulently getting a PPP loan during the pandemic. Now, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, 34 suspects were indicted by grand juries, more than 24 arrested. In court, prosecutors said those arrested were either members of or connected to an organization called the Black Mafia Family.
Marshals, federal agents, and local police, a series of arrests were made following multiple grand jury indictments. A total of 34 individuals have been charged in connection with the investigation, most of them within recent weeks. During the arrests and court-approved searches, law enforcement officers recovered significant quantities of drugs, firearms, and large sums of cash. At detention hearings held on Thursday, prosecutors presented the arrested individuals as either members or associates of the Black Mafia Family, BMF. According to court filings, the BMF is portrayed as a drug trafficking and money laundering organization that distributes substantial quantities of narcotics in the St. Louis area and beyond. One of the defendants, Chad Brown, refers to himself as the junior boss of the BMF and has discussed the group's drug trafficking activities in multiple videos shared across various social media platforms. U.S. Attorney Sailor A. Fleming highlighted that these indictments and arrests were not solely focused on drug-related activities. Others have been accused of laundering money for the organization or taking advantage of the COVID-19 pandemic to fraudulently obtain thousands of dollars in loans intended for struggling businesses and employees, Fleming said. The case has raised attention due to the significant role social media and digital platforms played in sharing content related to the organization's alleged activities, which have been monetized in some.
26-year-old Shantae Henderson admits she shot Leandra Parker, but she says it was self-defense.
Oh, the judge said not guilty of second-degree murder, but guilty of voluntary manslaughter.
I was scared I was going to lose my life.
Shantae Henderson says she was afraid of 20-year-old Leandra Parker back on September 2nd, 2006. They ran into each other at a South Kansas City gas station that afternoon. He was walking out. She was heading in.
I glanced, and at the same time, he's looking up.
I saw him immediately, like, in a deep stare, like I'm staring at you right now. We know something's going on.
Parker's girlfriend says suddenly Shantae Henderson pulled a .40 caliber gun and began firing. Then the girlfriend says Parker tried to drive away.
His attempt was too late by the time he realized that he made a choice whether he was going to attempt to try to save me or move the car. And he saved me versus moving the car.
Henderson testified it happened the other way around, that Parker started driving at her, then she grabbed her gun.
So when I jump backwards, I'm like cornered with an ice machine and just like a corner. So as I jump back and get in that corner, turns the wheel, come towards me again, which gave me no choice but to pull out my gun and start shooting.
Shantae Henderson rose to infamy as a rare female shot caller in Kansas City's largely male gang landscape. Tied to the 12th Street gang and linked by investigators, to a spate of East Side violence. She was wanted for the September 2, 2006 gas station demise of 21-year-old DeAndre Parker, an execution-style shooting that became the centerpiece of her case. As retaliatory shootings mounted in early 2007, the FBI placed Henderson on its 10 most wanted fugitives list, only the 8th woman ever named, before Kansas City police and federal agents captured her without incident at a North KC apartment on March 31, 2007. In state court, she claimed self-defense, but was convicted of voluntary manslaughter, an armed criminal action for Parker's death, and sent to prison. After her release, Henderson reoffended. In October 2010, she was caught with a handgun, leading to a federal felon in possession conviction. In April 2012, a federal judge sentenced her to 87 months, 7 years, 3 months with no parole, citing her prior violent record. Henderson's trajectory from most wanted fugitive to state and federal inmate became synonymous with the deadly stakes of Kansas City's gang feuds, and law enforcement credited her removal with helping cool a cycle of retaliatory shootings on the East Side.
First, we have some breaking news. 2 men now face charges in the Crown Center shooting that hurt 6 people back in January. Charges against 23-year-old Jose Olivas and 22-year-old Brian Favela include unlawful use of a weapon and terroristic threat. It's been more than a month since multiple people were shot at Crown Center in Kansas City, Missouri. Today, 2 men were charged in connection to that shooting. Those men, Brian Favela and Jose Olivas, were showing their mugshots because of the notoriety of this case.
This is another recent example of an argument between groups that led to a shooting. 6 people were hurt last month at Crown Center. Today, we learned 3 of those injured were not a part of the argument. A judge unsealed documents today that showed Jose Olivas, 23, and Brian Favela, 22, collectively faced 26 felony charges. The most serious charges include armed criminal action and first-degree terroristic threat. Court documents show witnesses said they heard the men shooting while families and small kids were nearby.
It just sounded like kind of like a muffled pop, 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 pop. But mostly I was hearing it was like the ricocheting and the glass, because basically they don't have any aim. There was just bullets flying everywhere.
Court documents say the shooting was gang-related.
On January 17, 2024, a simmering rivalry between Kansas City crews burst into a gunfight inside Crown Center, one of downtown's busiest malls. Prosecutors say 9th Street mob affiliates Joel Olivas and Brian Favela spotted rival West Side gang members at the complex after seeing social media posts and drove over to force a confrontation. Surveillance video and phone evidence later showed Olivas filming himself in the mall, taunting the other group and bragging he was ready with a machine pistol set up at MAC-10 with an illegal switch as tensions escalated near the lower-level food court seconds later. Gunfire erupted across a crowded corridor. Crime scene techs recovered 54 spent casings in multiple calibers. 6 people were hit, including uninvolved bystanders, a woman on a date, a mall employee, and a man working on a video project. Miraculously, none of the injuries were life-threatening. Detectives identified Olivas and Favela from video and messages. Both fled but were arrested the next day. Olivas at KCIA as he tried to board a flight. Favela at a residence after officers tailed a vehicle from the airport. Once both were in custody, the case had been kept under seal to protect officers while they hunted the suspects. Jackson County prosecutors charged them with 26 felonies each, including unlawful use of a weapon, multiple counts of armed criminal action, first-degree terroristic threat, and harassment. In November 2024, a judge found both men guilty on several counts, concluding their conduct went far beyond any plausible self-defense under Missouri law because it recklessly endangered the public in a packed commercial space. The following month, Each was sentenced to 18 years in prison for their roles in the Crown Center mass shooting, an outcome prosecutors framed as a clear statement that bringing a street war into a family mall will draw steep accountability.
That with these three members of the Young Hitters gang off the streets, he's hopeful that victims of crimes and witnesses will come forward without fear of retaliation and help them connect these three men to those 30 or so crimes, including homicides. These arrests all went down on Wednesday. Police saw a car drop Trevion Banks off at a home on the city's northeast side. They arrested him for robbery and then followed that car to a second location. It's there where they saw Trevante Stewart and Cedric Ford. Both of those men arrested and charged as felons in possession of firearms. The police department does work with several organizations as part of the NOVA program, which offers violent offenders a chance to give up crime and follow a program to become contributing members of society.
In late 2017, Kansas City police zeroed in on a violent crew known as the Young Hitters, and on November 29, arrested 3 alleged members who investigators believed were linked to roughly 10 homicides and more than 20 other crimes across the metro. All 3 were already flagged on the No Violence Alliance list of high-risk offenders. Detectives tracking Banks near I-70 moved to stop a vehicle tied to him, triggering a brief pursuit. Banks bolted on foot and was caught. Stewart, a passenger, ran through nearby yards and discarded a handgun later recovered by officers, and Ford fled by car, struck a detective's vehicle near East 26th and Jackson, overturned, and was taken into custody after a handgun was found near the crash. Banks was charged with armed robbery, while Stewart and Ford, both convicted felons, were charged with illegal possession of firearms. The strategy was twofold: incapacitate suspected shooters with strong federal gun and robbery counts, and reduce witness intimidation by removing key players from the street. Banks later pleaded guilty to the robbery charge.
The family will gather to remember a 3-year-old girl and her mother. Somebody shot this little girl and her mom last night inside their home at 55th and Wabash. Earlier today, the relatives of the 2 victims went door to door in that neighborhood, desperately searching for answers in that double homicide. There was 1 survivor in the attack, a 1-year-old boy. He was found crying from police on the floor with his mother and sister's bodies nearby. The family does not believe this was a random act of kindness.
Rashawn Long, an entrenched member of Kansas City's 51st Street Crips, became one of the Metro's most feared enforcers after his release from a prior deletion sentence in 2013. According to testimony presented at his federal sentencing, investigators tied Long to 5 deletions spanning more than a decade, including a string of 4 in the summer of 2013. The execution-style demise of 24-year-old Myesha Turner and her 3-year-old daughter inside their home, a man shot in his driveway weeks later, and a separate drive-by slaying carried out with an AK-47. Rather than prosecute those homicides federally, prosecutors used powerful drug and gun charges to incapacitate him. A 2014 jury found Long already a convicted felon, guilty of possessing a firearm and the synthetic stimulant bath salts. At the 2016 sentencing, the judge departed upward, citing Long's long-documented gang role and the violence outlined by detectives, and imposed a 30-year federal term with no parole. The result effectively removed a prolific trigger puller from Kansas City streets. While the 2013 deletions were referenced as aggravating conduct rather than charged counts, the court made clear that Long's conduct and the fear he generated warranted the maximum federal penalty available under the K-24. Kansas City and Jackson County launched a 5-day, multi-agency sweep targeting a gang believed behind a recent wave of shootings and overdoses. In total, 33 people with outstanding warrants were arrested, many tied to a crew under intense scrutiny. Among those taken into custody was a 20-year-old suspect from a January 2023 shooting and reported a drop in group-related shootings in the weeks that followed. The Jackson County Prosecutor's Office emphasized that while arrests remove immediate threats, the long-term strategy relies on pairing enforcement with intervention job training, counseling, housing. Kansas City leaders pledged to continue this collaborative, intelligence-led approach, signaling that future sweeps will be part of a sustained campaign, not a one-time show of force. In August 2023, federal prosecutors unsealed a racketeering case that stitched together 3 Kansas City street crews, the Parkside Greasies, Click-Clack Gang, and South Bending Gang into a single alleged confederation known as the South Park Clique. Investigators say the alliance, led by Stephen Bizzle, Lee Parkside Greasies, Charles Chucky D. Williams Click-Clack, and Travis Trav Cook South Benton, coordinated for more than a decade to traffic drugs while enforcing their market with shootings, robberies, and intimidation. The indictment traces activity to at least 2008, including a deletion for hire plot prosecutors attribute to Lee in late 2017 and a January 2021 shooting in which Richard Scritch Johnson allegedly fired into vehicles he believed were rivals, wounding a bystander. A multi-agency sweep on August 24, 2023 brought more than 140 officers to 16 locations, seizing 27 firearms, including 2 machine guns, over 1,000 rounds of ammunition, drugs, and cash, and arresting several defendants. Others were already in custody on unrelated charges. 9 men now face federal counts that include RICO conspiracy, drug trafficking conspiracy, and a deletion conspiracy in aid of racketeering charges that, on conviction, can carry life sentences. As of the latest updates, the case remains pending. All defendants are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty. In the early morning hours of March 4, 2020, Kansas City police responded to gunfire near 10th Street and Brooklyn Avenue, where they discovered Dundre Magis, fatally shot in the street. Witnesses reported 2 hooded suspects had approached Magis and opened fire. Surveillance footage and tipsters soon pointed detectives towards Samoan Harder and Q Jackson, who were arrested 2 days later at a nearby home. Inside, officers recovered a 9 handgun and hooded sweatshirts matching those seen in surveillance clips. Forensic ballistics linked the casings from the scene to the seized weapon. In interviews, Harder admitted that he and Jackson were the shooters, claiming Jackson pulled the trigger. Jackson denied involvement. Investigators tied both suspects to local gang affiliations. Harder and Jackson were allegedly allied with a 12th Street gang, rivals of a 33rd Street gang, and the confrontation may have stemmed from Jackson asking Magis which block he's from, to which Magis reportedly answered 33, provoking the attack. Jackson also faced allegations of prior involvement in armed robberies, reinforcing a portrait of a gang-embedded trajectory. Harder and Jackson were both charged with second-degree deletion and armed criminal action, and Harder additionally faced a tampering with evidence count for allegedly trying to conceal or dispose of the gun.
When it comes to money, I got all kind of play. This video from Kansas City rapper Delio is evidence in a major drug conspiracy case. The rapper's real name is Liddell Smith. Prosecutors say his videos and Instagram posts helped tie together a gang called 246. After watching a home at 45th and Kensington, officials planned a raid involving 200 law enforcement officers. Prosecutors say they found 23 guns along with. They also arrested 20 men.
Yeah, that's easy for us, though.
Prosecutors say David Duncan, known as Deej, discusses forming the gang in this video.
Yeah, that way. The Wabash way, the money way, the gang way.
During the raid, Duncan was allegedly found with 3 guns, including an AK-47. At the home, officials also say they found a stolen Jeep riddled with bullet holes and with live ammunition and casings inside.
In a long-term investigation involving the FBI, Kansas City Police Department, KCPD, and the IRS, arrests were made of individuals allegedly associated with a group known as 246. The investigation uncovered a range of activities including drug distribution, violent incidents, and the group's presence on social media platforms. Several members had been sharing content such as rap videos, Instagram posts, and YouTube uploads that authorities believe were linked to the group. Among the evidence collected was a YouTube video from October 9, 2017, featuring David Duncan, one of the suspects. In the video, Duncan, identified as Heavy Pockets, is seen wearing a hat with the numbers 2.4, 6 and gold and diamond necklaces. Duncan explains the origins of the 246 group, detailing how he and his associates from different neighborhoods 24th, 43rd, and 68th came together under the 246 moniker. Authorities later arrested Duncan during a raid, recovering 3 firearms, cash, and other items of interest from his residence. The investigation also highlighted the alleged involvement of Liddell Smith, a well-known rapper in Kansas City. Smith was believed to be connected to a drug supply network in Kansas during 2017 and 2018, and authorities suspect he fled to Los Angeles after learning of a planned operation. Social media content linked to Smith and other suspects, including Martin Garner, showed references to 246 and depicted firearms and cash. Charging documents described 2 separate incidents of gunfire involving members of 246. In one case, Martin Garner and Sirico Franklin were targeted while traveling in a rental car. The vehicle was later found abandoned with bullet holes, indicating a significant shootout had occurred. Following the incident, videos posted online by Smith and Garner showed them holding weapons, with Garner making threats of retaliation. The investigation into 246 involved extensive surveillance efforts, including undercover operations and the use of pole cameras to monitor key locations. Authorities were able to track the movements of suspects and gather information on potential violent acts. In another shootout on September 9, Roy Franklin was seen on surveillance video transferring guns into a Jeep Cherokee before being involved in gunfire near 35th and Woodland. Witnesses reported seeing a passenger shooting from the vehicle, which was later found damaged and hidden at a Kensington residence. According to confidential sources, the group had been targeting individuals from a rival street gang. Authorities believe Duncan, concerned about a $50,000 contract on his life, called on Franklin and Smith to carry out a deletion of individuals he perceived as threats. During a coordinated raid, authorities found the Jeep and other evidence connected to the group, ultimately leading to the arrests of key members.
Kansas City gang members have been indicted as part of a nationwide sweep by the Department of Justice. The 7 members of the Click-Clack gang are charged with conspiracy to distribute crack. 3 of the guns seized from the gang were used in shootings, 1 in a homicide, according to police. The Jackson County prosecutor says eliminating gangs eventually means eliminating...
The investigation focused on the activities of individuals identifying themselves as members of the Click-Clack gang, a group whose name is derived from the sound associated with cocking a firearm or racking the slide of a semi-automatic handgun. This association is supported by the number of semi-automatic handguns recovered from the gang, as well as photos and videos of members with firearms. The Click-Clack gang primarily operates in a section of Kansas City bordered by 27th Street, Emmanuel Cleaver Boulevard, Jackson Avenue, and the Paseo. Throughout the investigation, law enforcement officers recovered over 20 firearms and various drugs. 3 of the recovered firearms were linked to shootings involving injuries, and 1 was connected to an unsolved deletion case. Several of the firearms were reported stolen, with 1 coming from as far away as Arizona. Additionally, 1 of the recovered firearms had been illegally modified into a sawed-off shotgun. Bifford, a singer who goes by the street name Two Gun Kevy, is featured on at least 1 CD cover where he is depicted with his face covered by a bandana and holding 2 firearms, a polymer-framed semi-automatic handgun with an extended magazine, and a machine pistol. During the execution of a search warrant at a residence on the 3700 block of Wabash Avenue, officers recovered a video camera containing footage that included various individuals showing gang affiliation, the use, sale, and possession of controlled substances, firearm possession, and evidence of collaboration in drug distribution activities.
In mid-September 2016, Kansas City launched a sweeping 2-day manhunt focused on the city's most violent fugitives. Dubbed Operation Street Audit, law enforcement marshaled 134 officers and agents from the KCPD, U.S. Marshals, FBI, and ATF, operating under the strategic umbrella of the No Violence Alliance. Their objective: clear outstanding warrants held by individuals tied to shootings, robberies, and other major felonies. Over the course of the operation, teams fanned out across more than 200 locations, executing coordinated arrests and warrants. The results were striking. 34 fugitives were taken into custody and 170 outstanding warrants, local, state, and federal, were cleared. Many of those arrested were known gang members or high-priority offenders linked to violent crime. Authorities viewed the sweep not just as arrests, but as a tactical strike against the cycle of retribution and escalation. Research cited during planning estimated that such violent offenders were 550 times more likely to become homicide victims if left at large, underscoring the urgency of removing them preemptively. In the days after, several neighborhoods saw a measurable dip in shootings and retaliatory violence. Law enforcement considered the sweep a validation of collaborative enforcement with federal and local agencies able to rapidly mobilize against street-level gun threats. Ultimately, Operation Street Audit signaled that KC's leadership was willing to deploy large-scale resources to stem violent crime and delivered a powerful message. No matter how entrenched, violent actors would be made to answer. In mid-2025, Kansas City's ICE unit arrested Mario Torres Lopez, a Mexican national with deep connections to the Serranos gang, after discovering he had illegally re-entered the U.S. for the 5th time. Torres Lopez had previously been deported in 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2022, yet repeatedly returned and continued criminal activity. While behind bars in the U.S., he formally affiliated himself with the Serranos, a gang rooted in Southern California with ties to the Mexican mafia, and maintained that connection across state lines. His criminal record is extensive. In 2012, in Indianapolis, he was arrested for resisting arrest and endangering children by illegally passing a school bus. Later, he was convicted of multiple federal illegal reentry offenses, receiving 30 days in 2017, 18 months in 2018, and 21 months in 2020. He also violated supervised release and was sent back to prison in 2022. Despite this history, Torres Lopez again crossed the border. ICE officials described him as exactly the kind of threat we are determined to find. On July 20, 2025, ICE's Kansas City field office captured him in a targeted operation. His prior removal order was reinstated, and he remains in ICE custody pending federal prosecution for illegal reentry and future deportation. ICE praised the arrest as a success in removing a repeat gang affiliate whose pattern of crime and reentry posed a consistent danger to multiple communities.
Investigators have provided details regarding the significant law enforcement presence in Charleston, Missouri on Thursday, July 20. Local, state, and federal authorities executed a search warrant at a residence on Locust Street, marking a key moment in a nearly 3-year investigation. During a news conference, Mississippi County Sheriff Britton Farrell confirmed that 6 individuals were taken into custody. Attorney Saylor A. Fleming, those arrested are members of the Just Bout Money, JBM gang, which is based in Charleston. Fleming noted that JBM is believed to be the primary supplier in southeast Missouri. The FBI St. Louis division also reported that other members of the gang were apprehended in Arkansas, Georgia, and North Carolina. All 19 defendants face charges related to conspiracy to distribute and possess controlled substances with intent to distribute. 2 of the individuals charged are identified as the leaders of the JBM gang. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Missouri named Demarcus P. Turner and Jadarius A. McCain as the leaders of the gang. Turner is currently in custody in connection with a July 2022 incident in Sikeston involving the deletion of a woman. Court documents reveal that hundreds of thousands of dollars and significant quantities of drugs have been seized in connection with the investigation. Investigators indicated that the gang received narcotics through various means, including shipments via mail and couriers who traveled to suppliers by plane or car. The court papers explained that the couriers carried suitcases filled with large amounts of drugs, and they were frequently intercepted by authorities. In addition to drug trafficking, JBM members have been linked to multiple incidents of violence, including shootings in southeast Missouri and southern Illinois. Investigators specifically referenced a JBM hosted event on February 19, 2022, during which 2 individuals were deleted and 14 others were injured. Sheriff Farrell emphasized the impact of JBM on the Charleston community, expressing that the gang's drug distribution activities have posed a significant threat to the safety of local residents.
This group started in like 2019, 18, somewhere in that. They were in high school here in town.
Detective Josh Golightly is talking about a criminal street gang in Sikeston known as the Knot Boys, WYHA.
A couple of them are aspiring artists. They say that they're rappers, they make music, and the artwork for their albums are all kind of focused towards the gang. When you start singing or rapping about specific events that we know have happened, I think that kind of changes how that works.
As they track criminal activity tied to members of the Knot Boys, Golightly says they created this chart designed to show the relationship between members, weapons, and crimes committed mainly in Sikeston.
In a coordinated operation in southeast Missouri, authorities arrested 19 individuals as part of a street gang roundup on Thursday morning. Sergeant Devin Wiersham of Sikeston's Department of Public Safety, who led one of the arrest teams, explained that all of the suspects, identified as members of the Knot Boys, share common involvement with illegal activities. These activities include dealing with firearms, drugs, and being associated with incidents of violence. The arrests were part of a planned operation that involved 7 groups of officers, each assigned to apprehend suspects from the list of 25 individuals indicted for gang-related offenses. The legal statute under which these individuals were indicted defines a criminal street gang as a group of more than 5 people who have been continuously involved in criminal activities for more than 5 years. McMillan clarified that those included in the roundup had been directly involved in illegal actions. As the operation unfolded.
First here at 5, a gang accused of bringing so much trouble and violence into our region has been busted.
Yeah, within the last hour, St. Louis police and the feds unveiled new information about the dismantling of what's called the 55 Boys. Police say they've been working in specific areas, especially on the city's south side. 55 Boys, we know, have been operating on the state's streets, which generally include the neighborhoods that are marked here on your screen. They hug that I-55 corridor.
The streets of St. Louis City are safer tonight, as federal and local law enforcement say they've dismantled a prominent St. Louis street gang known for being a leading seller of the drug fentanyl. Investigators say Devontae Jizzlebucks Lindsay and Andre LaHalf Pearson led the 55 Boys and were sentenced to more than a decade in prison earlier this month.
Picture this: 2 rappers from South St. Louis, not just performing on stage, they're running the streets. They took 5 separate gangs and merged them into one organization. They flooded the entire south side of St. Louis with Fenty. They advertised their product over text message like it was a delivery service. They built a criminal empire large enough to control a significant portion of South St. Louis's entire drug supply. And to celebrate, they had a custom diamond chain made, 1,456 individual stones. Wait, scratch that. 2,500 tiny diamonds. The chain said it all. 55 Boys. That was the name. That was the brand. That was the threat. But in September 2024, after 3 years of federal heat from 3 separate agencies, the United States government dismantled it all. 15 gang members convicted. Sentences handed down. Homes seized. Cash seized. Guns seized. And yes, the diamond chain? Gone. This is the story of the 55 Boys.
That they say disrupted a large drug trafficking organization in St. Louis City. Authorities say 15 members or associates of the South St. Louis gang called the 55 Boys have been sentenced. Some of the items seized in the bus: 24 guns, thousands of deadly fentanyl capsules, more than $100,000 in cash, diamond jewelry worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and 2 vehicles. Investigators showed paintings of who they called the ringleaders. 27-year-old rapper Devontae Lindsay was sentenced to 9 to 12 years in prison, and 28-year-old Andre Pearson was sentenced to 11 years in prison.
South St. Louis South City, as locals call it, has always had a layered street landscape. Multiple crews, multiple sets, multiple blocks, all operating independently, competing for turf, customers, money, and respect. 2 men looked at that fragmented landscape and saw an opportunity. Devontae Lindsay, known on the streets and in the recording booth as Jizzlebex, was 24 years old when he and his co-leader, Andre Pearson, known as La Half, started building something bigger than either of them had run before. They didn't just recruit new soldiers, they absorbed entire gangs. 5 of them: YPG Young Project Goons, TKO Team Knockout, The Strip, Pressure Gang, and Cave. 5 separate organizations, each with their own members, their own history, their own territory. Lindsay and Pearson brought them together under a single name, a single structure, a single chain of command. And the name they chose? The 55 Boys. A direct reference to Interstate 55, the highway that cuts right through South St. Louis, the corridor they intended to own. That merger was the moment a loosely connected group of street-level crews became something federal prosecutors would later describe as a criminal enterprise. By consolidating 5 organizations, Lindsay and Pearson didn't just add numbers, they created a network. Supply chains, distribution routes, shared muscle for protection, a hierarchy that ran from top leadership down to street-level dealers. The math was simple. One unified organization could control far more territory than 5 fragmented ones. And that's exactly what they did. At their peak, the 55 Boys were responsible for a significant amount of the fentanyl being sold in South St. Louis. Not a significant amount for a small crew. A significant amount for an entire neighborhood, a whole section of a major American city. South St. Louis South City, as locals call it, has always had a layered street landscape. Multiple crews, multiple sets, multiple blocks, all operating independently, competing for turf, customers, money, and respect. 2 men looked at that fragmented landscape and saw an opportunity. Davante Lindsay, known on the streets and in the recording booth as Jizzlebugs, was 24 years old when he and his co-leader, Andre Pearson, known as La Half, started building something bigger than either of them had run before. They didn't just recruit new soldiers, they absorbed entire gangs. 5 of them: YPG Young Project Goons, TKO Team Knockout, The Strip, Pressure Gang, and Cave. 5 separate organizations, each with their own members, their own history, their own territory. Lindsay and Pearson brought them together under a single name, a single structure, a single chain of command. And the name they chose? The 55 Boys. A direct reference to Interstate 55, the highway that cuts right through South St. Louis, the corridor they intended to own. That merger was the moment a loosely connected group of street-level crews became something federal prosecutors would later describe as a criminal enterprise. By consolidating 5 organizations, Lindsay and Pearson didn't just add numbers, they created a network. Supply chains, distribution routes, shared muscle for protection, a hierarchy that ran from top leadership down to street-level dealers. The math was simple. One unified organization could control far more territory than 5 fragmented ones. And that's exactly what they did. At their peak, the 55 Boys were responsible for a significant amount of the fentanyl being sold in South St. Louis. Not a significant amount for a small crew. A significant amount for an entire neighborhood, a whole section of a major American
Well,
city.
Mike, according to federal prosecutors, members of the 55 Boys street gang were using cell phones to set up drug deals and even sending out mass text messages pushing their product, fentanyl. From there, IRS criminal investigators just simply followed the flow of money. Since September of 2021, St. Louis Metro Police investigators have had their sights set on getting fentanyl off the streets of St. Louis.
We know drug sales can have major ripple effects, including robbery, shootings, and violence.
3 years later, Police Chief Robert Tracy believes his department is one step closer to achieving that goal.
St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department and its federal partners did everything possible to dismantle the 55 Boys, a known violent street gang responsible for criminal activity.
Though the 55 Boys may not be a household name to many St. Louisans,
they were both the targets of drug-linked shootings as well as the perpetrators of such violence.
Fleming believes the flow of drugs will now be severely impacted by the convictions of 15 members of the 55 Boys, including local rapper Devontae "Jizzlebucks" Lindsay.
The leaders of this gang, Devontae Lindsay, was sentenced earlier this month to 12 years in the Bureau of Prisons, and another, Andre Pearson, received an 11-year sentence.
Devontae Lindsay wasn't just a gang leader. He was a rapper. Under the name Jizzlebucks, he recorded and released music, and prosecutors later described him as the face of the gang. His music career wasn't separate from his criminal operation. It was intertwined with it. Court documents confirmed it directly. Lindsay rapped about the 55 Boys. He rapped about Fenty distribution. He rapped about the illegal activity that his crew was engaged in on the streets of South St. Louis. He put his own enterprise on the record, literally. And when federal prosecutors built their case, those lyrics became evidence. His own words, in his own voice, laid out over a beat for the world to hear, ended up in court documents as documentation of what he was running. Andre Pearson, La Half, also maintained a music career alongside his role as co-leader of the organization. Two men who publicly performed as artists while privately overseeing one of South St. Louis's most active fentanyl networks. The 55 Boys case became a textbook example of what prosecutors called the intersection of hip-hop and street crime, not because music was the crime, but because these men used music to publicly document their criminal identity, never considering that their own words might one day be used against them in a federal courtroom. The booth wasn't a sanctuary. It was a confession.
Man. Tell the labels, come on. You hear me? Eat that. Me and eat that.
Oh, I need a new one. These niggas faking on my name, want me to blues them. What's the point of having soldiers, dog, if you can't use them? My boy gorillas, but to the system can't lose them. Going through hell, trying to touch 100 bands. Stole from and lied to, I thought you was my man. You supposed to be here with me, dog, I swore that was the plan. But niggas turned their back, I won't let it happen.
55 Boys didn't happen overnight. It took 3 years, 3 separate federal agencies, and a coordinated effort that ultimately left every single member of the organization convicted. It started in September 2021. The St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department launched a Fenty investigation targeting a distribution ring operating in South St. Louis. At that point, they didn't necessarily know the full scope of what they were dealing with. They were following the drugs. At roughly the same time, the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, was running its own independent investigation. Their focus wasn't drugs, it was guns. ATF agents tracking illegal firearms trafficking kept encountering the same names, the same people, the same organization. Gang members with drugs in one hand and guns in the other. When ATF compared notes with SLMPD, 2 separate investigations pointed at the same target, the 55 Boys. Then came the third agency. The IRS Criminal Investigation Division joined the case to do what they do best: follow the money. IRS Assistant Special Agent Melissa McFadden explained it simply. Because of the IRS investigative financial expertise, it's not unusual for us to be asked to conduct money laundering investigations. The homes bought with drug money, the cash piles, the asset accumulation, all of it fell under IRS scrutiny. 3 agencies, 1 target. The net was tightening. In April 2022, approximately 7 months into the coordinated investigation, federal prosecutors handed down the first indictment. Devontae Lindsay, Andre Pearson, and 5 others were charged with conspiracy to distribute Fenty, along with additional charges covering firearms possession in furtherance of drug trafficking and witness tampering conspiracy. But they weren't done. On June 8, 2022, a superseding indictment dropped, adding 7 more defendants to the case, including Edward "Edit" Hopkins, 22 years old. The circle of accountability expanded with each court filing. The case was prosecuted under Project Safe Neighborhoods, the federal initiative that brings together law enforcement at every level with a singular goal: dismantle violent criminal organizations completely. That's exactly what happened.
The gang accused of bringing so much trouble into our region has been busted.
Yeah, within the last hour, St. Louis police and the feds unveiled new information about the dismantling of what's called the 55. Police say they've been working in specific areas, especially on the city's south side. 55 boys we know have been operating on the state's streets, which generally include the neighborhoods that are marked here on your screen. They hug that I-55 corridor. First Alert 4's Caroline Hecker.
St. Louis City are safer tonight as federal and local law enforcement say they've dismantled a prominent St. Louis street gang known for being a leading seller of the drug fentanyl. Investigators say Devontae Jizzlebucks Lindsay and Andre LaHalf Pearson led the 55 boys and were sentenced to more than a decade in prison.
No, it's some kid in the car. Oh, it's a baby in the car. They tripping. No, that's a midget. That's like Lil. Is that Lil Half? Oh, that's Lil Half! No, that's Lil Half! That's Lil Half! Oh, that's the rapper! Oh, they got the rapper!
Sentencing began in September 2024, 3 years after the investigation opened. On September 9, 2024, Devontae Jizzlebucks Lindsay, 27 years old, stood before a federal judge in the Eastern District of Missouri. The verdict was already in. The sentence: 12 years in federal prison. 12 years. The man who built the 55 boys from a merger of 5 separate street gangs, who put his own criminal enterprise on wax, who advertised Fendi via text message and bought houses with drug money, sentenced to over a decade behind bars. 11 days later, on September 20, 2024, Andre LaHalf Pearson, 28 years old, received his sentence. 11 years. Then on September 30th, 2024, the final round of sentencing concluded. The remaining defendants in the initial phase, all 13 of them appeared before the court. When it was over, every single one had been convicted and sentenced. Here is the complete roll call of the 55 boys. Edward Ed Hopkins, 22. Tony Evans, 35. Raven Johnson, 29. Douglas Simpson, 35. Jeffrey Moore, 26. Sean Liggins, 22. Omar Lewis, 23. Jamond Huncho Dismukes, 24. Traven Weatherspoon, 34. Eric Simmons, 30. Armani Tatum, 33. And then the Lindsay family. Willie Lindsay, 44. Bertha Lindsay, 43. Both sentenced on September 30th, 2024. Related to Devontae Lindsay, convicted alongside him. 4 members of the same family: Devontae, Willie, Bertha, and later Javon Lindsay, age 20, all pulled into the same federal case. The gang didn't just run through a neighborhood, it ran through a family tree. A second phase of defendants, those who entered separate guilty pleas, also faced justice. Martez Lindsay, 32, another family connection. Jaheim Day Young, 23. Joran Tate, 24. Jonetta Phillips, 33. All convicted, all sentenced. Javon Lindsay, at 20 years old, pleaded guilty and awaited sentencing. The total picture: 15 primary defendants convicted and sentenced in the initial phase. 5 more defendants in Phase 2 convicted and sentenced or awaiting sentencing. Conviction rate: 100%. Not a single member of the 55 boys who was indicted walked free. Stop for a moment and sit with this detail. In a gang prosecution involving 20 total defendants, 4 people share the last name Lindsay. The gang's founder, Devontae, at 27. His older relative, Willie, 44. Bertha Lindsay, 43. And the youngest, Javon, just 20 years old. 4 generations of a single family caught up in the same criminal organization. Some built it, some participated in it, some were born into it, all of them convicted. That fact, more than almost any other detail in this case, tells you how deeply the 55 boys' roots ran not just into South St. Louis streets, but into households, into families, into the lives of people who perhaps never had a clear line between what was normal and what was criminal. The feds didn't just take down a gang. In the Lindsay family's case, they dismantled a multi-generational criminal legacy. By October 2024, it was official. The 55 Boys, the organization that Devontae Lindsay and Andre Pearson had built from 5 separate gangs, named for the interstate running through their territory, was gone. The 2 homes purchased with drug money, forfeited to the government. The cash value of a 3rd property, forfeited. The 2 vehicles, seized. The $120,000 in cash, gone. The 2 dozen firearms, off the streets. The diamond-encrusted 55 Boys chain with its 2,500 tiny stones, surrendered as evidence of a criminal enterprise. The entire infrastructure, financial, physical, material, was stripped away. South St. Louis had been dealing with a gang that controlled a significant share of its Fendi supply for years. A gang that used violence both offensively and defensively. A gang that recruited broadly, operated digitally, and put its own identity on record in the music it produced. Now, for the first time in years, that gang no longer existed in any functional form. U.S. Attorney Sailor Fleming's office had achieved what Project Safe Neighborhoods was designed to achieve: complete organizational incapacitation. Not just arrests, not just seizures, total dismantlement. The 55 Boys are done. 15 convicted in the first phase, 5 more in the second. The leaders Jizzlebucks and La have looking at a combined 23 years in federal prison before they see the street again. That's what 3 years of coordinated federal investigation looks like when it works. SLMPD followed the drugs. ATF followed the guns. IRS followed the money. All 3 roads led to the same place. And when it was over, there was nothing left to dismantle. That's the full story of the 55 Boys, how 2 rappers from South St. Louis built a Fendi empire from 5 street gangs, flaunted it in diamonds and music, and watched it all come apart under 3 years of federal pressure. Next video, we're going deep on another major gang takedown federal case. Multiple defendants, real names, and real sentences. You don't want to miss it. If you're new to the channel, subscribe now. AllScoopsMedia covers the cases the mainstream glosses over, verified, sourced, and told the way it actually went down. Hit the like button if this one hit different.
This video from Kansas City rapper Delio is evidence in a major drug conspiracy case. The rapper's real name is Liddell Smith. Prosecutors say his videos and Instagram posts helped tie together a gang called 246. After watching a home at 45th and Kensington, officials planned a raid involving 200 law enforcement officers. Prosecutors say they found 23 guns.
Yeah, that's easy for us, though.
Prosecutors say David Duncan, known as Deej, discusses forming the gang in this video.
Yeah, that way. The Wabash way, the money way, the gang way.
During the raid, Duncan was allegedly found with 3 guns, including an AK-47. At the home, officials also say they found a stolen Jeep riddled with bullet holes and with live ammunition and casings inside. Court documents say the drug conspiracy began back in 2011.
Kansas City, Missouri has long been carved up by neighborhood lines and street rivalries. And out of that geography emerged the 246 gang and alliance pulling members from the 24th, 43rd, and 68th streets. At its peak, prosecutors say 246 blended street hustle with image-driven intimidation, drug distribution by day, and a curated persona by night through YouTube videos and social media posts flashing rifles, cash, and jewelry stamped with 246. 2 men sat at the center of it all: Liddell, Delio Smith, and Roy Franklin Jr., who leveraged local rap notoriety to project status while running a multi-year narcotics and firearms enterprise that bled violence into school zones, daycares, and residential blocks on the city's east side. Federal attention locked onto the crew in 2017 after a run of shootings and overdoses traced back to houses tied to 246. Investigators built a picture of a hybrid operation moving various drugs, using a stash location in the 4,400 block of Kensington Avenue that sat within 1,000 feet of George Washington Carver Dual Language Elementary School. Agents said the address was never truly a home. It functioned as a clubhouse and warehouse where guns were staged, drugs were weighed, and plans were made, including, according to trial evidence, a drive-by shooting outside a daycare where children were present. By October 2019, the investigation culminated in coordinated warrants across the metro. At the Kensington stash spot, officers seized multiple Glocks, a Century Arms 7.62-39 pistol, 2 assault-style rifles, and a stolen vehicle linked to a previous drive-by. Arrest teams simultaneously moved on apartments tied to key figures. At Smith's residence, they recovered codeine, more than $31,000 in cash, and over $40,000 in jewelry. At co-defendant David D.J. Duncan IV's apartment, they found 2 7.62-39 rifles, a Glock 9, loaded magazines, $7,100 in cash, and oxy packaged for distribution. The inventory underscored how the gang's social media optics, guns, designer fits, stacks of money weren't mere props. While his music reportedly brought in only a few $100s, records showed he spent about $54,000 at Hall's department store and over $27,000 on rental cars between 2017 and 2019, not counting other designer purchases seized by agents. For the government, those numbers told a straightforward story: street proceeds funding a lifestyle that the videos were designed to amplify, which in turn reinforced the gang's reach and recruitment. In September 2022, a federal jury found Smith and Franklin guilty of conspiring to distribute, conspiring to possess firearms in furtherance of drug trafficking, committing a drive-by shooting and discharging a firearm during a crime of violence, and maintaining a drug-involved premises inside a protected school zone. Smith was additionally convicted on a slate of individual drug and gun counts, including multiple distributions of both generally and within 1,000 feet of a school. Franklin was convicted on parallel counts, including the drive-by and school zone offenses, as the jury accepted the government's framing of 246 as a violent, organized street enterprise. Sentencing in August 2023 delivered the reckoning. U.S. District Judge Greg Case imposed 35 years in federal prison without parole on Liddell Delio Smith and 30 years without parole on Roy Franklin Jr., 2 of the stiffest gang sentences in recent Kansas City memory. The no-parole federal system means both men will serve the vast majority of those terms. The court emphasized the proximity of the drug house to an elementary school, the use of high-powered firearms, and the daycare drive-by as aggravating markers of community harm that warranted decades-long incapacitation. Travis L. Cook, known on the streets as Trev, was identified by federal prosecutors as the leader of the South Benton Gang, one of 3 Kansas City sets linked together under the banner of the South Park Clique. According to investigators, Cook's group worked closely with the Parkside Greasies led by Stephen Bizzle Lee and the Click Clack Gang led by Charles Williams. Together, they allegedly formed an alliance responsible for drug trafficking, armed assaults, and retaliatory shootings stretching back more than a decade. On August 24, 2023, Cook was arrested in a massive coordinated operation involving more than 140 local, state, and federal officers. The sweep targeted gang strongholds across South Kansas City, resulting in multiple arrests and the seizure of 27 firearms, including machine guns, along with large quantities of various drugs and cash. Federal prosecutors charged Cook under RICO statutes with racketeering, conspiracy to distribute narcotics, and conspiracy, accusing him of helping to plan armed attacks and overseeing drug distribution networks tied to the South Benton territory. Authorities described him as a shot caller whose influence extended beyond his own set, helping enforce discipline and maintain alliances among the South Park clique.
Rapper is headed to prison on gun charges. Arthur Presley, also known as 30 Deep Grimy, was already a convicted felon when he was caught with a gun. After getting caught, he tried to falsify a bill of sale to try and prove that the gun was in fact somebody else's.
Arthur Presley, 25, a St. Louis rapper known as 30 Deep Grimy and identified by investigators as a leader of the 30 Deep Gang, was stopped by police in early 2021 with a loaded Beretta 9 next to him. Because of prior felony convictions for unlawful use of a weapon, he was prohibited from possessing firearms. Detectives later recovered social media photos showing Presley holding the same pistol, its serial number visible, and pulled text messages in which he asked a contact to fabricate a bill of sale to make it appear the gun belonged to someone else. He even brought a bogus receipt to the first day of trial. Prosecutors established that Presley had possessed the Beretta multiple times between October 4, 2021, the day after it was purchased, and the January 5, 2022 traffic stop where officers saw the gun in plain view. In February 2023, Presley pleaded guilty in federal court to being a felon in possession of a firearm, and U.S. District Judge Stephen R. Clark sentenced him to 7 years and 8 months in prison. Authorities say 41-year-old Charles Montier, recently promoted president of the Galloping Goose Motorcycle Club's Lake Ozark chapter, was arrested after a March 2025 Pettis County Sheriff's raid on a Sedalia home. Deputies report seizing nearly an ounce of meth, about 10 grams of Fenty, LS, 3 handguns with ammunition, and assorted paraphernalia, along with Galloping Goose patches and logos. Prosecutors charged Montier with participating in criminal street gang activity, second-degree drug trafficking, delivery of a controlled substance, unlawful use of a weapon, armed criminal action, tampering with evidence, and interference with legal process. 2 others picked up in the same search. Ezekiel Josiah King, a Springfield rapper identified by authorities as a leader of the LOTTO Gang, drew national attention when he received a 6.5-year federal sentence in September 2024 for unlawful firearm possession. King had pleaded guilty in January 2024 to being an unlawful user of a controlled substance in possession of firearms. The case stems from a February 15, 2022 traffic stop where detectives found him driving a Nissan Altima with a loaded Glock 45 29-round magazine, an Anderson AR-15 rifle with 31 rounds, additional magazines, and Mary. King told officers he regularly smoked Mary, making his gun possession illegal under federal law at the time, and said he'd been driving erratically out of fear of a rival gang. Investigators later linked the seized weapons via ballistics to a January 30, 2022 gang-related drive-by shooting of a residence, and court records noted King as a suspect or person of interest in a separate downtown shooting that left 2 dead and others injured. Citing his leadership role in LOTTO and the gun violence connected to the case, a federal judge imposed a 78-month prison term. In coastal North Carolina's Onslow County, a self-styled white supremacist prison-to-street crew calling itself the Aryan Kings tried to harden fear into power. At the center was David Milamaka, D.C., who prosecutors say founded and led the set, using meth and H pipelines, intimidation, and headline-grabbing violence to cement control. By the time federal task force agents finished their work, Milam wasn't broadcasting ideology, he was standing for sentencing. In 2018, local tips and federal intelligence flagged the Aryan Kings for a pattern of high-volume narcotic sales and violent acts, assaults including machete attacks, witness intimidation, and even shots fired at law enforcement. Search warrants at residences tied to Milam pulled the mask off the brand and exposed a working drug and gun platform. 31 grams of meth, 27 grams of H recovered from Milam's own bedroom, and accountability evidence tying him to at least 2 kilograms of meth across the conspiracy. Agents also seized a small armory, a loaded .40, 2 9 pistols, a .22 rifle, and 2 assault-style rifles alongside extremist gear, a gas mask marked AK Aryan Kings, swastikas, 88 insignia, a written Aryan Kings creed, and a defaced U.S. flag with swastikas. Federal prosecutors charged Milam with a broad narcotics conspiracy, possession with intent to distribute, and felon in possession of firearms. He pleaded guilty to the core drug counts and the gun offense. Even while awaiting judgment, Millen kept pushing. Investigators say he helped orchestrate contraband smuggling into Pamlico County Jail. When officers searched his cell on July 23, 2021, he refused orders and punched a detention officer in the face, injuring a second officer in the struggle, an episode that showed the gang's control ethos didn't stop at the gate. A federal judge—
City by city, case by case. The pattern never really changed, only the names did. Power, money, loyalty, retaliation, and the constant pressure of law enforcement trying to break the cycle. A drug empire built on phones and text messages. A drive-by near a daycare. An alliance that ran guns and settled scores through intimidation. And over, the same twist. The music clout and the social media posts that made these men famous became the very evidence that put them away. What these cases reveal, when you line them up side by side, is that gang activity in Missouri was never just a big city problem. It runs from St. Louis to Kansas City, but it also reaches into Springfield, into Sedalia, into the Lake Country, and the investigations chasing it cross the same lines, stitched together through federal task forces, wiretaps, and RICO statutes built to prove the whole organization. Not just a single crime, but behind every indictment count and every seizure is a real community and real people. The neighborhoods trying to heal, the young lives lost to retaliation, the families on both sides of the courtroom left to make sense of it. They're the ones who carry the weight, and they're the reason these stories matter. So the question is the one that never fully goes away. Do these takedowns actually break the cycle, or do they just clear the board for the next crew to rise?
Officers have been following a gang known as BL 800, and they've been instigating crime on the west side of the city, specifically in Wedgwood and South Park apartments.
They weren't the traditional drug dealer on the corner and operating a trap house street gang. In fact, this gang was so violent that other drug dealers wouldn't even deal with them.
Klaus says the group relied on theft.
They mount up in cars full of guys, and there'll be several cars at a time, and they go to Easton, Tuttle, Polaris, all the different parking lots all around Columbus, and they just go through like a swarm of locusts and track car handles.
Detectives say they've arrested 21 different members and charged them with gang-related crimes.
In an aggressive effort to curb gang violence in Columbus, Ohio, law enforcement officials have made major strides against the BL 800 gang, also known as Band to Life 800. Originating from the 800 block of Wedgwood Drive, the gang primarily operated in the Wedgwood and South Park apartment complexes on the city's west side. Composed mostly of individuals aged 14 to 25, BL 800 has been linked to theft, drug trafficking, armed robbery, and a series of violent crimes. Authorities launched a multi-agency investigation into the gang's activities, culminating in the arrests and indictments of at least 21 individuals by early 2024. The gang's control over its territory was maintained through threats and intimidation, often preventing witnesses from coming forward. One of the most high-profile cases involved the August 2022 fatal shooting of 32-year-old Miguel Oriola, who met his demise in a drive by shooting linked to gang retaliation.
2 men will now be in prison for at least the next 15 years. The prosecutor's office says in August of 2022, the men shot a man inside his vehicle on Wicklow Road in the Hilltop. Both suspects are a part of the BL 800 gang, which terrorized the Wedgwood apartment complex for years.
2 gang members, Hussein Bilal and Abdulkader Shindi Ahmed, later pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter and were sentenced to 15 to 20 years in prison. Another key figure, Bush Salat, was sentenced to 18 to 21 years after pleading guilty to multiple crimes, including participating in a criminal gang robbery and 2 separate shootings that occurred in early 2023.
Perkins Township police say 6 members of a gang have been connected to a series of home and business break-ins in Lucas, Wood, and Erie counties. According to police, the Cholo gang members have been indicted in the scheme. Among those who is charged is Don Eames. That is a familiar name because he is also one of the people charged with
and kidnappings of Toledo teens Kamarian Wilder and Kashawn
In April
Pittman.
2023, authorities in Northwest Ohio announced the indictment of 6 individuals believed to be part of the Cholo Gang, a Toledo-based criminal network accused of carrying out a wave of thefts and violent crimes spanning multiple counties. The group faces a wide range of charges, including engaging in a pattern of corrupt activity, participating in a criminal gang, burglary, breaking and entering, and safe-cracking. The suspects, Don Eames, Joshua Schultz, Tyler Lorenzen, Isiah Yulis, Caleb Rowell, and Willie Roberts, allegedly orchestrated a series of smash-and-grab burglaries and auto thefts. One of the most notable incidents occurred in July 2022, when members of the crew traveled to Erie County and committed several break-ins, targeting both commercial businesses and private residences in Huron. Among the stolen items were approximately $16,000 worth of merchandise from Dick's Sporting Goods, along with evidence of forced entry and safe cracking at Huron Market. Investigators were able to track the suspects to a hotel in Perrysburg, where they recovered stolen vehicles and much of the stolen property. Further investigation revealed the Cholo Gang was already under surveillance by law enforcement agencies in Wood and Lucas counties for similar crimes, suggesting a broader criminal operation spanning several jurisdictions. In terms of convictions, Joshua Schultz, 20, received a 7 to 10.5-year prison sentence for his role in the Erie County thefts. Another suspect, Don Eames, 21, is facing separate and far more serious charges in Toledo, including kidnapping and deletion related to the 2022 deaths of local teens Kashawn Pittman and Kamarian Wilder.
Right now, 16 violent criminals are facing charges as part of a years-long investigation. CPD's gang unit arrested members of the Livingston-Lonsdale Blood Gang, and police say they're responsible for trafficking drugs near schools and violent crimes.
Come here, you got one for your arrest, bub.
This is body-worn camera video of arrests of what police call violent Livingston-Lonsdale Blood Gang members earlier this month.
Born and raised out here, and my parents still live out here.
Chandler Tennant saw a poster CPD put up of the suspects this afternoon explaining how many charges each are facing.
I was kind of shocked because I'm just like, I grew up with him, and we used to play together, and, you know, we used to play curveball and basketball together. I didn't even know, you know, they were doing that type of stuff, and it kind of shocked me.
In November 2024, the Columbus Division of Police announced the successful conclusion of a major 2-year investigation, Operation Pocket Aces, which targeted the Livingston and Lonsdale Bloods, a violent subset of the National Bloods gang operating within Columbus, Ohio. The operation resulted in the indictment of 16 individuals on a sweeping 149 felony charges, ranging from drug trafficking and weapons offenses to attempted murder and felonious assault. Authorities uncovered an expansive drug distribution network operated by the gang, involving trafficking. Many of these transactions were conducted near schools, intensifying the legal consequences and further endangering local communities. During the course of the investigation, police executed more than 20 search warrants, seizing 56 firearms, including 2 modified to fire as fully automatic weapons, along with over $156,000 in cash and large quantities of illicit narcotics. Assistant Chief Lashana Potts described the Livingston and Lonsdale Bloods as one of the most dangerous and disruptive criminal organizations in our community. She emphasized that the success of Operation Pocket Aces reflects the department's unwavering commitment to combating organized gang violence and restoring public safety.
Violent and dangerous Columbus Crips gang members accused of terrorizing an entire neighborhood are off the streets. U.S. Attorney General Jeff Sessions made the announcement in Columbus today.
15 of the alleged gang members are locked up tonight, but these 4 men police continue to look for: Eric Henderson Jr., Michael Henderson, Thomas Seals, and DeJuan Robinson.
Of the 4 alleged Crip gang members who were named in a major indictment yesterday but had not been arrested are in custody tonight. Columbus police say they arrested Michael Henderson and DeJuan Robinson, then turned himself in. They are still looking for Eric Henderson Jr. and Thomas Seals, the 4 among 19 indicted in an alleged racketeering conspiracy that the Department of Justice says includes 5. The DOJ says most of the people in that indictment lived in the King Lincoln district.
Despite it all, this community hopes things will get better, especially after Columbus police removed the alleged gang members off the streets. The arrest hit too close to home for Al Edmondson.
I started recognizing some of the young men that came to this barbershop that were involved.
Edmondson's barbershop, a cut above the rest, has been on North 20th Street for more than 20 years. This father tells him he's seen it all out here, thinks he knows the root of the problem.
Since these kids grow up in this neighborhood, and a lot of them don't have fathers.
There were gunshots.
She says she had just spoken to the victim as 20-year-old William Moore walked along the sidewalk. But in a matter of seconds, violence broke through the morning silence, sending a swarm of police into this near North Side Columbus neighborhood.
Once I heard the gunshots go off, I jumped out my car and ran into the house and woke up my boyfriend and told him to come outside. I just heard someone get shot.
Police say witnesses told them they heard 4 to 5 shots. Although shot in the upper part of his body, investigators say Moore somehow managed to stagger more than a block away to a nearby Wheatland food store at Mount Vernon and Graham. Jisan Arwahnan was there working.
This guy, he just come in the store and he said to me, "Please help me, I got shot."
The young man was taken to Gran Medical Center in critical, but doctors weren't able to save him. And as police continue their investigation, Charlotta Atwell and her neighbors watch and wonder when it will all end.
The deletion of William Moore, March 15, 2013. Moore's death was one of several tied to the gang's internal power struggles and retaliation against rivals.
New tonight, the search is on for a gunman who police say killed one man and injured another at a gas station on the corner of Lexington and 5th Avenues.
Police have identified him as 26-year-old Marvin Ector. And a detective on the scene told me that that second victim, 31-year-old Darnell Gammon, was shot once and is now recovering here at Grant Medical Center. This all happened earlier this evening at a Sunoco gas station at the intersection of East 5th and Lexington Avenues. Columbus police say it's unclear what triggered that shooting, but when they arrived on the scene, they found Marvin Ector in the front seat of a car. The engine was still running and the back window of the car was shattered. Investigators say they're looking for a green truck that was seen fleeing the area shortly after the shooting. The victim's family members showed up at the scene clearly distraught.
Son's accused killer face a judge. Well, this heart-wrenching story all started Friday at the Express Mart on East 5th Avenue near Peters Avenue. That's where police say 18-year-old Marterius Grace shot into a parked car, hitting 3 people, including 7-year-old Deontay Fisher, who later died from his wound.
I can tell you that $2 million, that's exactly what the judge set, and the victim's mother in this case doesn't believe he'll be able to post it. Marterius Grace walking into that courtroom this morning, learning he would have that $2 million bond, expected now back in court March 14th. The prosecutors requesting a high bond in this case, saying that the incident may have been fueled by an ongoing rival between 2 gangs, and stated that retaliation could be likely from both sides. All of this from that fatal shooting Friday in the 900 block of East 5th Avenue. 7-year-old Deontay Fisher was shot and died. 3 others inside, including 2 more children, were also shot.
Under very heavy security, Grace stood, said nothing, but smiled at the jurors as they were each asked about their guilty verdicts.
We, the jury, further find the defendant did commit the offense while participating in a criminal gang.
Investigators and gang members say Grace is a member of the Atchison Crips gangsters, leading to 20 deputies and plainclothes officers in the courtroom for the verdict.
The Trevitt and Atchison Crips, widely known as the TNA Crips, were a violent street gang based in the King Lincoln district of Columbus, Ohio. Named after the 2 streets that define their territory, the gang established a reputation for fear, violence, and control throughout the east side of the city. Between 2010 and 2018, the TNA Crips were involved in a series of brutal crimes, culminating in a sweeping federal indictment that would go down as one of the largest gang crackdowns in Ohio's modern history. In September 2018, a federal grand jury indicted 19 alleged members of the gang on racketeering conspiracy charges. The indictment outlined a disturbing picture of organized violence, linking the gang to 5 deletions, over 24 attempted deletions, and an expansive drug trafficking network. Authorities said the TNA Crips distributed drugs not only in Columbus, but in outlying cities such as Portsmouth and Chillicothe, and even as far as Huntington, West Virginia. The proceeds from drug sales were used to fund additional crimes, including the purchase of firearms and the expansion of the gang's influence. Among the crimes detailed in the indictment were several high-profile deletions. On July 1, 2012, Frankie Tension was shot and met his demise near 431 Ellison Street. On March 15, 2013, William Moore, a known member of rival gang Poindexter Thug Life Bloods, was fatally gunned down on Mount Vernon Avenue. Later that year, on December 23, Marvin Ector met his demise on East 5th Avenue. In another targeted deletion, Quincy Story was shot on January 24, 2015, on South James Road, allegedly for showing disrespect toward a deceased member of the TNA Crips' one gang subset. Perhaps the most heartbreaking moment came on March 4, 2016, when 7-year-old Dewani Fisher was tragically caught in the crossfire during a gang-related shootout. His death, which rocked the Columbus community, became a powerful symbol of the innocent lives destroyed by gang violence. By 2021, all 19 individuals named in the indictment had been convicted. Notable sentences included a 30-year term for Charles Carson for his role in the deletion of Quincy Story, 24 years for Brandon Martin for the deletion of William Moore, and 18 years for Terrell Scott Hansard for his involvement in the shooting where Dewani Fisher met his demise. Another key figure, Steve Henderson Jr., received 20 years for a series of violent crimes, including drive-by shootings targeting rival gangs.
U.S. Attorney Ben Glassman says in total, 13 alleged MS-13 gang members and associates were arrested today. A federal grand jury charged 10 of them with conspiracy to commit extortion, money laundering, and use of a firearm during a crime of violence. 2 of those men are still on the loose, Jose Manuel Romero Parada and Nelson Alexander Flores. 5 others were arrested and charged in criminal complaints with federal immigration-related crimes.
The enforcement action today is the product of an investigation that's been going on for well over a year, year and a half.
Glassman says the indictment reaches as far back as 2010, but says the MS-13 Columbus clique could have been here in Central Ohio before then.
Some members lived in Columbus and have been here for a long time, and some have lived in Columbus and Indianapolis, one in Dayton, so very different lengths of time they've been resident in these areas.
In August 2017, a major federal crackdown led to the arrest of 13 alleged members and associates of the Columbus clique of MS-13, a violent transnational criminal gang. The coordinated law enforcement operation took place across central Ohio and parts of Indiana and followed a federal grand jury indictment charging 10 individuals with conspiracy to commit extortion, money laundering, and firearms offenses related to violent crimes. An additional 5 suspects were charged with federal immigration violations. MS-13, or La Mara Salvatrucha, is a gang with deep roots in Central America, primarily El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. It has grown into a vast criminal network with operations throughout the United States. In 2012, the U.S. government officially designated MS-13 a transnational criminal organization, making it the first street gang to receive that classification due to its violent tactics, international reach, and sophisticated operations. According to the indictment, the Columbus clique of MS-13 used threats, intimidation, and violence to extort money from individuals within their communities. These illicit proceeds were then laundered and transferred to gang leaders in El Salvador and other locations to fund criminal operations. The money helped purchase weapons, narcotics, and cell phones, and provided financial support to imprisoned members and the families of deceased gang affiliates. In February 2018, federal authorities expanded the scope of the case. A second superseding indictment brought charges against 23 individuals, accusing them of racketeering conspiracy that included 5 deletions, attempted deletion, extortion, and drug trafficking. Prosecutors detailed a series of brutal crimes committed between 2006 and 2016, including the targeted deletions of suspected informants and rival gang members. By July 2021, authorities had secured convictions against 22 of the defendants, including 9 who were each sentenced to a minimum of 30 years in prison for committing deletions on behalf of MS-13. In total, the convictions accounted for 8 separate deletions, many involving victims who were either believed to be working with law enforcement or affiliated with opposing gangs.
We have some breaking developments on a major crime bust right here in Cleveland. A violent gang has been brought down after a massive operation by local, state, and federal law enforcement.
Yeah, we're talking RICO, racketeering charges that involve sexual assault, kidnapping, and drug distribution. Authorities say it originated and happened right here in Cleveland's Cedars Central neighborhood. They even say drugs were sold right here in this very vicinity, like an open-air market. They also told us that the alleged kingpin of this gang called himself the Godfather. 18 members of the fully blooded felons gang indicted.
Active in Northeast Ohio for over a decade and had a significant presence in Cleveland, particularly in the Cedar Central neighborhood.
The gang started as a branch of another gang known as the Heartless Felons. Leading this reign of terror, the alleged kingpin, Raven Mullins, who officials say referred to himself as the Godfather. He allegedly established a strict hierarchy within the gang, complete with rules, fines, and brutal punishments for anyone who disobeyed.
FBF held meetings to discuss gang business and were required to abide by Amaretta, meaning a code of silence.
The criminal enterprise even extended into the Ohio prison system, where they attempted to smuggle
drug-soaked paper and other contraband,
stash houses, torture, guns, and drugs. This organized crime ring has been operating right under our noses.
In a sweeping federal operation targeting organized gang activity, 18 individuals alleged to be members of the fully blooded Felon Street Gang have been indicted in Cleveland, Ohio. Active primarily on the city's east side since 2012, the fully blooded felons now faces a second superseding indictment that outlines a wide range of serious charges, including racketeering conspiracy, deletion, kidnapping, assault, drug trafficking, and firearms violations. The charges stem from a 2-year investigation led by federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies and were unsealed in late 2024. According to prosecutors, the fully blooded felons operated as a hierarchical criminal enterprise under the direction of its founder, Raven Mullins, allegedly known within the group as the Godfather. Mullins and his commissioners are accused of overseeing violent enforcement tactics, internal discipline, and revenue-generating activities through narcotic sales and territorial control. The gang's influence reportedly extended beyond Cleveland into cities like Akron and Youngstown, as well as the Ohio correctional system. One of the most alarming events detailed in the indictment involves a September 2023 deletion on Cleveland's west side. Authorities allege Mullins and 2 other members, Henry Burchett and James Clemens, carried out a fatal shooting, then fled in a stolen vehicle that was later set on fire to conceal evidence. In a separate case from June 2022, Mullins and several associates were charged with the abduction of a woman suspected of cooperating with law enforcement. The woman was allegedly held captive for 6 days, during which she endured threats and repeated sexual assault. The fully blooded felons' drug operations were extensive and brazen. Prosecutors say the gang ran multiple open-air drug markets throughout the Cedar Central neighborhood, trafficking large amounts of drugs. Evidence also pointed to attempts by gang associates to smuggle narcotics into jail facilities, with some individuals allegedly positioned in or seeking employment with law enforcement and corrections. The Elaine Crip family, a prominent street gang based in Columbus, Ohio, became the target of a major federal investigation in 2018 that culminated in the indictment of 8 members. These individuals were charged with trafficking drugs throughout central Ohio and into parts of West Virginia. The case was part of a larger federal initiative aimed at dismantling regional drug distribution networks with ties to violent street gangs. In addition to drug-related offenses, the Elaine Crip family has been linked to numerous violent crimes tied to ongoing gang feuds. One notable example came in 2012, when a member of the rival Woodcrest Bloods was convicted in connection with a drive-by shooting that targeted a member of the Elaine Crips. The attack was reportedly part of a larger pattern of retaliatory violence between the 2 gangs. Authorities have identified the Elaine Gangster Crips as one of the larger and more active gangs in the Columbus area, with an estimated 30 to 40 members operating across multiple neighborhoods. A 2021 report highlighted their involvement in a substantial number of the city's deletions, underscoring their role in the broader issue of gang-related violence.
The neighborhood is still on edge tonight, even after Cleveland police bring down a gang. Investigators showing us today pictures of the alleged Lakeview to Lock gang members. They are all arrested, and the dozens of guns they confiscated you saw a few minutes ago.
Officers say they're linked to the Lakeview to Lock gang and possibly 14 shootings, including this one back in June.
We just trying to make it from day to day.
Authorities have announced sweeping indictments against 9 alleged members of the Lakeview to Lock gang, a Cleveland-based street crew linked to a recent surge of violent crimes, including 3 deletions and 14 shootings over a 3-month span. According to the indictment, the Lakeview to Lock gang, also known as L2L or NFL, is a subset of the Heartless Felons, one of Cleveland's most dangerous and well-known criminal organizations. Active since at least 2012, the gang is based around East 110th Street and Lakeview Road, but has extended its reach into neighboring suburbs. Members allegedly committed a wide array of violent offenses between June 2014 and August 2015. The indictment links the gang to several high-profile crimes, including a July drive by shooting on Thornhill Drive near Forest Hills Park that left 7 people wounded. A van believed to be used in the attack was later found abandoned in East Cleveland, though no formal charges have been filed in that case. In another incident, Octavius Hudson is accused of committing a fatal shooting at a Warrensville Heights hotel in July. Prosecutors say Hudson met an 18-year-old woman online, had sex with her, and then attempted to rob her. When another woman in the room tried to intervene, he allegedly shot her in the chest. Hudson and a co-conspirator fled in a car stolen from East Cleveland.
Here tonight, a historic set of indictments against suspected members of the Short North Posse. For the first time, nearly a dozen gang members are eligible for the death penalty.
Police, prosecutors, and federal agents voiced their concerns about witness intimidation. They say the people who saw something or knew something about this case have been threatened, beaten, and even. The feds say they went by names like the Cutthroat Committee and Homicide Squad.
A lot of these homicides were planned.
And they were the ones who enforced gang laws governed by the Short North Posse. For 7 years, between 2005 and 2012, the feds say one or more of these 17 faces robbed, stole, and up to 13 people.
Even if this is drug dealer to drug dealer, they all matter to us.
And while the feds say members of this crew were hired, other drug dealers, rival gang members, or others with lots of cash and guns, they were also told to off people who they knew. One victim, Crystal Fife, dated alleged ringleader Brandon Ledbetter. The indictment claims he shot and killed her in 2011 so she wouldn't talk to the cops.
The Short North Posse, once one of the most feared and entrenched street gangs in Columbus, Ohio, was brought to its knees through a sweeping federal investigation that led to numerous indictments and convictions between 2014 and 2017. Operating primarily in the Short North and Wineland Park neighborhoods, the gang was responsible for a broad range of violent and illicit activities. Their criminal enterprise included drug trafficking, armed robberies, extortion, illegal firearms possession, and a series of homicides that left a deep scar on the community. In October 2014, a federal grand jury handed down an expansive indictment charging 20 individuals linked to the Short North Posse under the Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act. The charges connected the gang to 14 previously unsolved deletions, numerous attempted deletions, and a range of offenses related to narcotics and weapons trafficking. The indictment outlined a highly structured organization that operated through violent subgroups like the Cutthroat Committee and the Homicide Squad, factions specifically created to enforce the gang's rule through targeted deletions and intimidation. Among those convicted, Robert B. Ledbetter, known as Killer B, was sentenced to life in federal prison without the possibility of parole. He was found guilty of multiple deletions, including the highly publicized murders of Alan Johnson and Crystal Fife. Another prominent member, Christopher A. Harris, also known as O-Dog, received a life sentence for his role in several gang-related deletions. Additional figures, such as Rashad A. Liston Buckwheat and Deount Ushery Frog, also received life terms for their participation in the gang's violent operations. Altogether, 6 members of the Short North Posse were convicted at trial, while 13 others accepted plea deals. One individual died before sentencing. The sentences ranged from 7 years to life imprisonment, highlighting the severity of the gang's crimes and the determination of prosecutors to seek maximum accountability.
The Crips are one of the largest street gangs in the country, and prosecutors now say members have been doing business in Butler County. WLWT News Host Karen Johnson joins us live now with what's being done to take down this gang operating in our area. Karen.
And Cherie, 8 suspected Crips were just indicted here in Butler County, charged with participating in a criminal gang. Prosecutor Mike Moser says these men conducted their business on and around Sycamore Street in Hamilton. Indicted were Toriano Ross Jr., Eric Ross, Embry Ross, Nathaniel Riggins, Jordan Jones, Brian Jones, Corbin Jenner, and Henry Lee Williams Jr. Moser says they've been behind some of the violence and drug dealing. WLWT has reported on at least 2 of these men in the past. Last year, police said Toriano Ross was being shot at when bullets tore through the windows of the Boys and Girls Club. 30 children were inside at the time. In Labor Day weekend of 2013, both Toriano and Eric Ross were shot multiple times outside of an apartment complex on Chestnut Street.
In a decisive move against gang violence, Butler County law enforcement officials have announced the indictment of 8 suspected members of the Crips Street Gang, signaling a major step in efforts to dismantle organized criminal activity in Hamilton, Ohio. The charges, centered around participation in a criminal gang, are the result of a collaborative investigation between the Butler County Prosecutor's Office and the Hamilton Police Department. Prosecutors allege that the group operated primarily in and around Sycamore Street, an area that has seen ongoing issues with violence and drug trafficking. Prosecutor Mike G. Moser described the suspects as highly dangerous, stating they were responsible for distributing drugs and contributing to escalating violence in the community. They are truly violent, G. Moser said. They fight among themselves and with rivals, but their ultimate goal is to control territory and maintain a marketplace for their drugs and other criminal enterprises. They're not afraid to harm anyone who stands in their way. Among the most alarming incidents linked to this group was a shooting involving Toriano Ross, in which bullets struck the Boys and Girls Club of Hamilton, while 30 children were inside. Both Toriano and his cousin Eric Ross were also shot multiple times outside a Chestnut Street apartment complex during Labor Day weekend in 2013, an incident highlighting the gang's volatility and disregard for public safety. While specific details of the charges remain sealed, authorities confirmed that 6 of the 8 suspects are already serving prison sentences for unrelated offenses.
Today, a Mahoning County judge sentenced the man investigators say was the leader of Youngstown's Vic Boys to 10 years in prison. Darrell Mason Jr. pleaded guilty to 13 felony charges, including drug trafficking.
Investigators say Mason led Youngstown's Vic Boys gang. Back in 2013, a grand jury indicted him along with 10 other adults and 3 juveniles on drug and gang charges.
This was a long investigation into these guys. There was quite a few of them that we were able to apprehend and prosecute.
The indictments of the Vic Boys, Mahoning County Assistant Prosecutor Marty Desmond says his office has received positive phone calls from residents and even the security department of Victory Estates on Youngstown's east side where the members lived.
In August 2013, a coordinated law enforcement operation led to the indictment of 13 individuals linked to the Vic Boys, a violent street gang based in the Victory Estates neighborhood of Youngstown, Ohio. The indictments were the result of a year-long investigation that focused on dismantling the gang's drug trafficking operations and curbing its involvement in weapons-related crimes. The Vic Boys had long been associated with drug distribution, as well as violent acts that destabilized the community.
More than 50 charges and a street gang dismantled, all the result of Operation Legend, a more than year-long effort in Cuyahoga County.
But prosecutors say that didn't stop members of La Flexico.
There are a couple incidents in which we know for a fact those triggers were pulled. Shootings that happened during broad daylight, 2 of the incidents, broad daylight shootings, residential areas in which anybody can be the ultimate target of one of those those bullets.
After a year-long investigation, 7 members of the LaFlexico gang are in custody, one of which was booked late this afternoon. One more member remains at large, but an arrest warrant has been issued. A grand jury indicted the teens and 20-somethings on more than 50 counts, including criminal gang charges.
In March 2021, a Cuyahoga County grand jury indicted 8 individuals suspected of being members of the LaFlexico gang, a group operating primarily on Cleveland's west side. The indictment encompassed over 50 felony charges, including participating in a criminal gang, felonious assault, improperly discharging firearms into habitation, drug trafficking, and weapons offenses. The LaFlexico gang was linked to multiple violent incidents between December 2019 and March 2021. Notably, on April 24, 2020, members were involved in a shootout near West 31st Street and Clark Avenue, during which numerous shots were fired, striking several residences occupied by children. Another incident occurred on November 12, 2020, near West 6th Street and Marquardt Avenue, where gunfire from gang members struck a nearby residence. In addition to these shootings, the gang was implicated in various other criminal activities, including illegal possession of firearms, fleeing from law enforcement, and trafficking narcotics.
The indictment in this case alleges that the Thug Rider Motorcycle Club operated a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in acts of violence.
Last night, 14 members of the Thug Riders Motorcycle Club were arrested in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, and Arizona based on various criminal allegations. The larger organization has been in place since 2003, but agents say the Dayton chapter was founded in 2019 by this man, Juan Robles. They say this chapter has been on their radar for years as Robles rose through the ranks of power within the club. Police hope that his arrest will send a message to the larger international organization.
Juan Robles was instrumental in the establishment of this chapter and rose to a significant level of leadership.
Agents say that these crimes date all the way back to May of 2021 and include blowing up the vehicle of a former club member in Huber Heights, a man during a shootout in Harrison Township, and physically assaulting members of another motorcycle gang in London, Ohio. With the larger organization having over 20 years of history, federal law enforcement believes that there could be a larger history of violence as well.
In June 2024, a federal grand jury indicted 14 members of the Thug Riders Motorcycle Club, a group accused of operating as a violent criminal enterprise across Ohio and surrounding states. The charges, which include racketeering, deletion, attempted deletion, arson, extortion, assault, and identity fraud, describe a highly organized gang responsible for a wave of brutal crimes over several years. The Thug Riders established their Dayton chapter in late 2019, quickly drawing the attention of law enforcement due to their involvement in organized criminal activity. One of the earliest and most notorious incidents occurred in May 2021, when members allegedly planted and detonated an explosive device inside a former member's vehicle in Huber Heights, a retaliatory attack that marked the beginning of a violent escalation. By September 2021, the violence had turned deadly. A shootout in Harrison Township left one man dead, believed to be affiliated with a rival motorcycle gang. The violence continued in April 2023, when members allegedly fired nearly 200 rounds into a rival gang's clubhouse in Lexington, Kentucky. Another violent confrontation followed in June 2023, when a man's leg was broken during a barroom assault at Toby's Tavern in Dayton. In March 2024, yet another shootout erupted at a rival gang's clubhouse in Springfield, Ohio, adding to the growing list of violent encounters linked to the gang. Federal prosecutors outlined the Thug Riders leadership structure, revealing a militaristic hierarchy within the organization. Juan Robles, known as Juan the Man, was identified as the group's Midwest regional boss. Joey Marshall, also known as King Joe or Diesel, served as the regional sergeant-at-arms, while Jared Peters, nicknamed Savage, presided over the Dayton chapter as its president. Other key figures included Brandon Fisher Roadrunner, who served as sergeant-at-arms, and John Smith Chaos, who acted as the chapter's enforcer. A breakthrough in the case came in February 2025, when the Thug Riders member Michael Henry, also known as Brutal, pleaded guilty to multiple federal charges, including conspiracy to engage in racketeering and committing violent crimes in aid of racketeering. Legal proceedings are continuing, with a joint status report due by April 8, 2025. The report is expected to propose trial dates and timelines for pretrial motions, hearings, and the trial itself. The case has drawn national attention as one of the largest federal efforts to dismantle an outlaw motorcycle gang in Ohio's recent history. The coordinated indictments and convictions detailed in these cases reflect more than just legal victories. They mark a concerted statewide effort to restore hope and stability in neighborhoods once plagued by violence. Through federal RICO statutes, targeted sting operations, and interagency collaboration, Ohio is sending a clear message: gang violence will not be tolerated. Yet, law enforcement leaders are quick to point out that indictments alone are not enough. True community safety depends on sustained investment in prevention, rehabilitation, and neighborhood revitalization. Programs aimed at youth engagement, mental health services, and job training must complement police work to disrupt the cycle of crime and incarceration. As Ohio continues to confront the ripple effects of gang activity, its evolving strategies, rooted in justice, accountability, and community collaboration, offer a blueprint for other states grappling with similar